keep the masses in prison, believing their men as they form their war prisms. The one feeding us lies designed to keep them high and in control of our lives, so step forward and pry. Open your third eye, we might find a place we all like. For harmony, rhyme and time we strive at night. Tied in plans we revive to free the blind. In this place you lay your fate hastily, based upon a salary, and taste the blood of a democracy turned tragedy. Sadly, the saviors have been labelled insane as the rage once took place, but now burns and turns to slaves of the airwave frequencies paid to influence demographics in certain ways. If you don't understand what I say, hit a wall on Thursday. Designated colour schemes of girls young as 8. Orange is okay, but currently yellow is the way if you wish to conform to the styles that they make, the styles that they create, and their music is fake. It's just a matter of an image that they can take all the way. And fools with shackled brains are spit in hope of a change. Someday painstaking gains of war might hit. Your lives abhor the lies, the whores despise their laws, incite the mind to more. Because 96% of you are sightless and poor, with the remaining 4 under floors of planning wars.
Damn, I love that. Good morning. Let me know if you can hear me out there. Silver Wolf, St. Tommy. Good morning, Jody and Crypta. Good to see you all. I'm going to have a look at this. No sound? Okay. There we go. How is that? Can you hear me now? Wait for the delay. Somewhere over the rainbow. Awesome. So this is, I watched Ancient Apocalypse, so you don't have to. Thanks, guys. And for anyone who doesn't know what the Ancient Apocalypse theory is, what's the guy's name? Graham. I'm blanking. But he's been on Joe Rogan a few times talking about this idea of an ancient civilization that developed, got wiped out, and we are the sort of at least second iteration of civilization. And he made an 8-part series on Netflix, which this guy here, I believe he's called Minuteman or something to that effect, has watched the series several times, apparently. He said at the start. No, not Bart Ehrmanberg. Oh, Tommy, you do crack me up. Oh, goodness, Crypta, I'm sorry to hear that. There's nothing worse than being anxious about going to work. It is, yeah, it's horrid. I do know that experience personally. But yeah, this guy has watched it apparently quite a few times, and he's gonna sort of dive into all the claims that the guy whose name I can't remember makes. So feel free to jump in, anyone.
How do you
Link should be there in the description and I think pinned to the top.
prove a lost civilization? That's a big ask, isn't it? Since this entire theory is predicated on whether or not Graham Hancock's evidence holds any water, I think it is important that we all understand what criterion we are going to use to judge his evidence. And this is something that is very important that I want us to not lose track of throughout the entire course of this lecture. We need reliable dates. These would be things like cultural layers. A cultural layer is a stratigraphic layer that contains evidence of human habitation. This can be anything from charred animal bones and fire pits to stone bifaces or other signs of human habitation. It is by these layers that you are actually able to was there for any period of time.
This dude talks really fast, so I'm going to put him back to normal speed.
So we need to see cultural layers, bones and fire pits to stone bifaces or other signs of human habitation. It is by these layers that you are actually able to prove that a group of people was there for any period of time. So we need to see cultural layers that all have similar contents to one another that are deposited around 12,800 years ago, which is where Graham Hancock says this ancient civilization falls into our human history timeline. Now, building off that a little bit, we would also need to see material culture. Material culture falls under the same category as cultural layers. This is going to be things like statues, tools, architectural styles, writings, carvings, motifs, etc. You know, if you find the same language in two different places, those two places are probably related to one another. Similarly, if you
Can I just say he is absolutely rocking that man bun.
find evidence of worship of the same god and whatnot, you can probably associate those two sites with one another.
He does speak fast, doesn't he, Crypto? That's normal speed. Like, I'm almost tempted to put him to 0.75. Like, it's insane. He needs to take a Valium before he records his videos.
Building a little bit off that more, we would need to see structural evidence. Structural evidence would be any actual physical remnants of this lost civilization. You can't just say it existed, you have to actually show it. Foundations, walls, roads, etc., etc., etc. Now, the most important piece of evidence that you could possibly have, the be-all, end-all to prove that your lost civilization exists, is DNA, genetic evidence. If you show me a bunch of skeletons from different parts of the world, you sequence their DNA, and you're able to prove that they're related to one another, then you have convinced me that there was a civilization that managed to conquer the globe. This is the criterion that the world would need to see in order to prove that Graham Hancock's claim is true.
So, I'm just going to go back. Cultural layers, actual, what was the material culture? I missed that bit. Structural evidence and DNA.
That the world would need to see in order to prove that Graham Hancock's claim is true. Are we all on this same page? I think we're all on the same page. Now, thankfully, this evidence shouldn't be that hard to find. Again, Graham Hancock's claim is that they conquered the world 12,000 years ago. So clearly, if they had that big of a grip, their evidence should be everywhere, shouldn't it? Well, let's look for it. All right, how's this series going to work? Let's go over one last agenda thing before we get this thing started. This is syllabus week. So because Graham Hancock talks about a lot of stuff throughout the course of this series, I think it's important that we start with some context. Because without context, Graham Hancock will capitalize on the fact that a lot of people don't have a knowledge base in some of the topics he's talking about, and it allows him to, I'll say, strategically mislead. So most importantly, the first thing I want to talk about is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. This is something which Graham Hancock uses as a fundamental building block for his theory, and is something which you deserve to know the truth of before getting into the brunt of this video. And then after we get that housekeeping out of the way, I am going to go over every single one of the episodes of Ancient Apocalypse in order and talk about every single point that Graham Hancock makes. I have a 40-page script, and because of that, this video is going to be shot in multiple parts. Now you might be thinking, Milo, why don't you just make one 2.5 hour long video instead of shooting this in multiple parts? A, no. B, it's called Getting That Bag.
I find it quite interesting. This video was uploaded 13 hours ago, and this is only part one, obviously, but he said that he's doing an eight part? I missed how many parts. But multiple part series on this ancient civilization theory, which is something that I've been looking at quite a lot the last couple of weeks. I thought that was quite an interesting coincidence that this fella's gone and put this out. Almost perfect timing.
If Graham Hancock can make an 8-episode series about nothing and get a Netflix deal, I can make a multi-part series on YouTube and you'll be able to click through the episodes, I promise. Now, at the end of all of this, I'm going to talk about my conclusion. We're going to assess all of the evidence from every single one of these episodes and see if it holds any water. And last but not least, we're going to talk about the implications of this show, because I think that's something that not a lot of people have talked about yet. What does this show mean for the world of science and the world of fact? And now, with that ominous intro out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, let's get the semester started with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. All right, we're going to do this quickly so that we can get into the meat and potatoes of this as quickly as we possibly can. We are in an ice age. Oh, it doesn't look like an ice age out there. I don't see any snow. Well, too bad, because it is an ice age. We are currently in an interglacial period, an ice age that has lasted for the last 2 million years. Now, when people say the end of the last ice age, it's sort of a colloquial way of referring to 10,000 years ago, which is the start of this interglacial period. Glaciers do this. Whee! As the temperature fluctuates during a glacial period, we will get points where there is ice and no ice. Now, an important thing to note is that an ice age is defined by whether or not there is ice on the poles. So yes, just because the climate has fluctuated quite a lot in the last 2 million years, the fact that we are about to have no more ice on our poles is not a normal thing. I feel the need to say that because every time I talk about the ice age, someone's like, oh, look, it's been changing for thousands of years. Fuck out of here. So anyway, we are currently...
Okay. I don't really have much to add to that, but I thought out of respect, I won't just play massive swaths of his stream without commenting. I don't think he would copyright strike me, though.
Currently in an interglacial period. This is when the ice caps have receded to the poles, leaving much of the rest of the world more or less ice-free. About 10,000 years ago, the last ice age comes to an end. You can have a look at this sick graph show.
Oh, thanks. Welcome. Everyone's welcome here. And, of course, lovers of 420 are extra welcome. Yes, so welcome. And yeah, we talk about all sorts of things on this channel. There's no real set topic. Yes, I'm an atheist, but it's not always about religion. You know, tonight, obviously, we're having a look at the ancient civilization theory. Anyway, this guy's take on the theory. And I'm going to get his actual channel name and put the link too, because Mini Minute Man. I've watched quite a bit of his stuff, and he seems to be pretty decent. Does a lot of research, always has a lot of sources to back up what he's saying. And he's fairly thorough, as you can tell by the speed at which he delivers all this information. It's pretty good. Sorry, I'm just copying the link. Okay.
Showing the global temperature during the end of the ice age, but you'll notice on this graph that there is a strange dip, a point when the temperature plunges again. This is called the Younger Dryas period. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into the Younger Dryas, but if you want to learn more about it, there's a great video by Stefan Milo. I highly recommend you check him out, especially because I'm Milo and the back half of him is Milo as well. But the biggest thing to take away is that while this change looks very abrupt on a graph, in the scale of human lifespan, this took a really long time. Now, at the end of the last ice age, sea levels were slowly rising. About 14,000 years ago, indicated here, the sea levels were rising by about that much. That's about 20 millimeters per year, or about 0.8 inches per year. Then by about 11,500 years ago, the rate of sea level rise had dramatically decreased to about that much. About 4 millimeters, or about 0.15 inches. Needless to say, this is a amount of sea level rise that would be infinitesimal on the human perception scale. But then, by about 11,450 years ago, something wild happened. It is colloquially referred to as meltwater pulse 1b. A great name, I know. Scientists aren't good at naming anything. It all just sounds so lame. Why didn't they call it something cool like the big one? Now, the big one was big. So what happened during Meltwater Pulse 1b is
The big one.
all of the water, which had been melting off of the continent-spanning glaciers, had been pooling in enormous glacial lakes. These things were gigantic. Glacial Lake Missoula on its own, which took up most of the space between the Rocky Mountains and the Bitterroot Mountains, or the Sawtooth Mountains in Idaho and Wyoming, held more water than two of the Great Lakes combined. I can't remember which ones. We'll put it up here. But either way, the amount of water that was suddenly in the middle of North America was absolutely enormous. But as the glaciers receded, these lakes began to drain, and they dumped an enormous amount of cold, fresh water into the oceans. Now, when this happened, it wreaked environmental havoc. One has to look no farther than the climate today to see how small changes can have a massive impact on weather patterns. So when all this water was dumped into the sea all of a sudden, two things happened. Firstly, the temperatures plunged as these global circulatory systems ground to a halt. And secondly, the sea level skyrocketed. Now, skyrocketed is a little bit of a hyperbole in this case. At its peak during the Younger Dryas, the sea levels were rising by about 40 millimeters per year, which is about 1.7 inches.
He is pretty good, Cryptomeria. He's definitely grown on me. The first video or two I watched, I thought he was a little bit arrogant. But as he's developed his channel and that, I've really grown to like him. And he does have a weird sense of humor, which I enjoy.
In inches. Should probably be labeling these. There we go. These ones are so small, they don't matter. And now that is a lot. It's still not enough for people to really notice, but if you lived on a coastal city for 30, 40, 50 years, you'd probably notice that a lot of shit was underwater by that point, if the water continued to rise at that rate, which it didn't. For much of the Younger Dryas, the sea level rise was around that much, 0.3 inches or around 7 millimeters. Now you might be wondering, Milo, what does all this matter? Why are you telling us this? Because rapid sea level rise is something which Graham Hancock uses as a fundamental building block of his hypothesis. So it's important that you have an understanding of what was actually going on during the Younger Dryas, essentially. The Younger Dryas is, I don't know, only the single most studied climatic event in human history. So we have so much data on it that trying to act like it's some great mystery is really just sort of bending the truth. Now, with that being said, it's time for episode.
So is anyone else picking up the vibe here that he's gonna basically say Graham Hancock's theory is bupkis? I don't know, I'm getting that feeling already.
Episode 1. Ancient Apocalypse, Episode 1, Ghosts of a Drowned World. Where are we? There we go. Lord, give me strength. It's fighting back. Ancient Apocalypse has about the strongest start of any TV show I have ever seen in my life. It quite literally opens with calling Graham Hancock a journalist who is picking a fight with academia. You might be saying, Milo, oh God, I still have fucking water in my nose. Give me a second. Now you might be thinking, Milo, isn't this show about archaeology? What the hell is he doing talking about how he's like a pariah to academia? Now you'd be right. This is a show that's supposed to be about archaeology, but you will notice right off the bat, the actual content of this show is Graham Hancock setting the stage to talk about how much everyone doesn't like him. And this is a theme that you will see play out through almost every running minute of this entire series. And the best way to put it is this: Graham Hancock is more concerned with being a martyr than having his beliefs be accepted. Now, right off the bat, he does admit that he is not a scientist or an archaeologist, which I do appreciate him doing. But also, I think it leaves a bad taste in our mouths for when we imagine someone who is an amateur at anything. I completely agree with him. I don't think that you should need a degree in order to be an archaeologist. Being passionate and conducting your own research is not something that should be synonymous with spitting in the face of professionals. Now, pretty quickly into the episode, he gives us his thesis. There was a lost advanced civilization at the end of the last ice age. And he immediately tells you how much he really truly believes in this by going on to say that this idea is upsetting to the mainstream archaeologists, the experts who he says insist that only simple hunter-gatherers existed at the end of the last ice age, and that because he has these feelings, he is enemy number one to archaeologists. Now, Graham Hancock, I assure you, you are not enemy number one to archaeologists. If you've ever seen any of the Indiana Jones movies, you know who enemy number one is to archaeologists, and I hope you're not one of those guys. Now, as he gets the ball rolling here, he really wants to set the tone for what his opposition believes. He is trying to press this idea that archaeologists think that hunter-gatherers were these simple people who, couldn't really do anything, which is the most foolish thing I have ever heard in my entire life. Throughout the course of this show, it becomes abundantly clear that Graham Hancock hasn't spoken to an archaeologist in about 30 years. The hunter-gatherer period of human history is one of the most complex points, in my opinion, and one that no one belittles to that extent. This is a way of thinking that was common in, 1965, but if you talk to anyone who actually studies this in the last 40 years, no one would ever tell you that they are simple hunter-gatherers. But after complaining about the arrogant and patronizing attitudes of mainstream academia, he finally gets into the episode. For episode 1, Graham Hancock takes us to Gunung Padang in Indonesia. Gunung Padang,
which I think may have been something I looked at in episode 17, the one before this. If not, it was the one before that. We watched a documentary, the claim on Gunung Padang. Well, I'm sure he's going to get into it, so I won't get into it. But it was apparently dated at up to 20,000 years old, which doesn't make sense as far as our understanding of the beginning of civilization, which is only meant to be around 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. So, yes.
Padang is a terraced mountaintop made out of columnar basalt slabs, and it's a truly beautiful sight. This is one of the first times I've seen it ever actually spotlighted in a real documentary, dare I say. And it's really wonderful to know that this spectacular sight is something which is now available to a wider audience. It's just a shame that it's presented like this. Firstly, Graham Hancock marvels at how large the stones are. He claims that there are about 50,000 stones at Gunung Padang, each one of them weighing about 1/3 of a ton. That's a lot, right? 1/3 of a ton? It says ton, it's gotta be big. Oh, all right. That camera's offline. You're going to just have to deal with it. Now, 1/3 of a ton is about 600 pounds. Sounds a lot less impressive when you say it like that, isn't it? Now, don't get me wrong. 600 pounds is still stupidly heavy, but considering the heaviest deadlift ever was like 1,100 pounds, you'd probably just need a couple strong dudes to be able to move one of those. If you were really ambitious, you probably wouldn't even need wheels for it or a pulley system. To put this number into a little bit more perspective, the blocks of the Great Pyramid of Giza are about 2.5 tons each. You like that? That's pretty good, right? The Moai heads on Easter Island weigh about 15 tons each. I don't think I can draw a Moai. Wait a second. 15 tons each. And the stones at Stonehenge weigh a absolutely insane 25 tons. Now, I promise I'm not just trying to dunk on the people who built Gunung Padang, because I'm sure that moving 600-pound pieces of columnar basalt is no small feat. But Graham Hancock is trying to use a tactic here where he makes this sound way more impressive than it actually is, so that you're almost grasping for a reason to justify it in your head, as if it couldn't have happened unless there's some miraculous conclusion. But no, around this time, people were working with enormous stones. These people would have been capable of doing it too. Let's keep going. Now, the first layer of this site is dated to around 5.
Crypto, that's a very good point, and actually one we may have discussed in that last episode of Disgruntled Roo. The theory is that for example, the big H stones at Pumapunku are possibly some sort of geopolymer that was poured as opposed to cut.
.500 BC. And the second layer dates to around 5,200 BCE. Now, if this date is proven to be correct, that means that this site would be a staggering 10,000 years old. And you know what? I'm totally here for it. Absolutely. Graham Hancock then goes on to say that there is no evidence that at this time, the people of this area were anything other than simple hunter-gatherers. Well, I gotta say, if they built that, apparently not. It's ironic that he speaks like he's trying to dismantle the idea that hunter-gatherers were simple and primitive, but without that preconception, his idea completely falls apart. He wants you to believe that archaeologists think that hunter-gatherers weren't capable of doing anything like this, because once you accept the reality that they were capable of doing stuff like this, then this isn't a mystery anymore. Hello, Louis. Do you have anything to say to the people? Oh, no. You're the reason I have to use a lint roller every time I go on set, Louis. I hope you're proud of yourself. You get a little cameo in every video. Now, he also says that these columnar basalt stones are cut. It was a little thing, but I felt the need to include it because it's wrong. They didn't cut the columnar basalt. Columnar basalt cracks. It comes in these like massive pillars. But now is when we get into my favorite part of this episode. Pyramids. You love them, you hate them. You can fill them with mummies or you can fill them with Bass Pro Shops merch. So it's important that we write down what Graham Hancock's definition of a pyramid is because it's very important. A series of terraces that rises to a summit. The Graham Hancock Dictionary definition of a pyramid. Now, the reason that I bring up this quote is because this quote is going to be very useful in like 2 episodes. So please write this one down because it will be on the test. Because of this definition, Graham Hancock qualifies Gunung Padang as being a pyramid. Now, let's have a look at Gunung Padang. That doesn't look like a pyramid to me. That looks like a terraced hill. But I guess if a series of terraces is part of your definition of a pyramid, then sure, it's a pyramid. It's at this point when Graham Hancock brings up something very mysterious. A secret chamber? This is what the liberal media doesn't want you to know about. Beneath the ruins of Gunung Padang, there is some sort of cavity which can be seen on ground-penetrating radar. So what is it? Is it a burial chamber? Is it full of treasure? Is it the lost city of Atlantis? I'd be willing to put my money on it is none of those things. And the reason why is a little detail which Graham Hancock conveniently leaves out of his documentary. The astute of you could probably already put it together. You know that Gunung Padang is built out of columnar basalt. You know the environment in which columnar basalt is formed. Gunung Padang is on a volcano. Now, what happens inside of volcanoes? Lava tubes. Lava tubo? How did I manage to do that? Lava tubo, lava tubes, chambers, all this stuff. It all happens inside of volcanoes. And because Gunung Padang is built on top of a volcano, I would be willing to bet that that mysterious chamber, which is far below the level of the pyramid, is probably a lava tube. Now, again, I don't know. I am not going to sit here and claim that I know what it is, because who knows? Maybe it is the lost city of Atlantis. But my point is you can't try and wrap this thing in mystery when there is a very logical reason that it probably isn't a lost, chamber. There's a little saying that I think is going to be very important throughout this series. If you hear hooves, think horses, not zebras. So if you see a chamber underground on a volcano, think lava tube, not secret place where they're hiding the true city that was once there 12,800 years ago by the lost civilization that conquered the entire world that I'm looking for evidence for. He then goes back into his rhetoric about how nobody thinks that hunter-gatherers would be able to build.
So, if I'm correct, he's saying that underneath Penanggadung, however you say it, where the claim was that they'd found evidence of earlier temples, it was just one room, which he's claiming is a lava tube. Interesting.
To build this, which is stupid. But then we get into the smash hit part of this episode. The part where he claims that in a core sample of drilling, they found evidence that there is a layer of this pyramid which dates back to 24,000 years ago, making it nearly twice as old as the next oldest megalithic structure on Earth. Do I doubt that they found a layer which is dated to 24,000 years? Not in the slightest. Do I know if it's a cultural layer or not where there was anyone actually living? I have no idea because they never talk about it. The wonderful thing about dating material is that, at least with radiocarbon dating, which I presume is what they did here, you can do it with any natural material, meaning that it doesn't need to be something that was modified by people at any point. But now let's say that they did unearth a cultural layer that was dated to 24,000.
Can I just point out to the women and those on the sexual spectrum, he has some fucking gorgeous hair. I'm way jealous.
24,000 years ago. They never tell us what was in this cultural layer, which would literally be the most important piece of evidence in proving his point. Let's say you got a mountain. It's Indonesia. I mean, the resemblance is uncanny. Then at the top, you got some hunter-gatherers. You know, they make their little fire. Voila. Time goes on, the hunter-gatherers go away, they all die, and, you know, their little cultural pile is left there. Over time, vegetation grows, the mountain is covered in more and more dirt, and then you get some more people who show up who start to build with their columnar basalt layers and make their little, you know, mound on top. Then you get Graham Hancock standing at the top like that, and he asked someone who drilled down and found this layer and then dated it. I'm going to act in good faith because I know that Graham Hancock didn't get this date because he doesn't actually do archaeology. So this had to be gathered by a real archaeologist. And I would assume that they're not going to lie and would actually, you know, check their information before publishing it. So my prediction is that they found a cultural layer at that site dated to 24,000 years ago, and Graham Hancock was willing to associate that site with the pyramid that is now built on top of it without realizing the fact that people really like to be on top of mountains. Either way, I think this is a very flimsy argument to support the idea that there was a global world-conquering civilization at the end of the last ice age. Moving swiftly along. For my next trick, Graham Hancock will go to... Oh, look, there he goes. Want to read? Okay, sweet. Non-Madol...
I do enjoy this guy's presentation style.
Is an archaeological site on Pohnpei Island. And the reason why it gets lumped into this, you know, lost civilization hypothesis...
John, in case you didn't catch on and you've just joined us, this guy is looking at the Netflix series Ancient Civilization. And he obviously isn't a huge fan.
Hypothesis so much is because it is very slightly below the waterline. Graham Hancock's theory is that his lost civilization was wiped out during the Younger Dryas impact. The sea level rose and, you know, drowned them all off the face of the earth.
Oh, and ditto, never again. What I just said to John.
However, Non-Madol is... bless you. However, Non-Madol is only very slightly below the waterline, and most of that reason is because it was built to be intentionally in the water. It is made up of a series of locks and canals and places where people were supposed to boat through. Now, archaeologists have been able to date this site to be about 900 years old. They know this because they have gotten uranium series dating and have been able to date it with other cultural layers around the island. You know, science. 900 years old, or about 1100 CE. Now, Graham Hancock has an alternative hypothesis. He claims that Non-Madol is actually 12,800 years old. Now, that's a big claim. We're willing to push back the date of this construction by 12 times. So you need a lot of evidence to be able to back something like that up. So what is Graham Hancock's evidence that this site is actually 12 times older than the archaeological dates say it is? His evidence is that it's slightly underwater and that his hypothesis would be supported better if it was older than that. But it isn't, so there's that, I guess. Now, the thing that I think is the most interesting about Non-Madol is, again, it's a site that not a lot of... Bye, Louis. It's a site that not a lot of people talk about, unless it's associated with conspiracies. The very first time that I heard of Non-Madol, it was reviewing some stupid TikTok. And I didn't even know what island it was on until I did research for this video. And it was only after doing research for this video that I was actually able to learn the history of the island and the people that lived on it. Non-Madol was the seat of government for an entire...
Love you, Sandy.
Empire. They were called the Saudler? I don't know if I spelled that right. S-A-U-D. Nailed it. The Saudler dynasty. And I believe they were called the Saudler dynasty because the king, the monarch, was the Saudler. If I'm saying any of these words wrong, please feel free to correct me. Again, I only know about this site after doing research on it for this video. But anyway, Non-Madol was the seat of government for, you know, this entire dynasty. The site dates to about 1180 CE, not only from archaeological data, but from the data and the stories of the people who actually live there. Just because a site was not mentioned in your archaeology textbooks does not mean that it was created by a lost civilization. The people who are descended of those who built this site still live on the island. It's just disrespectful, honestly. And it's such a shame because so many of the people who are watching this series, it's probably the first time first time they've heard of non-Madol. And I mean, look at it. It's fascinating. It screams to that piece of us that wants to know about the past, but the problem is it's being presented to us in a way that is masked in this pseudo-mystical bullshit.
I just spoke muted, didn't I? Oh, God, what did I say? No idea.
And it's so frustrating. The first time people hear about this, it is not being presented factually.
Oh, he was saying the people, the descendants of the people who built it are still living there. So, because I was trying to figure out what he meant by disrespectful. So, saying it wasn't them is what, denying their history or something? I don't know if I'd go as far as to say disrespectful.
It's not being presented by those who are actually responsible for building it and telling their stories and telling the truth and the facts of the site. Okay, tone it down. We're doing this respectfully? Respectfully. We're on camera. Now, Graham Hancock actually ends this episode with a phenomenal point. Goodness knows what has been lost to rising sea levels. And Graham, you are absolutely right. Because for most of human history, the sea level has been drastically lower. And being a species that likes to build our nests alongside coastal areas, a lot of those have been lost. Graham Hancock expresses his dismay towards archaeologists no longer doing research and potentially finding more about these underground chambers or other historical aspects of the site. But this is, frankly, a bit of a foolish thing to say. To blame archaeologists.
You got this, Crypta. Don't let the haters gone hate. Let them. You can always return home and come into our little community of not hate. Why all the rich people have houses by the ocean? Yeah.
For not continuing this work is like blaming construction workers for not fixing potholes. It's frankly not up to them. Every single one of us has to answer to someone higher up. Every single one of us is at the whim and the mercy of however much funding we get. So Graham, if you truly are frustrated by how little digging archaeologists get to do, welcome to the club. But I do hear that you just came across a pretty penny from a particular Netflix deal. So if you're willing to fund a dig, Graham Hancock, I'd be willing to lead it. I know you already have my email, so feel free to respond when you're ready to launch. Graham Hancock ends this episode by saying that we are a species with amnesia, referring to the fact that we have lost or forgotten a huge chapter of our history. It's a compelling claim, and one that he will spend the next 7 episodes working to back up. That is the end of episode 1. But ladies and gentlemen, believe me when I say that we are just getting started. Whoa, Milo, that jacket is awesome. I can hear you saying from through the computer screen. You know, it is awesome. It's awesome and distracting. So distracting that you probably didn't even notice that I'm here to give you an ad read. I want to wear this again.
Oh my God. I wondered what the hell was going on.
The instant everywhere. But only being comparison platform. All the news also being fed because they're looking at inspectional news trees out. Not true. It allows me even other them out. All right. Open your textbooks to chapter. Where the hell is it? Chapter.
God, he just gave me flashbacks. Why do that, dude? I literally just went back to high school, eh?
Chapter 2. Let's make this happen. It begins with Graham Hancock saying, "Could we have forgotten our own story? I am Graham Hancock, and archaeologists hate me for trying to find out." No, Graham, archaeologists don't.
I just said that a few minutes ago, Jody. It's I'm quite jealous of it.
Don't hate you for trying to find out. They hate you because you're a whiny little bitch. No, Graham Hancock, nobody hates you. As I mentioned in episode 1, it is interesting that he starts off every single one of his episodes in trying to make himself seem like a pariah. I think he's trying to make it come across in...
That was his in video ad, and I just skipped past it. Sandy, I didn't know what was happening at first either.
Some way that he's some upstanding, presenter of the truth. It doesn't really come across like that, though. It comes across as just being a little bit more childish. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. In this episode, Graham Hancock is taking us to the Great Pyramid of Cholula. Now, as I was putting together this episode, I was, working on scripting a whole thing to tell you about the Great Pyramid of Cholula, and then I was like, I am not qualified enough to give you the full rundown of it, but I do know someone who is. Hello, Dr. McCafferty. Can you hear me?
Hello there. Well, I'm an emeritus professor from the University of Calgary. I have a PhD from the State University of New York at Binghamton, and much of my career has been focused on questions about the culture history of Cholula, Mexico. About 25 years ago, when I followed migration stories about indigenous populations leaving Cholula and going to Nicaragua. And so most of my recent archaeological work has been in the Pacific area of Nicaragua, along the shore of the lakes, looking for evidence of this migration and colonization in Nicaragua by people from central Mexico, specifically from Cholula.
Well, tell me a little bit more about Cholula. I guess give me a little bit of your history synopsis.
Okay. Cholula is continuously occupied for about 3,000 years. The earliest archaeological evidence we have dates to about 1,000 before the Common Era. Earliest evidence of monumental construction dates to about 500 before the Common Era. And that pyramid continued to expand with subsequent layers, one over the top of another, pretty much up until the present. So there is a major Catholic church on top of the pyramid that was built in the 18th century.
Of course, there's a fucking Catholic church on top. Fucking. Sorry, I have nothing against Catholics.
It continues to be an important pilgrimage center.
That's amazing. So you say that the oldest evidence of this site, the oldest history, goes back to about 500 years. What is the oldest datable material record that you guys have found at the site?
Dates to about 500 before
BC,
the Common Era. Yes, we base that on ceramics that we can use for relative dating, as well as radiocarbon dating. And the oldest radiocarbon date that we have from Cholula currently is about 800 BCE.
Wow, that's amazing. In the Ancient Apocalypse show, Graham Hancock implies that the history of the site may be far older than is currently agreed upon. What would you have to say to this claim?
Well, far older is a rather vague term. How old is he talking about? I know he's wanting to push things back to 12,000 BC. No way that human occupation far back in Cholula itself. There are some remains that have been found in the basin of Mexico. For example, a woolly mammoth butchering site has some pretty early dates, but these are hunter-gatherers that were basically hunting big game, and there's limited information about that. Cholula itself was located on the shore of a shallow lake or a lagoon, and it would have been a likely spot for big game to have been there.
So is it confirmed that there would have been some sort of human presence in Mexico around that 12,000 years ago date? Because I know that we, recently with discoveries like the White Sands footprints and whatnot, we've been able to trace the, population of North America back, 23,000 years or some odd. So is it correct to assume that there were people in this area at the time, however, they just weren't creating these enormous structures as Graham Hancock seems to imply?
That's correct. There were certainly people there, hunter.
Muted again. God damn it. I would love them to discover a cache of literature that they thought was destroyed crypto, but wasn't. That just brought into question, all this confidence that we have in archaeology. That it's sort of the one subject that I've always been dubious of the supposed certainty that historians have on minimal evidence. But of course, I can't, I have to take what they say really, because I don't have the knowledge to challenge it, or even just to agree with it, honestly.
Hunter-gatherers.
And now you mentioned that Cholula is built along the remains of an ancient lakeshore. Do you believe that that is the reason why Cholula was located where it was, or is there some other sort of significance of this site that is theorized why people began to build here?
I think that the ecological setting was very important. I think it was an area with an abundance of plants and animals. Why the pyramid was built where it is, we've got a couple of lines of evidence that go with that. The pyramid was built over the top of a spring, and so water bubbles up from its base. Currently, there is a well that has been built going down from the side of the pyramid down into the water table. Also, the pyramid was built on an orientation so it faces the setting sun at summer solstice. So essentially that would be the longest day of the year. And as the pyramid grew up, it would have been illuminated with the last rays of the sun on the longest day of the year, probably with some solar worship functions to it.
Wow, that's amazing. Throughout the course of the show, there's some evidence that Graham Hancock gives that comes from primary documents. What is the written records of this site like, whether it be from, indigenous authors or whether it be from, Spanish colonizers?
Especially relating to the so-called Cholula massacre of 1519, there are many different accounts, so about a dozen, some written in Spanish, some written in the Aztec language, and some simply depictions in the pictographic style of the native peoples. So we have good information about that, but we also have a number of Spanish chroniclers, and they were using indigenous informants to fill out the ancient history. So we have actual accounts as well as myths that were reported. One of the things that we have from Cholula is an account of the.
See, there's one of those assumptions, myths. We have myths, but if the cultures you're speaking to do not refer to them as myths, it is truth to them. But we sit there and say myth instantly, no real consideration at all as to, we will often admit, the myths are often based in truth, but I still think there's an awful lot of assumption or presumption going on. Oh, I hear a ding. It's my favorite man. But you've got to pause the stream.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Background, bro. Hey, mate, how are ya? Glad you jumped in. I thought you might have something to say.
Sammy?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, John. Oh, we've lost him. Technical difficulties. If you can hear me somewhere, John, try again, bud. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
The building of the pyramid, which occurred in sort of the third age of man, the chronicler Xochitl wrote that there were 5 different suns or ages in the history of Mexico. And that it was during the third age that the Great Pyramids were being built. And Xochitl describes these as being built by a race of giants, Quinamet-Tenime. Sort of out of that comes another tradition of a giant known as Shelwa, and this is the one that Hancock was referring to. In fact, the story of Shelwa dates to the 19th century, so about 400 years after the conquest, and has relatively little historical grounding.
Really? So
Yeah.
do we know where this story arose from? Is this a misinterpretation of an older story, or is it a complete fabrication?
Well, it seems to be a conglomeration of several different stories, and probably ultimately based on these Quinamet-Tenime. But the name Shelwa that Hancock was using really has no basis. However, in the later 20th century, people were trying to sort of reinvent this tradition. And so there is a statue in Cholula dedicated to Chalua. And although while we were filming the program, I explained to Hancock that it had relatively little historical significance, he insisted on going there and making filming that and including that in the program. This is a modern statue that was made of Chalua, who Hancock was claiming was the giant that built the pyramid.
Wow, that is such an interesting piece of context there, because I think that a theme that we see reoccur through this show is the idea that archaeologists and anthropologists are opposed to the idea of analyzing folklore as, holding some sort of, truth behind it. As a professional
Damn it, I'm muted again. Hey, Brojo, jump in, mate. Spewing John. That's all right, mate. I'll be watching the chat, so anything you want to say, I'll put up on the screen. I'm sure you have a lot to say about this topic. Can I? Oh, God. Yeah, but do you want to organize my receipts, Crypto? Or whoever you get, I'll hire them too. And Big Z's here too. Oh, everyone's here. And the link should be pinned at the top and it's in the description. Big Z's not well. Sorry to hear that, Big Z. Yeah, get the Z's happening, Z. I do full books. You do book work. I can't stand it, honestly. Brojo, everyone's heard this 3 times now, but this guy is looking at Graham Hancock's Ancient Civilization series on Netflix that we've been looking at recently. It must have been recently on Netflix because it's sort of all over YouTube, this ancient civilization stuff.
Archaeologist, what is your opinion on using folklore within your field?
Well, I think we have to use everything we can, but with a critical eye. Obviously, histories in the past as well as in the present are written with a specific purpose in mind. Sometimes it is to glorify, the victor, sometimes to glorify some other element or to denigrate certain characteristics. We just have to be very critical of that. There's nuggets out there that are important, and these stories can add some life to the stories that we try to tell.
Absolutely. Very well said. I like that. How do you feel about the way that archaeology as a field was portrayed throughout the series Ancient Apocalypse?
Well, there's been a lot of debate about that, and the Society for American Archaeology, among others, has written letters to Netflix saying that it was not a balanced presentation. I see that Graham recently responded to that as well, so the debate goes on. I was pleased to have the opportunity to go on the show and talk about Cholula, partly because I'm setting up a new project. We hope to be starting later this month, and to get a free ticket to go to Cholula and talk to my colleagues was nice.
Absolutely.
At the time that Netflix contacted me, they asked if I would be interested in discussing the Great Pyramid of Cholula, and they didn't tell me that it was Graham Hancock that was going to be involved.
Really?
It was only after I had agreed, and they said, oh, by the way, this is how this is going to go down.
That's interesting.
And they did it very hesitantly because there is quite a bit of friction between the archaeological establishment and Hancock and other pseudo-archaeology practitioners. It didn't bother me. I mean, I've taught.
There's a lot of friction between the archaeological community and Graham Hancock and other pseudo-archaeologists. I just thought that was worth pointing out.
Classes on what we call fringe archaeology or fantastic archaeology, things like that. And obviously, Graham Hancock's work was part of that. I think that it's an important role for archaeologists to confront that in a reasoned fashion. There are some of us in our discipline that are a little bit more rabid about this than I am, but it's popularizing archaeology and popularizing the past, and I think that's to all of our benefit. But I think that there are lots of good stories to tell without having to go down the rabbit hole that of Atlantis and lost civilizations that are fantastic.
Yeah, I completely agree. One of the things that really stood out to me after watching the show is, it really made me realize how much I would love to have seen a show that talks about all the plays that Hancock did, but in a more, factual sense, I suppose. But I really commend the fact that you were, despite the fact that it was, Graham Hancock conducting the interview, still willing to do this. Do you think that if you had known that it was Graham Hancock off the bat, you would have either gone into this with some reservations or changed your decision to conduct this interview entirely?
No, I was happy to have the opportunity to meet him and discuss it with him. He's a charming man. I enjoyed meeting him very much. We had very good conversations. I wish we could have chatted longer. He had a list of 20 questions for me. It was like taking my doctoral exams all over again. And they were good questions, and he clearly read my answers and incorporated it into what he was thinking. But once my time was done, the producer cleverly made me go to a different part of the site, at which point Hancock sat down and gave his, sort of his spin to it. And I didn't have any idea what that was going to, I had suspicions, but no idea what he was saying until I actually saw the program last November.
I was curious in watching all of the professionals who talked throughout the series, how much of their actual words and their opinions were truly represented throughout the show.
The archaeologists from Malta, for example, seemed to be quite unhappy with the way their interviews were twisted. I felt that they did a very fair job with my interviews. I thought it came out relatively well. I wish I had more airtime, just because I want to be that much more famous. But no, I wish I had been able to have a more in-depth discussion with Mr. Hancock at the time.
If you had one thing to give to anyone who has watched this show, what would you want to say to them?
That there are lost civilizations out there, places that we haven't fully explored, haven't fully understood, but you don't have to, drink the Kool-Aid to find those. There's real good archaeology out there that has exciting stories to tell. And then to my archaeological colleagues, we need to get better at telling those stories to make it as compelling as Graham Hancock's stories are.
I'd like to give a massive thank you to Dr. McCafferty for agreeing to join us for this series. It's always really refreshing and exciting to talk to someone who just really knows what they're talking about. So I hope my excitement was palpable. And now we get to my favorite part. Graham Hancock begins listing all the similarities between all these different pyramids. Graham Hancock shows us the Pyramid of Cholula and the, terraced hill.
Did that interview really just end with that guy saying that they need to get people as excited about archaeology as Graham Hancock does? That was weird.
At Gunung Padang, or in Graham Hancock's words, the pyramid, and he makes one of the boldest claims that he makes throughout this entire series. The fact that these ancient structures, whose builders supposedly had no contact with one another, have so many things in common remains a mystery. No, Graham Hancock, it does not. This crops up all the time in these archaeological conspiracy theories, the idea that multiple parts of the world have pyramids and therefore must have either been, taught by aliens or Atlanteans, or there was some master plan which taught all of them how to make pyramids. But thankfully, Graham Hancock doesn't in there. He goes on to give us a list of different pyramids that are all part of this, master plan of his. Graham Hancock's Pyramid Extravaganza. All right, now let's have a look at all of these pyramids. And you might be thinking to yourself, Miley, you can't be serious. Are you telling me that this guy thinks that all of these pyramids are related to one another? Yes, that is exactly what I am telling you. But how do you know that? How do you know? Maybe he's just suggesting that there could be a master plan. Oh, well, he goes on to say, is this a coincidence? I don't think so. Which sounds a lot to me like he's saying that these things are all related to one another. So I'm going to treat it as such. Yet again, this could be your very first archaeology class, and you would need no more context to be able to tell me that those pyramids have very little in common with one another. Now, you may remember in the first lesson on episode 1, we specifically quoted what Graham Hancock's definition of a pyramid is, and I think it would be very interesting to apply it to this list. Jesus, I'm running out of room. A series of terraces that rises to a summit. Looks like the Great Pyramid of Giza isn't a pyramid then, Graham. Hilariously, if we are to use Graham Hancock's definition of a pyramid, the Ziggurat at Ur, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and the Meroe pyramids would all not be pyramids. You just can't make this shit up. Now, obviously, I'm being a little bit facetious here. All of these are pyramids. Graham Hancock agrees that all of these are pyramids. I'm just trying to show that this definition's really, really bad. But anyway, there's about a million things that are different between these. Some of them have steps to the top. Some of them don't. So what is it exactly that Graham Hancock uses to tie all of these pyramids together? Well, he says that all of these he says that all of these pyramids are universally associated with very specific spiritual beliefs, or spiritual ideas, rather. If I'm doing the air quotes, I may as well quote him correctly. Which technically is true. But the problem, and the thing that he doesn't say, which is the most important part of this, is that all of those spiritual beliefs are so wildly different from one another. Let me break this down. The Pyramid of Giza, the Ziggurat at Ur, and the Meroe pyramids are all burial structures. Each one of these pyramids was designed to have the dead interred in it, or be some sort of memorial for the deceased. Now, Cahuachi, El Tajin, and Chichen Itza are all ceremonial pyramids. I don't really know what.
That's funny, John. Before you got here, I said the same thing. He was, first time I've seen him, I thought he was pretty arrogant.
Does a ceremony look like? We're going to just do the sun. Cahuachi is a pyramid that was designed to make offerings in regards to agriculture. El Tajin is part of a huge ceremonial complex that includes multiple buildings and ball courts. And Chichen Itza was a sacred site for Quetzalcoatl, the Mayan feathered serpent. Fun fact, Chichen Itza was actually designed so if you stand at the top and clap, it sounds like the chirping of a bird. Pretty neat. Doesn't really have anything to do with this video, but I thought I'd just... Now, the astute of you are noticing a theme here. What do the Pyramid of Giza, the Ziggurat at Ur, and the Meroe pyramids all have in common? And on the flip side, what do Cahuachi, El Tajin, and Chichen Itza all have in common? These are all in North Africa and the Near East. Interesting, isn't it? Now, I wonder if we're going to see a theme with, I don't know, the other 3 pyramids he chose. Oh my God, would you look at that? South America and Central America. Wow. What do you know? You know, that seems like a pretty interesting detail that he probably should have included instead of saying just ceremonial purposes. So yes, obviously every single one of these pyramids was designed with a specific ritual purpose in mind, but each one of these rituals was really different from one another. So to say that they are all the same because they are associated with similar ritual purposes is such a misleading statement, because you can literally divide all of these into different cultural regions based on the things that they were designed to do, which again is just such a fascinating archaeological concept to look at. You can literally see how these ideas spread and disseminated through the parts of the world where they arose. The fact that South America associated pyramids with ceremony and celebration, whereas North Africa and the Near East associated it with death rituals. Once you know what these pyramids were actually used for, you are able to completely dismantle everything that Hancock says, which is probably why he didn't tell you that. God, I don't even want to say he's only telling half the story. He's barely even telling the story. And now the most obvious one, and the one which is always the perfect argument when talking about pyramids, is that it is just the best way to stack rocks. You got 4 sides and it goes up. You really can't beat that. And to say that all of these cultures in different parts of the world needed someone to come teach them how to do it is pretty belittling. Don't know how he didn't see that. Just hilarious how he tries to push this idea of being like, the ancients were so much more complex than we thought. And then it's like, well, did they stack up those rocks on their own? No. They needed people to come from Atlantis to teach them to do that one. Oh man, that looks nice. Bummed I have to erase this. I hate my job. All right, turn to the next page. Bazinga. Texcoco is a 15th century Aztec pool complex. It would have pulled water from a spring, channeled it through many aqueducts, and created a lush mountaintop full of gardens and baths and wading pools and whatnot. And like many of the things that the ancients did, it was really impressive. The Aztecs were highly proficient with irrigation systems, and it shows at this site. Now, thankfully, Graham Hancock spends the last half of this episode telling us the unique cultural history of this site. Oh, wait, no, he actually doesn't do that. Never mind. Now, Graham Hancock's claim about Texcoco is that it is much older than archaeologists want to tell us. Thankfully, he has done tens of years of studies into this site, dedicated millions of dollars of research, and been able to publish many papers proving his hypothesis. Oh, wait, hold on. No, he looked at a rock. Graham Hancock goes there with another guy, and they look at a rock, and they're like, this rock is way more weathered than it would be if it was carved in the 15th century, and therefore this site must predate all of that, which is just a really bad argument. There is something to be said for using the erosion on rocks to be able to date a site, but typically that only works when you really know what the original state of the rock was. But the problem when you're looking at an enormous boulder is you have no idea what the original state was. You don't know how long it's been there. You don't know any of its history, and you're just looking at it and being like, yep, looks a little crusty to me. Must have been Atlantis. Towards the end of this episode, he starts talking more about mythology. He talks about Quetzalcoatl, the Mayan feathered serpent. He talks about Prometheus. He talks about Maui. He talks about, I don't know, Frank Zappa, all the civilizing heroes, you know. After this, Graham Hancock and Marco Vagato, they go to another place called Xochicalco. Did I spell that right? I don't think I spelled that right. Damn, I need to stop doubting myself. I'm pretty sure I've gotten all of these right so far. Xochicalco is a 7th century temple, and it has depictions of the Quetzalcoatl feathered serpent around the outside of it. The reason why Vagato and Hancock go to this site is to prove that the folklore is true. Quetzalcoatl allegedly arrived from the sea on a raft of serpents and, you know, came and civilized everyone. And so they prove that this actually happened by going to a temple dedicated to Quetzalcoatl and looking at the carving of Quetzalcoatl on the outside. I think I'm going to convert religions. So even if that is what this carving actually depicts, that would be like walking to literally any cultural interpretation or piece of
Sandy, so when you actually look at one, I'm doing air quotes, one of the sides or faces of the pyramids, there's actually two faces coming to a point. Hang on, that's 6, John. How is it 8? Yeah, okay. I'm with you, Sandy. I don't. Oh, it didn't. I see what you're saying. But yeah, what pyramids was it that aren't 3-sided? They're 6-sided. I have to try and remember.
piece of art and taking it at face value. So next time you go to an art museum, remember that every single thing in it is a fact. The thesis is that this temple is a chronicle of the events that happened when the Younger Dryas impact happened. Despite this temple being built, 8,000 years after this event, I'm done with this one.
Oh, of course. How dumb of me. 3-sided. I'm thinking triangle. The pyramids are 4-sided.
So let's do a quick recap of what Graham Hancock has proven in this episode. Are we all on the same page? Write that down.
I'll try and find an image, Sandy, and it might explain it for you.
It will be on the test. Next page, lesson 3, Sirius Rising.
Oh, that was it. So there you go. And now what I'm going to do is going to find a sided pyramid. Here we go. All right. This one looks good. Great Pyramid of Cheops has 8 sides. So I don't know how well you can see my mouse here, but while this looks like one side, you can actually see the angle in the middle. Oh, I haven't presented the damn screen. Here we go. Hey, PJ, jump in, brother. I'm here waffling all by myself. You just missed the main event, though. I don't think you missed too much, though. Yeah, tell me how well you can see that, Sandy, and if that explains what John meant by 8-sided pyramid. Fascinating. Which, yeah, that is. Oh, here we go. Each side slightly concaves inward, which would really complicate the build by multitudes. Fascinating. Let me see. Oh, I hear a boop. And it's yeah, I'm gonna take the risk and add ya and hope that it's you.
Hey,
PJ?
Sammy, how you doing, man?
Hey, how are you, brother?
Pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, we just watched you know how I've been looking at all that ancient civilization stuff.
Okay,
There's
yep.
a dude called Mini Minute Man, and yeah, he's gonna do a multi-part series debunking Graham Hancock's Netflix series called Ancient Apocalypse.
Oh, okay. I heard about that series. Yeah, he covers like ancient sites and like the ancient civilizations that supposedly lived under them, and under them type deal.
Yeah, exactly.
I watched part of it and I was thinking to myself, I don't know if he mentions it or not. I didn't see the whole thing. Like, you know how they say this, a apocalyptic event happens. I'm like, did they ever mention it? Does it coincide with what they say, like the pole shifts? Does that have something to do with the devastation of the earth?
Yeah,
Drowns out every so often.
I'm trying to remember Brojo. I think it was on Brojo's channel, or maybe it was on one of my streams. But we were looking at this theory about the magnetic poles shifting.
Yeah, because they do drift once in a while. They record that, right? Like the poles actually drift. They have to adjust the map sometimes.
Yeah, well, they are drifting, but they do also flip. Yeah, we
they have
actually
like
know that they flip.
Yeah, it's like this, I guess through like rock structures, or I guess they accumulate. They could record, I guess, the flipping of the poles, right? And it happens every
yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, if the poles like shift like all of a sudden, like quickly, that would make sense for things to be wiped out and people have to start all over again. It would make sense that if somebody were to start all over again, they would look for a home base or someplace that was there before to build off of. I mean, it only makes sense in that way. But
Yeah.
the whole like Graham Hancock thing, his is I don't know. Does it involve UFOs? I'm kind of curious about that too. There's so much that could be involved with it,
I know.
Like, I know he goes to like the big rocks. Everybody goes over those, megalithic sites where they're giants that helped them do it. UFOs, sound waves that carry rocks. There's so much like, weird shit that goes into that thinking of ancient civilizations and how they live, how they built things.
Yeah. it's definitely
Did you know that
fascinating.
Earth
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh,
has
sweet.
2 North Poles? There's the geographic North Pole, which never changes, and there's the magnetic North Pole, which is always on the move. And right now, it's moving faster than usual. Over the last 150 years, the magnetic North Pole has casually wandered 685 miles across northern Canada. But right now, it's racing 25 miles a year to the northwest.
Wow,
Right. Yeah.
that's pretty big.
You know, I was watching this one thing a couple weeks ago, and they were going over like these civilizations that live in different cultures, and there's just one culture, or it's like somewhere off in like the Asian Pacific Island somewhere, you know, because they could tell they're kind of like Asian looking. But these people, they lived on these man-made rafts that are built out of nothing but like anything really, straw and all this stuff, right? And they have these like circular ones that these houses are on that they link together, and then they have like these whole little villages that are just like man-made floating rafts that have like little storefronts on them and shit like that. I'm thinking like if something really big goes down, these fuckers are going to survive it because they'll be floating on top of it. You know, everybody's will be drowning.
Yeah.
They'll be just riding the wave.
Did you see at the time it was the most expensive movie, but then I think Titanic overtook it, but it still took the record for the biggest flop, basically. Cost, and then the amount of money it made in the box office.
What was it?
Waterworld.
Oh, Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner.
Sucked. I seen that.
And he didn't it? Yeah.
And
he had the gills so he could swim underwater.
I mean, it had an interesting story to it, but something about it was just kind of weird because he did Dancing with Wolves and The Postman or something like that. So his movies were just like becoming so repetitive. You know, some guy that comes in and saves the day. I think it was the Kevin Costner aspect that fucked it up because I watched it, and you know the whole, the Gil thing was kind of goofy, but I don't know. There was something about it could have been good if it just didn't have Kevin Costner in it. Maybe it was that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it was basically Mad Max on water. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I will admit something. I was pretty young at the time. I think I was maybe 14, 15. I went and seen it twice.
Waterworld?
Yeah, I actually thought it was awesome at the time.
I watched it with my cousins at the theater. That was a while ago. I must have been like maybe 14 or something like that.
You would have been.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't bad. I liked the the whole premise of it. The whole everybody trying to survive with everything underwater, and something like that would I don't know. It seemed kind of interesting, but I think it was really Mad Maxy, but it was like it reminded me more of like a Thunderdome Mad Max, just survival type deal. Because original Mad Max is like it's almost like people get confused with like Rambo. Like the original Rambo movie is not really just him going around killing everybody. It's just a story to it. Like the original Mad Max was like, they freaking like killed his wife, right, and ran over his kid.
Yeah,
and he had like to get payback on that. It was more of a payback movie, but it was like more like this was like a Thunderdome kind of survival, type deal. Greed.
Yeah. I guess I couldn't understand why it flopped. Because I know it wasn't as big and great as it was supposed to be, but I didn't think it was as bad as it got.
I think it was just Kevin Costner. I think it was just him.
Yeah,
People were like starting to hate him for some reason. He did Dances with Wolves, and I remember there was like, when he did Dances with Wolves, I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. It's an interesting little movie. But man, did it get a lot of like native people pissed off for some reason? I don't know why. It's just they got riled up for something. They're just I don't know, and they got a lot of something. It was just Kevin Costner, I think it was. I don't know. They should have got like somebody close to Kevin Costner, but maybe somebody like you don't see in a while. Maybe like I don't know.
That's a good
Sutherland point. Or something. Jesus
John
knows
makes
it's
a good
possible.
point. Sorry. Yeah, tsunamis associated with any global catastrophe would certainly wipe out anyone living on rafts. Although, if there's no land, wouldn't tsunamis just be a giant bulge that would just keep circling the Earth until they lost energy?
Or if you just ride it the right way, where you just kind of miss that crush. Or if you double raft, I'll put one raft on top of the other, make a little submarine. Yeah, crash through the waves.
Yeah, interesting thought. Hillary's, we were looking at I guess I'm going to call it a debunking of the ancient apocalypse theory of Graham Hancock's. And now we're looking at the flipping of the magnetic, what is it called, PJ?
Oh, the poles,
The poles.
Yep.
Yes, and somehow, oh yeah, and that led to talking about Waterworld, because what you were talking about, those people surviving on boats with storefronts and that, just made me think of Waterworld, having to live on the water. I would probably just do myself in before I could live on the ocean.
Really?
I'm terrified of the ocean. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't live on it. Like, no land. Oh my God, just the thought.
All right, like capsizing or sinking, or just the fear of what's
Yeah,
underneath.
you can
unknown.
never get to land, man.
The abyss.
Oh,
That'd be pretty scary. It's like a nightmare every day.
and good morning, Math Pig. And yes, well, you should know my balls are floppy, but my bulge isn't. Oh, and someone called Esau, which is probably sounds like Jill. Use cancel culture never again. It's your only weapon against truth. Eh?
Yeah, what? Cancel culture. We didn't even get into aliens
yet. What? Like, have you even watched any of this stream, bro? And Math Pig says, you see, they discovered another layer to our Earth. Now 5 layers deep. Whoever you are, Dave, out the back, you're going to have to put your camera on for a moment. I won't bring you on with your camera, but need to make sure you're not going to porn bomb me. Sandy says, don't confuse me with someone. Oh, someone else has popped in. And I hope that is who I think it is. It has to be. Yep, there he is. Welcome, brother.
Hello. I'm on my lunch, so I thought I'd pop in and say hello for a wee while.
Yeah,
Hey,
awesome. We just looking at the poles shifting.
Yeah,
did you realize it was
moving?
Did you realize it was moving at 25 miles a year?
You do realize that they're like, which particular pole are you talking about?
The north. Magnetic.
Yes. Magnetic North Pole, right? Well, there isn't a designated magnetic North Pole. It moves all the time. Like.
Yeah. But it's heading south at 25 miles a year.
If you look up Matt Parker on YouTube and type in Matt Parker Magnetic Earth, there quite recently, Magnetic North, Graphical North, and the Map North all lined up in England quite recently, and he went to the one spot where they were all lined up, and he did a wee thing about it and all stuff.
Oh,
it's quite interesting.
That is fascinating.
But the magnetic parts are like they're the magneticness of the Earth is from shit moving inside the Earth. You know, there's
Yeah.
spots of north and south all over the Earth. If you look in the magnetic fields on a map, you can see that there's stronger points here and weaker points there, and
And
you know the idea of it
I've-
flipping is yeah. Go ahead.
Well, apparently we know that it does flip every 11 or 12,000 or whatever, however many thousand years it is, because we have
Yes.
evidence in the rock layers. But I guess the question is, what happens when that happens? Oh, it's Dave, right?
You know, it's
Oh.
weird, right? If the poles are shifting, like one thing is weird. If you look at like an experiment where they do like electromagnetism, and you see where the magnetic north and south when they exchange energies, how they go from left to right, right, and almost like a pattern. And we're looking at it going like 25 miles a year. I wonder how much of in a slow motion drift are we really in our own perception of time? If we're looking at it moving that slowly, you know, if we're seeing it moving that fast in our eyes, but yet experiments show that it goes from left to right, you know, constantly all over the place, you know, how slow are we? How in our perception of time?
Well,
Yeah.
Oh, and also, like, it also came to my head was like, if we're shifting like this, we're not. It's got to have something to do like alternating current, right, to keep it going. Instead of a direct current, it's got to be alternating in some ways. Like the whole universe is a self-feeding
Yeah,
system.
like
it was only confirmed.
every 15,000 years or so, it turns the magnetic north will become the.
Thank you, scientist Dave.
Quite recently, within this last week, oh Jesus, Cargus passed. Within this last week, they have confirmed now that there's another layer to the Earth in its actual core. There's an innermost core that they're not too sure what way it's interacting with the magnetic field, but with the new resolution that they've been doing with seismic, what do you call them, seismometers, they have been sending signals into the center of Earth and measuring them when they come out. And within this last week, as I say, they have confirmed that there is another. So it's not 4 layers deep. It's not crust, outer mantle, inner mantle, and then core. It's crust, outer mantle, inner mantle, outer core, and inner core.
That's a big kick.
And you're a little bit off there, Wildheart. It was between 772,000 and 774,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Hang on. That was the last reversal. It says since then the field has almost reversed 15 times, called an excursion, dropping in strength significantly but not quite reaching the threshold needed before rising again. So we've had 15 near reverses.
Yeah, like every So the South Pole will become the North Pole, basically. Yeah.
It's all down to the spin of the very, very center of the iron core. Like technically, if you look at it from an objective point of view, and you were outside of the planet and you were just watching our Earth spin, then the Earth's core relative to Earth in its orbit doesn't spin. It spins at the same rate that the Earth does, you know, with angular momentum. So like all these things can change. All these things flip up and down. Like, you know, it's a liquid, you know, there's a lot of liquid shit in there. It moves. Shit changes.
Liquid metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be pulling some type of force in there, like a centrifugal clutch, right? It's kind of
Wildheart, you're sending my audience away.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
By existing.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, but Bojo has a problem with me. Wait, chat. I know.
And Will.
It's kind of. It's kind of tough, but yeah, it hurts.
And Robbie.
Yeah.
You're racking them up, wild.
Yeah.
You can only ride your bike down so many blocks now, dude. They're gonna get a paper route. You have an excuse.
It's funny that you can laugh about it, Dave. You know, it's funny that you can see being rude and ignorant and torturing all these people and them walking away from you is funny. You know.
Yeah,
By getting
I-
a paper route, admit you need responsibility and show that you have responsibility.
Oh,
And maybe
Yeah.
you'll be accepted again. Until then,
yeah. But that will take time. Yeah. But not to make the stream about me. Yeah, carry on.
well, it's. I think it's gonna happen like that for a while.
Yeah, I don't want it to. I don't want all the streams to be about me. But whenever
Well, don't come on drunk and then start talking about how everyone's falling out with you. You know, these like I don't know what you want us to do. You know, it's like if I keep telling you that, you know, you cut your finger off, you're gonna run out of fingers, and every morning you wake up and you cut another finger off. I can't, you know, it's your own fault when you wake up with no fingers.
yeah, I love you, Matthew, by the way, and thank you for all the you give me.
Dude, I don't want to hear that. I'd like to hear sober Dave. I'd like to hear a word and a conversation. Like, I don't know, dude. I got drunk last night. We were in Richards together. I got up this morning and I'm halfway through my day of work. You know, there's responsibility that must be taken.
Yeah, the probation service have told me that responsibility is what I've got to do. Plus, they told me that I have to stop, or I should stop being on religious channels because, like, radicalization is a thing, and I could get in trouble for that. But I don't mean any harm to them. I love you all. Yeah, it's just
Okay, well, now
I don't-
that you've
So, would you like to hear a funny story, Sammy?
I would.
I have a guy working with me, right? He's only in for work experience, comes in on a Wednesday, and I'm a little spicy today, so we were like debating and talking and having things and conversations. And he considers himself a Christian. He considers himself a Christian because he goes to church. He couldn't define what a Christian is. I asked him about LGBTQ rights, and he was fine with lesbians, but gay men is just gay. You know, it's icky. It's not my thing. You know. What else did he say? Oh yeah, when it comes to consent and women and shit like that, he will wear a condom if she wants to, and if not, and he gets her pregnant, it's her decision because she decided no condom. It's the woman's issue. And it's like, what the fuck are they teaching in schools these days? What's happening?
How old is this guy?
16.
Oh yeah.
He's not paying attention in school. Then they're not teaching him that. Surely,
Right? He said that any woman who doesn't want to get pregnant should go on the pill, right? She should be going on the pill and taking responsibility for her own body. So I said to him, would you then go forth and get the clamp done? I was like, you don't want kids, go get a vasectomy now. And he was like, no, sure, if I get a vasectomy, I can't come. And I was like, what?
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just wrong about that. Yeah.
I was like, what? I was like, dude, you're still going to ejaculate. You're just not going to have any sperm in it. Like, what the fuck's happening in school?
Oh, that's really not embarrassing. Just that's really.
No, that's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah.
To be, you know, a young man and still not understand what a vasectomy is.
Yeah.
But to put that expectation on the woman,
that's the thing that I had the problem with.
Responsibility, like, fuck, own your shit, bro.
Like he even said to me, "Oh my goodness, I don't want to put the lad down because he's nice enough, lad." Like, but he said to me about trans issues and stuff like that, and he was like, well, "Do you know any trans people?" I was like, "Yeah, I know a lot of trans people. My best friend and a few very close friends are trans women." and he didn't know what a trans woman was. He was like, so does that mean that they were born a guy, or what did they change into? And it's just that the lack of awareness, the lack of knowledge, the education. You know, it was like these people just convinced themselves of these things. You know, if you wanted to and looked at the pipe long enough and had a wank over the pipe in the corner long enough, you'd be sexually attracted to pipes. And I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, you can't convince yourself of something. I don't know.
So do you think that's just down to age? Like he's young and he's like
No, because oh, God help us all.
When we were discussing atheist and things like that and different descriptions, when I wrote down on a piece of paper atheist and described what it was, he was like, so atheists, they don't believe in anything. So like his upbringing, his education, it's all, I wouldn't say that it's fundamental like America, you know, we still believes in evolution, but these ideas that are instilled in the Christian, you know, over here, you know,
Yeah.
it's just so funny. Like he's allowed to go out and get women pregnant, and it's all on them. And then I made a discussion about men and being together and stuff, and he was like, "No, sex is just for having kids," and it's like, well, that's contradictory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
Should I
mental
drive the other?
gymnastics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I drive the other half of the audience away and let Jill in?
Jill.
Well, I've only got 1 minute.
Yeah. No. I want to fight. Yeah. Let Jill.
No, no fighting. Jill doesn't come on to fight.
Jill comes on to get hugged.
Hello, Jill. Welcome, Jill.
I come on to
You're
answer
welcome.
all your questions about the Bible and Christianity. Every single last one of them.
What's your thoughts on the Book of Jubilees?
It's a non-canonical book for a reason.
I didn't ask what the reasons why it wasn't put in the Bible, because we could go lots of different routes. I asked what your opinion on it was.
What do you mean, like my opinion?
Well, like, have you read it? What
Yeah.
do you think of the differences in it between it and Genesis? You know, what do you think of the Book of Jubilees? It's a very simple question, Jill.
I did see your special with Richard.
Oh, I know you watch. I appreciate you watching. Always good for views. Thank you.
Yeah, the Book of Jubilees contradicts what a lot of the events in Genesis. So it's sometimes called the Lesser Genesis, or it's an
Book of
ancient
Divisions.
religious Jewish work.
So how do you I forget the word. How do you like?
It's written in the 2nd century.
Genesis contradicts. So how do you read it and then not be convinced about it?
Well, just because your book is written doesn't mean that it's legitimate. If it's written too late, if it's written way after the events, thousands of years after the events chronicled,
No,
a number of reasons why we can reject
just
it.
hundreds of years after the event. Yeah, which like Paul was 20 years, I think.
20 years is remarkable for an ancient text. I said thousands.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that you think Jubilees contradicts in Genesis, Jill?
There's several accounts. I'll have to look them up, but there are principles.
No.
Hang on. Let him answer.
You don't have to look them up. Just read the book and then decide for yourself. You don't have to look them up.
You just don't read a book and suggest that it is authentic. There are criteria that they have to meet in order for them to be accepted into the canon, or in our canon. I mean, you can accept any book you want, but Christianity is rooted and grounded in history and evidence. So we can't accept a book that is not evidential or historical.
Right. Okay.
So, can you think of one off the top of your head? Because I thought it pretty much agrees with Genesis and then just adds to it rather than contradicts anything.
Well, I have to look up and see why it wasn't.
No, you don't have to look.
Oh.
Just give your opinion on it. If you've already read it, then just give your opinion.
Yeah, but what he's saying, Wildheart, is he obviously can't remember. Like, this is saying it's why I'm asking the question, because I can't remember the specific details of it either. I just remember that it was like Genesis on steroids. Like there was more detail about everything. Like he went into describing the watchers and, you know, the names of the angels that fell and what they taught mankind and so on, which, you know, Genesis sort of has like one sentence that says that, you know, they taught men. I don't remember the term it uses, but it does mention it. Whereas,
Wasn't it something like really vague, like in those days, were the Nephilim or something like that? Just walk giants or something like that, just real quick.
Yeah.
But actually, I just realized then that I think I was describing the Book of Enoch, not Jubilees.
Yeah, I think so. You're talking about the angels that come down and give the
Yeah.
things, and
Okay,
Azazel gave the knowledge of fire and blah blah blah.
And also, no, you were right, Sammy. It does go into more details about the Watchers and stuff like that, and the Nephilim and stuff.
That's great. But I found something for you. Here's why it's rejected. Here's why historians reject it as canonical. It's,
Erica. Yeah, that's it.
okay, in general, the patriarchs, this is before Moses, were keeping the law. They were keeping the law before even the ceremonial aspects of the law, long before Moses even created the laws of Mount Sinai. So that's impossible. So that's ahistorical. It's probably just made up. Jacob in the book of Jubilees doesn't lie to his father. Isaac eventually declares Jacob to be his true heir. And there's a number of other contradictions. So the heroes of the faith are handled differently. They're sugar coated. The Bible doesn't sugarcoat its contemporaries. It tells the truth about them, even their faults. So you can tell that this is probably some sort of propaganda, something like, you know, liberals would do today or CNN would do today. Protecting Biden, right? So that's how you can tell.
Oh, he brought it back to
really
the liberals.
You just love the attention, Jill, don't you? You love the attention.
Well, it's a perfect analogy, a parallel. I don't see what the problem was with that parallel.
No, I was just wondering, are you sitting there naked with your dick in your hand, wanking off to all of this? Like, you really get off of this, you know?
It also adds to the law of Moses, which didn't exist before the patriarchs, but somehow Noah was keeping the law.
But it says it repeated in the book, then that's before the law of Moses.
I didn't even understand that.
No, me either.
In the patriarch.
What I'm saying is,
how do they keep the Feast of Tabernacles?
If Moses was like, that book must have come before Moses. If it's similar to Genesis, then it must have come before.
I would say it came after Moses, and that's how they had Noah keeping the law before Moses even wrote it. And they also added to the law of Moses. Jubilees chapter 6. A father who gives his daughter in marriage to a Gentile shall surely die, and he shall be stoned. Moses married an Egyptian woman. If that were the case, then Moses would have been stoned to death. Not Egyptian, Ethiopian.
Yeah.
So that's no. We can't accept that in canon. stoning people for marrying someone because they're of a different
You
land,
can't
different,
accept that in
different nation.
canon.
Pretty crazy.
I'm pretty sure the Bible says that too.
No, no. Moses married an Ethiopian woman. Now Moses was, his family members did not approve, but what did God do when his family members came out and attacked the woman that he married because she was Ethiopian? God punished those who were being basically what we would call racist. He punished them with some sort of plague, I believe. I have to go back and
Right.
read get
Yeah.
the details.
I have to go back to work. Do you want to shout at another person, Jill, and call him a dirty atheist?
Oh,
Atheists are just explaining the term.
me.
You mean spiritually? Yeah.
Yeah.
Having a look. We just want to talk about interfaith marriages.
Right. Interfaith.
Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers.
Right.
So
Where does he stone
really
them to death?
says.
Where do you stone them to death? Because they're right. You don't intermarry with unbelievers, not their ethnicity, but their faith, their belief. So if you're Russian, you're Chinese, you're from another nation, it's okay to marry you as long as you are of the same faith.
Oh, William.
Jubilee says you stone them if you don't marry. I think it's in Jubilees. I'll get you the chapter. But the father who does this, a father who gives his daughter in marriage to a Gentile, shall surely die. So they stone the father to death for giving his daughter away to a Gentile in marriage. And they burned a woman with fire. Jubilees chapter 30.
What about when the Bible does that sort of stuff?
It doesn't. Not on the basis of race or ethnicity.
No, but just for other things. Oh, so it's depends on what it's based on. So it's not the act of stoning or burning people. That's okay.
Yes,
as
that
long
is
as
okay.
it's
For
for the wrong
of corporal
reason.
punishment. I don't have a problem with corporal punishment, but the reason why you're punishing is I think important, don't you? If someone is getting a
Of
jail
course.
sentence of 100 years.
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't the reason
I
why
would go that step further and say how you punish is just as important.
Well, that's up to the culture. If they want to determine stoning, or they want to do the death penalty, or the electric chair,
This
which
is
is
true.
Yeah, that's up to the culture. I don't have a problem with that. With a decision on the culture, usually it's decided by what the culture
And
can afford to do. Really, electric chairs are really expensive.
maybe that's why people take issue, because we don't live in a society, well, yourself and myself, we don't live in a society that does stone people to death or burn
Right, we
them
just
to
use a
death.
more fancy, sophisticated electric chair, which many cultures can't afford to put in fancy prisons and serve you steak. Wildheart was getting served steak 3 times a day. Where are you, Wildheart?
No, I go back to jail in 2 weeks.
So they still use firing squads. It's brutal, but I mean,
No,
their culture is not our culture, so I can't.
No, we don't use firing squads.
No, I'm not saying Great Britain. You guys are in the West.
Jill, shut the fuck up.
I know. I never said you use firing squads, Wildheart.
Yeah,
I'm saying some countries.
Jill, it's just wrong. We have not had the death penalty in England for like 50 years.
Oh, you did? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we are much more advanced than you.
It's England. You just get bored to death.
You're much more advanced.
Yeah, that's why they're all drunk by lunchtime.
Yeah, you end up laying on the floor, covered in your mom's blanket, wondering why you exist.
So if someone murders someone, do they get at least life in prison? Wildheart?
Yeah, you can get life in prison, but you can't be murdered. We don't have the death penalty.
Okay.
There's the problem with life in Australia anyway is it's 25 years or 20 years, I think.
20 to life.
So a life sentence is 20, but they can say life without parole, which
So it's not
obviously
life.
means
It's just 20 years. So if I kill somebody at 40, I'm out at 60.
60. Yep.
Wow.
Well, you do have to convince
Yeah.
a parole board, I believe, but
Yeah. Can I just say, I love Sammy and PJ, and even Jill.
Thanks.
You
Good
must be
night,
drunk.
Wild Heart.
I love it.
So what should be the punishment for rape? If killing murder is just 20 years, what rate 10?
Oh, don't ask. It's disgusting.
In your country, what
It's
is
like 6 years to 10
Oh my
years.
goodness.
Yeah.
What's
Like,
going on?
that-
And you think that's an improvement, Walhart? You think that's progressive, huh?
Yeah, it's the same in England. Yeah, about 6 to 10 years.
I think rapists should get the same as murderers, honestly.
Yeah.
And it should be life, and it shouldn't be 20 years. It should be, if you get life, you should die in prison.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at least we can agree on something.
Yeah. Hey, theoretically, yeah. Yeah, you would be a different guy after 20 years, but is it about whether you've changed or is it about justice for the victim? Like, is their life only worth 10 to 20 years, you know? They've lost their life forever.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, like, yeah. It should be life, right? I think. Yeah, but it's not.
Oh God, do we really want to know that? I don't think he could articulate an answer, actually, Sandy. So I'm not even gonna go there. We'll see. Have another look at this.
Best. This could be a sign that we are about to experience a race pole, and right now it's moving faster than usual. Over the last 150 years, the magnetic North Pole has casually wandered 685 miles across northern Canada. But right now, it's racing 25 miles a year to the northwest. This could be a sign that we're about to experience something humans have never witnessed before, a magnetic polar flip. And when this happens, it could affect much more than just your compass.
Right now on the surface of the planet, it looks like it's just a bar magnet, right? Our compasses are just pointing toward one pole at a time because there's a dominant two-pole dipole system.
But sometimes, Earth doesn't always just have a single magnetic north and south pole. Evidence suggests that for hundreds to thousands of years at a time, our planet has had 4, 6, and even 8 poles at a time. This is what has happened when magnetic poles flipped in the past. And when it happens again, it won't be good news for humans. Now, you might think that 8 poles must be better than 2, but the reality is that multiple magnetic fields would fight each other. This could weaken Earth's protective magnetic field by up to 90% during a polar flip. Earth's magnetic field is what shields us from harmful space radiation, which can damage cells, cause cancer, and fry electronic circuits and electrical grids. With a weaker field in place, some scientists think this could expose planes to higher levels of radiation, making flights less safe. This could also disrupt the internal compass in many animals, which use the magnetic field for navigation. Even more extreme, it could make certain places on the planet too dangerous to live. But what exactly will take place on the surface is less clear than what will undoubtedly happen in space. Satellites and crewed space missions will need extra shielding that we'll have to provide ourselves. Without it, intense cosmic and solar radiation will fry circuit boards and increase the risk of cancer in astronauts. Our modern way of life is cease to exist. We know this because we're already seeing a glimpse of this in an area called the South Atlantic Anomaly. Turns out, the direction of a portion of the magnetic field deep beneath this area has already flipped. Scientists say that's one reason why the field has been steadily weakening since 1840. As a result, the Hubble Space Telescope and other satellites often shut down their sensitive electronics as they pass over the area. And astronauts on the International Space Station report seeing a higher number of bright flashes of light in their vision, thought to be caused by high-energy cosmic rays that the weaker field can't hold back. Since experts started measuring the anomaly a few decades ago, it has grown in size and now covers a fifth of Earth's surface, with no signs of shrinking anytime soon. This is so extreme that it could be a sign we're on the brink of a polar flip, or we may already be in the midst of one. But scientists remain skeptical, mainly because
the last thing the poles reversed was 780,000 years ago. So it's not, we don't have an oral record of it.
Turns out 780,000 years is over double the time that Earth usually takes between flips.
Since the last mass extinction, there have been reversals roughly every 300,000 years.
So what gives? Well, scientists haven't figured it out yet. It's unnerving to think that our modern way of life, banking, the stock exchange, missile tracking, GPS, relies on the outcome of something we can neither predict nor control. One study went so far as to estimate that a single giant solar storm today could cost the U.S. up to $41.5 billion a day in damages. And that's with the Earth's magnetic field at its current strength. It's frightening to even imagine the devastation a storm would...
A day. 45 billion a day.
Bring to an Earth with a magnetic field only 10% as strong as it is now. We may not be able to stop a polar flip, but we can at least start to take measures to minimize the damage. The first step? Figure out what's going on with this wacky field. On the hunt are the European Space Agency's swarm satellites that are currently collecting the most precise data on the strength of Earth's magnetic field. Right now, they could be our greatest hope for solving this riddle.
Yeah, I disagree with that. It's not a riddle. All that happened will be controls switch. That's all that will happen.
Our planetary neighbor. It's very cold and dry, and its weak gravity only holds a thin atmosphere. As probes started to visit the red planet, we gained a more accurate view of the surface, and scientists began to wonder. Mars had once been much warmer. It had rivers, and in its early years might have sustained life.
Yeah, they didn't.
A succession of new techniques have been deployed.
Summit, I think you might be turned into a...
Are you going to finish that sentence?
Yeah. It's all bullshit. You shouldn't listen to YouTube.
Okay. Thanks.
Deployed trying to unlock the secrets of the red planet. And while our knowledge of the Martian geology, its atmosphere, and its weather has grown immensely, each new mission to Mars raises more questions than it answers. We still don't know if Mars has at some time been a home to life.
Oh. So I didn't even realize the new video had started. So that was pretty... So it said, what will happen when Earth's north and south pole flip, which is why I clicked on it. And they did not answer that question in any way, shape, or form. They just simply explained how it happens.
All that will happen is that the Earth north and south, so the compasses will say south when it needs north. That's all that will happen.
Oh, you're out the back. Sorry, Hubbles.
Hey, Will.
I didn't hear the boop. Well, this is my question, Sandy, is how fast will it happen? And what happens when it's like mid-flip? Like they were saying, animals that migrate using the magnetic fields will all be confused and
Yeah, that's all that will happen.
as well as
It will
mid-flip,
go
the fields weakened, and then we're exposed to solar radiation more.
no.
All gonna die.
It will go from south to north. That's all.
Sounds like a fun way.
We'll all go together when we go.
Yeah, that's
Be
the
like a
best
big
way.
field trip. Pack a lunch.
Jill, am I being interviewed by you or Vessel on Saturday? I can't ever tell you two apart.
I think they're the same person, honestly.
That's
Just
what
with
I'm
the voice
questioning.
change,
I'm
right?
wondering if Jill has some sort of knowledge of this. Like, if you poke Veckel with a needle, will Jill bleed? Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me.
He's gone. He must have left.
So
Jill,
anyway,
if you're talking, you're muted.
hey, Wildheart, despite you being a drunken imbecile, you did make some solid points and praises. I followed where you were going with it. It's just your presentation is a little belligerent. But I understand because you were talking to Veckel and praise and Kevin. So I totally understand your frustration.
Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah.
And I imagine it's a lot harder if you're inebriated.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Imagine your fucking arguing skills if you were sober. Such a waste.
I will be amazing. I will be brilliant.
Yes. Would be, but aren't.
Well, he could.
That.
It just hasn't chosen to do that.
Yes.
The world may never know.
I mean, I'm hoping that he'll stop this Peter Pan phase and, get out of Neverland. I think he's just hanging out in Neverland, waiting on Michael Jackson to show up.
Go down, climb his tree. Touch my monkey.
Play with my monkey. Yeah, exactly.
Bubbles. They
His
don't
name
call
is
it Bubbles
Bubble.
for nothing.
We both know far too much about the King of Pop.
Right.
Which is the equivalent of knowing about the Pope, really. It's same activities.
I just went for the roller coaster rides.
Near as good a moonwalk on the papal side.
Macaulay Culkin was my handler.
So I was gonna use Jill's Veckel-like brain to go ahead and like figure out what I'm gonna be asked on Saturday.
Oh, the other half.
I thought that was a horrible job you did, Wildheart, on Wild Praises channel. I just wanted to.
Of course, he would say that.
Horrible. And
He's
if
obligated.
You need those questions answered clearly, clear and precise answers. Talk to me about or praise about slavery in the Bible.
Make an appointment. They're very busy.
Which doesn't exist, by the way.
Doesn't exist. Right.
Yeah, and if you were looking for a passage that outlawed slavery.
No slavery in the Bible.
Yep, doesn't exist. Wasn't ever written in there.
Exodus 21.
Yes, thank you. Exodus 21, verse 16 is the passage you would look to if you need a passage that outlaws slavery.
It was just a business deal, right?
It doesn't outlaw it. It just regulates it. It says you can be your slave.
It regulates it.
Slaves.
Yeah, it regulates it to the point where you could not involuntarily force someone into servitude.
It's the same brain, I swear.
That's the regulation. You can no longer kidnap and steal and force someone to work against their will. If they work for you, they have to want to work for you voluntarily.
PJ.
Yeah.
Did you watch G.I. Joe, the animated series when you were a kid?
Oh yeah, yep.
Do you remember the two twins? Like, if one of you hit one, the other one would hurt. They're
Yeah,
like the Corsican brothers.
Yep.
I had those. I had those action figures. I had
I
the
did
twins.
too. Yeah.
I
Do you
had,
know their names though?
No, I can't remember their names, but
I had Zartan too. I was really
Zartan. I had.
I was really
Oh,
proud
yeah.
of, that I had that one. I don't know why. It was, his little hood came off. He's bald as fuck.
I had Snake Eyes.
Oh, everybody had Snake Eyes and Storm. Storm Shadow.
Shipwreck.
Storm Shadow.
Storm Shadow. I think
Oh
they
yeah,
came
Shipwreck,
together.
the original with the sailor cap and all that.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh yeah,
He
yeah.
came with a little parrot.
Did he had the parrot with him?
Yep, the little parrot.
Yeah.
I lost the parrot first day. It sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Somebody stole that.
Yeah, that thing was tiny.
Didn't you hate when the fucking hands broke? Like you'd be putting
Oh,
all the
right.
guns and shit in there, and the hands would break, and you'd be like, "No, it's ruined."
Oh,
Yeah,
once
try
the
to
thumb
get the
breaks,
Scotch
that's it.
tape out.
Yeah, when the thumb breaks, or the little,
That's it.
or the finger cuff.
Yeah.
You are all weird. Yeah.
No, you just don't understand the phenomenon
Yes.
that was Hasbro.
We're the weird ones.
Everybody hear me okay?
Transformers. I had Voltron.
Oh,
G'day,
that
Hillary.
Hillary's?
Oh, Voltron.
Well,
Yeah.
Not the
Is-
plastic nonsense that they sell now. The
Hey,
original
Sammy.
Voltron was actually metal.
Yep.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. The original Voltron was metal.
That was just meant so that children could maim each other mercilessly, because that's how we did it in the 80s. Like, take Voltron, I dare you. I'll snap his leg off and beat you to death.
I got it for Christmas, man. It was awesome. It was the best gift I ever got.
Do you
when I was a
remember
kid.
Tonka trucks? Like the big ass Tonka trucks?
The yellow ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, the indestructible shit that
Oh, yeah.
outlasted real cars.
Yep.
Those things are better than the Kias, though.
Right, you can hit
hydraulic lift.
one of those Tonka trucks with a real car and fuck up the real car, and the Tonka truck's still.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna Thundercats. I had.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
Thundercats.
yeah.
Sorry, that.
Big fan of Thundercats.
Thunder.
They had all those shows had moral like lessons in them. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
I like that shit. They don't have that anymore. It's just Pokemon shit or whatever. I don't fucking understand.
Right. It's all just dumb. It's just nonsense. Yeah. It's just,
There's nothing to be gotten from it except for just mindless entertainment.
yeah. It's just somebody giggling at the end and high five.
Who
Dave-
watched Astro Boy growing up?
What?
Astro Boy.
You're too young.
Nobody knows Astro
Heard
Boy.
of it, but never
That's
watched.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's in
I'm
Australia. That might just be an Australian thing.
I remember.
Yeah, we had it like heaps later.
Sing the theme
That's
song,
cool.
Sammy. Maybe we'll remember it.
Yeah.
Just give us
There was
a
no
little-
words to it. It was just a
Fucking
tune.
what?
Da, da, da, da, da, da, da, da,
Oh, yeah,
da,
no.
da, da, da, da, da.
No, I got it.
Astro
Don't.
Boy.
Boy. Yeah.
I remember Astro Boy. Yeah, it came on CBS.
Really?
Really?
So there's a chance that Jill was sitting in front of his television set eating donuts the same time you were, Sammy.
No, I'm much older than Sammy, so that was like the
No, that
next
has
generation.
nothing to do with what I just said.
That was the next generation.
I wouldn't put it past you to do that on Tuesday nights.
So Wildheart, if you need to talk to someone about so-called slavery in the Bible, maybe that'll be our next one-on-one. We have our next discussion.
Yeah.
Okay?
I think it would
Yeah.
be marvelous, Wildheart.
And I'll show you
I can do that. Yeah.
in
yeah.
the Bible where it outlaws.
Talk to that
slavery.
black fella about slavery. Go on, it'll be comfortable.
It doesn't outlaw slavery. The Bible doesn't outlaw slavery. It condones it.
Don't
Joel
listen
and
to.
Beverly
Don't listen
love
to.
singing the wonders of slavery.
It says this is the right kind of
Oh,
slavery.
God. I'm gonna do
Yeah,
some
the one that
volume
you're not
fixing.
forcing someone to work against their will. Sure.
Don't listen
So
to
don't
those
listen
open
to
theists
William.
either. Yeah,
William
stay away
Scott.
from.
William Scott doesn't know anything, therefore he doesn't know anything.
Doesn't know shit. Just dumb as a bag
All
of
right.
hammers. That guy.
I'll see you guys next time.
All right, bye, honey.
Bye, Jill. Love you.
He's smiling. He's got his little lunch pail. He's going into the janitor closet, all happy.
Right.
Not that he's not a teacher. I'm just saying that's the only place that they let him hang out, like
Yeah,
the rest of
they
the
don't-
teachers.
Yeah, they don't let him in the teacher's lounge.
They keep putting gum in his book bag. He's got like a Peanuts, like Charlie Brown book bag that he still carries to work. Thermos and everything. It's great. I like Joel, especially when he realizes that there's nothing he can do to get you to take him seriously.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, Pope socks. Let me sniff you. Pope socks just, you know, he smells like corn chips. You just know he does. What is wrong with Wildheart? The other half of that cigarette's in his throat right now. We just didn't see it happen. Bit that shit off.
It's like a broken droid.
Yeah. This is not the droid I was looking for, I swear to God.
This droid has a bad motivator unit.
See, now that's definitely, that shit's broken. Motivation does not compute. Look at him. I'd rather have one of those broke-ass droids. At least they move around a little bit.
Right, those little Dead Star rat droids that don't do anything but chirp around and spy.
This is the extent of what Dave does. He giggles mindlessly at his fucking camera. Rolls around with his blanket and he drinks a little and wets himself periodically. Just to keep warm, you know. It's getting cold in here.
You know, I swear, Wildheart, before you went away, there were streams I seen you vomit and then just pass out.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
know you never dealt with that vomit.
Oh,
Is that like still there, just dry and hard now?
No,
say dry and hard again. Do it. I dare you.
no, I've been keeping my flat clean since I cleaned
Did you
up.
clean your carpet?
Yeah,
Like
no,
with a
I no longer have a carpet.
All this time he thought his mom
okay.
was making him breakfast.
Yeah.
No longer have the carpet.
Probably a good idea to get rid of your carpet. That was a great idea. Was that your mum's idea?
No, the cleaners came.
Whoa.
and took up my
Is that
carpet.
you? Am I
No,
adding it?
sorry.
Yes, I'm adding it.
Push
Push play.
Is that the more inebriated I get, the more intelligent I get. I don't know. Yeah, that's the wrong way around because that shouldn't happen. What's worrying me is that the more inebriated I get, the more
Will,
intelligent.
you evil
Yeah.
man. I just
Yeah,
realized
that's
how
the wrong
much
way around
funnier it
because
is sped up.
that shouldn't happen.
Me and PJ found that out day one.
Yeah.
I'm
And
gonna,
you can loop it. It's
take that-
fantastic.
Yeah, it's always funny.
Yeah,
It's funny.
I'm gonna take that video and I'm gonna put speed it up and put the Benny Hill music behind it.
Just an extra little kick in the balls to the Brits, eh?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, get back to theological.
Are we resurrecting that?
There's
We
like
need to
this-
resurrect that. If you're gonna go full retard, go full fucking
Right.
retard.
Yeah, it's like you want us to talk about theology and shit, but there's a raving drunk dude on the screen. He's the only one on camera. The only one that should be off camera.
Get him, hubby. Get him.
He knows. I told him I'm not going to cancel him like everyone, but I'll tell him what I think.
Yeah.
Trying to start a
Isn't it?
sleep stream. He wants to be Dan. He wants to be Orlo Amadeus. But nobody wants to fucking see Wildheart sleep. Like, he keeps going on praises and trying to fall asleep, and everybody's like, dude, hey, Wildheart, let me tell you about Jesus. Hey, guess what? You're a dirty atheist. Want to hear about Jesus? And then he goes to a different channel, and Richard's like, 24 Jesuses, and he's aliens. And he has to go somewhere else, and that's where Math Pig comes out of the bushes on him. Let me show you a picture of your life. Look at what you've done. And Good God. Just everywhere he goes, his sleep stream is interrupted by people complaining about his alcoholism.
Yeah.
How do you account for that, Wildy?
Sammy, PJ, William, and who's the other one? Hillary. Yeah.
I wonder how I can think
Yes,
of
Who's the
yes.
other one?
We
Oh, you're
know,
brilliant.
you
You're
love
brilliant.
it.
I love you. You're brilliant. Whatever your name is, emails. Hillary's. What does
I
that mean?
love
You're
you
liberal.
so much. Who are you?
You're brilliant. Whatever you said, I don't know what it meant, but you're brilliant. Would you like me to play it again? Is that what you're saying? I wish I could take credit for that, but somebody far more talented than I that really cares about Wild Heart did that.
I'm glad to hear a proper cleaning crew came through.
How did in
And
Wild
I'm
Heart's
even-
house?
Yeah.
I don't think he
How
said
the
it was
fuck?
proper
How
cleaning.
did they miss him?
No,
It's
He
just
was
look at
in
this piece of
jail.
shit
He
right
was
here on
in
the
prison.
couch. It's attached to the piece of shit on the couch.
I had to move out for 2 days, so they can clean the quiet. 2 days. Yeah.
Oh, Carpenter. Hello, Carpenter. You want to tell
Oh,
Carpenter how
okay,
brilliant
yeah.
Carpenter is? Tell Carpenter you love him.
Yeah.
He's brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, Carpenter, he's trying to start a sleep stream, so if he does say anything, just pretend he's talking in his sleep.
Oh yeah.
What? Bop, bop.
Bah, bah, bah,
His
bah.
brain took a shit in his mouth just then. Did you see that?
No, I can't do streams because I don't have the right account.
Why are you on camera right now? Shut the fucking thing off and go to bed, David.
Hmm.
You soggy pants sot. I know you're wetting them. That's why you're covering up. You're too lazy to change them.
Dave, are you like me? You're a communal solipsist?
Communal solipsist?
No, I'll just shush and yeah.
No, because we still have to look at you. And you'll randomly just
Yeah.
sit up and go, no,
I'm
and then
sorry,
whatever
I love
you say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I love you. That's what he'll do when he pops up. Go back to talking about God stuff.
I love you too.
I know
Okay,
you
all
love
right,
him.
put him in special existence if he's going to sleep.
Yes. Let's
It's creeping me out. Look at him. Smelling his armpit like that.
There you go, bro. Joe, will you come in now?
There you go, yeah.
And whoever else was getting
Look-
their panties all twisted.
Oh, but look out there. You've got some legends out there. You got Silver Wolf. I think I saw Halsey out there. Geo, Brojo. Lovely Erica. Yes.
Oh, of course.
The,
I know
the
Carpenter's
Pope
back
has
there, but
graced
he's out
us.
there.
Christian Carpenter.
I want Pope Socks to join, but, you know, Socks is so mysterious. You know what I mean?
Yep. Join Socks.
I like
See
Socks.
your
Discuss. So, but anyway,
how
I'm trying to figure out like how to prep for my interview, my Christianity interview with Veckel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out like what to expect. You know, what sort of questions that a Calvinist would have for a heretic, and if there's any way that this doesn't lead to a mob with torches and pitchforks, you know, searching me.
Just tell him that God revealed to you in a way that you can be certain that you are one of the elect.
Oh, safe. Yeah.
I can't do that. That would just be a lie. What am I, Jill here? I'm not just going to make shit up.
well, I was literally about to say, what do you think 80% of the his side of the conversation is going to be?
Veckel, that I don't believe in the real God because I don't believe in the Old Testament God as the father of Jesus. So my Jesus is fake. That's what it's. I don't believe in the real God, and my Jesus is fake, and I'm a heretic, and that's really what he's wanting to do. And I know that's what he wants to do. He's told me.
And then I imagine he'll pull out Bible verses to try and back that up.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And
And his limited understanding of them. Yeah.
I would love for him and Jill to explain to me just exactly how God consummated to make Jesus.
I love that.
Or what inspired him to do so.
Yeah.
Like he's just sitting around one day and he's like, I don't know, would it be the urge to have sex or the urge to have an offspring that would bring about Jesus? I mean, it would obviously, if it's God, it was planned. It was a planned pregnancy. It was not an accident. It wasn't just
actually, I just realized, why the fuck did God, like, Adam and Eve did their sin thing, and then he was like, all right, now I'm going to tell really, really, really vague stories that won't really allude to Jesus Christ in any way, but, you know, it'll let you get to that conclusion. But he's not going to come for like a couple thousand years. So I hope you don't mind. Yes, and then you can be sure. But when he comes, you're going to say, well, how do we know you are who you say you are? And he's like, well, I will return. Watch this space.
Stand here. Keep looking up. I'll be right back.
Right. Here we are.
No, I watched this. You want to see something cool? Hey, PJ.
So,
tell me about Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve?
Yeah, just tell me what you think about Adam and Eve. Just whatever comes to the top of your head when I ask you about Adam and Eve.
Oh, man. Okay. Let's see.
Don't filter. Just let it go.
Adam and Eve garden. Okay, it's kind of weird, right? If my head goes around to it, it's kind of like it's an attempt to create something, but it's limited to just that area. But there's obviously was beings around that time, man, women, and gods. Okay. There's a lot to it in a weird way. So off the top of my head, it's just a god that tried to create something out of an inferior product, which is dirt. That's why it was limited to a certain space. That's why the whole I guess you would think they will live forever, right?
Yeah, could be.
Okay,
if they were meant to be perfect, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So it's a lot into it, man. I don't know. It's like a really weird question.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like when I ask you, you actually work through like and think about things rather than just going, well, the Bible says this and that's all. You're actually contemplating what's behind the story, and that's deeper than most Christians will ever look.
It's why was it just secluded to that? And then once the knowledge was given and how it was given, who was given, and once that knowledge was given, that disrupted it somehow, and it caused what we have now.
Are you
there's
saying
a lot in betweens too? There's a lot of weird crap that I'm not even really, just thinking about sometimes, and some's crossed the other.
Well, wait, Sammy. I was going to ask you too. When I say Adam and Eve, tell me about Adam and Eve from your perspective. I was going to get to Hillary too. I'm just trying to get everyone's general. Go ahead.
I think it is a story that was borrowed from even older stories in an attempt to explain the appearance of mankind on this earth. And I think it does it quite poorly.
But just an attempt at an explanation of a hard concept, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about you, Hillary's? What do you think? Adam and Eve, go.
Okay, if we're going just from the Genesis account, I'd say, he was doing a bunch of stuff. He said, okay, I'm going to scrape some dirt together and blow on it, and then that's going to bring my clay doll to life. And then he was thinking, you know what? This Adam guy, he keeps trying to find a mate among the other animals. this isn't right. I better go ahead and clone him. So he takes a section out of his side, makes Eve, and then he says, I didn't plan on them having to procreate. I guess I'm going to have to attach a penis to this first one so it can mate with the second one. And I'll go ahead and have them procreate out of their excretory orifices. And then he's like, you know what? Screw it. I should have thought about this better. I'm going to go ahead and send them to hell, but I'm going to tell them it's their fault. And that hell is going to be called Earth. And I'm the good guy. And I'm going to make sure that they have to write that down forever.
Okay, you win. It wasn't even a competition, but you still win.
Wow. Holy shit. That was wild.
Yeah,
I love my little clay doll.
Yeah.
That's not the answer I expected from you, Hillary.
What were you expecting?
Less blunt, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe a little PR work for God.
Yeah, sorry.
Look at my little clay doll. How can I make it work? When it lies, its nose grows. Oh my God. Now it's trying to fuck booties.
Oh, I love it. That needs to be like a little animation. Someone needs to do that.
If they have it, they will now.
I know just the guy.
Plastic Jesus. I'm just saying, him and Geo together could come up with a masterpiece. But it's just so weird, the different ways that people perceive it. And then again, if Jill was here or Veckel, they would tell me that it's literally the way things happen, that was just one guy, one chick. And it's exactly as it says, with no other mystery. And if you try to look at it in a way that puts God in a negative light, the way that Hillary's did, then you just don't have the truth. You don't have the spirit to show you. That's what I'm thinking he would say.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone disagree, or can you think of a different response that you might hear from one of them?
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of anything better.
I imagine that's just going to be the answer to everything throughout the whole deal from his side. So I guess the only thing to do is just is accept the idea that it's basically a bit of an inquisition. You know what I'm saying?
Are they calling it an interview?
No, his words was that he was going to expose me because Christians think that I'm one of them, because I say that I'm one of them, and he needs everybody to know that I'm a heretic, despite me openly saying that I'm a heretic.
So a public flogging.
Yeah, well, he just wants the people that are already, like in the fundamentalist group to not have to consider uncomfortable ideas that are foreign to them. And I can understand you want to protect your flock or whatever. You want to make sure that no wolves get in and tear them from their faith. But that's really not my goal.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? And they would say, yeah, that makes sense, even though it doesn't make sense from their worldview, is that the open theists and pantheists and pagans of this world are the only people who have gotten me anywhere closer to a god than any full-blown fundamentalist Christian, or any YouTube Christian, like the guy you mentioned earlier, Praise.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
They've all I remember them when they started, and they've all turned into these really angry and quite
sanctimonious.
Nasty. Yeah. And it is so un-Christ-like. It's just bizarre to me. Absolutely bizarre.
That's what I'm hoping that this interview that Veckel's doing with me will demonstrate. Because I'm just going to request from the beginning that he acts within the spirit of his God. If he's going to conduct himself, I want him to conduct himself in the manner of his God. And then let's see if he can contain his wrath and rage.
Mm-hmm.
When
Yeah,
you
but
were talking to praising them on his channel with that show Vertica,
Yes,
it got to the point where Praise was just going, "You fucking retards! You
yeah,
fucking retards!"
that happened last night too. When him and Feckle get together, he tends to try and it's easier when a bunch of them are together to kind of big each other up, and they all get into the name calling, and they can come together despite their own disagreements to tar and feather the heretic, which I'm fine with. I'm like, I welcome it because your
Yeah,
opinions don't really change anything about me. I just want, just like he wants to expose me, if that's what he wants to do, in doing so, I think he's going to further expose himself and what motivates him. So I'll answer his questions, but I'm already admitting that I'm a heretic and that I don't know anything. I research things, but I just have beliefs. I don't have anything I can
yeah,
demonstrate to be absolutely true and infallible, and I distrust people that make claims that they have that.
Well, Praise, I notice his mind gets kind of like childlike sometimes, and he gets into like, oh
yes,
yeah, huh, kind of like mentality,
dude.
and starts
One
getting
of his
defensive and throwing up
one of his
nonsense.
buddies, PJ,
Mhm.
backed him up by going, hey, William, and the other guy, you need to change your tampons. And they all like
yeah. I think Kevin
did
said that.
fake laughs to try and back
Yeah,
him
that just
up.
shows their
I
level of
thought,
mentality, right? Their
you
level of
look like a bunch of 8-year-olds.
exactly, yeah. They're just like in childlike, like almost like kids. It's
And just where's the discussion at that point?
if
Like,
there isn't any, it's just rock throwing from there. It's just like, hey, get out of my
yeah,
yard. Hey, hey, just start throwing rocks
it,
at you. They don't listen. They just whatever you say, they just
that's
their ears.
and to me that is the signifier of them admitting defeat.
And
We've run out. You've
It's
not accepted any of our bullshit arguments, and
I don't
we've
know
come
that
to
I
the
think
end of
it's
the
a sign that
script.
they haven't. It's a sign that they are defeated, but they
they're
haven't
scared.
admitted it to themselves.
It's almost
They're
like they're
Yes,
scared.
desperate,
I
and
agree.
yeah, they're desperate, and they still think they might, if they could reach out to a lifeline, if they could phone a friend, they could get the right answer because deep down in their heart, they know that what they believe is the right thing because somebody told them that.
I bet they still run to the bathroom at night. Poor kids.
At my age, I don't run anywhere unless someone's chasing me.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, take me out already.
Even then, I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. Go on. Do your worst. Running right now would be much worse than whatever you're about to do.
Exactly.
Kidding. I'm really not that old. I'm only 45. When I said it like that, I realized that I am that old. Holy shit!
Right,
I'm
yeah,
45.
Yeah, I know, right?
I got a couple on you, and that's just like 3 steps from 50. That's like, yikes.
But like, I don't feel that way at all. Like,
Oh, no,
I
no.
don't.
Same. I
A
feel
little
like I'm like
slower getting
12,
out of the bed in
13.
the morning.
Yes. Little bones cracking here and there a little more, but
Yeah, but overall, I mean, I know that to younger people, they're like those fucking like goofy bastards. Yeah, but like they don't understand. We actually know what being cool was about. They'll never fucking know because they're
right.
wearing their skinny jeans and like texting each other's to go get together for a latte, shit like
Oh,
that.
I was thinking the same thing too. I was meeting up at Starbucks to get a latte.
It's just not the same as like sneaking around like in abandoned buildings, like smoking
dude, right.
weed and hiding from the cops and
Riding your
shit.
bikes
That was
down
fun.
alleys.
With magazine pornos that are
Oh,
all
dude, right?
sticky because they've been passed around all the boys.
Hmm.
Oh, no, yeah.
Hillary's that was a quick response. You wrestled those pages
It was
apart
like-
more than once.
No, I just skipped over them. I'm like, no, I'm not even going to tear these apart.
My dad had
Yes,
huge
same.
pictures
But
back
no.
around the neighborhood, and the kids would find them like Easter eggs.
When I was quite little, like, so the memory isn't even great, but I've asked Mum about it since, and yes, it did happen. So it would have been like 4 or something, maybe getting on to 5. And my older brother brought home this big trash bag full of pornos, and he told me about it and took me down and showed me, and he's like, we'll sell them all. Okay. Oh, God knows. I like I said, I was young, so he was probably only 12 or something himself. I think he had this big scheme. He wanted to start a sex school under the house.
Mm.
As 12-year-olds do, apparently. But I think I dobbed him in for this big bag of pornos. And yeah, he was grounded for months.
Poor fella.
I know, right? Well, I was a good little boy back then.
I got something I want to run past you if I can, Sammy. Let me share this.
Please.
All right. This is from this morning's stream. It was this weird passive aggressive thing that happens before Veckel starts challenging me. I came into the room and I'm just chilling out, being kind of quiet, and he's taking all these jabs at me in this passive aggressive, indirect way. It's like this. He's talking about me, but he's not actually addressing me. You know what I'm saying? You know that kind of tactic.
Yep.
So tell me what you hear is one of the charges he has against me, and something I'm doing right now.
God, and I can't even put Wild Heart at the back.
Sleep stream.
If I was,
You're
I started thinking,
you're
yeah,
on
what's
stream,
the
Wild Heart.
the gospel, and I believed it.
Yeah.
And I thought, because you get told you were saved one day when you said the prayer and you came forward, or you believe
Right.
the gospel tract and all that. And I thought to myself, well, what's the difference? So what if maybe I wasn't saved when I thought I was when I was younger, but I'm saved now. Doesn't matter. I believe the gospel. Whether I remember what date it was or not doesn't matter. I just know I'm saved.
Amen, Dave. So you're like me. We don't
Yeah,
know.
so it doesn't matter what year you got saved or what day you got saved.
Right.
So what?
Right. That's what I was saying. That to answer, going back to repeating what I was saying before, the answer is for each individual. We don't really know that the danger about that is that if a person says that they believe in Jesus Christ, but yet they never heard the gospel, then there's a possibility they could be worshiping the wrong Christ.
Yeah, think about another one, Veckel. Remember this one too. Remember Priscilla and Aquila, how they gave the way of God more perfectly to Apollos?
Yeah.
So, you got to give people the way of God more perfectly.
Yeah.
And then even Paul says he had not shunned in Acts 20 to declare unto them all the counsel of God.
That's our obligation as Christians,
exactly.
especially those of us who have learned it in the scriptures.
Right. So we don't want people to get hoodwinked. We want them to know more than we know so they get it right.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, that's so powerful. Like,
Exactly.
this is so powerful.
Oh
that's
my
why, we try.
God.
This is so powerful. You guys are the most powerful.
Oh
duo I've ever
God.
seen.
Like, Jesus is coming in me right now.
It was a little much. I
Right.
get the church group. I understand why they do that and all, but it's just so, anything that sounds remotely like it should be a hallelujah moment. Hallelujah. Oh my God. Yes.
Yes. What's
All
so
right.
powerful about it?
I don't know. That's exactly what I was thinking when she said it. I was like, was it? Wow. I missed a powerful thing. Man, I'm a dumbass. But so I'm not. I get the little nudges right there, but I'm not taking it. And then he's like, "I'm gonna try harder. I'm gonna grab Will by the beard and just give it a tug."
Try to show mercy to those who are in sin, like for example, homosexuals. These people literally believe that they were born this way, and we have to be compassionate with them by just not shoving, kicking them in the throat and saying, God hates fags and you're gonna burn in hell. So no, that's not the way to go. I mean, we have to remember that and I don't preach to the choir. You guys, do this already, but we have to remember to show compassion and kind of put ourselves in their shoes because we were. Christ died for the ungodly, and we're amongst those people that He died for. And He had no obligation to save us in the dirt that we were in. So we should show mercy to those who don't know the gospel, and be try to be as merciful to them as possible.
Hey, Veckel.
Amen. Veckel. Amen.
I like you when you talk about compassion and mercy.
Yeah, I like you when you preach the truth. The thing is, when we get into these environments, things get a little heated, they get animated, passionate. Particularly when you have somebody who claims to be Christian and yet they believe in the most atrocious things that's so unbiblical.
I
Yes,
know
sir.
it's obvious, but I just like to call it out when it happens. So I always picture Jesus, right? And I picture you saying what you just said to Jesus, and then trying to picture the response that comes out of Veckel's mouth. And it is so bizarre and so far from what I would expect to come out of Christ's mouth. It's like you've actually made a compliment. And yes, I know that there was a sly little dig as well, but I don't know that he's intelligent enough to know that. Essentially, you just paid him a compliment, and his response was to insult your heretic ways.
He thinks that's his obligation, but he's there wanting a fight. Like he's got this in his mind that he wants to confront me, and that's why he's doing this indirect,
It's
passive
just
aggressive.
so sanctimonious and self-righteous, but
He's about to
you can
accuse
see.
me of what Jesus did, which is hanging out with sinners and atheists and stuff. But that's kind of like he's going to bring that into as a charge against me, is that I hang out with like you atheists, you know, or somebody that's not his brand of Christianity.
Now who's a heretic?
Right?
Yeah.
That's what he's about to say. If you don't believe me, watch this.
That's when you're going to start seeing people either get passionate, maybe angry, so on and so forth. That's just the nature of. Yeah, it could be. However, if what you're saying could be demonstrated as being fraudulent, and you react the same way that they do when you oppose them, you can't speak hypocritically. I mean, you can if you want to, but you can't say, "Oh, you're getting mad, and you show me no love and all this other stuff." Because we see this back and forth kind of thing all the time on the internet. So,
Okay.
but
Somebody made a comment in the chat there. It says, Christ hung out with drunks and sinners, so they claim. And he woke up and had another drink, man. No, that's not what it says. He didn't, it doesn't say that Jesus said, "Hey, man, we're going to strip club tonight. Let's go, guys. Let's party. Yeah,
Right.
get the chicks, man. Let's head out.
Right.
Go cruising.
who wants some movies that then we preach?
Let's go cruising camels, man."
Would you say
And that ain't what it was.
That's like preacher
not
party.
addressing anything specific, but would you say that this attitude is more Yahweh than Christ?
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, I know you would. Yeah,
That's
what
my
I
entire
think.
point with this. I want
Yeah.
him to demonstrate when we discuss, because he's doing it right now. He's coming in the spirit that motivates him. And I think that's what everybody does all the time. You come with the spirit that you bring to the and what motivates him. If he says that he's filled with the Holy Spirit all the time, and especially when he's talking about God, well, is this the spirit that's inside of you that you want to pick a fight with me because we disagree on some parts, or you just want to pretend that you know more than me when knowing is an impossibility?
Yeah.
I don't actually need to go any further. I mean, I basically told you what he's going to say. He's going to, because you saw the lead up. I can, but I mean, the whole point is that if you're going to hang out with all the atheists and get along with them, and you're supposed to be sharing the gospel and blah blah blah blah blah.
Who are you going to share the gospel to if you can only hang out with other Christians?
Yeah, that's what I actually got into that a little bit because Wildheart became a target and they were kind of kicking his dick around, but not for the obvious things like being drunk and an idiot, but because he's an atheist. And he actually made some pretty sound points talking about the difference in character between the God of the Old Testament and New, but they just kept, that now they have that he's a drunk and an atheist, so he really can't understand anything. So he just got flushed. But they like easy targets like Wildheart, and that bothers me.
Yeah, I was about to say easy target. You attack them.
Yeah. When I try to shift the attention back onto me so they can come at me, because it doesn't matter. Wildheart then starts yelling and brings it right back on himself again.
Mm-hmm.
You can shut the fuck up for a minute.
That just satisfies them. They like that. They like to see that.
Yeah, because then they've got someone else to do what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Break frame and start freaking out.
Yeah, act like little kids and just start yelling and make no sense.
Yeah, but they don't know that they're not making any sense because their nonsense is in the name of the Lord, so they can't be nonsense anymore.
Yeah, right. It's like that's it right there. That's unfortunately intelligence.
You know, speaking about their God, I was wondering if maybe, Sammy, I could persuade you to bring up the specials prayer.
Oh, always. It's actually always open on my desktop.
It's ready at all times. Will you recite it for us with your lovely voice there? I'm gonna laugh. Specialty stores. This motherfucker here's a genius. He's a fucking genius.
Oh, I've moved it. Let me find it.
Uh-oh.
Talk amongst
It's
yourselves.
fitty Nuna. I can't believe you've done this. You've lost it. The sacred texts.
It's all right. I know I've sent it to you. So.
Hey, I see Breeze buzzing around out there.
Hey, Bree.
Vaughn said something about sex school, so I'm in. He teaches at the back of his van, and it is nice. So I've heard.
Let me send some shit to each other. Here we go. Bow your heads.
Reverence.
Our special, who art in a special existence inside a special infinity. Special be thy name. Thy special realms come. Thy special will be done in omnidirectional eternity as it is in unidirectional eternity. Give us this day the daily specials, and forgive us our transness, as we forgive them that trans against us. And lead us not into open theism, but deliver us from liberals. For thine is the specialty store, the special pleading, and the weekday special. Forever and ever in one direction.
Oh my god!
That's funny.
There's one word left. Gay men.
Gay men.
Gay men. Oh shit! Dude.
I hope Jill's out there. I hope he heard that. Because that was all for his benefit.
I've heard it twice now, all the way through since you've rewritten it, and I laugh so hard every time. Oh my god, the daily specials.
It took a few rewrites, but
I just picture Jesus in like a little diner's a little waitress outfit.
I'm like thinking, it's like, does that come with a pickle or is that extra?
It's extra special.
He's alive.
Oh, I'm hurting.
Oh. I'm glad you brought that up. We should have done that prayer before we started the conversation, so that we had special blessing.
Special guidance.
Yeah. Get up there.
Get a special education. Really good at it. We could be in specials Olympics. It's also outside of existence, so hard to get there. Holy shit. If you're going to hell, at least that's what you want to go for. You want to go for something that makes you laugh that hard. Holy shit.
You're welcome, Bond.
Needs a touch of heresy in the morning.
Yeah.
Bond is like super smooth. I don't know if you noticed, but like that dude can fit in anywhere. He can get along with anybody. He's a wizard. He's definitely a wizard. Oh, it's Jordy.
Hey, Jordy.
Good question. So if we now say someone is special, are we elevating them to God status?
How could we help but do? You just can't call anybody special anymore. It's like blasphemy.
We're all special children.
Yeah.
I'm a midnight special. And midnight is my Saturday night special.
I need to change the special pleading to midnight special. For thine is the specialty store, the midnight special, and the week. No, that doesn't sound good. I think it sounds good how it is.
Oh, Midnight's gonna go crazy when he hears that.
Oh, but it's got everything in there. It's got his multi-directional eternity, all these different special existences, and
excuse me. Can you tell me who Never Again is that's talking to me in the side chat? Because they assume that I know
Sandy.
them. What's a Sandy?
Oh, you don't know Sandy either.
No, it's not ringing a bell.
It's on the top of the list.
Oh, whatever it is, whatever the situation it was, the subject matter that you're talking about, I don't know what that is, and so maybe it won't, maybe it'll come up again. I don't know. It depends on what that shit was. What was it? I don't know you, Sandy. I'm sorry. I don't remember you. Okay, well, anyway, whenever I hope it doesn't come up again. I don't know what I offended you. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know what the subject is, so forgive me. And if it comes up again, then I know you warned me, but it didn't sink in. Moving on. I'm sorry. I just
glad.
Yeah, if you don't
She's
mind what
glad
it is,
you've forgotten.
Okay, good. I like Pope's socks. Anyone that came up with that name, you know, they've got to be a very sensual person.
I just want to know what they actually smell like now. Is it corn chips?
Corn chips and peppermint together. Pungent.
That's a Frito flavor I never heard of before.
Oh well, don't eat the corn
like
chips.
a Christmas special.
If you turn the socks inside out and shake them, the corn chips fall out. But don't try them. They're not good. They're stale.
Well, put them in your soup.
So fucking gross. This tastes vaguely of foot sweat.
There's some kind of cheese they put in here.
It's just really chewy. Whatever it is, it's not melting.
It's knobby. I'll save it for later.
Jerky. All right, Sammy. Me and PJ get together and we do this, and there's probably a medicine for it, but we're not taking that shit.
Right.
It's fun.
Well, it depends on what I mean. Like Pope's socks, you want to know what they smell like, and again, it depends on where the Pope's wearing it. You know that teenage boys come up with a third place to wear a sock.
Yes.
Mm.
And I'm not talking about doing puppet shows either. Well, you could, I did, but it was wrong, and the daycare didn't want me there anymore.
I got to think back to when you were a kid and what your closet smelled like. It's probably a little bit of that.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
Did someone else keep dead frogs in a box? Or is it just me? Taste is good after the third week. He's like, I want a divorce. This motherfucker's nuts. Hillary's, what the hell are you doing?
What do you mean?
I've been noticing you lately hanging around the big brains. Let's see what you're doing. Been over there with quite a lineup last night, didn't you? Including Sammy and PJ. And I don't know, PJ, were you there last night? I just assume when big brains are there that you're there.
What channel?
Richards. Was it Richards you were all on?
What time was that? Because my internet was out for a couple of days. I just barely got turned on yesterday evening.
Okay, well, this was yesterday evening, but I don't know when it was. I know that there was a whole bunch of legends there. I know Serb was there.
Oh, I might have caught bits and pieces of it, but
Brojo wasn't there for some reason. Normally, like all these brains together just draws that same group of reasoners. But Hillary's, you're just everywhere there's a conversation. Hillary's is there.
Yeah. Well, I saw you on the panel, so I decided to join, and next thing I knew, I looked up and you were gone.
Yeah, I lost signal, and it just said it gave me the option to try again, and I was like, but for what reason? Yeah, what reason? Just to get bumped again? Like I think there's like a window where I go from like was it LT coverage LTE, and then it switches to 5G.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like around 8:30 or 9 o'clock where I'm at right now. Like until then, I can't find 5G anywhere, so. My connection is unstable at best. But everybody shows all the places I want to be ends before, before that happens, it seems like. And then I end up going into praises because it's the only thing to do.
Oh, man.
Only bar left open in town.
It's what it feels like. It's the last dive bar.
Yeah, it's like country style too, a little bit. Picture a tractor out front.
All the women are hairier than me. After shaving.
You're going to like them that way.
I hate it when they ain't been shaved.
I wash myself with a rag on a stick.
I don't want to think about it. Change the rags, all I'm saying, man. Just don't keep using the same one. Yeah. So, anyway. Yeah. What did you have planned for today here, Sammy? What's your goal with the stream?
Oh, we did it.
Oh, I missed it.
With
the axis flipping. I saw that you were talking about the poles.
Oh,
flipping.
no, that was sort of a second little thing. Because the conversation went that way with PJ, but I was originally looking at this dude who is doing a series. Yeah, you know I only look, hubby, and I never touch. This dude is doing a series debunking Graham Hancock.
Yeah, Graham Hancock's Ancient Apocalypse series.
Netflix. Yeah. So we just looked at episode 1 of that.
So they're pretty much looking at ancient sites and looking at the size of rocks and drilling down. They drill down, right? And they say there must have been an ancient temple like 20,000 years ago and probably one below that. And with seismic blah, blah, blah, they're trying to come up with these, excuses for ancient civilizations before.
And he was saying that
way, right? And not just like, okay, they obviously been there before, but reasons why.
Yeah. He was like, what they've discovered is evidence of the people living there, not that there was even more ancient temples. There's actually no evidence of any temples. There's just evidence of people. And his point is people like to live on the tops of mountains.
Moonshiners do that. They live on the tops of mountains and they make their sweet nectar of the gods.
And a lot of times when it comes to buildings that are built on another building, like if it's not like villages and huts and things like that, if it's something that's going to be something, that's going to have meaning to it, it's usually some type of a temple or some structure that holds value of something. So that's why they assume that's built on top of another. As I think some are. I think they have in like in Italy, around in Rome, around there, and some other places they build temples on temples, right?
I know about the Chinese pyramid, right? That they're trying to fucking hide by planting trees on top of it.
Oh, it's like a big mountain and shit.
Yeah, except it looks exactly like a fucking pyramid with grass on it. It's like not even. I'm like, if that was your camouflage, really? Heck, explain that as a natural shape that you find. Like I've seen a lot of rocks, but I haven't come across a huge mountain that was exactly a pyramid.
Oh, that's Pyramid Mountain. Don't worry about it. We used to slide down to a cardboard box when we were kids.
Totally true.
It's okay. It's been there forever.
You like it? Okay, you look at it again. Don't touch it. The Quilo. I hate the Quilo.
Quilo.
Round eye. If they do that, like walk away from like talking to like white folks and be like, stupid round eye.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. They have to, right?
That's what Hillary says when he walks away from white people.
Yeah. Super round eye.
Stupid Quilo.
You don't understand. You just a round eye.
Understand. Round eye. Quilo.
Not enough fish in your diet. You eat too much
I don't
meat.
teach you the kung fu.
Milk drinker.
You seen Dragon, the Bruce Lee story with
Yeah.
Jason Lee? Jason, what is it?
Yeah, I seen that years ago. I feel like.
I love that shit.
Yeah.
The fucking the Chinese masters that were like, you cannot teach the Quilo, you cannot teach the round eye the secrets of the arts.
Right.
We
My
will fight
God,
you.
you did that voice well.
I've seen the movie way too many times, dude. It's a sin. I love that movie though. I used to believe that it was like factual.
Oh, the whole scene
really?
where he was fighting for his honor and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of that's true, but I mean, a lot of it was really embellished.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And they try to act like he didn't do a lot of cocaine either. And I'm like, are you serious? And he was hanging out with like David Carradine and shit like that. Motherfuckers were getting
Chuck
high.
Norris, yeah.
Yeah. Chuck
tried
Norris,
to
his
paint
mustache
those,
never
yeah.
wasn't frosted.
Oh man.
That's the thing about Chuck Norris, though. It didn't matter how much he did. He never got high.
Right?
It almost made him smile once.
Cocaine got high off him.
He's got a lot of funny movies, man. He's got this one called Breaker Breaker, where he's like a truck driver that goes into a town of gypsies and starts beating the shit out of
I might have seen
everybody.
that. I used to watch those movies when I was a kid quite a bit. Those-
It was like Dukes of Hazzard meets Cocaine Cowboys. I don't know what the fuck.
Too funny.
Oh, you found the
And some of
pyramids.
you might even know about the pyramids in
Oh,
Sudan.
I even got
But what if I told
a
you
voice
that
to
China
match.
has one of the biggest collections of ancient pyramids in the entire world? Located just outside of the city of Xi'an, in China's Shanxi province, are hundreds of pyramids dating back thousands of years old. Chinese lore says the
Yeah,
pyramids were
you're
built
not
by
going to tell
Tianzi
us
emperors
shit, are you,
or
buddy?
the Sons of Heaven, a lineage who descended
It's like
to the
covering
earth
up everything with an
fiery
image.
metal dragons. The
Well, I'm
Chinese
gonna
pyramids
show
were
you
I see
not
the
built
pyramid.
in the
A lot of
19th
clip art.
until 1912, when American traveler
Um,
Fred Meyer Schroeder and Oscar Mammon documented them. The second sighting was even more bizarre. In 1945, during the World War II, American pilot James Gossman was flying en route from China to India when one large pyramidal structure caught his eye. Gossman was astonished to see a pyramid reaching about
I want to
300
see
meters
this.
high, and I quote, "It was
Find a
pure
video
white
of it.
on all
Give me
sides," he
just a
said. The remarkable thing was the capstone, a huge piece of jewel-like material.
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
Robert Zephyr covers it specifically. I'm going to check there first. Robert Zephyr. I can't ever say his last name.
I know.
This is Zephyr, like a blimp.
I can look at it
No,
and say,
'cause I
okay,
don't think
Zephyr,
this is-
but then I
That could have been Christian.
oh, here it is. It's got ancient Chinese pyramids and mummies. I didn't know they had fucking mummies. They got fucking mummies.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
the Mac.
what's up, guys? Morning.
Eddie Mac.
Good morning.
Guys talking about
And
pyramids?
have you shared it?
Oh no, I was
Yeah.
dazzled by the Playboy who just entered the room all suavely.
I know, right?
You know, it's jeez, it's hot in here. Is anyone else a little warm? God damn.
Can I say?
It's like if Superman went to college.
You want me to forward it past all his bullshit? Because you know he's going to play his little song on his mandolin or whatever.
Yes.
Oh,
God,
right.
you know he does it at the beginning of all of his videos.
Mm.
Da, da, da.
But it's his awkward walkthroughs that he does in different places.
Well,
where
his walk by itself is awkward. Like
he'll turn and look at the camera and do that peace sign. What the fuck are you doing, dude?
Like if
So
he's
odd.
like if someone had no sense of grace at all, like just it's raw. Everything about that dude is just raw nerdy. Dirty raw nerdy.
Like your first day at junior high walk.
Yeah.
Do you know
Right.
Robert
I got
Zephyr, Mac?
Do I know what?
Anthropologist and
Robert
author.
Sepper.
No, I never heard of him.
Robert Zephyr.
Zepper.
Oh, right.
No,
Yeah.
never heard of him.
I'm sharing it,
Always
by the way.
Is he the
covers
pyramid guy?
Yeah, or fringe stuff.
Okay.
Just fringe stuff in general.
Cool. Mud flood?
Probably.
Yeah. Fringe. Okay.
I'm sharing it.
I like the mud flood stuff. It's really wacky.
Unless you want to link, if you want to link, if that's easier, Sammy, I can give it to you.
Yeah, righto.
Righto.
Yay.
You fucking tell me righto.
Righto,
All right.
brother.
Righto. All right, brother. There you go. Right in the side chat. It's in the private. I am screen sharing, but it's not.
And present.
Christian Carpenter appreciates Robert Zephyr.
Oh yeah, it's 3 minutes and 54 seconds in is where I've got a picture of it, an aerial.
We'll get a 347.
Oh, this guy is great. The
Well, be
Vril.
careful, Mr. Lizard will freak out if he hears you compliment Robert Sepper.
Mr. Lizard?
Yeah, he
Hang on.
hates this guy.
Sharing the wrong one.
Lizard people always do.
This one.
Hey, sounds like he's exposing the lizard people.
He's exposing his lizard.
Awesome.
Look at Wriggles.
2 days later, on March 30th, 1947, the New York Sunday Times elaborated on the report, and this time also published the first photograph of the White Pyramid, which was taken in 1945 by James Gossman, the Air
Looks like a
Force
tar.
pilot that I mentioned earlier. And after that, no other stories were published. It wasn't until 1978 that New Zealand researcher Bruce L. Cathy pursued some clarification on the matter, uncovering correspondences between the Chinese embassy and the U.S. Air Force, and later publishing the photograph of the pyramid in his 1983 book called Bridge to Infinity. According to his findings, the pyramid did in fact have an estimated base of 1,500 feet and was 1,000 feet in height, with 4 trapezoidal-shaped sides, a square plateau on top, and a square base, like the pyramids of Egypt and Mexico. These Chinese structures seem to be completely unknown to the Western academia, and when brought up, denied as not being actual pyramids, but instead only pagodas, which are temple-like tiered towers, which are common to China, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, and other parts of Asia. Most pagodas were built to have a religious function, most often Buddhist, but sometimes Taoist, and also built in ancient India. That said, the massive structures in China, which the communist government still tries to hide from satellites by planting rows of trees on them, are clearly pyramids. More people are starting to take notice of these enigmatic structures all over China and wondering about the ancient culture that must have erected them. An article published this week in the Express is titled, China's mysterious 8,000-year-old structure, guarded by military, could hold key secrets. Goes on to say that China has a number of mysterious pyramids hidden in the overgrown country.
I found that article too, interestingly enough. I'll share it.
Do you think that there's underground levels of that, like the one that you showed in the other video, that we just haven't been allowed to explore in a lot of these places?
It's so hard to say now.
How long did
watching
they
it.
think that Punab, whatever it was,
Up to 24,000.
Yeah, but like, how long have we been under the impression that that's all there was just the top piece?
Oh yeah, right. Well, even that wasn't even discovered until fairly recently, relatively recently.
Like, so this could be no different. This could be many
Absolutely.
layers. Yeah. China's really welcoming to having their shit investigated, though.
Yeah, which sucks. Like, you think if it was the weird thing to me is the fact that they supposedly denying the existence of them.
If you go with what he's implying here, because he apparently is saying that they have mummies too, and if that's true and they're similar to the mummies that you find in Egypt, it might lead to a whole different understanding of where the Chinese culture and people came from.
The Chinese mummies had red hair.
No, it's crazy, right? Like, all the mummies seem to have red hair for some reason.
There were Egyptian ones with red hair too.
Right. Isn't
And
that
blue
weird?
eyes.
It's really
Yeah.
strange. These gingers, and they're wrapping everybody up in toilet paper before they put them down.
And everyone I've spoken to about, I think it might have been Robert Sepper who did a video on it. The problems with the out of Africa theory.
He's done a lot on that, the Afrocentric model.
But the response is always, we have the genetics, we have the DNA, and I don't know enough to argue it.
Like, that was what we said early on before we had the DNA, and now it's like the DNA is saying something totally different than that out of Africa. The genome tracking.
We did it round the other way, and we've used the evidence to suit our already what we already thought.
Yeah, to support the narrative that we're already holding, so that nobody gets their pride hurt. But like, if you scroll forward in this, I think they have some pictures of the mummies. Not, I mean, if you like that morbid sort.
Yeah. Here we go. Look at that handsome chap.
It looks
Blonde Aryan mummies.
I'm loving the purple gown. Very Hugh Hefner.
Yeah, the rainbow stockings. It's
Pimpish.
awesome.
Yeah, I know, right? Those stockings. Very pride.
That have been discovered in China. Some that have measured 6 foot 6 inches in height. Found with swastika.
Tall fuckers.
They were Nazis.
He's calling that a swastika? That's a manha.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say, how simplistic of him to say that.
Yeah.
But look at the hair. She's like blonde.
That is crazy.
Does not look like what you would expect.
Swastikas etched onto their ancient artifacts, and DNA which speaks to their Aryan lineage.
It is important through genetics to figure out where people came from, because they don't look like they belong. That is.
And I think as soon as you say SpongeBob,
like an extra on a SpongeBob cartoon.
Oh yeah. I think as soon as people say the word, as soon as you say the word Aryan, like, people switch off and think, you're Nazi.
Well, yeah, he just said swastika, and then he's claiming that they're Aryan, and I don't think that he really understands what these terms mean.
Yeah.
I mean, is he trying to say Northern India?
Turkey.
Yeah.
Rookie.
That is a funny way of saying it because they were there, they lived there, and they did belong. But we have, as modern human beings, a preconceived notion about how the world should look like. Well, the mummies from China don't look like they should be in China. They look like they should be in Denmark or Ireland or northern Germany because they look like people from over there. So what are these guys doing so many hundreds, thousands of miles to the east? DNA steps up to the plate, and they can tell us where they came from. Archaeology steps up to the plate and says when they may have come over. Combine the two, you got the family history and the kit and caboodle that they lived in. What are these people doing there? So long ago, well before the opening of the Silk Road, which is dated to 138 BC. These mummies date back, some of them, to 2000 BC. We are, in our bodies, the carrier of an archive, a genetic archive. It tells, if you were to study me, where I'm from, and if I studied you, where you're from. And there's no lying about it.
Gross, dude.
In your books, you might say you're from another place, but your genetics.
Man, come on, get in there. You think his lips the only thing with the mustache? You're wrong.
We'll find out where you've been.
So I'm gonna.
I'm suggesting that his asshole has a mustache, by the way, just to clarify. The idea popped in my head and I couldn't keep it to myself. Help me.
Calls himself the most dangerous anthropologist. But what makes him, in my opinion, one of YouTube's most dangerous pseudoscientists? An individual with a rabid following that will no doubt make themselves known in the comment section. His content is just interesting enough to capture an audience, and his ability to mix truths with half-truths and outright lies is impeccable, allowing him to slowly indoctrinate his listeners. He's gained a following of over 500,000.
So cringy.
Many of them are great people, and I hope they give this video a listen. They probably don't even realize that he published a book called 1666, Redemption Through Sin. That book highlights an anti-Semitic conspiracy in which he believes Jewish people have hidden the truth about Hitler. They didn't follow his Twitter account prior to his ban, so they didn't see when he tweeted.
So he's an anti-Semite too.
How do we
definitely seeming like
define that? Like, how do we quantify whether someone's an anti-Semite? Are we talking about the religion, or are we talking about the race? Like, because I can be against the Jewish religion and not have anything against the race. It's just hard to separate
Jews
the two
trying
ideas.
to subjugate Europe.
But he's if you read his thing on the screen there, though,
Yeah. It says Jews are white.
They are.
I mean, plus, if you're still buying
like
retail, come on, you really can't hate them, right? You could be mad at them. You could be mad at them or their practices, but you're not really hating them. Unless you're not paying retail.
You can't really hate the whiteys.
Yeah.
Like, it's true. Like, you cannot tell a Jew from a standard Caucasian or whatever you want to, if you want to create a division.
Okay, but
there's
they're not
a difference.
trying to subjugate Europe by flooding it with Africans. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to do something, right?
I mean, what even is that?
It's a test.
Who can do that? Who can turn on the tap of Africans into Europe? I guess the Jews can. Those wily Jews.
We need some more Zadakis over here. Put them right in Germany. There we go.
Turn the switch.
My goodness.
It's like quick mix. You put it in your milk and stir it, and it becomes a chocolate treat.
Subjugate Europe.
Yeah, did the Jews trick the Muslim Caliphate into wiping across northern Africa and then going from Morocco and Algeria up into Spain? You know,
Talking about that was the Jews.
Oh,
They were just wearing turbans, those clever bastards.
Oh, sons of guns.
You just see business opportunities wherever they go.
I like that, PJ.
Below kosher.
Mazel tov, he says. Which is a nice sentiment.
Secret agent gefilte fish.
I'm gonna get some more coffee. Be right back.
I'm being disrespectful again and anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, Sammy.
I'm wondering what the origin of his last name is. Zipper. Does it mean like the east wind, or okay?
Yeah, it means wind, or like you said, the eastern wind. It's just an altered spelling of it. It would be Zafira.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of fart jokes back in the day.
No, all the kids were too ignorant to realize the opportunity they had before them.
Right.
His name is like probably like Johnston, but he's like, I gotta dazzle it up with some Sepher. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sammy. I'm just running my mouth.
Jews were trying to subjugate Europe by flooding it with Africans. They don't even realize what they are watching is dangerous. This video is going to be a complete dismantling of Robert, and my goal is for everyone to finish this video with a better understanding of how these people can manipulate others so effectively. And part of that is because it requires a documentary style video to debunk. But we're taking that on, and I'm going to dissect one of his recent videos called Debunking Out of Africa. Now, Robert does have a habit of using copyright claims to censor people, so you'll notice I have his voice sped up and some other small alterations in this video.
That I've done it plenty of times and never got anything.
The term Gish Gallop was first used in 1994 when anthropologist Eugenie Scott grew frustrated with an American young Earth creationist named Dwayne Gish.
And now with his initial statement from the Institute of Creation Research, Dr. Dwayne Gish.
At its core, Gish Galloping is using quantity over quality to support your argument. Instead of laying out a clear argument backed up by some main points, the Gish Galloper just lets a constant stream of worthless information spew out of their mouth in a confident manner. Once enough time has passed, the person debating the Gish Galloper has no chance to debunk all of the poor information presented and explain their side. And the Gish Galloper's audience leaves happy, thinking that their side won. Gish Galloping is a dirty but effective debate method in a live debate. It's really hard to go up against. But as Robert's about to find out, it doesn't work as well in video format, because if somebody like me wants to, we can pause it point by point and explain away his lies. I don't want this video to be an attack on Robert. I'm not going to talk about his credentials or his lack of credentials. I'm going to let him do the talking. I want to use his own words and show his audience that he is not the person he portrays himself to be. And for those of you who already know that he's full of it, I want to show you how to kind of pick apart his argument so that when others try to use it, you don't get stuck in the Gish Gallop. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines a straw man as a weak or imaginary argument set up only to be easily
Yeah,
defeated.
it's real
Straw man goes like
special.
this.
Too much stock footage, you know? Like, get
Yeah.
on with it already.
That, but I don't. The idea that humans evolved from bananas is the straw man. That isn't something that evolution theory says happens. It's a fake argument that person B made up so that they can attack that argument instead of evolution theory, trying to make their opponent look silly.
And while various hypotheses pertaining to humanity's origins are discussed at the university level, the out of Africa theory is heavily favored, despite compounding evidence to the contrary, because it seems to support a social engineering political agenda rather than a scientific one.
Out of Africa is part of a social engineering political conspiracy. That's a big claim, one that Robert has indicated he will be debunking in.
You trying to avoid copyright strikes? Is that why you keep pausing?
God damn it. No, I'm muted and I've been commenting the whole time.
Oh, Hubbles.
So the last one was social engineering political agenda. That is a massive claim.
He's saying that the out of Africa theory is social engineering political agenda?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
To
That's
what
I
end?
mean. It's
to subjugate Europe?
William? You might
What's
know
that?
the answer to that. What ends? 'Cause you've
Just to see
watched-
to see a shift in the traditional power structure by coming up with an idea of origin that's not really based on anything solid.
All right, I can follow that. You present like a false origin narrative to just sort of make people more pliable in general.
I think originally it was
Sorry.
to try and bring
Sorry.
people together.
Is that not the human?
Yeah, what's up, Wildheart?
Oh, that drooling imbecile's awake.
Good morning.
Good morning and good to
in this short video, under 15 minutes, I believe he said. In his next line, he's going to be offering one of those various hypotheses that he says competes with the out of Africa model for human origins.
Another theory which is touched upon is called the aquatic ape, which I covered in a prior video, that postulates that mankind did not necessarily come about from monkeys and great apes, but may have shared a common ancestor that evolved around water, whether on the surface of the earth by lakes, rivers, and oceans, or in subterranean caverns, which also contain similar bodies of water, with some upright walking hominins later taking to the trees to evolve into branch-climbing monkeys or fur-covered apes.
Robert starts with an interesting take, trying to convince his audience that anthropologists discuss the aquatic ape hypothesis as if it competes with the out of Africa model. It doesn't.
Oh, that
And
is
even
awesome.
if it were true, it wouldn't compete with the out of Africa model. The aquatic ape hypothesis, which was proposed by marine
Sea
biologist
monkeys.
Alistair Hardy in 1960, proposed that humans have some traits that may have evolved in a more aquatic environment. The implication being that sometime between our last common ancestor with chimps and the modern day, a population we descend from lived near water and spent a lot of time in or around that water, sort of like some modern day populations that have adapted to their more aquatic lifestyle. This hypothesis is not taken all.
Huh. Are you muted again, Sammy?
I thought it was funny how they put the silhouette of the chubby broad in the water.
Like, yes.
Looks like an aquatic ape.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have extra flotation.
I just wanted to respond to Pope Socks here.
Yeah,
I
that's
wonder if he identifies as Jewish.
Robert or Pope?
Robert. He's mentioned here that Robert Sepper's publishing company is registered as a Jewish charity for tax purposes.
Can I just say, like, in the few minutes I've been away, like, you know, I say I'm genius. I've been away, I've had a shower, I've got changed into new clothes. And
awesome.
Yeah. And, like, when I say I'm genius, I really am. Yeah.
Because you had a shower?
Having a shower and dressing yourself does equal a genius, I've heard.
Yeah.
In a special way, it does. Congratulations.
Yeah.
A special kind of genius.
You get a gold star on the wall.
Good to see you, PJ.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, Wild.
About all you'll get from me, Wild, is I will probably not make as many jokes about you smelling bad.
Taken all that seriously by paleoanthropologists. It kind of sits up there with the stone ape hypothesis. It can be kind of fun to talk about around a campfire, but the evidence doesn't necessarily support it. In fact, as we've learned more and more over the decades, we've realized a lot of those initial claims, they could be explained away in ways other than living near water. But now let's listen to what Sepher says the aquatic ape hypothesis postulates, and let's see if you can identify the straw man on your own.
Look at this dude's black rings under his eyes. He's clearly lacking something.
He's got the rock star.
Iron,
in the
maybe.
back. He's chugging energy drinks, staying up reading about.
Yeah.
Robert Zephyr.
Yeah, look at his eyes, man. He's as if he's not pinging.
He's been on a week-long search for racism.
I will not stop.
We'll find the racist motives behind this man's blasphemy.
He's reading Graham Hancock. What else is back there? Evidence of evolution, I see.
He's got the
Sapiens,
entire
that's
Stefan
Dawkins.
Molyneux debunked collection.
That's a sweet collection. 7 volumes.
Sapiens.
I love
Yes.
Stefan Molyneux, by the way.
Oh, you're right
Sapiens
about
is
the rock
fucking
star. I just saw that.
Yeah. Oof, that stuff's rough. I'm a Blue Monster guy myself.
Make it a little bit better.
Blue Monster. I had you more picked for a purple monster kind of guy.
I go the low carb one.
Me too. I don't do monster. I do bang.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No calories whatsoever.
This dude's uploaded to 4K.
Wow.
I can't even buffer it. I just wanted to see if I could see the name of.
A lot of production quality for such a empty video.
Something geology. Kansas geology?
Look at the pain in his eyes. Look at that.
Count the
Look at
rings
that. Like
around his
his,
eyes.
like he just found out he was fucking adopted.
You're right, Sammy.
What
It's
is
Kansas
this?
geology. Oh, it's somebody's femur.
Yeah, it's a bone.
And-
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was some sort of.
He had that custom made for his.
He's been gnawing on it. That's disgusting.
This came from Africa, clearly.
It used to be white.
That's a
Dirty,
mess.
tarnished.
But you're right. It
Oh,
says
with the
Kansas
Samuel.
geology. I wonder if he's like in Lawrence, Kansas. That's where the University of Kansas is.
Later, taken to the trees to evolve into branch-climbing monkeys or fur-covered apes.
If the
Whoa.
aquatic ape hypothesis were true, it would not mean that we didn't evolve from apes. I mean, look at the name, aquatic ape. So following that logic, the ancestor that adapted to the water would have had to have existed after the split between chimpanzees and humans. That common ancestor goes back around 7 million years. The aquatic ape would exist less than 7 million years ago. So when Robert claims
we
that
can
the
easily
aquatic ape
examine it.
hypothesis actually says hominins evolved first near water, and then some of them went up.
So we can easily examine.
Yeah, it's 7 million years ago. Oh, good. At least it's something recent.
Yeah. I love the Mark
Yeah.
Spitzer swimming medals. Does
Oh, I didn't
anybody
even
even
notice
remember
the
who that
medals.
is?
What was I thinking?
Wasn't Mark Spitzer the guy that Dr. Bronner thought was the next Jesus?
I don't know.
You know, the soap guy?
God.
It wrote all the text on the back of the soap.
Sammy, can you make me full screen, please? I've got 10 wieners and
You got
Yeah,
10
then-
wieners?
10 wieners.
10 wieners, yeah.
Oh,
Excellent.
God. What?
Never
I don't
use your
want to
teeth.
make
I
that.
think I've
full
seen this
screen.
video.
I've got 10 wieners.
Well, at least you heated them up.
Yeah.
You like 3 at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going
Are you going to eat all 10 wieners?
Yeah.
How did you cook them? How did you cook them?
Microwave. It's the only.
But they're not burst open. That's what makes me think it's not microwave.
Mhm.
Wow, they're steaming.
This is so phallic.
Yeah, I told him not to use his teeth.
It's hard to even hold on to that hot wiener.
Yeah. Steam coming out of it. No, you can't even feel it.
Stick
The
that
fuck
wiener
is
between
that?
the buns.
That's not a hot dog bun.
Nope. It's brioche
Baguette.
baguette.
Yeah, a baguette.
Oh, I got an idea.
I've
Oh,
got
listen.
hot dog buns as
Wait,
well.
just listen. Come closer. Come closer. No, wait. Put him back full screen. I need him full screen.
Get a reaction.
All right, get a little closer here. Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
here's what I want you to
Can
do.
we not do this?
No, we're gonna do it. Okay, so I need you to go into that bag and pull out one of those baguettes. That's right, nice and easy, the way Daddy likes it.
Oh my God!
All right, now I want you to take your finger. I want you to part that baguette gently. Oh, too fast! What are you doing, you pervert? All right, now you're gonna take that little tube of beef and you're gonna slide it into that baguette.
Slide in
Are
them
you
buns.
clumsy oaf? What are you doing? Look at
no
you! Now
wonder
you've
you're a
double
virgin.
donged it.
Mustard. You need mustard.
What is this double penetration? What have you done?
Yeah,
It's terrible.
I put two
Why don't you
of
go
them
for
so
3?
they overlap.
That's right. Oh, open that. Oh, here's the money shot. That's what Daddy needed.
And I'm willing to bet there's no condiments to put on it.
I know, a little butter
You can't fit
maybe.
a condom on that. What are you talking about? It's as safe as sex as it's going to get.
It actually doesn't look
God,
too
that
bad.
looks dry.
That's what he said. Sorry for that. It was in bad taste, but then again, I work with what I'm given.
Went up to the trees and became monkeys and apes, he is showing that he either lacks a fundamental understanding of what evolution theory says, or he is setting up a straw man for his audience. And that appears to be the case, because he's going to keep building on this idea of monkeys and apes evolving from humans in this next segment.
While this may sound counterintuitive, mainly because of decades of media conditioning, the concept does share some parallels
I've never
among some of
heard
the world's
that
foremost
theory
geneticists and evolutionary biologists, who may or may not also have received the coupon.
Can we get a close up on Mac?
On Mac?
Is he
Yeah.
about to eat one too? I'm in.
I don't have any hot dogs.
Oh,
Yeah, he's looking older than I've seen him before.
What?
I thought you were a young fella. Yeah.
No, I think. Have you shaved? Did you usually have a beard?
Dude, what are you talking about? He's like Steve Martin. He's had gray since he was 12.
Okay. Yeah.
He's been
I
Doctor
basically
Strange
have
every
too.
year, whether he wanted to be or not.
I'm 40. I'm 46.
Oh wow.
Oh, we're
You're
the
just a
same
couple
age.
years-
I knew it.
Yeah. Just a couple years younger than me.
Matt the human what?
Eat a dick.
Bah, bah, bah.
Wrap your lips around those. All right, I'll stop.
May not also have received a coupon at Red Lobster. What does that mean? I swear.
I'm sure this goes to evolution somehow.
Remember, everything Robert just said about some experts believing hominins evolved around water and then later moved to the trees where some evolved into monkeys and apes. He's now going to introduce one paleoanthropologist, and he's picking this one, trying to get his audience to believe that this smart, intelligent expert agrees with what Robert just said.
Dr. Owen Lovejoy is a distinguished evolutionary anthropologist at Kent State University, Ohio, best known for his work on Australopithecine, locomotion, and the origins of bipedalism.
True.
Lovejoy has published more than 100 articles related to his research, and is most well known for his work on reconstructing Lucy, an alleged human ancestor with an opposable big toe on its feet, meaning they resembled thumbs for grasping branches and climbing trees.
Pretty much true, especially the information regarding Dr. Lovejoy. But he's being sneaky here to set up a future lie. When discussing Lucy's feet, he did not show the feet of an Australopithecine. Instead, he showed a picture of the feet of Artie the Ardipithecus. Australopithecine feet are much more human-like than that picture, and you'll see why I mention this later.
While Lovejoy claimed that Lucy, which was dated to 3.4 million years ago, was at least partially bipedal, he proposes that Artie, another alleged human ancestor dated to between 4 and 5 million years ago, spent more of its time allegedly walking than Lucy, despite being over a million years older.
This is one reason I had to explain that. There's another one coming up. Robert is now bringing up another hominin, Ardipithecus, the owner of those feet, in an attempt to cast doubt on our understanding of human evolution. It is true that Lovejoy said Ardipithecus appeared to spend more time on 2 feet than Lucy, but that's nothing out of the ordinary, and it certainly has nothing to do with the out of Africa model, which takes place way after the Australopithecines. Like, out of Africa is referring to
Can you
humans,
imagine having
not
feet like
Australopithecines,
that?
so who cares?
It'd be awesome.
This article titled
Wouldn't it?
Man Did Not Evolve from Apes says, a U.S. biological anthropologist says he's determined humans did not evolve from apes, but rather apes evolved from humans. Kent State University professor C. Owen Lovejoy specializes in the study of human origins, said his findings came from a study of Ardipithecus ramidus, a hominid species that lived 4.4 million years ago in what is now Ethiopia. Quote, people often think we evolved from apes, but no, apes in many ways evolved from us.
He did say this. Robert Seffer wants his audience to believe that by saying this, he means humans literally existed before apes and monkeys, and then apes and monkeys evolved from those humans. That is not what Dr. Lovejoy is saying. No one with his level of expertise would actually believe that. Dr. Lovejoy is trying to make a completely different point with this line.
It has been a popular idea to think humans are modified chimpanzees. From studying Ardipithecus ramidus, or Artie, a partial female skeleton, we learned that we cannot understand or model human evolution from chimps or gorillas.
What Dr. Lovejoy is trying to say here is that the common ancestor of chimpanzees and modern humans was not a human or a chimp. And many people imagine that the common ancestor was probably way more chimp-like. However, chimps, just like us, are highly specialized to their environment. And realistically, they have probably changed quite a bit too since that common ancestor. So we shouldn't just assume that the common ancestors of humans and chimpanzees look like a chimpanzee. maybe they were a little bit more adapted to upright walking, and then chimpanzees specialized back for the forest. That's what he's saying there. What he is not saying is that humans existed before apes and monkeys, and then some of those humans.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Interesting.
What I think he's saying is that a religious person is being dishonest, which we shouldn't be surprised about.
I don't know if he's religious. Is he religious? He's not Jewish. Right?
Yeah, well, I mean, at most he could claim to be Jewish. He's
Okay.
claiming tax exemption for being Jewish. How do you have a Jewish publishing company if the owner's not Jewish? Like, do you just declare this is a Jewish
Yeah,
publishing company?
that is how they do it. Yeah, that's how the IRS does it. If you claim, they don't investigate. They're just like, okay, religious exemption stamp.
Well, it would be weird to investigate.
Yeah, it would.
It'd be like, okay, we're coming down to check the Jew.
We're checking your foreskin.
Yeah, making sure.
But how does a publishing? I thought part of
very
like
strange.
tax exemption included charity work and stuff like that. You can't just say I'm a religion.
Well,
maybe it's different in
No.
Australia. I mean,
Yeah. In the U.S., the IRS has a finding that if you claim to be a religion, that you're automatically tax exempt.
No
but if
way,
you
really?
violate, yes, there's a
Yeah.
publication, but I don't remember its number. But if you violate any of these like 19 attributes, then you're responsible for all the back taxes and for not having filed them.
So Sammy, I posted the link in the private chat for the actual video that he's, taking apart, just so if you want to have fair balance, you can have an actual representation of the claims that Robert's making.
Yeah. Can you share it from your end so you're in control of it?
I can do that.
Okay,
I mean, you
so
gave me
step away.
access. I just didn't want to be presumptuous.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Go ahead, be presumptuous.
Yeah, if somebody gives me access,
Hillary's, that's a sick
You
avatar.
go crazy?
Thank you.
Let's full screen that for a second.
So metal.
Think you should be able to add it as well. You've got to actually go down to the window and
I mean, I can. I just didn't know if you wanted to leave the one that you've got on going. I didn't know what you wanted to do, whether you wanted to put in the
no,
actual video or you.
I'm gonna stop mine and we can look at yours.
Like
Ooh,
you
say
can
that
promote
again.
it, but people won't.
That's what she said.
Have I met her? Doesn't matter. I'm in.
Developed in a water habitat.
Doing these little
There have been
walks.
several authors who have made contributions to this theory, such
See what I mean? He just has no grace. It's just next to a robot moving. It's just really it's flat-footed as shit.
as the German pathologist.
You call him?
G'day, Simos.
He's got opposable thumbs on his toes.
Yeah.
There's Simon.
Simos!
Hello. I see you're delving into the often laughed at, but sounding serious aquatic ape theory.
Right.
Did you see that little clip of the orangutan swimming? It's sweet.
Yeah.
They're good swimmers.
Well, of course, and they're not hairy at all.
What? No, they're hairy.
Oh, okay.
I think they would be
Well,
good
I'm not a
swimmers.
proponent of
Low
this
body
theory. I
fat.
just think it's
Hairy
cool.
like fish, Mac. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I know. I know you're not. That's okay.
Don't come at me, bro.
I'm aware of your work, shall we say, Mac? Okay.
You are?
I am a little bit. Yeah.
You know where I stand on the aquatic ape theory?
I'm pretty sure I could guess.
I don't know. I think it's a cool idea. That's what I think. It's a neat thing to think about.
My personal theory, I have something called the aquatic god theory.
Oh yeah.
Because he hovered above the waters.
You're right.
He stayed dry.
He's a hovering
Dragonfly god
aquatic
theory.
god theory. Anyway, sorry
What's
to
yours?
derail.
It's good to see you.
Oh, now that you're here, we don't even need to push on. You could just tell us all the things that's wrong with it before we get started.
Yeah, monkeys are hairy. Fish aren't. That's it. That's enough. That's enough to know.
Hey, that sounds science. That's good. Sound
But,
science.
but wouldn't hairs serve a similar function to scales?
No, they wouldn't.
Okay. All right.
There's
No, they don't soak up
quite a
water
lot
at
of
all.
friction in water. I don't know.
Whales have hair.
Polar
Have
bears.
you seen the
Polar
Olympics?
bears are furry.
Have you seen the Olympics? Because they all wear silly little rubber caps.
Right. And they
And
also,
they shave.
yeah, I was going to say when I was doing swimming, they suggested that we shave our legs.
Have you heard of my
Have you tried shaving a monkey? It's not easy.
Oh, man.
It can be done, but
can be done. No, I was going to mention the other theory which I've heard of recently, which is the Tour de France ape theory.
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, I like the
they-
avian ape theory, the flying ape. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
Right, we
That's
gradually lost our wings.
Yeah, no, well, they use jetpacks.
Found a
So
nest full of
we
monkey
silly,
eggs up here.
Our opposable thumbs
Okay,
start weighing us down.
I'll stop derailing, which is
You
another
won't.
theory I've
You
got about
fucking
monkeys and
won't.
trains.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you like 2 minutes before
I'm done.
you
I'm done.
explode. No,
I've
you're
got
gonna
all my
explode.
jokes out. I've got all my jokes out of the way. Let's go.
Yeah, there's no chance you'll come up with any others in the next 3 minutes. But let's see what you got.
Max Westenhofer, who discussed various human characteristics that could have derived from an aquatic past. For example, humans are relatively hairless, the lack of fur making the body much more aquadynamic. Another uniquely human trait, when compared to primates, is that people have a layer of subcutaneous fat, which no other primate has, but is common in sea mammals such as dolphins, whales, and seals.
I wasn't ready for body shaming. My subcutaneous fat is not on the table for discussion.
Who's this guy to judge anyway? Did you see his subcutaneous levels?
Exactly.
I'm disgusted. Simos, go ahead.
Well, looking at this picture, all I've got to say is, Mama!
Look at that monkey. Look at that monkey. Ooga booga booga. Give it a banana.
Of course, the most interesting feature is why do humans walk upright, which I will talk about in a little bit.
The irony of him talking about walking and then doing that thing that he does.
Humans have
is
webbed
interesting,
fingers.
But to find if he's really a human or some sort of cyborg.
And the other thing humans do is play chess. But I don't know if you've ever tried doing that in water. It's not easy.
I didn't know you could do it out of water. What are you serious? I've been doing it way wrong. The pool sport. Shit.
Which he claimed hinted at a semi-aquatic lifestyle in our evolutionary history. The regression of the olfactory organ or shape of the nose, where while swimming, water rolls away from the nostrils, diminishing the chance of it entering the airways, as well as the ability to hold our breath for prolonged periods. Speaking of breathing, another thing that I love about coming to the beach is sitting in the cool breeze and taking in the fresh air. While most people assume that forests produce all of the Earth's oxygen, in actuality, trees are only partly responsible, as up to 70 to 80% of the air we breathe, depending on the season, comes from algae in the water. While some algae floats near the surface to use sunlight for photosynthesis.
Drowning in broccoli.
Another thing interesting that humans do. We play polo. And obviously, it took us a long time. This is one of the reasons we left the sea. It's because we kept drowning horses.
Oh, we were waiting on the seahorses to evolve properly. Yeah. There was a lot of early fuck ups.
Sorry, Sammy. I'm just going to shut up for quite a while now.
There's also a type of algae
please-
that survives down by,
Please don't.
by underwater
Please don't,
volcanic
Nicole.
vents, totally independent of any sunlight, that performs chemosynthesis in total darkness, a process by which chemical energy from vents is turned into usable energy, and an entire food chain is supported independent of any sunlight. This fact becomes even more interesting considering that there are rivers, lakes, and even oceans of water below the surface that we rarely think about, as there are many large subterranean caves that theoretically could be life-sustaining, meaning one could probably breathe and live miles below the surface, assuming that there's water, algae, and a food chain which does not require sunlight. Deep inside the heart of Chattanooga's Lookout Mountain, you'll find one of America's tallest and most incredible natural features, Ruby Falls. A hike through the mountain's cave system takes you right to the base of the 145-foot waterfall, which is believed to be the result of 30 million years of erosion through the
Affectionately called by the locals Squirting Ruby.
limestone rock. The water is totally pure and safe to drink. That said, in a subterranean environment, especially in caves, there are several known types of fungi or lichen that glow and produce light. Since caves are void of wind, which is what usually blows mushroom spores around and helps them to propagate, there's a higher rate of glowing fungi in caves, as the light attracts insects and animals which touch them and thereby help to propagate their spores. The less windy the environment, the more common it is to have glowing species. So, as nice as it is on the surface with the blue skies, fresh air, and waves, there must also be underground cave systems that have water, oxygen, possibly fish, crabs, and other marine animals, glowing mushrooms or lichen, which is a plant-based like organism that has a symbiotic relationship with fungus, which can glow and is edible.
Did he just say that he thinks there's fish in water?
No, who would think that?
Fucking man's an idiot.
Burn the witch! Come on, Simon, you've got more than that. I know you're about to die.
No, I'm not. I've been through this before. Somebody else pointed me to this like about a year ago. Christian went, what about aquatic ape theory?
Yeah, it was
I
me.
went, I've never fucking heard. It was you. It was you.
It was me.
You motherfucker. You
You're
made
welcome.
me watch this shit.
I did not.
Yeah, no, that's true. You didn't make me do it.
What am I, the Calvinist God?
Well, no, I just I had to take what you said seriously because I didn't want to disrespect our friendship, you know. Our budding
fuck
mutual
that.
Friendship.
No,
I thought we were getting married, so
we
at the
are.
time, I thought, well, I better like have a look at his interests just to make sure.
Well,
Anyway.
is that why you turned me down in the end?
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
Well, you're a snob and a bigot.
I thought no, I didn't. I thought you were too hairy. That's all. How the hell are we going to go swimming together with that much hair?
I
Anyway,
thought we were just going to play chess in the pool again.
that wasn't chess we were playing. Come on.
Then why did you say get ready for my bishop?
Hey guys, I gotta go. I gotta go make breakfast.
Okay.
I'm wasting.
Can you
time
eat after
here
this
with you all.
conversation? You're a good man.
I'll
Love
I'll
you,
see you
Matt.
guys later. Plus, I got
gotta
Richard
make
Manson later.
breakfast.
So.
Yeah.
All right, peace, guys. It's good to hang out a little.
Okay.
I'm not going to play this anymore with all your heckling, insulting
what?
a man of science. Clearly.
Well, I don't know about that exactly.
Well, what do you have against the aerial ape theory?
Aerial ape theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, because of course monkeys famous for having feathers.
Right, but bats have hair and they fly.
There's flying monkeys. I mean,
Flying squirrels, yeah.
yeah, flying
Well,
squirrels.
they just glide. They're like gliders, though, aren't they?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So not actually fully flightful apes, but at least nearly flightful.
Yeah,
they just
then-
glide about.
Not apes. Not flying, but apart from that, they're flying apes. I get you.
They're gliding. They're gliding apes.
a new theory.
Vigorously flapping apes.
I mean, okay, so look, his main argument is that sea mammals have this layer of fat. We have this layer of fat, therefore we've evolved from sea animals. That's all I could put together by watching it. And, you know, I can think of other reasons, like there's a famous skeleton fan called Natomi Boy.
I think you're
And,
overlooking the obvious answer, Simos.
What's that?
Atlantis.
Thank you.
Aquaman. Come on.
No, the real answer is that we're not hairless, number one, but
For yourself.
our cooling system, right, the way we cool our blood, is different to the apes.
It'd be cool if I was in a freezer.
And that's the reason why we have that layer of fat, so we can regulate our cooling.
Now explain foreskins, smarty pants.
The same way that mammals in the sea regulate their temperature by having this layer of fat, right, which protects them against the constant cold and the constant temperature. So they don't need to have this regulation system like we do because we're on land. We don't get hot. They don't get hot through the sun. They just dive when they get hot. So they use the distance from the surface to regulate their core temperature, whereas we can't do that.
You're just not going to answer my foreskin question, are you?
We have sweat glands. That's the answer. Go ahead.
Foreskin.
Yeah.
Explain it.
No, can I answer the blatantly obvious? It's bullshit.
What?
Foreskin is bullshit?
That's real. You have personal experience.
Yeah.
You've handled foreskin and nub cream.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that the theory of it's bullshit. That's the obvious.
Which one? So far, all the theories have been bullshit. Whenever you comment on them, you're like, "That's all bullshit." Do you have any that you believe in?
Yeah.
Eggs? You believe in eggs?
Eggs
Are this real? Yep.
Eggs exist. Yeah.
All right. Not bullshit. Not
Yeah,
bullshit.
Not bullshit.
All right.
But
Cool.
I'm just saying that the
Aquatic ape.
The aquatic ape is bullshit.
I think most of the people have agreed with that. Yes.
Yeah, I think that Simo said that like 32 different ways.
Yeah. I'm just confirming what he said.
No, you're trying to piggyback on Simos like you had the brain.
Yeah.
What about littoral apes?
I mean,
littoral apes.
Mhm.
I don't even know what that is.
Like one of the jacks.
Yeah, it just means near the water.
Right.
So instead of being deeper inland in the jungle, it would just be surviving near the water.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, mammals do stay near water.
Okay.
I mean, we die quite relatively quickly if we don't have water, right?
Well, I don't mean just like a river or a pond. I mean like actually near the ocean or a very large lake. So that way they could get water, food, whatever.
No,
Yeah.
They wouldn't get water from the ocean because it's salt water.
No, they get food.
Yeah, but if you eat the fish have water, and that can keep you hydrated.
That's true.
Yeah, but you can't be hydrated from like ocean water.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Actually,
thank you.
Actually, I think you should try it and find out. I mean, you can't really know until you do some research. Wild
So,
Heart.
can I tell my dad joke? Since you
Sure.
reminded me of.
Please.
Thank you. What came first, Deuteronomy, or the Exodus?
Exodus is the second book of the Bible. Deuteronomy comes much later.
No.
Yeah. No.
There's no such thing as Exodus.
Yeah, but it is a book in the Bible.
Okay, you hear the way he's pronouncing it correctly, right?
What came first?
Exodus.
The Exodus or the
Exodus.
Deuteronomy?
Yeah, I still don't get the joke.
Okay.
The chicken or the egg?
What came first?
Yeah,
Exodus.
The egg came first. Yeah, that's not an issue. That's not an issue.
And it was a dad joke.
You've been drinking
Wildheart.
already, haven't you, Wildheart? Fuck.
Still,
You monkey.
Have you not had any sleep?
he did. He said that he'd been up for 3 days, and then he took a little napsy poo, and now he's back up again.
Jesus,
Yeah.
fuck, man.
I've been sleeping in
It's almost late. He had a drink to take.
Yeah.
Oh, gee. Okay. I'm
But,
sorry, dude.
no,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
He set his alarm so that he could wake up and drink. 15 minutes? That's too long.
You know, you joke, but my dad will wake up in the middle of the night after about 2 or 3 hours of sleep and have to drink. So yeah, true rummies are pretty bad.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
That about his dad?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I've ever mentioned him being an alcoholic, so I don't think anybody
No,
on
you
YouTube would know.
No, you haven't. Sorry to hear that.
That's okay.
When you were a child, was he an alcoholic when you were a child or
Yes.
later on?
Yeah. Oh no, he died when I was 15.
Oh my
So,
God.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Hillary's.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
Bill, I put a link out there. I think that you can click on it. I know that you're in the closet at the school, but if you can escape long enough to pop in, we'd love to get your wisdom.
When is Jill not in the closet?
Whenever he's mopping.
Oh, okay.
Which, let's face it, his wife gets him to do on a regular basis.
he has to mop in between like classes because the kids come out and give him swirly doos in the urinal.
Oh, he's a challenge. He's a challenger.
His name is something really embarrassing, like Jefferson. He's really ashamed of it because everybody calls him Old Jeffy.
Yeah.
You know? Old Jeffy, clean up this vomit. This kid.
What was the name of in the Will Smith thing? What was the other kid's name? The Prince of Bel End.
Carlton.
Carlton. There you go.
Carlton. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but that family had money.
Oh,
Jill's family ain't got no money. What you talking about?
Mm.
Jill stole my bike. That's how I know. He didn't even ride a bike. He just stole it and ran with it.
He's gonna take classes on how to do it, though.
Some Hispanic dude down the street beat him up and took it from him.
Yeah, Jill, I don't think anybody's here is claiming that scientists are unbiased experts in their field. If they're experts, they're clearly biased.
Scientists believe in evolution. That's not true. All scientists believe in evolution. I think you'll
Every
find
last
that,
one.
I think you'll find the creationist scientists don't.
Yeah, Sal Cordova definitely doesn't
Yeah, there
agree
you
with.
go. Yeah. So I'm afraid you're slandering your own side there a little bit, Calamity Jill.
That's what a liberal would say.
Appeal from authority. Well, I doubt you really know what that is. Scientists are unbiased experts in their field and must be correct. Okay, well, if you say so.
Well, shouldn't you be stacking chairs in the gymnasium before the pep rally? It's free time. You could be helping out in the the cafeteria. Them lunch ladies like that attention.
Yeah, and technically speaking, if all scientists believe in evolution, then it can't be an appeal from authority, and that actually should be. Yeah, you can't make an appeal to authority. It's to authority. If all scientists believe in evolution, that's impossible.
Plus, it's an appeal to a genuine authority, so it's not. It is not like a valid. What do they call it?
Bop.
No, I'm trying not to.
You
do
sure?
that.
I think I read it
Yeah.
somewhere. It's BOPAAPAAP.
They call it, I don't know.
No,
double whiskey and lemon.
An appeal to a valid authority is not fallacy.
Right.
Fallacy is what I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
so
You experts were wrong on virtually everything from gay frogs to the jab to China to Trump.
Okay, wait.
There's
Will
so
someone
many
address
things
the
wrong in that
accusation?
sentence.
Simos, will you address this accusation? Because I haven't heard
love
you
to.
mention Hunter's laptop or gay frogs. Have you addressed gay frogs?
I've addressed gay frogs. Yes, I have.
Were they interested?
No, they weren't interested, but they were.
Be game.
What's the word I'm looking for here? Massive
curious.
arseholes. No, they were. Let me look it up because I can't find the word.
Did they have prolapsed assholes?
I'm pretty sure some of them did.
When you were done with them, they did.
Okay, here we
Weren't
go.
watertight anymore. Frogs are sinking, Simos. What happened?
No, I'm looking shit up. So you just carry on without me for a minute.
Oh wait, Jill has taught science.
I don't think so.
Okay, no, he did. He did. See, if you've ever been to where he teaches, there's this. There's no. There's no. You don't understand. There, in the classroom, there is several different gerbils. And when no one's there, he sneaks in and puts his mop down and begins to teach science.
When you said gerbils, I thought you were going a different direction.
I just wanted to leave that open for further ponderings.
Yeah.
You're breaking the beakers. Get that test tube out of there.
So technically, you taught English, maths, and science, and you wonder why the American.
What about you?
School system is so bad.
That sounds like an admission to a crime against humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows fuck all about any of them.
He certainly knows fuck all about consensus. That's for sure.
He's a
Oh.
teaching.
Yeah, no. Some amphibians, amphibious animals, are chameleons. So I don't know if that makes them gay, but it certainly means that they can change to all colours of the rainbow.
Sorry, I was just trying to recover from the idea that he might actually be a teacher and close to children, despite what the court said.
There is that. I've taught science. I'm not even sure you could give us a credible account of what science is. Let alone fucking teach.
Well, it's definitely not Jill running around the boys' locker room with a jock strap on his head, talking about E equals see me later.
Come in, Calamity.
Help me, I need help.
Come in, Calamity. We'll have a serious discussion about
Which type of science did you teach, Jill?
Well, he just said he's taught science. That's it.
Yeah, but what type?
It was chemistry because there was Clorox and there was
Yeah.
I think you'll find it's the sciencey he taught.
He's in the janitor's closet mixing up the chemicals and tasting them.
Yeah.
So
It
you're
tastes like purple.
Jill, are you saying that Jesus can't be God because 97% of Christians agree? I'm mistaking some of your arguments.
Science, Hillary. Stop
Yeah,
questioning
science.
science.
Oh, silly me.
Gio says Jill seems to always sink his own boat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know how boats work, Jill?
Only an arc. He's heard of that one.
Do you know what displacement is?
It's whenever the white family moves into his neighborhood.
Yeah, he's just living in fantasy land now.
Just cold-blooded. I'm sorry. right, they could pay their bills, Jill. What do you want me to do? Get a real job, stop hanging out in that school locker room. Like a creep. Oh, I'm hurting myself.
I'm just going to leave you to it because I'm going to go get some food. Okay.
But it won't be the same without you, Simon.
I feel hungry. What can I say?
Okay.
All this talk of aquatic apes.
You want a banana? What the fuck do you?
Oh yeah, go banana. Yeah. Let me go and get in the shower first and eat the banana.
Oh, hey.
Hey,
whoa,
hey.
Aquatic ape diddling.
Return to nature.
Oh, hang on, we got another Jill quote here. Okay. Only 1/3 of scientists say they actually believe in God. Derp, dummies. Give up already with that dumb consensus argument, G.
What the fuck is he talking about now?
Again, you have to tell me, what's the definition of a consensus there, Jill? Could you just say that first? According to Pew, by the way, glad I could teach. Got to go back to changing the world. Teachers are heroes.
Well, not really. If you think about your typical hero.
Some are heroes, that's for sure.
Well,
some are heroes because they have to fucking be in the same fucking like.
Yeah, clearly that's on par with being a firefighter or a fucking cop.
Some of them have to be in the same what do they call it where the teachers meet?
Okay, they're heroes as much as babysitters are heroes.
Teachers lounge.
Teachers
lounge.
Teachers lounge. Hey. There you go. Some of them have to be in the same teachers lounge as you, Joe. So they've got to be fucking heroes.
Okay, so some of them do. Yeah, you're right. They have to have the patience of Job.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd rather have boils all over my body than have to sit next to Jill for more than 15 minutes.
No, I respect him. He's got a job. So.
Yeah, but can you imagine him trying to make conversation during a coffee break?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You drink your coffee with cream? Fucking liberal.
Did you know?
Probably soy. That's probably why your testicles are shrunk up. That's why you're a teacher, not like me. I'm a big manly teacher. That's why I teach math.
By the way, what's 1 minus 1?
-2. No, 0.
The irony just flies past you, doesn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, 0. 1 minus 1 is 0. Yeah.
No.
1 minus 1 is not 1.
No, it's 0.
Oh, it's 0. Thank you.
Plus 1 minus 1 is 0.
That's right. 1 minus 1 is 0.
Yes.
Yeah. I was taking the piss out of Jill. Though.
Oh.
We used to go around asking.
Jumped right in, didn't he?
Things like, "What's 1 minus 2?" and shit like that.
He's like, "Oh, I'm marked. Ask me question. I'm marked."
Look how big my flashcards are.
I used to take the piss out of him by asking him what 1 minus 1 was. Anyway, there is that.
About flashcards, but that's mean because Jill has all of his important information on flashcards around his neck in case he gets lost or confused. He's got the buses he needs to take to get home.
Well, one day he didn't quite understand what they were, and that's all he wore was a flashcard.
At least they knew how to return him home because it says that on it too.
Oh, yeah.
If found, return me too.
That tag doesn't come off.
411 Fake Teacher Avenue.
Teachers are heroes, so yeah, that's for sure. Because let's face it, they actually have to learn shit.
Well, no, they actually only have to learn up to the grade after the one that they have to teach.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, that is true. What grade do you teach, Jill? By the way, we've never really discovered that either. He did tell me, by the way.
Yeah, he teaches special education children.
Special.
Wait a minute, I don't think he graduated.
Yeah.
He
graduates special ed.
He's been part of the class so long, they just want to make him feel special. Give him a title.
Yeah.
Oh, let's get ready
Hey.
for it. The Thunder God is here.
Here's Geo the Jeff Sam.
Storm. What the hell's that?
Geoff.
That's my new title for you, by the way. Don't take offense to it. It's bullshit.
Yeah,
like
All right,
most
if you
things I
anger
say.
his mustache, we're all in for some shit.
That's not a mustache. That's not a fucking mustache.
It's
That is a
legendary. It's beyond
beard.
This thing. This
Yeah.
thing.
I would never take the piss out of it.
Wondering how the piss keeps getting in it, though.
It's a mustache when you don't have the rest, right?
Right.
Yes. But
Well,
what
it's
is
not
it when you
attacked.
just have the beard and not the mustache?
I don't know.
The chin curtain.
There's a name for that, right?
Yeah, I got that. I just don't know what it's called.
No, a goatee is what it's called.
It's not a goatee because
No,
it's
not a
like
goatee.
full.
No.
A goatee
No.
is around your
A
mouth.
goatee is just the beard without the mustache.
No, a goatee is just on your chin.
Which will be a beard without the mustache.
No, what I'm saying is the chin curtain that they were describing is much more accurate since it goes from ear to ear.
All right.
It's like a, I don't know.
Lincolnish. I like Lincolnish. That works.
Okay.
It's probably not accurate, but
I go what's easiest. It's easier to just trim it a little instead of trimming, like doing a whole like number on my mustache.
It's got a cool name like the feed bag or something.
Just keep it trimmed, you know. If I just
How
keep it trimmed, that's all you have to do. That's all I feel I have to do. Put it
the flavor saver.
I hate shaving, man. I was in the military, and people walk up to me and go, "Did you shave today?" I'm like, "Get the fuck out of my face!"
Hey, I'm fucking shaving here.
Yeah, you want? I have a shave.
Hey, forget about it. I'm fucking shaving over here.
Come here, I'll shave. Come here. You want to see me shave? Come here.
What was it? Put the two
Shave
fingers
your
up again.
fucking bollocks, boy.
Put those fingers up again, Gio. Do the thing. Come here. Is that a Brooklyn? What is that?
What is that there? That's this Brooklyn charm, that is.
Hey, I don't
Hey, fucking come over here. You see the way my fingers are?
That's a 2-finger. Forget about it.
Put these fingers up your fucking nose for you. Come over here.
Yeah. In Brooklyn, that saves having to talk to the lady.
I don't know. Ask Brojo. He's from Brooklyn.
And let's face it, if you did talk to her, you'd just get in an argument.
Get in the car, Wanda. I'm tired of arguing. Forget about it. Get in the car. Fucking broad.
Look, I'm going to show you the fingers, huh?
I was from Little Brooklyn. Brojo was from Brooklyn.
Oh, was he?
What's Little Brooklyn?
That's where the short people are.
Little Brooklyn is Staten Island.
Gio just went there to make them all feel really small.
So
he's like Godzilla. He just picks one up by the head and chunks them.
Did you go fishing there, Gio?
I wasn't very successful, but I did try fishing. Yes.
Putting your face in the water and trying to bite one doesn't count as fishing.
Well, that wasn't an option, but yeah, I was basically swimming.
One day I got in a massive argument with the fish.
Quite a
Can you just say, Sammy, I love you, but I've got to leave because I've got to get some sleep.
Oh, you gotta leave? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, happy night.
All right. So are we done enabling Dave?
She want me to see if he needs someone to tuck him in.
Save that for Brojos, I feel.
You don't have to answer that. That was rhetorical. I like Dave, but I'm wondering why he's not dead yet. I mean,
it's getting dark.
Isn't that his ultimate goal?
My ultimate goal.
He's prolonging the agony. He really is.
I think he would be if we were still fucking swimming around like the apes.
Especially if you're that one that just couldn't get the swimming down.
So what's
It's
this,
longing
Jill?
for trees. What are trees?
Jill thinks he teaches science, or he says he teaches science. I think
He says he
thinks.
has taught science.
He's a scholastic ape.
I find that hard to believe.
I think he filled in as a sub one day, and he considers that being a science teacher.
No, I think he tried to argue with his wife one day, and
I mean, if maybe he made like, you know how people make those volcanoes and they put like
Sure, baking soda.
Maybe he did stuff like that and thought like that was science.
no,
I mean,
think
I
he
don't
just,
know.
I think he just showed an erection to his wife and went, "This is science, baby."
Science.
I think Will was right. He went in and said, "Don't ever mix bleach and ammonia," and that was the science lesson, the chemistry lesson for the day.
Yeah, look at my face. Look what happened. Don't do this. Burnt my goddamn lips. Don't put your face on that.
I think when he went into a class and tried to nail one of the students to a cross, and
Mm.
Oh my God, that's dark. So
He probably tried to nail one of the students. I don't think a cross was involved. But back to the.
I was just saying. Sparking a crack pipe does not qualify as science.
Are you being hyperbolic now?
We are, yes. And Simos,
even.
is that your Chinese mummy avatar?
No, this is Gio when he was 20.
Oh, okay. Hey.
I did have more hair on my head. So thanks for that.
That's okay.
Yeah, it looks just like those Chinese mummies we were looking at earlier in the pyramid.
Yeah, I didn't have a beard in my 20s.
Ah.
I was
my
pretty
mistake.
much clean shaven until like my early
Hang on a
30s.
second then. Let me see if I can do something about that. Oh, no, I can't. I haven't got the other one. I've got one without a beard. The beard one just looks better. I don't know why.
It does look better.
Yeah.
I have a GI Joe avatar that I made.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we did this joke like a year ago or something, didn't we?
Yeah, and Brojo's.
Yeah.
It just happened. I don't know. It just happened like most things, you know.
Yeah, well, no, I was looking for guns, right, and I came across the GI Joe, like some ridiculous Gatling gun that he was holding, and then I went, "Well, you know, that looks a little bit."
And it looks like me. I get it.
That's quite good.
It does. I agree.
Yeah. I was very impressed. I was jealous, actually. I wish I looked like a GI Joe.
GI Joe has a scar on his cheek.
Does he?
Yeah, I think it goes this way. Yeah.
I can almost see the resemblance.
Mm-hmm.
It's really starting to I wanted to ignore it because I was like, is it possible that Geo was the original model for that doll? But no, it's true.
Not me. I wonder if there was an original model.
Forget about it. Your God doesn't exist. You're a fucking moron. No, I can see it. Look at the little guy there.
Yeah.
It's-
I'm fucking wanking here.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did the original GI Joe come out? Like during the Korean War?
I'm not sure.
The original. Yeah, that would have been in the 50s, I believe.
Yep.
You know what I saw? My cousin had a Japanese GI Joe.
Wow.
That was dressed in a Japanese uniform from World War II
Mm-hmm.
with
Okay.
Japanese eyes, like Japanese.
That didn't last
What is it?
long.
What? No,
It
explain.
literally had a knife sticking out of his belly.
Yeah, show us what Japanese eyes look like.
Well, you know that's
The
what
American
they did.
version did
That's,
anyway.
You know, they Americanized the Oriental thing or whatever you want to call that. I don't know what it's called.
Is it true that all the French uniforms were white on the back so that everyone knew what they were about while they were running away?
Nice.
Never heard of that.
Nice.
That and for Simos, because I know he can appreciate a good rip on the
Yeah.
French.
Absolutely, I can. Yeah, bloody cheese-eating surrender monkeys.
Surrender monkeys.
We had live fire exercises with French troops, and they would come riding
How many
up in
did
there.
you shoot?
Well, we didn't shoot any of the troops,
Oh, you missed a chance there.
but they would come riding up in their 90 millimeter cannon tanks and thinking they were all hot shit. It was so incredible, and they'd roll right up next to our M60s with our 120 millimeter cannons. We'd be like, "Oh, we got the little pea shooters next to us." It was like so funny, and they got so insulted when we said they had little guns.
Hey.
Oh, such nice little guns.
Yes.
The French.
I feel like okay. Let's not read too much of this one. I feel like a superhero sometimes when I get students.
That's a Christopher Hitchens quote.
And they were all typed by you pervs.
I mean, yeah, I'd rather be erect
How
than
to you
I'd
teach
rather
them
be
how to have gay sex? Jill, come on now, calm down.
I'd rather be erect than upstanding. Yeah, that's a Christopher Hitchens quote.
Mm.
I like that though.
Coherent statement. I saw a little bit of that, William. Oh my God, Jill. Veckel is. Oh. Yeah.
And this morning with
Once he
Veckel,
loses an argument, he really starts going. Straw manning, doesn't he?
I think that it's hard to say.
Straw manning.
It's hard to say what he's like when he's won an argument or lost an argument, because to him it's all the same. He doesn't notice a difference.
He doesn't.
Switch the camera.
He's always fucking convinced that he just destroyed an argument, and you're going, but when? When did you destroy it? I don't. Could you rewind that back? You're so fast. I didn't catch it. Oh, it was the part where you said because Bible says so. My bad.
Yeah, gotcha.
Because the Bible says so.
Yeah, but you're a heretic, so you must have lost.
Oh no, I know. And see, that's what he wants to do. He wants to demonstrate that I'm a heretic, but I'm like, I'm open about being a heretic. I don't know what exactly the news is.
Don't even know what a heretic is, to be fair.
I know he's always wrong.
I do. I mean, he's. Do you know this is? I mean, I'm glad that Jill has got Veckel to look up to, because otherwise, where would he be without a strong male figure in his life? Where do you think Jill would be?
He'd probably be in a school pretending to teach kids while hiding from the cops while they do patrols. As a hypothesis, like I don't know that that's true. What's that mean? What should get him banned? Oh, that he said gay sex?
That he's talked like a superhero. He's taught some students gay sex or something.
Yeah.
When I get students talk gay sex. Yeah. Have I missed a few words out in that sentence?
I don't think so.
I'd say so.
No, you didn't. No.
I don't know. I can't hardly read because, unfortunately,
Who's Purvis?
I wasn't taught no good English.
I think he's trying to talk to somebody named Purvis. I can't tell. Is that like a black name?
Oh no,
Purvis.
Peter Purvis. That's the guy that used to be on. That's the guy that used to be on Blue Peter. Peter Purvis.
Stop.
Yeah, you think I'm joking? I'm not.
I believe he was just
fucking serious.
Fuck Purvis.
Yeah, that was his name, Peter Purvis.
It doesn't take much to entertain me. I'm sorry.
Hey, children's TV. What can I say? When we were kids, right?
Oh my God! I would have. That would have been my favorite show. Just so I could say, "Hey, Mom, Peter Purvis is coming on."
No. That wouldn't have been your favorite show. No. Captain Pugwash. That would have been your favorite show.
Pudwash.
Pugwash. Yeah, Captain Pugwash. Which included a character called Roger the Cabin Boy.
Or Calvin, the Boy Rogerer.
Roger the Cabin Boy. And
Roger the Cabin Boy keeps his poop deck clean, right?
Yes, he does. He keeps the poop deck. No, he
Sure
doesn't
can't pack
actually.
his shit.
That was one of the crew. A guy called Seaman Staines. And he was told to clean the poop deck, that Seaman Staines, by the guy that ran the ship, and he was called Master Bates.
Mm.
And I'm not making that up. That is literally a children's cartoon from the BBC
Oh
in the
wow!
70s.
You're joking, right?
No,
That's
Captain Pugwash. Go look it up.
I'm scared to.
Captain Pugwash. Master Bates, Roger the Cabin Boy, and Seaman Staines. Unfucking believable.
And I thought Pee Wee Herman was like walking a fine line, but
Yeah,
no.
I used to come home from school and sit down and watch it, right? And my mum would come in and go, "What are you watching?" And I go, "Oh,
Pugwash?
Captain Pugwash. Do you find this entertaining?" I was like, "Well, yeah, it's all right." And Mr. Seaman Staines started laughing.
Have you ever heard this song before, Simos? Does that?
Yes, I have. Yeah, the Good Ship Venus.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've
Is
heard
that-
of this.
is that-
This is what was this? The Pogues or something, was it?
No, I don't fucking know. It's filthy, though. I know that.
Yeah, the Pogues did a version of this.
Libel
I'll
case
play it because I
regarding
don't want to
double
be
entendres.
strike.
Yeah, in 1991, the Pugwash cartoonist John Ryan successfully sued the Sunday correspondent in the Guardian newspapers for oh my goodness, for inaccurately claiming that some Pugwash character names were double entendres.
Yeah, nothing wrong with
Yeah.
Master Bates or Seaman Staines. Or
Oh
Roger
no!
the Cabin
Come
Boy.
on, Roger the Cabin Boy. Oh wow! What is wrong? I don't
know.
understand. Wait.
Captain Pugwash. Let me just look it up for you because
It's so trollish. It's so trollish because you're doing it like to a kid's show, and you know that they're not actually going to get it or be affected by it, but
Yeah.
the parents are going to be fucking mortified.
look, here we go. Cannonball is one of the titles of one of the cartoons. Down the Hatch. Pirate Picnic. Oh my gosh.
And the signature tune was Trumpet Hornpipe.
I'm just wondering if all the Pee Wee Herman was really tame compared to some of the shit that even SpongeBob. Like I didn't catch all the silly gay stuff that was in there the whole time, and I was like really impressed that my kid did. He's like, "Dad, that is Patrick and SpongeBob. Are they like a gay couple?" And I said, "No, wait a minute." Yes, they are. Yeah, actually, they must be. Yeah, so we got woke together, me and my kid.
Nice.
Jill think is trying to ban him. I noticed that him and Veckel have kind of like this persecution complex where they think that everyone is like picking on them. Yeah, and that's true, but it's not because you're Christians. Just so you know. I miss them when they're gone, though. I know Hillary's does too.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I sense it from him. The forlorn feeling.
I give off strong emanations, yes.
Okay, let me just get the timestamp.
Oh, what have you done? You've got that
Nothing.
laugh. Look, I've known you going on 10 years. When you have that laugh, it's some mischief.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Just play that one then. From the timestamp. Only for about 10 seconds or something. That's fine.
Okay, private chat. Got it. Hold on. Give me
Just
a
to
second.
show you, I'm not.
Oh, my God.
I'm not bullshitting.
Damn Pugwash is what it is.
You going to play it or not? No.
What's that?
You're not going to play it, no?
Oh, I thought I was playing it. It's not playing?
No.
I've been having a blast. It's actually pretty funny. I guess I'll just keep it all to myself. All right, hold on. Let me get back to your timestamp here.
No, don't worry about it. Sorry.
No, fuck off. I'm going to do it. Give me a second.
Come on, Pirate William.
I thought I was sharing this. Hold on. Let me make sure he doesn't have one already up here. Okay, no.
Captain Pugwash sailed the high seas in a ship called the Black Pig, and his mortal enemy was Cutthroat Jake, captain of the Flying Dustman. Think of it as Deep Throat Jake, it would have been funnier.
Is that your timestamp right there?
Yeah, that'll do.
Yep, the cannonball.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had it close enough to the... Here we go.
Oh dear. Congratulations, Master Mate. You have hit one of the larger buildings on the quayside. Well done, Master Mate. I always knew you was a... Silence, Pirate William. That was, moreover, our one and only cannonball. We shall now have to row ashore to retrieve it.
Maybe it was just as well they didn't fire it off at the ocean. Only thing is, I've a sort of idea that the building they hit is the town prison.
Good. You done it good and proper this time, Master Mate.
Yes, I wonder if there's anyone at home. Please, could we have our ball back? Ah, thank heavens for that. There's a... Oh, no, it's...
Oh, yes, you old ruffian, you. Cutthroat Jake at your service. Disturb
Yeah, we don't
a
really have to
peaceful
play
citizen having his
actually this
afternoon
much
nap,
of it.
would ya?
I think we got the master bit.
Shh. Trying to watch, okay? Trying to watch. I had a flashback to like cartoons when I was a kid. I was just like, what happens next? These crazy bastards.
Anyway, one of them semen stains. I can't remember what the other one in there is. But there you go. Oh, William.
What?
William. See? Did you get it? Double entendre.
Wee Willie?
William.
Oh, William.
William. I got it. William. Like, yeah.
That's right. Semen stains, masturbates, and Pirate William.
Who's this asparagus chap? Does anyone know an asparagus in the side chat, in the backstage now?
What? No, I don't know asparagus. No.
I think he's probably going to show us his unit. I'm thinking he's going to whip out his cockles.
Maybe.
Not my channel. Go ahead. Let's see the bowls.
Show us the chopsticks?
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry for my bad English. I came to suggest you two anti-religions channel.
His connection dropped?
No, not at all.
Permission, I would like to send if you support these channels.
Could you tell me in Spanish, please?
Ideology in Turkey, do not withhold your support.
Yeah.
My English is very bad, so I have a hard time understanding what you are saying. I wish you all happy days.
Thank you so much.
I wish you unhappy days also.
Thank you very much. That's a terrible fucking accent.
All right, let's see the weenus. Go on then.
Oh.
What the fuck is going
Two
on?
It's your
channels
turn.
links.
Go ahead. Do it.
Two channels links. Okay?
Your channel stink. You
Yeah,
do not tell me
stinky
them
channel.
right.
Stinky channel, stinky
I come
channel.
to your house and
All you
kick
miss
your
is
dog
from
and then your
Turkey.
dog need
Stinky channel.
operation.
You like to fuck horses?
That's subjective anyway.
You fuck horses?
Your daughter kicked my dog, Manchod.
Why you like fucking horses?
Some people don't have can't perceive odor.
Your
Come on,
daughter, she did it.
Aspergus.
She came to my house and she kicked my dog, and now my dog need operation. I come to you, motherfucker. I come to you. and I kick you all up in your legs.
Perhaps it's the pony.
Please don't make fun of me.
I'm
What?
going to make fun of you. That is guaranteed.
Asking question. Donkey.
We're
Is it
jealous
donkey?
because you're bilingual.
Do you come like donkey?
Whoa. You make very good sexy time with Bob's and Vagine.
I'm just glad that the legs of the horse are appropriately covering everything.
Oh, pretty girl, let me see Bob's and Vagine. Please be sending me picture of Vagine.
I would love to have Wildheart and him have a dialogue.
Yeah, I'd have to watch it in slow motion just to fucking like,
I can just imagine turning on closed captioning. And
Okay. Asparagus. Are you atheist? Do you tell God to fuck off?
Do I show me private chat?
No. Do you fuck off God?
Yes, yes.
You fuck off God. Okay. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
yes. No. Two channel is support.
You fuck off God. Yes.
Oh,
You
we
said that.
support. Yes, we do support.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
We child support.
I am anti-religious. Yes.
Oh, yes, very good, very good.
Okay,
Many
okay.
children to you.
I'm sorry. You probably don't fuck horse then.
well, that's a bit presumptuous.
Pinchod.
He might.
Don't come up here with that shit, Pinchod.
Atheists don't fuck horse.
Well, what do they do?
They fuck donkey. That's the donkey.
Oh, yes. of course.
I sorted it all out.
Good. Very, very good.
We
Asparagus.
We laugh.
Asparagus. Is this are you pranking? Are you having a bit of a laugh on the channel? Is that what you're doing? Asparagus.
Yes.
Are you here to make funny joke?
No.
Well, because we're a bunch of bigots. You get this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not a bigot. I have a very small peepee. I'm no bigot.
It's Smollett.
Just Smollett.
Yeah.
T channels, iChat, private chat are the biggest enemies of Islam is Turkey.
Oh, I thought it was pork though.
No,
I thought
it's
pork
not
was the
turkey.
big thing.
Clearly, it's not.
Yeah.
Turkey.
It's shrimp.
No.
I am.
It's USA, America, biggest.
No, I am Turkey.
biggest
I am Turkey.
fucker of
You are
Islam.
a big turkey. Yes.
You are a turkey. Okay, you are a turkey.
You are gobble gobble.
Okay.
Middle East.
Middle East turkey. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
We drop bomb on Middle East.
They fuck camel, yeah? In the Middle East, they fuck camels.
We're not being very nice to the foreigner.
Well, speak for yourself. You're the one that keeps hiding him.
I know. I said we, but I meant me. I meant like the Jill we.
The royal we.
I'm having a laugh.
Like when Jill says we, but it's just him and that turd he keeps in his pocket. That's the we I'm using.
Okay.
Yeah, we're being a real dick to Asparagus right now. Watch us go.
Okay.
There.
Yeah. Anyway, you are welcome. If you're anti-religious, you are, of course, welcome. Do you want to slag off someone right now? Slag off Muhammad, maybe?
No, I want to argue with him about there not being a God.
Just slag off Jesus. How about that? Start easy.
Go on then.
Well, Jesus fucks donkeys.
I don't think that was written anywhere.
Well, I think you'll find it does say that Jesus rode a donkey into Jerusalem.
He did ride an ass. You are correct.
That doesn't mean that he penetrated it with his penis.
Well, it doesn't say he didn't.
Right. But like, there's so many different options. I mean, not just his penis. I mean, you ever lost a sandal in a burro's ass? That's a rough afternoon.
I have sympathy
That's
for
rough.
Christians. I have sympathy for Christians. I'm anti.
You're anti-Christian?
No, anti.
You're an anti.
to
Well,
religious.
congratulations. How old is your
I am
nephew or
I
niece?
am Middle East man. Middle East.
You are
No
Middle
shit.
East.
No shit.
I don't think
we do know where
Turkey.
Turkey is. Yeah.
Turkey is Middle East.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's
No.
Asia Minor. I think it's not Middle East. Middle East is Lebanon.
He's Aryan.
Yeah. Perhaps
Middle
you
East
aren't aware of where Turkey is, but you're like right on the Bosphorus Strait, astride Europe and Asia. So that's hardly Middle East.
We'll get a load of Mr. Geography then.
Yeah.
It's Near East.
So what's up, Asparagus? Talk to us. Tell us what's on your mind. Yeah.
Okay, man. Please support the anti-religious channels in Turkey. Please.
I don't think there are any, are there?
How do you want us to support them?
Have you got a link or something?
How do we support
Well,
intelligence?
he put a link in the private chat.
Private chat, 2 links. Private chat is
Yeah.
2 links.
Ibrahim.
And what will the money be used for?
I see.
Yes.
What will the money be used for?
Do they speak English?
I am English is very bad. Ne dediğinizi de anlamıyorum yani amına koyayım.
Ah, fair enough then.
Oh, sure then, right, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay.
Jolly good.
Okay.
I think we. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Gio. Yeah, thank you.
G.I. Geo, yep. Not anatomically correct, though.
Well,
you can't see the torpedo.
Yes, everybody should support anti-religious channels wherever they are.
Especially in the Middle East, because their religions are especially fucked up.
They are especially fucked up. How many?
Police screen is
Beards and
screen-
dirty hair.
How many women wear the veil in Turkey?
No.
Almost none.
What do you mean
Turkey
no?
woman is very bad. Yeah, Russian woman, Russian.
What are you fucking talking about, dude? I said, how many women wear the veil in Turkey? Many? Few? Some?
Almost none. Turkey is extremely secular.
Yes. 2 number.
Your watch history.
İbrahim Atabey is Yakup Deniz and.
Yeah, go to your watch history.
Okay.
Yeah, click on your watch history.
Thank you, GSM.
Thank you, GSM.
You're welcome. For what I don't know, but
Geo, you're a goddamn hero somehow.
I salute you, Geo.
Oh, he's back. Oh, he's fucking
Anyway,
back.
I am running. See you soon. Don't forget to support OS.
I
Thank you so
promise
much.
that I won't.
Goodbye.
Thank you. When conservatives, for the most part, were teaching our children, the education system was one of the best in the world. When was that? Because it still isn't one of the best in the world. Now, look at it. Nose rings and rainbow, but the kids can't even fucking read.
F-king read.
I noticed they don't spell either. Or at least the teachers don't.
Look, Jill, you can fuck around with us in here, but if you don't get that goddamn cafeteria and gym mopped before the end of the day, you might be working overtime this weekend. Okay.
You know what I mean? Working for one of those rainbow teachers.
After school special. Bond, damn your eyes. What's wrong with you, Fetch Wildheart? When was that ever the move?
When was it ever going to improve the hangout?
Like, what need would you possibly have where you're like, we need Wildheart, quick? Like, it's never occurred to me. What is that? I'm strangely aroused. I don't know why. She got them childbearing hips.
No, that's the anorexic 8 theory.
I just don't see how. I don't see how they survived. Look at this private chat. Oh my God.
Excuse me.
Asparagus had a lot to say about Muhammad, didn't he? Brave lad. They need to be set free, released of their captivity. Speaking of captivity. Geo.
Yeah.
Stop barking at me.
Oh, you can hear that?
Well, if you're barking at me, I think that the point is for me to know that you mean business. Okay, it's uncalled a likely story. Oh, no, really? You're just going to keep on? Oh, Pitt. You've got Pitt. Look at that. That's from Image Comics, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I had the #1 a long time ago.
Pitt.
Is that from the #1 issue? Is that looks like the cover for the first issue?
I'm not sure. It's full bleed studio.
Is this recent? Because
no, this is from the
90s. Yeah, that's when that came out. Image Comics. Spawn came out under Image Comics too. I think that was the only title that came out that went anywhere.
Spawn, yeah.
Yeah, out of Image. So I've spent a lot of money on nothing. Roll the dice because you thought Spawn was doing good and you got Pitt and Supreme and they got you nothing.
Well, Spawn is still going strong.
I still have my #1 somewhere. I don't know where the hell it is, but it's from the 90s, so
that's Todd McFarlane.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Spawn.
The movie sucked though. The movie sucked dick.
It could have been better, yeah.
Yeah, the John Leguizamo character was just I mean, I know he's supposed to be creepy, but God, man, he made me feel gross.
Well, that's actually the way the character was in the comics that I can remember. He was really gross like that. He was just like that. Which I thought they captured pretty well, but some of the other shit, not so good. But that's just my opinion. So.
Well, you had Martin Sheen playing like the villain, right?
Yeah,
that's kind of a joke. And it with his dye job on his hair and beard, it was kind of sad.
It was a bit campy, and it could have used a more polished.
That had Michael Jai White in it, right?
I don't remember that actor.
He's a black feller.
Oh, is that the guy he played Spawn, right?
Yeah. He's like this big time martial artist or something. What's up, Route Master?
I don't think there was anything wrong with the casting of Spawn. It was just kind of the way they approached it.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, but I've got to go. I'm going to have some food. Maybe back later. Thank you so much for the entertainment. And yeah, I'll see everybody later.
Happy to serve, mate.
And remember,
I hate Americans.
that's okay. Americans hate you.
Yeah, America with an M.
With your stupid, updated fucking bus.
I mean, have like a woman.
Who'd fucking get on a bus like that, eh?
He's trying to slag you off.
I bet it doesn't even fucking bend. I mean,
come on, lean into the accent.
You
lean in.
You muppet.
You muppet.
You have to pay to get on that bus? I hope
It's only got one fucking headlight on it. What kind of fucking bus is that?
All right, I'm not letting him back in until I see some sort of phallic something.
I hope they don't make you pay to get on that bus.
He's got to say something at least.
Well, a proper troll's got to show you their dick, right?
At least once.
Yeah.
Come on, then. Come
All
on, then.
right, let's see it. Come on.
I hate Americans.
Yeah, no, you done that joke. That ain't fucking funny the first time. It certainly ain't gonna be funny the fucking second, you muppets. Ah. Come on, get proper naughty.
Get in.
Isn't the American?
Yeah, you just get rid of me to try.
I don't know.
Well, I know, but it was a
why
lot
is
of fun.
Why is the bus red? Red is like such an angry color, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That's right. It's because everybody on the bus is angry for having to wait so fucking long.
Well, that explains it. And it doesn't.
Look at Bond. His lunch money.
Yeah,
Somebody just let him out of the locker.
I gotta go, Lee. I can't be laughing this much. Thanks, guys.
Later,
See you soon.
Simon.
All right, brother.
There, dude.
Jill's chasing a bunch of kids around. He's all winded and shit. Come on, man. My social security card's in my wallet. Give it back to me.
Yeah, she's like, hey, I'm teaching over here.
My wife's gonna get so mad.
Come on, kids, I'm teaching over here.
At least leave me the picture of my wife's kids. PJ caught that. Mercy. That wasn't racist, though, was it?
Nope.
I don't know.
You can't ever tell anymore. I just have to ask all the time. Was that racist? I don't know anymore.
No, never says Jerry Springer. It's all good. He made it okay.
That ain't my baby.
Maury Povich, they all show the truth. We all know
right,
it's about
it's
that.
my baby.
Maybe if I thought about it long enough, it would probably be pretty racist. But
You
It's
you
like
could
all the
find
re-
a way.
could find a way.
Like
yeah.
on those shows, it's like they're so relieved not to be the fathers. Like, whew, child support, no more. Damn, bitch almost had me.
Nobody's ever happy to find out it's their kid.
No,
They're all like
I'm
fingers crossed.
Damn, jeez. I called my attorney.
that
I'm
mine?
gonna apologize.
Oh shit, it was yours. Whew, good thing it wasn't mine.
All right then, Ed.
Hello, peeps.
What are you doing?
How are we?
All right, we're only letting trolls in today, so if you're not here to troll us, I'm not sure what to do with you.
I'm sorry, I'm not from Turkey. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, so you heard that? Highlight of the
What a
day.
mess. Yeah.
So, Gio, you know secular pagan mom, right?
Yeah.
I don't think she likes me too much. I think she triggered herself over on Trusty Apes. You know Trusty Ape, right?
Yeah.
Well, so like every time I see Trusty, I'm like, hey, take a look at that monkey. Ooga booga booga, right? But like when I did that, she's like, Kevin, check your fucking side chat for God's sake. And like, so I was like, I love monkey. And then she got real mad. And I was like, what are you so mad about? He's Trusty Ape. But I realized after the fact that she thinks I'm a racist. And maybe she thought that I thought that Kevin was black. But
I don't know.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know how anyone would think that. His name's the Trusty Ape. That's why.
Yeah, I know Kevin.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I know
I'm saying
Kevin.
that you can look for racism so much that it makes you look stupid after a certain point.
Well, I mean, if you want to find fault in things, you can. If you really want to, you know, I mean, in any direction, you know what I mean. Or if you want to find favor in something, you can always justify something to fit your own needs. You know what I mean?
That's scary. That's true.
Yeah, it's and people do that a lot, and they don't realize it. I think.
What?
Was it under a form of victimizing stuff? Because sometimes excessive victimization is a form of bullying.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think bullying is necessarily victimization unless there's physical shit going on.
So
Like calling
bullying-
somebody a name is not like it's not victimization. You're just teasing somebody and hurting their feelings.
Yeah. But you said that bullying has to be physical to be called bullying?
To be victimization.
Oh, all right.
To make,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Are we having a little herbal refreshment there, Ed?
No, it's just tobacco. Don't worry. No, I don't smoke weed.
Okay,
I
he's got
tried.
it. No, he's out. He's out. He's got it. I'm just kidding. I'm a bigot, but not like that serious. I'll just pretend that there's weed in that cigarette.
All right. No, because I tried, but I don't like it. It smells like gherkins.
It smells like pickles?
Pickles, yeah.
Really?
What? I want some of that.
That's how I feel it.
Who doesn't like dill? Yeah. So I would like to taste that.
But that's what I'm saying. I think somebody sold Ed some fucking dill. He's like, shit, hit smooth.
You want to eat some hamburgers with this shit, man? It's gonna be good.
I see what they mean by getting the munchies. I can't stop thinking about a Big Mac. Hillary's, you don't smoke weed, do you?
No.
No. Why does that sound like you're just trying to save your job?
No. I have upon occasion, but since it's not legal here, then I just don't. But you know, I have prescriptions for other stuff, so it's all good.
Do you? Okay, sure. I was on the edge of a personal question. That's what the stall out was.
You can ask, but I might not answer.
Yeah, I'm not even going to go through that charade.
Okay.
I know PJ smokes weed.
I'm smoking right now.
I'm so proud of you. I'd like to see Jill stoned once. Like, you couldn't tell him he was stoned. You'd have to like put it in his food and then see if he automatically assumes that it's the Holy Spirit.
No, I don't think so. I think he will transform into an atheist because he's gonna think more.
Is that possible?
I don't think you know Jill well enough. There's no thinking more with Jill. He's kind of redlined already. Once they got him where he could sign his own paychecks, they just gave up after that. They're like, he's good to go. He can.
Well, I think what I meant to say is he's not gonna hold his thoughts under control. Like, so he's gonna say stuff that he doesn't actually believe in.
Now, do you think that being an atheist is the most sensible position?
Sensible to what?
Well, you said if he was a thinker, if he was reasoning, then he would, like, if he got high, he might reason and then become an atheist.
Oh yeah, yes. In that way, yeah. I think to be an atheist is to think, actually.
What does it mean to be an agnostic?
I don't agree with agnosticism. I don't.
You don't agree with not knowing something?
No, because you don't live your life like you don't know. You live your life according. You live your life like there is a God or there is not a God. You can't live your life like I don't know if there is a God. That's a pantheism. I think it's like I don't care. That's what agnosticism actually says. I don't care if there's a God or not.
No, I disagree. I disagree because I'm agnostic, but I believe in a God, but I'm agnostic because I don't know that it's true.
So how can you actually believe in a God if you don't know?
Because it's about belief. I can only believe because I don't know.
Okay,
right. If I knew, I wouldn't need to believe it. It would just be a fact.
What is a belief to you?
It's an idea or a concept that I think is reasonable to embrace.
It has nothing to do with knowledge?
No, I don't have any knowledge.
Why not?
Because I can't prove anything that's metaphysical.
Precisely. Why do you get
because I don't require an absolute proof for that.
No, but you need a certain of what is called degrees of certainty.
Do I?
Therefore, yes, you
Why
most
must I
of
be
our
certain?
beliefs, not 100% certain. Most of our beliefs that we have them because we have some degrees of certainty regarding them.
Mhm.
And certainty
Okay.
requires knowledge. So I'm gonna sit on this chair because I know that last time it holded me, so this time it will hold me as well.
Right. You're
So I
reasonably
believe it
certain.
will. Yes.
Right. But I don't see where this has required me to even take the necessary risk involved in sitting in an uncertain chair. You know, because I think that it doesn't change the way that I live my life, just the knowledge that there may or may not be a deity. If even if there was a deity, Ed, let me ask you: does that mean that I would be forced in some way to change the way I
No, no.
live based on that knowledge?
Well, you'll have to adapt to that reality.
Why?
In a way. And you make a conscious choice to reject worshipping of that deity or not.
Yeah, so but that wouldn't change it. Like I get what you're saying, that I would have to choose. But let's say I found out there was a God, but it was a God that I couldn't serve. Like I disagreed morally with that God. Would I have to? I wouldn't change my life with that knowledge. I would just accept the fact that the God and I aren't going to get on.
Right. So what was the point of agnosticism? What was the point of that stance to be taken?
I can't prove one way or another whether what I believe is true or false, and
So
no
I
one
believe
can
them.
prove otherwise either.
But you took a positive stance at first. I believe in God, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So you didn't say I don't believe in God. I'm not sure.
Right. I could say that I'm not sure and I don't believe in God, but that would be not true.
All right.
Right.
So
I
you
believe in him, but I can't prove it to you, and I can't necessarily recreate anything for myself just by willing it.
Isn't that called wishful thinking?
I mean, it could be. But again, what would I be wishing for? Because there's a chance that this deity is as bad as some people say and will just cast me into the fires of hell.
No, because you silently have a hope that God exists. That's why you're agnostic.
Well, you might have a fear that he exists.
Yeah, it could be a fear.
A fear?
Could be.
So you don't want to be totally on the other side, so in case he just shows up.
Well, I don't know what.
But that's dishonest in a way, isn't it?
How's it dishonest?
To say that I believe in God, but well, not totally.
No, I totally believe in God. You know, but that means I don't know though. I can believe in it, but not know that I'm right. I admit that I could be wrong and that all of my belief could be misplaced.
Okay. That sounds a bit irrational to me, though.
Perhaps.
Is it irrational? Like, because I kind of see it like it's a game, right? And you're gonna want to know how to play the game. Some kids will just throw the dice and pretend, not knowing that you have to draw the card on every third one. So it's almost like kind of knowing the rules, but trying to figure out where the game was made and what it's all about, because it's something, you know.
Well, then what is it based on? What is it based? Is your belief based on your personal experience, your faith, your intuition, or your culture? I mean, what is it? Right? If you're saying you have no evidence,
I didn't say I had no evidence. I don't have any proof.
Well, come on.
What
that's
I
the
would
same-
consider
same
evidence
thing
might
for
not.
me.
No. What I might consider evidence, you might not consider sufficient for you. I
Well,
don't have
there's-
any
There's
proof.
good evidence and then there's bad evidence.
Right, but that's subjective.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, I look at the Fibonacci sequence for one, and I say this is like a mathematical like design.
That's a deflection, man.
No, it's what I believe. It's not a deflection.
Yeah, what does the Fibonacci sequence have to?
So you don't agree with
do
what
believing things without evidence?
It's all numbers, man.
Okay.
The universe is
No,
numbers.
you claim there's either good evidence or bad evidence. He brought up the Fibonacci sequence. Are you claiming that Fibonacci sequence is bad evidence?
No, it's what are you claiming it's evidence for? I'm not
Yeah.
getting it. What
Of
what
a
is it
design.
evidence for?
Of a design to the natural order.
Well, you haven't shown that. You're just
No, I
saying
can't.
it.
I
You just
know.
say
That's
it.
what I
You
said.
just
That
say it.
Nature
right.
shows it.
Right. That's the difference. Okay. What I said is evidence enough for
But
me
that's not a
to consider it.
justification for it just because you said
I
it.
didn't say I
Clearly a
had anything
justification.
that would convince Geo Sam.
Is it knowledge justified through belief?
No.
Yes. Yes. it
No,
is.
no, knowledge is not justified through belief. I can say that I
No,
believe
No,
true
that
no.
Geo is
justified
22
true
years
belief.
old, but my belief won't change the reality. It's not a knowledge. It's a belief that Geo is 22 years old.
Will, in philosophy, knowledge is defined as a justified true belief.
Yes.
And that's what Ed is saying.
No, I misunderstood. Thank you for clarifying.
So beliefs, knowledge is a subset of beliefs, or beliefs are a subset of knowledge?
No, it's the other way around.
So knowledge is a subset of beliefs because I have to believe it first and then find out.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my understanding.
Well, no.
No, you can find out. You can find out things that go against your beliefs.
Well, beliefs.
I'm finding that out daily.
It's based on a preponderance of the evidence, right? Whether you believe something to be true or not, right? I mean, yeah.
No, when people say that God, like you believe in a God, that's silly. But then I have to ask, well, what do you mean by God, and why would it be silly? But because everyone has their own idea of what a God must be. So Ed, I want to ask you, what must a God be to be a God?
Oh. I don't know. I cannot comprehend a being that is not me.
So it just needs to be something that is in your mind greater than you, and then it can be a God.
What does it mean, greater than me?
More powerful, having abilities that you don't have.
A car is more powerful than me.
Yeah. Well, maybe the car. If the car was sentient, then we could say. So I think sentience would be something that most people would say a God must have, right?
We need to define sentience then.
Okay, self-awareness.
Okay, we have robots that are self-aware to a certain degree.
You have who?
Robots.
Robots. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, robots. Do you think they're self-aware?
To a certain degree, yes. They can.
Okay.
They can tell you stuff.
All right. So they're self-aware. Are they more powerful than you?
Could be.
So could that be a God?
Based on whose definition?
Well, that's what I'm
you're the
asking
ones-
you, based on your definition.
You're claiming that it's silly to believe in a God. Then when asked to define a God, you couldn't. And you said you
Right.
can't imagine something other than a human.
Make a robot god.
Isn't it meant to be pressure? This is not me. This is not me pressuring.
No.
you. I'm just-
I know. I'm trying to be as cogent as possible. So bear with me.
Certainly.
Because I think I'm burying myself in some deep shit, and I want to get out.
Well, beliefs. We said it earlier. Beliefs are not. It depends. Like Will is saying he believes, right? But it's not based on any kind of evidence that he can show me that I'm going to say, oh yeah, that
No
points
proof.
to his belief.
No proof. There's a difference between evidence and
Yeah,
proof.
I know.
Gio.
It's no proof that supports. You don't have evidence or proof.
I have
Put it
evidence.
that
I don't
way.
have proof.
No.
No, I think Sam said it correctly. You don't have evidence now, but this is the key point.
That
You could show him that he would accept as justification.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's fair. You're right. But
Because
but
your
Gio,
beliefs, because it's based on your experience and your faith and your culturally what you are thinking about the world.
that's fair.
Right?
But let me ask you, Gio. Then the same
So-
question that I asked Ed. What would be necessary for you to call something a god? What sort of characteristics must it have to be a god?
What characteristics?
Make something a god.
You see, this question has is not an actual question because you know
It's an actual question.
Yes,
It's a
but
question. Why not? That's a personal question that I can give an answer to, but everyone's going to give a different answer.
When we can't differentiate between high technology and magic, then why would you call a I don't know, Kardashev 7 level alien a god?
Wouldn't you call a level 7 alien a god?
Yeah, why
what would disqualify it?
I believe you'll have to go to supernatural stuff to qualify it as a god.
Okay, so that's a characteristic that we can start with. So to be a god, it must have, you say, supernatural.
Now, our understanding of God comes from previous understandings of God.
Mm-hmm.
So 2,000 years ago, the idea of God was this supernatural being that can strike you if you collect sticks on Sabbath day.
So so you the Christian God or the Jewish God, then that's the one.
No.
Yeah, but that's the example. Okay, all right.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So it needs to be a sentient being that's supernatural, right? It's got to have like supernatural powers. It needs to be self-aware. Like it needs to have a functional mind to be a god, right?
No. That's why it's very hard to give a definition of God.
It is. So it's hard to say that there's not one.
To differentiate between a god and an outmost imaginary figure, because I can imagine, I can give attributes to God that I can imagine very easily.
But what does that have to do with reality?
Exactly. God has nothing to do with reality.
Well, maybe, but maybe not. It depends on what you call a god. That's what we're trying to establish. See, I don't have a problem with the minimal proposed god.
You cannot define a god into existence in our reality.
What do you mean?
You cannot define a god that is compatible with our reality. You have to give him.
I think that
you have to give him attributes that are imaginary.
You mean like omnipresence,
stuff like that,
like existence.
Existence is
omnipresent. Existence is omnipresent.
Existence is not a property.
It is a property.
No.
Things that don't exist have the property of not being real.
Existence is a precondition for the other properties.
Okay, so it's a precondition.
Existence by itself is not a property. If existence is a property, then non-existence is a property as well. And you don't want that, isn't it?
Well, no, non-existence would be a category as well. It's just that nothing that's real would go in it. It would be an empty category, just what's it called? Dichotomy.
No, but you give sentience to existence, and if you give sentience to existence, you have to give sentience to non-existence as well.
Oh no, I don't. You don't have to have. I was just asking about existence being omnipresent. Would you say that existence has the omnipresence property assigned to a god?
Okay,
but it doesn't have sentience as far as we know. Existence is right because it's a precondition.
We can go into Spinoza's stuff. Yes, a mindless god.
Are you from a Slavic country? I'm just trying to pin your accent.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I was just curious. Okay, so
I'm sorry.
No, it's not. No, I have a thing about accents. It's fabulous. I just wanted to know where it was from. Okay, so this supernatural god. Do you think that your idea of what a god is has been tainted by the different religions proposing their own ideas of a god?
It's not my idea of a god.
Certainly.
And the idea of a god has been tainted throughout ages. Yes, of course. God had a body in the beginning.
Did he?
You know, he walked through the garden, and he.
Well, you're talking about a specific story.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Hebrew murder god.
And in any other religions, can you name me a religion that in the beginning was immaterial from the beginning?
Yeah.
Like
the Gnostic Christianities.
Gnostic Christianity.
It was all immaterial prior to the creation of material.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and it was more than just one immaterial being or presence. There was the monad, and then the reflection of the monad, or the self-reflection. The what's it called? I always have the Barbello.
Barbello, yeah, I remember.
And then the Sophia, and then the Yaldabaoth.
Yes, the creator of us.
Yeah, the demiurge. Yeah.
Mhm.
So until you get to the demiurge, you have an entire like hierarchy of non-material beings in that religion, and that's actually, I think you can find that pre-Christian as ideas of.
Yes, but that makes for a good story, indeed.
Sure.
How can we relate that to reality?
What do you mean? How can we prove that it's real? Is that what you're saying?
Not even prove, because I don't think you can prove, but at least to have good evidence to lean towards it, or good reasons, though.
Good reasons for, I guess, talking about the origin of the mind. We have minds, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, and we have consciousness, correct? So what material
we have
element?
minds. We have minds and consciousness.
Mm-hmm. So what
does that mean?
material delivers consciousness?
Material delivers consciousness.
Yeah.
Consciousness is the emergent property of a brain.
Oh, so okay. So brain matter makes consciousness.
Yes.
So somewhere in that gray matter is an element that delivers to man consciousness, self-awareness that animals don't even have. The ability to self-reflect.
The animals can self-reflect, of course.
Do they?
Some do.
To a certain degree, yes. Consciousness is a spectrum. We have a high degree, we call it high degree of consciousness, but other animals have a lower.
Would you say that the brains of elephants are larger than the brains of humans as far as gray material?
Actually, the brains of the elephants are very, very small. It's like nut size small, yes.
And so humans must have the largest brain then.
The brain capacity doesn't give you more conscious.
So then there's not an element in the matter of the brain that delivers consciousness.
What do you mean by delivers consciousness?
Well, consciousness is a concept, right? Like it's an idea that we all believe in.
Okay.
Consciousness, but like what part, you say it came from the mind.
Okay, but Ed, the way that he's describing it, and I agree, is that when you have one neuron, you don't have consciousness. When you have 20, you don't. But you get up to a large enough number and you start beginning to have consciousness. So it's everything working together that then builds that consciousness.
I think you have consciousness when you have one neuron. When you have a system that connects.
How can a single neuron
have consciousness? Yes.
Well, he said it was a spectrum.
Right.
Yes. So it starts from 0, goes to 0.1, and what? So it starts from no conscious to conscious.
Okay.
You know, it's like the evolution of the eye thing, or the evolution of the wing. Half an eye is better than no eye, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's, I think, my point regarding consciousness. It's nothing extraordinarily special about that, about in humans. Just because we can talk about it with other humans, it doesn't make it extraordinarily special. We don't know that other animals don't talk about their consciousness with their fellow animals.
No, they may. They may. That's leaving a lot of room to I don't knows. And there's big I don't knows on the other side of the question of is there a God and what makes a God and what is consciousness? I mean, if consciousness is just a physical thing, right? Then you're justified in saying that there is nothing outside of the material life.
Yes. Consciousness is a physical thing. Consciousness is a physical thing. It's generated by a physical thing. Therefore, it is a physical thing. I don't see the mind body split
duality.
Yeah, duality. As far as we can see, there is only material out there.
If a neuron has consciousness, would you say the star has consciousness?
A star?
Uh-huh.
If the neuron has consciousness.
Yeah.
That's some Star Trek stuff, isn't it?
We're starting with the first concept is, does the neuron have consciousness?
But he's saying that it does.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Is that
Right.
something that you believe, that each neuron can lend a certain level of consciousness alone?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then, yeah, establish. If then.
I think the consciousness is a product of systems,
Mhm.
of interconnected systems. So based on that logic, I mean, we don't know, and I can't prove it for sure, but in theory, a cluster of stars could be conscious in a way that we can't even define it.
Well, no, just a single star is made up of very light elements like hydrogen, deuterium, things like that. So couldn't that be a system that
Could be a
gives
system,
rise
yes.
to consciousness?
Yes, but the definition of consciousness is going to change in that scenario.
Okay.
You know, because consciousness is the result of the
interaction within the system.
Interaction, yes.
Okay.
Which is the language. Yeah, is the. I'm gonna come back to that. Yeah, is the result of the interconnected system in a way that can be described. That's what we are doing with consciousness. We're describing consciousness by thinking, by interacting with each other.
Well, I went ahead and listened, but I wanted to go back to what you mentioned earlier. You said a Kardashev 7 civilization. I would say that the Norse, the Egyptians, and the Greeks would all say the Kardashev 1 civilizations were gods. They didn't claim any supernatural stuff. It was just advanced humans. What do you say?
Yes, but you see, that's what was the definition of God throughout history. Something better than us, you know. And Christianity went beyond and defined it as the utmost best of
Superest.
whatever it can be. Yeah.
Yeah. We had to have the Big Mac of all gods.
Yeah. And why? But why would you define as a god as something that is better than you, just because he's better than you, and just because he's more powerful than you? So therefore, you have to obey it.
I don't think you have to obey a
his
god.
rules.
You just
No,
described Mike
you're adding
Tyson.
too much.
Yeah.
You're adding way too many properties.
Like, see, the idea I think that I was trying to get into in the beginning is that most of the time we have a preconceived idea of what a god is supposed to be based on the different versions that other believers have presented us, you know, whether they're from Islam or Christianity or Judaism, whatever. So what I'm saying is, if we remove all the traditions that go behind it and we ask the question, what is necessary to call something a god? Like, what must be to call something a god? The minimal. Okay, the minimal requirements.
And you get nothing.
Well, okay, but if there is no requirements to call anything a god, then everything's a god.
You could say that. But then you will put your attributes to that idea of God. I mean, what you are, what if weak, powerful, I don't know, red-headed.
Sure. Humans do that all the time.
Yeah, but that's projection and quite infantile.
Well, maybe, but when we can't define what the god is, then we can't really say that what they're talking about isn't real.
If we can't define what God is, then God is really irrelevant.
No, because they have an idea of God. Just because we can't say what a god is, they can tell you what a god is to them, and you can disagree or agree. But a god is what they choose to worship, whatever it may be, whether it meets your qualifications or not. Like if I worship fire hydrants, okay, if that's my thing, then to me that's a god, and you can't say it doesn't exist. You can just say you don't believe it's a god.
So in order to argue effectively with Christians, I have to make my own god to say it's better than theirs.
I mean, that's a one way to do it, but like, what would be your way of saying better? Like, would you say
I
more?
don't know, to defeat them.
But yeah, but that's a real question. I think that's a great idea. But when you say better, can you find some traits about their God that needs improving? I know I can.
Yeah, of course.
And Jill, in the side chat, just to let you know, it was a discussion of what would happen if you got high that got all this started. So you're to blame for all this.
That's actually true. Yeah. Breaking the beakers. All right. So,
Ed, you do believe in humans, right?
Well, what is a human?
Just the existence of humans.
Okay.
Okay. Mormons say that we are gods in training, and that is from the Bible. There's 2 places in the Bible they get that. So, is it silly to believe that humans exist? So that's rhetorical. No need to answer. And so I don't think it's silly to believe in gods. It's just how you want to define it. And you can define it into absurdity, or you can take it pretty measured. Yeah, it's something greater than what I am now.
Define it into absurdity. That's a wise saying. That's what are them doing. They're defining it into absurdity, and they don't care how absurd it sounds. But I don't have to have. Go on.
If you look at the other religions, they also have parallels to what they say the attributes of God are. So there is actually a parallel with just about all religions when you ask someone what a god is. You know what I mean? They don't say, "Oh yeah, God is a toothpaste tube." You know, they don't say that. So,
what do they say?
There are attributes that. I mean, there's even Christianity has attributes. You know.
Yeah, it does.
But again, when we say attributes, we mean adjectives, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the
characteristics.
The 3 omnis, they have to be at least have those.
That's not. No, that's
okay.
No.
And
Yeah,
that's
no.
Western Christianity. That's what's traditionally described when they talk about a god.
The Christians are not monolithic in that way, so that's dishonest to say that.
That's still the Western thought.
I get that that's the idea that's most popular amongst Christians,
you know,
but that is not the fact. Okay, Christians do not all subscribe to that, and it's not necessary
but when
believe
you talk
in that.
about gods and you talk about Western and Christianity and the West, which is where we are, that's
Sam.
what people think. Yes, that's what's
there are
traditionally
plenty
described.
Well, you haven't been on enough Christian debates on this, because there are plenty that say
I haven't.
that there are plenty that say that
you
God
still
is
live in the same
maximally
country I do.
right, but there are plenty that say that God is
And it's still
maximally
described
great,
the
but
same
not
way.
omni-great.
It's still described the same way.
No, the 3 omnis are limited to a certain subset of Christians.
you're
Not all
wrong.
Christians hold
You're
that.
just wrong.
Well, I've just
He's
observed
not
it.
wrong.
Yeah,
He's
you've
wrong.
got a black
You're
swan
wrong.
fallacy.
You're both wrong.
You're talking
You're
to
both
two.
believers,
You're talking
You're
to
both
two.
believers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just want yours to be right. That's why.
No.
you're
No.
Yeah, you want yours to be right. and
What
you
do-
don't
what-
want
what
the
is
other one-
mine?
You don't want the other one to be right.
No, I don't
What?
care. I just want the truth.
Yeah. Okay. Then you
You're
believe whatever
claiming-
you
you're-
want.
you
then.
handle the truth.
Okay,
You
you're
believe whatever
claiming,
you
you're
want,
claiming,
both
you're
of you.
claiming to have knowledge of attributes that we have that we
No, I
somehow
don't
don't know
claim
that we
anything.
have.
It's your religion that makes the claims, not me.
No, the opposite. You're the one making the claims about what our religion
I'm
should
reading.
claim.
I'm giving you what Christianity claims. I'm not claiming anything.
No, you're
Geo,
making a
hold
straw
on,
man,
wait.
Geo.
Excuse me.
I don't
me.
make those claims.
Geo, did you not just say 2 weeks ago that if we were real Christians, we'd be throwing rocks at people?
Yeah,
Sure
we'd be
would. Yeah,
outside.
why wouldn't you?
Because you
Why
don't
wouldn't
understand
you?
you don't understand the difference in the Old Testament and the New Testament at all. You don't know the
Oh,
difference between a Jew and a Christian.
I don't understand the difference.
No, you don't.
Right.
Well, why should I need to?
Oh,
Because you
boy.
have expectations of Christians that you should only have for Jews.
No, I think you have to reconcile that with yourself, not
Okay,
me.
hold on. Let me do that. I'm
Yeah,
not a
you
Jew.
do
There you
that.
go. It was that easy. Do you see
No,
how I did that? I can do it
doesn't work.
again.
It doesn't
I'm
work
not a
that way
Jew.
either. It doesn't work that way either, Will.
How does it work then, Gio? Tell me how it works.
I don't know. You have to figure it out.
Wait,
It's
you
not
don't
for
know,
me.
but you can
you're
tell
the
me
one
that it
making
doesn't
claims.
work
That's
that
not
way.
for me to decide.
Just buy
That's
and
you.
save like one.
You want to
Gio,
believe
you-
that?
You're not
Go
a Jew?
ahead.
That's
Good
racist.
That's good advice. It's not racist.
That's the best compliment you can get if it's racist like that. I mean, just give me another one of those. You guys are so good with money. Curses. No, Gio, honestly, Christians don't throw rocks at sinners because Jesus didn't. That's why we follow Christ and not Yahweh, the murder god.
Yeah, that's a fallacy.
I would love to hear Gio go around shouting at churches, "Stop forgiving me! Stop forgiving me!"
Yeah, put that forgiveness up your ass. God.
How do you know what a true Christian does or what a Christian does, Will?
A true Christian? You really
Yeah,
gonna
how
come
do
up
you
with
know?
a true Christian?
How do you know what a
fallacy?
Christian does, Will?
The only
Did I
Christian,
say true Christian at any
Well,
point?
any kind of Christian, Will. How do you know that?
the only Christian died in the 1st century, somewhere on some cross.
That
Where
guy.
do you get your info from?
His name was either Jeff or Jesus. We're not sure.
Yeah, right. And why should anyone believe that?
No,
Good
Gio,
one,
you're
Gio.
right. It's all bullshit, and you've been right all along.
Well,
No.
I just asked a question.
Right? No, it's cool.
patronize him.
Well, you can't answer it.
No, I can't. You outsmarted me again. You're too clever, Gio.
Well, I don't know. You're not telling me why I should believe it.
I don't want you to believe
We don't
it.
want you to.
You don't want me to.
No. Why would we need you to
Joe is
believe it?
disappointed.
You don't want me to. What do you
don't
mean
know.
you don't want me to? How is that supposed to occur?
You might start throwing rocks at people because you're illiterate.
Well, how is that supposed to occur? Because you don't want me to believe. How is that
I don't
supposed to
I don't
happen?
want you to throw rocks at people. You have a weird
Well,
idea
that's
about
so
Christians.
ludicrous of you to say. Why would you even say such a thing?
Because you said we should be throwing rocks at people.
Yeah, you should be, according to the book.
That's why you
No.
shouldn't join, because you'll really
no?
do that
Okay.
shit.
Not now. It was okay before, but now it's not
No.
okay.
Right. The Jews can do that. That's
Okay.
that's for the Jews. Let them do that if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, right.
I'm not interested in them or their murder god.
Yeah, right.
Are you
And,
a
and
Canaanite?
that's justification for you, right?
Yeah, for me.
That's justification enough for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
Are
there
you a
go.
Canaanite?
There you go.
Who?
You.
Am I a Canaanite?
A Canaanite.
Canaanite. Oh, like a Gnostic?
Yeah,
No,
'cause
not
it's-
not that
yeah.
sect. No, not a Canaanite, not that sect. It's close to Mars, between a Sethian and a Marcionite.
All right. What does it mean to be agnostic?
Agnostic?
No. Agnostic.
Agnostic.
That's what Gnostic means.
Actually,
Gnosticism.
Hillary's gave me the best way to describe this, which is just getting special knowledge, I guess, from a spiritual entity. Is that a good way to say it, Hillary's?
I just said a direct experience of the divine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, agnostic means you don't know, you're not sure.
Okay, that's not what he's asking, Dave. That's not what he's asking.
You're going to be sure.
Not what
All
he's
right.
asking.
There he goes. Bye-bye.
But you know, Dave really is a little bit more coherent than Geo Sam, because at least he doesn't claim what we should all be claiming. It's insane. Geo, you really don't understand the things that you say.
Why should I need to understand it?
You shouldn't.
No.
So
I
then
have
stop.
my beliefs.
So then stop
I
trying.
have my beliefs, okay?
Stop
And I
trying.
have my beliefs about your God, okay? And
Who is our
can you
God?
About my
disprove
God?
them? Can
What
you
about my God?
disprove my beliefs about your God?
Yeah, who's our God?
Sure.
No,
I can
you
just
can't.
believe
No,
you.
you can't. No, you can't. 'Cause
Gio.
they
No,
are from my
what is your belief
experience.
about my
They
God?
are from my experience, and they are personal revelations to me.
Oh, neat.
So there you go.
So could you do me a favor, Gio? Could you tell me what the name of my God is? Because he hasn't told me yet.
Hey, man,
Do you
that's
know
your-
his name? Because I
That's
don't.
your problem, Will.
I
Why
thought
would
maybe
need
you would
to do
know.
that for you. Why would I need to do that for you?
Well,
If
you
your
claim
God
to
is
have
a
a special
God, he
knowledge,
would.
but
you
we
had
don't
some
If
have
your
it.
God was
You
actually
know,
a God, he
you know
could
more
do
about
that
our God
without
than
any
you do.
problem. So I don't see why you're calling whatever that thing is you believe in a God if he can't even tell you who
I
he
was
is.
going to call it a Bob. Would that work for you if I called it a
So
Bob?
your God can't even tell you his name. Is that really God? Come on, man.
Well, I mean, I didn't
I
really
know the
ask him
name.
his name.
I
Come
know
on,
his
man.
name. He's told me his name, but it's in a pitch the human ears can't hear.
Yeah, and how
So
do you know it
sorry.
was? How do you know it was
Sorry.
God telling you his name? You just think
Because
it's
I'm
God.
Yeah, I don't
BSing,
know. It could
just
be.
like
It could be a
you.
boogie
You
boogie.
just think it's God.
Isn't that Sagan's dragon in the garage? there?
Yes, that's exactly
Yeah.
what it is.
Have
Keep
you seen the
moving
dragon?
goalpost. Keep moving the goalpost.
I can't see it
Well,
'cause
that's
it
all
is
that you're
invisible.
doing, Gio. You make these outrageous claims that nobody else is making, and then you defeat your own straw man.
and they're my claims, huh?
Yes,
You
you were the
claim that
one
we
making
should
the
throw
claim.
rocks at people, Gio.
Yeah, yeah. Well, where do you think I got that from?
The Old Testament.
Ding, ding,
Okay,
ding, ding,
so
ding.
become
You win a
Jewish.
Did you
prize,
just
Will.
make my point? You just
You
made
win
my
a
point for
prize,
me,
Will.
Jill. Yeah,
Become
you just made my
Become
point.
Jewish, Sam.
Is that my claim?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's my claim that I got from a book.
Yes, you got it from a Jewish book. Yes.
Oh, so how does that make it my claim?
Because you said we should be throwing rocks.
Yeah, you said that people who aren't that religion
come
should
on.
be doing what people in that religion
then why
do.
aren't you?
Should we bow to Mecca
Well, you're
5
an
times a day
atheist.
too?
Yeah, you're an atheist. Why aren't you out, murdering everybody? Isn't that what all atheists do?
Yeah, shouldn't you be like eating babies or something? It's past breakfast.
Yeah, I had my babies this morning.
I hope you used milk because they float really well in milk.
Milk? No, milk is for babies. I don't drink milk.
No, but that's just to dunk them in.
Milk is for babies. What are you talking about?
I'm agreeing with
Exactly.
you.
They're for babies. So if you're gonna eat babies,
Yeah.
you should have them in milk.
No,
Milk is for
feed the
babies.
milk
Their own
to
mother's
babies.
milk.
But Gio, can I we've gotten along pretty good here lately, so I'm going to be real generous with this. When you say things like Christians should be throwing rocks at people that don't believe, it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of what Jesus taught and why we're not Jews, why we're Christians. Because Jesus was kind of like, fuck that Old Testament God. I'm not into that shit.
Well, I don't know. The one.
I think Gio comes from the general understanding of a Christian or what Christianity is, because Christianity in general accepts the Old Testament, therefore accepts the commandments from the Old Testament as well.
Sure.
So, but you refer to yourself as a Christian as well. So he is applying the common understanding of a Christian to you as well.
Incorrectly.
But you say that you have to prove.
No, I'm just saying it's incorrect to apply that universally to all Christians, whether it's common or not.
But the 98% of the other Christians call you not a Christian.
Right. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't really care what they think.
Yes, but you see the problem for the others, because we call you Christians. We don't care what kind of factions you are into each other.
Right, but that just means that when you're arguing against me and you're actually trying to argue against them, and it really doesn't mean anything to me when you argue about their belief, their image of their God, the all-knowing murder God. I don't have any relation to that.
Well, then why should we give respect to your piddly God when there are other piddly gods we could give just as much respect to?
I didn't ask you to respect any of it.
You're the only one giving
why,
it that.
Why is your God so more important than all the other ones?
I didn't say it
come
was.
Everyone is
You seem-
different.
you
How
seem
come
to
you're
be
all
looking at
different?
Schlong
Why
there,
is everybody
Sam.
different? What's the problem there?
I don't
You're
know
the
that
one
anyone
looking at
said any of
Schlong.
those things.
You guys all got problems. All of you.
No, that's you. You're projecting. Don't be like a
Right.
Christian.
You all got problems. You don't know what to worship.
No,
and you
we all
cherry-pick
have
everything.
problems. Of
Everything.
course.
You don't want to use the New Testament for some things, and you want to use the Old Testament for other
I don't
things.
want to use the Old
No, you
Testament.
You want
misunderstand.
to pick and choose what you want to believe. You want to pick and choose what you
That's
want
my
to
right.
believe.
Well, that's
my
what
right.
you're doing.
Yeah.
You're
You're not
projecting
believing
again.
things based on any evidence. You're
Okay.
believing things based on what the book says and what you think it is.
And that's
Without
why the
evidence.
other
Without
Christians think that we're
evidence.
not Christians.
Zero evidence, dude. Zero evidence.
Well,
Gio.
So there you go.
That they only believe in the New Testament. They don't believe in the Old Testament. So anything from the Old Testament you can't use as an argument against them because they will just say we don't believe in the Jewish text.
Good to see you, Red Fang.
What's up?
Well, that's not my
So,
problem
like,
because I'm not. That's not my problem
You keep
because
saying
I'm
it's
not a
not your
believer.
problem, but you've made it your problem. You're the only one making it
I've
your
made that a
problem. None
problem.
of us.
How have I made that a
No,
problem? For
you're
me?
the one bringing all this
How is that
crap
a
up. None
problem
of
for
us
me?
are. None of
I
us
want to know
are.
how that's a problem for me.
You're the one
upset
that's
and we're
made it a
not.
problem.
No, but there are Christians who believe what
Quit
I
being
just
such a
said.
narcissist.
Just
Quit being
because
such a
you few
narcissist.
guys here don't believe that doesn't mean
Uh-huh.
that there aren't any other Christians who believe that.
Hey, Gio, we've met him.
Yeah, you're
Right,
the one
so
claiming
I'm
monolithic religion.
not entirely wrong here, and you
No.
guys are throwing me
You're
under
pretty
the
wrong
bus.
though. You're pretty
You
Yeah,
guys
No,
are
because
throwing me under the
you
bus.
because
so you're
you
fucking wrong.
you guys try
Gio,
to speak for Christianity, and Gio's understanding of Christianity doesn't include your version of Christianity.
That's correct.
But he's making claims about our version. He knows our God better
I'm
than
not
we
claiming
do.
anything.
Guys,
That's
let's
all
let
you've been
The
doing is
claims
making
have already
claims, but
been
you can't support
established.
them.
The claims have
Okay.
already been established, Hillary.
Okay, I want to let Red say something. He's been trying to get in and he's got bad connection. Go ahead, Red.
I was just going to say that this shows you why Christianity is so screwed up, because you have all these different denominations of Christianity. You have just New Testament people. You have people that believe the full thing. So each Christian you come across, you need to come across with what they're arguing. Don't bring in a different version of Christianity at them.
I'm going to kiss you full on the mouth. I don't know why I'm inspired to do it, but here it comes. I'm going to find you, boy. Oh, Wildheart, go back to bed. I wasn't talking to you. Lay down. Lay down.
Hey, man, I'm not saying anybody's beliefs is wrong. I'm saying you guys you can't agree on what any of you believe in, and you're all polarized.
Why do we need to agree?
You're all polarized. How are you going to have something that is going to help people when you're all polarizing one another?
Why do you think we have an
makes no
obligation
sense
to help
me.
people? Why do you think we have an obligation to help people?
Hey, man, you I think well-being is better, don't you?
Why do you think we have an obligation to help
Will,
people?
you go around, you don't have to help anybody, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate your permission.
Then you do whatever you want, Will.
Okay.
And don't help anybody.
Okay.
All right? Is that the way you want to live your life?
Maybe.
Well, then that's what you're going to get back.
Okay. You done? Okay, so the reason I'll go back to the original statement that you made that we should throw rocks at non-believers. We don't do that because we're not Jews. And even the Christians that you ridicule, the majority of them that even believe in the crazy omni God, don't advocate for throwing rocks at people.
Didn't Jesus say that he came to bring us sword as well?
Yes, I don't think that he meant that he came to have us chop people's heads off or anything. I think he meant division.
Well,
he came to divide us away from the Jewish traditions.
He could have said it better without mentioning sword word.
Why? I mean, I think that's accurate.
Which is a symbol for violence and
yes,
wars
conflict.
And conflict, yeah?
Yes.
So Jesus came to make conflict.
Yeah, and if you look at the early Christians, they definitely got the end of that sword for their beliefs.
Yes, because they've all been exterminated.
By their own kind, too. Cannibalized. The larger, the more popular groups of Christians, the church fathers destroyed all the heretics, which is anyone that didn't agree with the idea that they were putting forth of this omni God and the things that you guys laugh at and ridicule now, and rightfully so.
No, but you said that Christians will never throw rocks at people because they are pacifists.
That was not our claim. That's not it.
Wasn't the claim I made?
Gio made a claim that all Christians should be out stoning people to death.
He made an absolute claim.
He made that claim.
Most of the Christians should throw.
No, he said all.
No, it doesn't matter. Even if he said most, because you got to take it in consideration the handicapped. Not all of them can really hurl a good rock. But what I'm saying is, yeah,
all Christians except the ones that don't have hands.
Yeah,
should throw.
No amputees handling heavy stones. That's just no.
Okay. Get it.
But again, there's no place that the Christian is told to do this. And in fact, when given the choice, Jesus was like, "Nah, that's not my thing. I don't do judgment."
But don't you think it's implied though in Jesus' narrative that you because Jesus' narrative?
No.
Did you say impolite?
Implied.
Oh, implied. I'm sorry. Now I heard you. There was a lot of wiggling around noise.
Yeah, because
you're a fidgeter.
Yeah, it is implied that you have to because you have to be a part of this world. Therefore, you have to separate yourself from this world. Therefore, you have to protect yourself from this world. Therefore, you have to throw stones or whatever comes to you
I
from
was
this
with
world
you until
because
the
you're
throwing
not.
stones. Where did you get that part?
I'm using Geo's
advice.
Stuff up. Yeah.
Okay, you need to protect yourself from this from the world because you're a part. You're Jesus tribe. Okay, so you can do that by throwing stones or I don't know, being violent against other beliefs.
No,
No, that would be condemned to do that.
Why?
Because
because
Jesus
he said
didn't
turn
do
the
that.
other cheek. Yeah, he said don't throw stones. Don't turn. You should turn the other cheek. That if you're required to carry a man's burden for a mile, after that mile that's required by law, offer to go another mile.
Do you agree with me that there is a Bible verse for anything?
Just about anything can be twisted.
No, because I tried to find one that gave me permission to molest dolphins, and no matter how I couldn't justify it, even
I think Joe could
even though it was
find
a baptismal thing.
Pretty sure.
I believe you can find a verse that you can interpret it in that way as well.
Well, if you could email that to me, I really could share it with a couple of really aquatic, interested friends. Sports, you know.
That's the problem of the Bible, the New Testament, Old Testament, all other sacred texts. There are, vagueness is a sign of something. That's what you can do with the Bible. You can do anything, and if you can do anything with something, then it's.
Well, do you know why?
pointless.
Do you know why? Because the Old Testament is very contradictive. It's contradictory to itself over and over again. The God that the Christians say is omniscient and knows everything seems to act with surprise and emotion every time something happens that he doesn't like, and then he acts with anger and wrath and kills the innocent and the just, and the innocent and the guilty alike. So that's
there's an
not
entire history in there. There is an entire history of the idea of God in the Old Testament from the first pre first temple to the first temple, second temple. There is a whole narration of how God became to be. That's why it's different than the New Testament. In the New Testament, God is like this. You accept it or not.
Yeah, and that's why, like, the Christians get mad at me when I say that Jesus is not talking about the God of the Old Testament. He even curses the Jews, the priests of this God Yahweh, for being sons of their father the devil, and then curses the God of this world. And so I'm saying that Jesus came to stop the nonsense of the Hebrews and to get them out of this death cult that they were in.
Do you think the Gospel of John should be part of the New Testament?
I mean, when you say part of the New Testament, you mean including
Should be
Revelation?
canon.
Okay, yes, I think it. I think that's fine. The Gospel of John is not a problem
because the Gospel of John contradicts the entire everything of what the New Testament is.
I think it contradicts a lot. It definitely, but I think it's closer to the truth than a lot of the other Gospels.
Because it's the Gnostic gospel, that's why. Okay.
No, it came earlier. Earlier.
How do you know that?
Because some of the ones, the early Christians that were working on that text and writing commentaries about it precede even the writings of Acts and some of the other Gospels like Luke.
Well, we have manuscripts from like 126 CE. So is that early?
Did you say 126?
Yeah.
There's some in that time period. It depends on which writers. Like if you look at I think his name is Irenaeus of the one of the early church fathers. He was into heresiology, so he was hunting down heretics, and so there's more left of what he says about the heretics than what is actually left of their writings. But he was either smart enough or foolish enough to include most of what they believed in their creeds and tenets and stuff. So we have an idea of what was going on at the time and who was debating what. And go ahead.
Don't you think that's quite interesting that after Jesus' death, shouldn't there be, I mean, Jesus left a message. He left a message, not 17 messages. After Jesus died, there is like a plethora of Jesus' interpretations immediately after.
What do you mean, Jesus interpretations? Like of the character of Jesus or the words that he spoke?
The whole early Christianity, the whole early Christian factions,
all right,
the heresies, all
right. So I
don't call them heresies because okay.
The argument seems to be what I'm seeing is that there's a few of the disciples who are extraordinarily Jewish. I mean, it's their culture, it's what they know, and he's trying to get them to let go of some of these ideas. And even later on, you have like the Apostle Paul going to some of the other Hebrews and saying, "Nah, stop trying to cut their dick skin off, okay? They're not like us. We're not doing that anymore." And these they seem to be trying to Judaize all the Christians to bring the Old Testament and the New Testament together. But Paul doesn't seem to do it in the same way. And a lot of the other Christian writers, the heretics, don't do it at all. Yes, Marcionism, heretic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The first canon of the Bible, by the way. But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What was gonna say? I don't know. I'm sorry. I had the brain
I
fart,
babbled,
and it's yeah.
But like what you haven't heard me or Hillary's in any way try to say that atheists are wrong for what atheists don't believe.
No, I know. That's because Gnostics are peaceful in their thinking. But what was that? Because it was important. Even Jesus. So when I say that the disciples, even the disciples try to Jewishize Jesus' teachings because they were so the Jewish belief was so ingrained in them that. So what you're saying that even them they doubt Jesus' message. So and they try to interpret it in their own way. So.
Like
what
his own
they
words,
actually did, they reasoned Jesus' message and they tried to make sense of it.
Yeah, Jesus says to him at one point, he says, "You've been with me all this time and you still don't know who I am."
Yes,
he keeps telling them you don't get it, and he doesn't say who he is. He only asks them who they say he is. He doesn't come out and say that I am the promised Messiah and all that. He doesn't say all that. He doesn't say I'm God. He doesn't say that. He asks questions and lets them say what they think. And then he says, you still don't know who I am after all this time.
Doesn't he say it in John Gospel, though?
What's that?
The I am that I am thing?
Oh, well, yeah, he can say that I am, saying that I have always been. That's not saying that I am Yahweh. That was Yahweh's claim, but the disagreement is that he is the God of this world, and Jesus is talking about his Father, which is not of this world, and no man has ever seen, and no man knows.
Well, Moses was face to face with him, isn't it?
Well, that would be if that's who Jesus was talking about, but Jesus apparently wasn't. He said no man has ever seen the Father, only the Son, and that's not Moses. Moses saw something, but Jesus is implying, I believe, that he's not talking about Yahweh. He's talking about his Father,
all right.
A foreign God to the Hebrews.
Okay. Is this foreign God has omni properties kind of stuff?
I think he probably has some of those as far as his power. I mean, being that he's pure light and the creative force. Yeah, I think he has some omni properties.
Is this
eternality is omni, right?
Is any kind of salvation implied in your belief?
Did you say foundation?
Salvation.
Salvation. Yes.
Saved.
Yes. Yeah.
Does the number of people in the world counts?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So God revealed himself in 2,000 years ago when the world population was like, I don't know, 100 million, 200 millions. Don't you think it was more productive if God would really want to save people to show today when it's 8 billions, when it's more people?
I would say that would be true if he needed us to believe in him. But I don't think that he requires that. What he was doing had very little to do with our opinion of it. It was something that he seemed to be carrying out for his own desire for humanity. And I don't think he leaves it up to us whether we believe in him or not. It was something he would have done even if nobody believed.
So he's not saving the individual, he's saving the species.
Sort of. Yeah, he's reclaiming what originally, the spark of life that was originally his. And the beings that, I mean, if you follow what the Gnostics kind of teach about the light man or the true image of man that wasn't matter first, it was like a blueprint. Hillary, do you know what you tracking where I'm going?
I'm sorry, I was reading chat.
Okay, stop leaving me hanging. I need words. But as far as like the concept of the perfect human, what the full potential of man was to be, I think that's what Jesus was embodying, and that none of us have or could. Like we're lesser.
In a way, we're circling back to the definition of God. I think. Because it looks like that the attributes of a God has two properties.
Okay.
You know what I mean? God has to be this way because it can't be that way. God has to be good because what's the point of worshiping an evil God? You know,
I disagree. There are definitely evil gods.
Well, you don't have to worship it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist just because we don't worship it.
Yeah. But the idea of God has two properties that are.
I see good and evil coming from the same place.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try with this. Okay, so if you're self-reflecting, let's just say as a child, you begin to separate yourself, the idea of yourself from the environment that you're in. You begin to be aware of what you are, right? And then you find a mirror. Okay, now you're able to look at yourself and gain another idea of yourself. So you're contemplating things. And when you're looking and you're thinking about what you are, and you start contemplating your attributes and your nature, and you think, I think I'm good, and you come up with the idea of kindness. Now, what do you juxtapose kindness against as a concept if you're contemplating kindness? What would be the opposite of that? Just in contemplation. Like to say something is good, you would have to say that there are also the dichotomy of that is that something is not good, is evil.
Yeah. So you're saying it has to be a duality of things?
If you're contemplating things like that, then it comes into existence if you are this mind. If you are discovering these things inside of you or about you, these concepts of good, then in order to process this, what is good, you've got to consider what is evil. And by considering what is evil, you bring it into concept.
Yes, but that's extremely subjective from person to person.
Sure.
We cannot objectify, if that's a word, this concept. So whatever is my negative, it might be your positive.
It could be, but we're just talking about the original being examining itself. We don't have the power to necessarily bring a concept to life, like to personify it, to give a concept a personality or a body, or we don't have any of those things. So we can conceptualize something that doesn't come into being. But
yes.
is it possible
we can imagine stuff? Yes.
Right, but if your imagination was able to become reality, that would be then just by contemplating evil, then as a concept, it stands fast as a thing, because you've already established what goodness is. So
But
now you have two solid things.
can you truly know evil if you're just contemplating it?
No, what would you compare it to? It would just be the state of affairs. Jay.
But why would you call it evil then?
Well, you wouldn't. It would just be the thing until you have good to contrast it to.
But that good would have to be, I don't know, beneficial to you, make you smile. So the opposite of whatever good is to you it becomes evil.
Sure.
But you have to observe actual evil to name it evil.
Do you have to observe it or just conceptualize it? Because I don't have to see things that I know would be evil if I did see them. Like, I've never seen anyone skinned alive, but I feel like it would be evil, and I don't have to see it to conceptualize it.
I see your point. I see your point in contemplating concepts, but that doesn't make them real.
Oh, that's okay. But what is real? We're just talking about mind. Mind is something that's there, and when you conceptualize, you're at least you're creating a concept.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
and so
how do you apply that to reality? That's what I mean. A materialistic, naturalistic reality, because that's what reality is. How do you apply that to there?
how do I apply that to reality? As far as concepts becoming real?
What does that mean?
Because we were talking about conceptualization is when you take an idea, and once you've conceived it, it's a concept. It stands fast, like it's a thing now. It may not have been a thing before, but you have conceptualized it. The difference is if you had the power to make it reality just in word, then that would be a whole nother ball game. It's not just a concept; it's matter now.
What you're saying? God conceptualized reality, and He just made it so.
And this is a hypothesis. Okay, I'm saying that as the God pondered the concepts of its own nature and the opposite of its own nature. When I say the God, the Gnostics would say Sophia or wisdom. That attribute of God is contemplating these things and has the opposite of the perfect thought, which is the abhorrent thought, the misshapen idea. And that's where the demiurge is supposed to be. It's where matter was created because it wasn't a perfect mathematical equation. It caused change and motion.
Okay. So God had this perfect thought, and he afterwards he thought of the
opposite.
The opposite. Why?
Well, I don't know. It's like the development of the mind is what I'm reaching back for, because it's similar in all humans. I think that this is what the Gnostics were trying to do, to try and explain that as above, so below. As the concepts of God, like all of these concepts that this mind comes up with, and it's talked about like the 7 spirits of God, but all of these seem to be embodied in the human. It's not one thing or another in a body. It's all of these concepts brought together into this magnificent masterpiece that the demiurge was jealous of because it was wiser than he or it.
I understand that. So how can we tie it down to reality? That's my.
Because what I was just talking about is the same thing that in human mind development, all of those stages are pretty much present. Right, because as we develop our ideas of right and wrong, and then what our concepts become will when we put action to it, and that's how we make works here in the world. That's how we shape reality in the now, within our own hands. As above, so below.
How can you force a volcano into reality by your concepts?
You ever seen a rocket stove?
No.
I can take the concept of a volcano and minimize it and construct something like a rocket stove, which is it doesn't mean that I can make a volcano. I can't fashion that, but I can take my concepts and ideas and make them reality when they weren't before. Watch Geo sometimes create on his screen.
Yeah, but as of now, that rocket stove is a concept in your mind that doesn't exist in reality.
Half of it's in the garage.
It can't manifest itself on its own.
Exactly. It can't manifest itself on its own. I have to manifest
It's not part of what we conceive as reality.
It is, because I'm manifesting it. I'm actually building one.
That's what I'm saying, because it's not a product of conceptual thinking. It's a product of materialistic actions.
Because that is the realm we're in. That is the ether that surrounds us. It's all matter and frequency and math. It's but it's not solid. It's not. You can call it reality if you want to.
Well, reality challenges concepts, dude. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
because that's
true,
what we see.
Fine.
That's what is observable around us.
Sure.
And if you have a concept in your brain about something and you think it's part of reality, all you have to do is measure it against what we all know.
What do you know?
Come on, dude.
Well, no. If I measure this thing that I'm talking about against what you know,
everything. But
we're talking about a specific thing.
There are empirical things in the world.
We're talking about a specific thing, Geo. Now tell me what you know about this thing to measure my idea against.
No, well, you're talking about concepts.
I don't think you're going to be much help in this.
You cannot tie concepts to reality.
It's all abstract.
We all tie concepts to reality.
How?
No, concepts are not part of reality. They're just in the mind. Concepts, that's why they're called concepts.
Okay, so cause and effect
don't exist? They're distinct from reality. Concepts are distinct from reality.
You're claiming the concepts don't exist.
No, I'm claiming they are distinct. They're different from what's
Well, you have
reality.
a very different understanding of reality, because I think the reality is things that exist and concepts exist.
It's a mental
therefore, they are reality.
representation. It's a mental representation of something that could exist. It's not. It's not.
Reality
it's
is
not
the
actual,
totality.
It's not an actual thing that anyone can demonstrate to anybody, except for what you think it
Really?
is. Yes.
I can't demonstrate that 2 + 2 = 4. Just because I can.
We're not talking
conceive
about
of it?
math. We're not.
No, I'm
math.
conceiving
We're not
of it.
talking about math.
No, I'm conceiving of that equation, but yet I can't demonstrate it in reality. You live in a really weird
I
world.
bet you can if you try.
No, reality and
Math is
concepts are two distinct
descriptive.
things.
Okay, but concepts such as cause and effect. That's a concept that where there's a cause, there's an
If you
effect.
intermingle your concepts with reality, you're going to have a warped sense of what reality is.
If I don't intermingle my concepts with reality, then I might as well just stay asleep because I'm not able to interact with the world properly.
No, you have to take what reality offers you and weigh what your concepts are against it.
And how do we determine what reality?
Well, if you have a
because it's
concept
perception.
of a rocket stove, weigh that against what we know about rocket stoves.
You have perceptions about.
I mean, come on, come on, Will. Come on, Will.
Come where? Where are we going, Geo? Where are we going?
Well, where's the rocket stove? Where is it?
Half of it's in the garage.
You're so full of shit, man.
No, I'm not. I'm just not done with
You're
it.
being condescending for a reason, and I don't understand why.
Why do you think I'm being condescending? Where do you think I got the idea of a rocket stove for? I'm building one.
Go ahead. Go with your rocket stove, dude.
Thanks. I will.
Because I don't know what you're trying to get.
I don't know. I was
at.
thinking later I just go throw rocks
What's
at
the
some
big
sinners.
deal?
You want to come?
What is sin?
You goofy bastard.
No, don't patronize Geo. Geo has good points.
Which was?
Well, he does deserve whatever that you just said.
Patronizing. No, but what was his point, Ed? I'd like to hear it from you rather than Geo, because I think that you're reasonable.
Yes.
No, I'm not reasonable.
Well, try it anyway, because I'd like to compare.
His point, as my point as well, was that you cannot tie conceptual thinking with reality effectively. You cannot bring your thoughts to hard truths.
Then how do we accomplish anything? How is there any innovation?
I just said it. Reality.
I'm not talking to you,
You
Gio.
said it all wrong,
I'm talking
Gio,
to Ed.
so-
Hey man, I already said it earlier.
I'm talking to Ed. Can you let Ed answer? Thanks. All right, Ed, please continue.
Well, I can only speak in my name, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think we hypothesize things, which I think in your language means concepts. Okay, we think about stuff and we test them. If it works, we adopt them. We build stuff. Okay. If it doesn't work, we reject them.
Right. I think we just agreed, and I think you just told me how concepts become reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the only concepts that become reality are those that are applicable to reality, to this reality.
Sure.
Okay.
There are limitations.
You cannot bring to life unicorns from your mind. Okay.
No, you're right. Right. No
So-
one was making that claim.
Why was Joe wrong then?
Well, I don't. It's not that he was wrong. It's just that he was incoherent. I didn't understand what he was trying to say, and he was being argumentative when I asked him about it.
I think that's what he was trying to say. You cannot bring thoughts to life just because you want to.
Right. It does
has to
take.
be
It takes.
applicable to reality.
It takes effort and labor to do those things. Yes.
No, not only that. It has to be applicable to this reality. Your concepts needs
Like
to
man.
be
Like man can't
compatible.
fly. Right. Man can't fly.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
Except when we did.
Well, you can't fly.
I
By
can
using
too.
an airplane,
Well,
you
I
can fly.
can say
Yes.
the controls of a
Oh.
plane, and I can fly.
Right, but see, now you're drawing an artificial line between the concept becoming reality. You're saying if it doesn't become reality magically, then it doesn't count.
I think you're stretching it too much because this is not extremely complicated.
Well,
Go on,
I
Jim.
don't think it's complicated either.
Listen, this is how I think about it. The concepts are distinct from reality, right? They can influence each other, but the concepts concepts can shape your understanding of reality, but reality is what challenges these concepts, because we know we can't fly. Why? Because when we jump off of a building, reality tells us that we're going to hit the fucking ground. And reality tells us that all the time. And that's how we challenge our perceptions about what is real in the world. Just because we think something is real and we never challenge it against what we see and what we can observe in the world, then what good is it? Why are you believing that?
Okay, well, when I gave you some evidences, it wasn't good enough for you. But when I said it was good enough for me, you disagreed. That how could it be good enough for me?
Well, I don't ask for evidences.
Except for the Fibonacci sequence that I gave you, and you said that's not evidence.
No, I didn't understand how that connected to what you were talking about.
Yeah, he was
right.
What was the evidence for?
I asked you what it was evidence for, and you couldn't
To
explain
underlying
that.
design to reality.
Yeah, but it's not evidence for what we were talking about. It had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I think it did.
Since when a random pattern is a evidence for design?
If it were random, that would be true.
Yeah, you think the Fibonacci scent is
Yes,
random?
it is random because.
Let me do it
the
three
number,
times.
the numbers in there is
Remember.
random, but the fact that it appears so frequent in nature,
okay,
that doesn't make it.
But Ed, do you know the difference between music and noise?
What's the difference between music and noise? Patterns?
I mean, no. Could be patterns. Like there are certain things that you can identify as being harmonious or melodic, and there's certain things that are just random noise.
Okay.
How do you know what is music and what is just noise?
Well, I'm a very heavy metal headbanger, so for me,
you can't
there's no
tell then.
difference.
You don't like Ghost, though, do you?
No, not Ghost. No.
Okay, now you have to leave. I'm sorry, your time is up. Bye.
Ghost is shite.
Oh, I'm gonna let you stay because I like you, but I can't believe you just said that. You broke my heart. All right. Anyway,
Behemoth is better. If you want to be a Ghost fan, listen to Behemoth.
I'm a little homosexual enough, just homosexual enough to like Ghost. Not full on Elton John, but right near Elton John. No, Gio, that's a joke. Don't get all weird on me. He's got a concern.
I don't know what to do with that information.
I know.
Gio's getting his stone throwing arm ready.
He's not throwing rocks at the center. I read it in a book somewhere. So,
well, you all come off as hypocrites.
Sure, we do.
Sorry to say,
because we're not throwing rocks at people.
I mean,
yeah,
because we're forgiving people like
thing,
we're being
you
told
do
to.
another thing.
Yeah, horrible.
I never said that. Why do you think we should throw rocks?
Well, why not?
Because we've tried to explain a bunch of
Just
times
because
that
the
we're
book
not Jews.
tells you not to, you were fine with it in the first place.
I don't need a rock. I mean, I don't need a book to tell me not to throw rocks at people.
How many thousands of years was it okay to stone people? Now
I don't think
all
it
of
was
a sudden
ever.
it's not.
I don't think it was ever okay to throw rocks at people.
Well,
by the way, can you be a Gnostic Christian without New Testament?
You can be a Gnostic Christian without any writings.
Can you be a Christian without the Bible? Can you be something without something?
Can you be something without something?
Can you believe in something without appealing to other something?
I don't know that Jesus is mentioned in a lot of places originally, besides what we have gathered in the scriptures of the New Testament. What's up, legend?
Ox in the chat. Thanks, Ox. He says
Now we got another Marcionite in here.
Yeah, Ed, if I think I understand what you're saying. Can a person come to similar conclusions as a Christian would without having the Bible available to them?
Yes.
And I would say yes. Yes.
Now that's a fucking claim, isn't it?
Yeah, like don't throw rocks at people just because you don't agree with them. That's
anyone can do that, not just a Christian.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So why name yourself a Christian then? If
Well, they wouldn't. They wouldn't because they wouldn't have any concept of Christianity.
Okay, what would you label yourself as different from other people that can do the same shit that you can do?
The idea that Jesus was the Word of God, the express image of the monad.
Would you arrive to that conclusion if no text would say Word of God anywhere?
No, I don't think I would even have a concept of what a monad was without writings about it. I mean, I could imagine that there would be some sort of source, but I don't think that I would easily conceptualize that or arrive at that thought without others having taken the steps to get me there first.
Don't you think God is powerful enough to give you that information without appealing to sacred texts?
No, I mean, like, is God powerful enough to give me the information?
Yes.
Like, I mean, okay, well, I'm not sure. He could give me information, but he can't make me know that it's true.
You see?
Well, the problem of entropy, I think Nerdy Rodent mentioned that.
Yeah, I can't. I at the very beginning of this, Ed, if you'll remember, I told you that I can't know these things. That nobody can.
Okay, so why make positive claims then?
I don't. I mean, I say it's what I believe. I can positively claim that's what I believe, but I don't say that this is the way that it is, nor that anyone else should believe what I believe.
But yet you mock the other beliefs.
Well, if it's illogical, yeah.
Well, you mock the other so-called Christians.
Right, when they say things that are demonstrably, like, when they make claims about God being omnipotent. And the Bible itself, the very book that they're coming from, the Old Testament, demonstrates a God that doesn't have all powers, constantly fails.
Why does that affect you if you don't really know?
What's that?
Why is that affecting you if you don't really know?
It doesn't affect me. You asked me why I mock them, because it's amusing. I didn't say I was nice.
Yes, but by the action of mocking, you claim a positive claim in a way.
Is that true?
You know, because
wait, that's like saying I have to be a luthier to know how to tune a guitar.
In a way.
But that's not true. I know when a guitar is out of tune, whether I know how to play a guitar or build a guitar. I can say that doesn't sound right. That sounds like shite. You guys do it all the time when you hear the claims of Christians, don't you? You go, that's shite. And the reason is because it's illogical. Am I mistaken in that?
No, you're not. I mean, it's a bit of a non sequitur, Ed. You can dislike something without liking the opposite. Whereas people often get blamed or derided for going against something because you then get accused of being the opposite. An example is war. If you do not support the thing or the side that everybody else supports, you are automatically classed as a supporter of the other side. And that it is a non sequitur because it's not true. You may be completely neutral. You might just dislike anybody supporting any side because you think both of them are wrong. So there's quite a few bits there. I was interested in your question earlier on about texts.
Mm-hmm.
How did the first Christians, prior to there being texts, and without them being able to read texts, claim to be Christians? If what you were saying is you can't be a Christian without the texts.
Someone told them.
Yes, somebody said some stories. Yes. They weren't written down, they weren't texts, and some of those stories led to lots of different Christianities, particularly in the first century. If you look at Paul and what Paul did, Paul claims that he didn't get any of his stories from any human person. In other words, the disciples never told him this, other people never told him this. He heard it from divinity, from a dead Jesus already. Allegedly. And it's like,
Allegedly,
yeah. Sorry, you won't understand that. That's a little play on a word that somebody used to use. But we also know that most people never had access to a Bible until the printing press was actually brought in. And the church did not want people to have access to Bibles because they wanted to be able to tell them what the texts and the scriptures said from their point of view to persuade them to follow their doctrine. And so there's a lot that I have a problem with your question, but I didn't know exactly which way you were coming from with it.
What I'm saying, that the Jesus story wouldn't have such an impact if it wouldn't be written down, because writing it down made an impact and spread it all across the empire, the Greek world.
Well, only some of it. A lot of what was written down was intentionally suppressed, right?
Whatever was written down, including Gnostic texts and I don't know, letters
what
to the stuff.
I'm just saying that a certain group was put together for a narrative that they wanted to maintain, and so that was pushed apart by with the power of the empire behind it, which is a little bit. It's not really a fair ground for ideas to breed in.
But you see, having a text brings you authority, brings you you see, because Jesus said in this text, we are quoting Jesus because the text says so. Therefore, you have the authority, and helps the spreading. And otherwise, if it would just be word of mouth, it will be just like another sect in the empire and will die off eventually.
When do you think the first writing? I'm sorry, go ahead, Heretic.
No, that's why I think the Gnostics all disappeared, because there was a powerful movement which actually brought it in with texts and the rest. But the major impact, from what I can tell, was when Rome actually took on Christianity as its religion. It got rid of paganism, and it said, this is the official religion of, and William just used the word, the empire. That to me spread it much more than just having a text, because it might have just ended up a small religion that stayed within the Levant, but it didn't. It suddenly became across the Roman Empire. It was their religion. So that's how I see it. Whether I'm right or not is a different point.
I see. So having a text is not preferable, but it helps.
Yeah, like there was a lot of the text, like what we call the New Testament, was pieced together like by people hundreds of years after the fact.
Yeah,
so the ideas that the ideas that are being paraded around as this is the truth because the authorities that they're leaning on, that the concepts that were being given to review has been heavily censored, redacted, whatever you want to call it. So
no, but I think the word of mouth is more problematic than a text, because the word of mouth can be altered involuntary.
And this was all
Chinese
like word of
whispers and
mouth.
stuff.
And this was all like word of mouth for, a good little while. I mean, I know there were some early writings, but most of what you got was word of mouth.
Which makes the truth unknowable.
Yeah.
Well, you know the phone game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the truth is unknowable. You're right.
And the text was changed constantly as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
We know that. And we cannot even get back to what the original text was. They pretty much think that we've got 95% of it. It's only 5%. I mean, my percentages might be slightly out in whichever way. But
are you talking about the 35 meaningful variations in the New Testament, Greek ones?
The full set of thousands and hundreds of thousands of changes that have been made.
Yeah.
What we don't have is the original texts of any of the 27
no, we don't. We
books
don't have
in
the
the New Testament, and it's like, okay, we know things changed and things were amended and whatever, but we're pretty damn close to what it was. But we still have all of this different interpretation, where you could end up with people still claiming nowadays, actually, the Trinity makes no sense, because that's more a doctrine that comes from the Catholic Church and from humans, as opposed to the interpretation of Marcionism, which is much closer. If you read the Bible without any preconceptions, that makes much more sense, in my view. It's just, how much have we been indoctrinated by what our churches and what our elders say, what other people have told us how to interpret something? And then when you still have those lines in the Bible from Jesus saying, you've been with me all my life here, and you still don't have a clue what I'm talking about. Who's to say we know what's in that text?
What's the point of believing in all this if we can't know the truth, the actual truth, the black and white truth? We can't.
You can't help what you believe in, Ed.
I know that.
So when you say what's the point? Yeah, I'm convinced that that I'm onto something with these things I'm studying. Okay, what it is, I can't be sure.
Why is that enough?
Because it's what I believe, and I don't have a choice in what I believe.
You say why is it enough?
And I don't believe
all that you got.
And I don't believe, Ed. I'm not a believer.
Right, and you don't have a choice in that. You're not convinced of the evidence.
Yeah, exactly. If I was convinced, then maybe I would believe. Whether I'd worship or not is a different matter. And you said that earlier, William.
Sir.
So what you guys are telling me is that the idea of God is unimportant, but it helps to believe in it.
Is it important to you, Ed?
So it's a personal choice?
Yeah, but is it important to you? Because that is actually the crux.
No, it's not important to me, no.
Okay. Then it's not just us that are saying it's not important. It's
yes,
you.
but well, if
we're saying it's not important.
I'm not making claims about reality either.
No, this began with the idea that you said that it wasn't right to be agnostic. That's like weak.
Yeah.
But see, obviously it's not weak, because agnostic is an honest position when you say, I don't know. I believe something, and I can believe things that I don't even have a choice sometimes on what I believe. But I don't know that it's necessarily the truth, or that I understand it completely.
Why believe it if you don't know?
Again, it's not a choice. If I see things that convince me that this is the way things are, that I'm on to something, then I'm going. Then I believe it. I'm going to continue to look
So
until
is
I
it-
no longer believe it.
To have
Ed,
certainty,
do I have a Ford car in my driveway?
I don't know.
So you're agnostic about it.
You
But
could-
that's
you could
dishonest.
Ford.
That's
I'm not
dishonest.
agnostic.
You have to be either pro or anti-Ford.
Yeah, but if I go to your house and I see a Ford car there's a demonstration.
Yes, and if you still refuse to believe
Will
it after
says-
you saw
if Will
it,
says
and
God
if you still,
exists,
and if
if
you
Will says
still
God
refuse, no,
exists,
I'm answering you.
if
I'm
Will says
answering
God
you.
exists and he's in his garage, what happens then?
Okay,
Say he
just like I
exists.
said, if you come to my house
Man.
and see the Ford in my driveway, and you still refuse to believe it, then that says something about you, Gio.
No,
Gio, what part of agnostic
that's a
are you
that's
missing?
actually a non sequitur.
No, Gio, I said agnostic, and you said Will says he sees God or he knows God exists. What part about agnostic confuses you?
Hey,
Everything.
I didn't say anything about you.
Okay,
knew
it's
God
when I
exists.
say that I don't know.
Man, you stop putting words in my mouth already. Okay.
Can I put anything in your mouth? Can we work out a deal?
Well, now you're just wishful thinking, right?
Don't call me a tart. Okay, you can call me a tart. But no,
Man,
the
you've
idea
been
that someone
condescending-
can
you've been
believe in something and not
condescending me.
know that it's true. Why is that a problem?
What?
Why is it a problem that someone could believe in something but not be absolutely certain that it's the fact?
Because it's
well,
a
then-
pointless
then
belief.
You're telling me you can't choose to believe something. You're actually choosing to believe that.
No,
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't. No. What you're
I don't-
doing,
Yeah,
you're
that's a
choosing
choice.
to.
You're choosing to believe something without any evidence.
No, you
I
see,
don't
you
believe
keep making that
unless
claim.
I have I don't
You
believe
keep making
I don't
that claim.
believe things
What-
just because I think they are.
You're the one
just don't
making that
believe
straw
them.
man, Gio.
Wait.
You're the one making it up.
I don't believe things.
I want him
Like
to do that. Gio, make that face again when you said believe they are.
I'm not gonna do it.
That was even better.
Gio, let me ask you a question. What's your favorite sport? What sport do you follow? You've followed it all your life.
Well, since I'm a racist, I really love racing. So yeah.
And masturbation,
Horse
angry
racing is
masturbation.
that, or athletics? Or
Huh? I don't
horse
consider
racing or
masturbation a sport.
horse
doing it with
racing
enough
or,
gusto.
or athletics, Gio? What
what
sort
about
of racing?
What? I didn't
What's-
catch that.
What
He's
sort
asking
of
what type.
racing?
Animal, human, automobile.
Athletics, motorbike racing. What sort of
Paper
racing?
clips. What do you race, man?
I don't race anything.
What's
You
your
like to watch?
favorite sport?
Boats when it rains.
I
I
told
just
you
want-
already. I'm a racist.
No, that's
Yeah, we want to know what
Fucking hell,
specific type
Gio,
of
just
racism.
give me a
Any
sport
kind of
that you
any
know.
kind of motorsports, anything that involves racing.
Motorsport. Okay, motorsport. Yeah.
There we go.
Right. Okay.
What's that?
Who is the best ever motor racer in the world ever?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about.
I'm just asking you a question. Who's the best?
Well, are you talking about F1? Are you talking about Formula?
best?
If
Who's
you're
the
talking
best?
about stock car racing,
I think we're
You-
doing
you-
some
you tell me.
obfuscation.
Because what I'm trying to get at is over a time period when you have had lots of different things, it is impossible to say who the best at something is when you're doing it. Your answer is, I don't know. There's so many options.
No, you go to the
But
Hall
you
of
can
Fame.
have a belief and an opinion.
Well, if you want to know who's best at football, you go to Canton Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, where Football Hall of Fame is, and they'll tell you who's the best in football.
Yeah, but that might not be your opinion because
And that
you
won't be
might-
up to
You
date.
might have been a particular
Yo,
type
man,
of footballer.
that's the expert's opinion
It
on
doesn't- no.
football.
I'm
That's their
asking you,
opinion.
but this is the point. We all have an opinion, and everybody has an opinion about the Bible and belief. And if somebody says they're
But
agnostic,
we shouldn't. We shouldn't have our own opinions about the Bible and about the beliefs in the Almighty God. We shouldn't. Those kind of arguments, those kind of arguments should be black and white because we're talking about the creator of the fucking reality.
Are we? Or something that's made up? What are we talking about?
Well, if it's made up, tell me then.
But that's the opinion. That's the opinion. That's the belief. I'm an atheist. I believe it is all made up. I mean, it's made up by humans. It's not true.
But you can't prove it. I know. I was trying to argue for hard atheism for a bit. I think someone can do it. But God, the idea of God is logically possible, however, highly improbable.
Well, that's fine. So you're agnostic.
No, I'm not agnostic.
Okay.
Well, to me, the
Okay,
whole thing
are
is...
you like Geo that if you saw it, you would still deny it?
No, I'm not like that. The whole thing.
If I'm gonna see God, I'm gonna check in myself into a psychiatric hospital.
Okay, so then yes, you would.
The whole thing for me is, if there's a God, who cares? To me, if God, no God, it's not. My life is still the same. There's not going to be any change. God or no God, I still live my life the same way. I'm going to still live my life the same way.
All right, so let us do the same.
So,
yeah. Okay. I'll give you an example. Geo, you're down at the beach. And
with stories.
And you're looking at the beautiful sea, and then you suddenly see this huge wall coming towards you, wall of water. It's the biggest tsunami there has ever been. Everybody starts running, and you go, what's the fucking point of running? We're all dead anyway. We can't get more than 50 meters before this thing hits us. But then when this thing hits the sand, it suddenly parts, just like the Red Sea. And you are kept completely dry, completely safe. Everyone else gets killed, but you remain absolutely safe because the water parted and it was dry. You could see a tunnel of dryness. There is no way that it could be done by anything other than something supernatural that for some reason saved you and you alone. Maybe people within 10 meters to either side of you, and you're all looking at each other going, oh my God, would you not believe at that point? No.
Nope. You jump to conclude. What evidence do you have that it's supernatural? Just because it's something that what
because the water
research?
split.
How did you determine? How did you make the determination that what happened there was supernatural?
I don't think I'd be able to. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't whatever. But I'd go, fuck. There is no explanation for this.
Well, then that's personal incredulity because you don't know. Because you don't know, and you think it can only be this one thing. It can only be supernatural. Then how could that be?
The problem is it can be an infinity of things, not just your thing. Are you advocating?
I think that situation would make me a believer. I think.
Well, that's because you haven't investigated it enough. You've taken for granted your own research.
Graham, trust the science. Trust the science, Graham.
Random commenter.
Fuck niggers.
Who was that?
Ciders.
He's excited.
Niggers.
I don't know. I mean, I think that particular example, something like that, I'd just go, I have no other explanation for this.
Well, what other explanation did you rule out?
Everything. Everything.
Oh, everything. Everything to do with natural. I want a specific explanation that you ruled out that made you rule in supernatural.
From a hypothetical.
Because this was a huge, huge wall of water.
You didn't rule out anything. You jumped right to the supernatural.
And I think I would in that regard.
Supernatural, dude.
In that regard, I would.
With
totally,
no evidence.
100%.
Oh, look, it's supernatural.
Wait, whoa, you said no evidence? You said nothing about that would make you scratch your head for a moment.
No, I wouldn't jump to the supernatural, that's for sure.
It wouldn't even cross your mind.
I wouldn't go, oh, that's supernatural. I would go first, wait a minute. That's really strange. Let me
It
rule
would be a
out-
first
let
thought,
me-
yes.
Let me first rule out the supernatural. That's what you do. You don't say, oh, it's supernatural. Boom, end of story. Is that how it goes?
I think the initial
Is that how we
reaction is
investigate
that,
things?
and you would
No.
investigate it. You try and investigate it, and if you
Yeah,
could
what
come
did
up
you-
with
what did-
if you could come up with a natural solution to it, then yeah, great. But if you can't, it's
Okay,
like
I asked you that
yeah.
question, heretic. What did you do to rule out supernatural causation?
I haven't done anything yet. I've
Yes,
just
that's
given
what
you
I
an
mean.
example.
You haven't done anything. You just went boom,
I've
supernatural.
and to me, that would make me believe.
You didn't do anything to rule
That would
out
make me believe.
supernatural.
He's saying that's what would make him believe, Gio.
It would.
The point is, and what you demonstrated is there is
fallacious.
nothing that would that would make you believe. If God Himself showed up
No,
and
that's
gave
not
you a
true.
business card, you'd be like, "Fucking imposter."
No, I would believe it. I would just
I
fucking
don't-
believe it. It would be
Nah.
a thing, and I wouldn't
Nah.
dispute it. I would believe it.
Nah,
Yeah, it doesn't mean I would follow his footsteps or do whatever he
you
told
wouldn't believe
me.
it.
I would believe it. Yeah.
You could if it couldn't be easily explained, then it didn't happen. That's your mindset.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What he just described, and that was not an easy explanation.
What my personal beliefs are have nothing to do with what's real. What's
Right, the
actually-
hypothetical wasn't real either, but you tried to sharpshoot him on what are all these different possibilities. He
Who's
gave a pretty
sharpshooting on anything?
bizarre. No, listen. If you listen to what he described, it was beyond natural. Okay, it was far beyond natural. He described dry land.
You haven't
in the
even
middle
ruled
of a
out-
wave.
You haven't even done any investigation as to how he ruled.
What precedence
in,
is there for
how
that?
he ruled in that it was supernatural? What did he exclude from his research that pointed to the supernatural?
I don't
And he
know,
said-
a black
he said
hole?
Nothing. He said nothing.
Okay, I'm sorry, heretic.
So
Did
it's
you-
fallacious from the start, dude.
It's there's nothing fallacious about the hypothesis,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah, he's just saying things.
No, it's
and
a
saying-
hypothesis, sweetie.
No. He's just saying supernatural, boom, without any investigation.
Okay, he didn't because it's
That's what he did.
hypothetical.
The wave was
idea.
magic.
Well, how come I didn't point to supernatural?
I wonder
mean,
how
you're a
can
different
we
breed.
investigate the supernatural in the first place?
Yeah, that's
Well, you
what I'd
just
like
said
to
that
know.
you would need to. Sam just said
Well,
that you would need to.
I don't know.
So how do you investigate?
I don't know how you investigate the supernatural when all we've got around
Yeah,
us
well,
is
I
the
don't know how
natural,
you
right?
can point to the supernatural
All
if you
I'm
can't
saying-
even investigate the supernatural.
All I'm saying, well,
how do you get the point to the
I love it,
supernatural?
Gio.
Gio, this is
How do
why
you
I
get
am an
to do that?
atheist. This is why I am an atheist. I do not think the example that I gave is possible. I do not think it is plausible. There are certain things that are written in the Bible that are not possible, not plausible. That's why I do not believe in the Bible. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in supernatural.
But you said
if-
that your
if-
example would made you a believer. Why
If-
was that?
Because I made it up on the basis of something that I
No,
do not
No,
believe that
because
was
you
in the
did
Bible.
You did not do any research.
Now-
You just jumped to the
now-
conclusion before the research.
Now, that I'm saying something like that would convert me. It might only be temporary until there's some evidence that goes, fucking hell, I got it wrong.
Yeah, well, you use bad reasoning.
No. I mean, you might be right. You might be right. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That might be plausible. But
being
it
gullible
would
is
make
always
me
a reason.
believe. That would make me believe, at least temporarily, until somebody could show there was a non-supernatural reason. There was a natural reason why that water was able to part, go past me, kill everybody on either side. I could see a tunnel of dryness through the sea all the way through, and then it would subside and I would be completely dry still.
You haven't.
and
You
safe.
haven't. Yeah, but you
I
jumped to the
said that.
conclusion that the whole story was supernatural in
I would.
basis, and you
I
had
would.
no basis for it.
I would jump to the conclusion that was supernatural. I
I'd
wouldn't
shit
have
my
a choice.
pants.
I wouldn't have a fucking choice. Yes, I'd probably have very brown trousers as well.
Brown trousers.
Very brown trousers.
I mean, how do you rule out the supernatural if you can't even investigate it? It's such
I've
a
never
ridiculous argument.
never seen or perceived the supernatural in my whole life. There is no reason for me to do so. That's why I brought up a hypothetical of
This is
something
crazy.
that wouldn't happen. And
Yeah,
if it
crazy.
did happen, I'm going,
Wait.
holy shit, there's something there that I don't understand. Fucking
Heretic, you're still an atheist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Geo, why are you giving him the Christian treatment when he's still an atheist? It's just a hypothetical.
He's still an atheist so far.
Oh, yeah, we don't want him to fall away from the flock.
I've never been a non-atheist ever.
And to hear y'all arguing and Geo, you saying you jump right to the supernatural. He's an atheist. The last thing he's going to do is make that the first leap.
I'm giving
you
you
were
an
talking
example.
about his hypothetical. That was all.
I am giving you an example of how to negate my current beliefs. And if there is nothing that can negate your current beliefs, there is something wrong with your mind.
Heretic, that's a perfect example of bad reasoning.
No, it's a perfect example of something that would negate my beliefs.
He described reasoning.
Whatever I see in front of my eyes, if I can't, I haven't investigated anything. I think it's supernatural, so therefore that's what it is. And
Gio, what would make you believe?
Blinders all the way.
Gio, what would make you believe? What would make you believe?
No investigation whatsoever. Just whatever I see.
Gio and Ed, what would make you believe?
The supernatural wouldn't know what would make me believe.
What would make you believe? You have to understand that, otherwise you are not being rational. You must live in a rational world where your beliefs can be challenged, tested, and changed. You have
I hold beliefs that can be falsified. I try to hold beliefs that can be falsified.
How can your belief in this be falsified then?
Believe in what?
Your belief in atheism. How can your belief in atheism
Believe
be
in
falsified?
atheism. Is that
Absolutely.
even
Belief that there's no
coherent
God.
statement?
Yes. You have a positive belief that there is no God. You were making the hard atheist argument earlier on. You have a positive belief that there is no God. So your positive belief in atheism, how can it be falsified to you?
Evidence. So the stance that I have is based on the absence of the evidence. If there would be evidence, my belief would be falsified.
What makes the evidence that would make you change your belief? What is the evidence? What type of evidence would make you change your belief?
You will have to define God first.
No, this is about your belief. So you define what a God would be, or what would make you believe, holy shit, there is a God.
I don't
whatever God means, I don't care.
You see, that goes back to our previous discussions. I don't think anything can be God.
So nothing can falsify your belief, which is an irrational position.
Yeah, but if anything can be God, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. So you're a believer then, Gio?
No, I don't believe in gods.
Right, okay. What would the evidence that would falsify your belief in atheism?
Well, so to be more specific, bending laws of physics at will by something or someone, that will falsify my belief. Yes.
Did I not?
That's an example.
My hypothetical not provide an example of bending physics in a sort of way? Did my hypothetical do that?
Yes. That's
So
bending
if
of
that
physics,
happened-
but you can't prove it was a supernatural, because there is probably technology that can bend laws of physics.
Okay, that's proof, right? I
did
mean,
you rule out-
would it make you believe?
Yeah, but you
okay,
haven't-
something's
but-
fucking weird here.
but
Would it
My
change
first
your
thought
belief?
would be that, yes. My first thought would be maybe, wow.
Wait.
But after that,
there we go. There we go.
Wait.
There's progress. There is
Wait,
progress.
but you admitted your
But that's-
example was flawed.
In what way was my example flawed?
It was flawed. Your example.
In what way?
Because you can't prove it was the supernatural, as well as you can't prove it wasn't the wind either.
But it happened, right? Let's just
Yeah,
say
but you
it happened.
You jumped right to the
Yeah.
supernatural, right?
What would falsify your
So what
belief?
made you jump to the supernatural instead of the wind?
Because of a falsification of the laws of
No,
logic and
because
the
of
laws
your
of
own,
physics.
because
As
of
Ed
your
said.
own
As
incredulity
Ed
and
said.
the blinders.
As
The
Ed said.
blinders I was
Oh,
talking
I
about.
would be absolutely incredulous.
The blinders.
Absolutely. Which is an example of supernaturality. Yes, that would give me incredulity. I accept it. Gio, what would make you change your mind?
It for anyone else to
what
believe,
would
though.
make you change your mind, Gio?
What would make me change my mind?
What evidence would make you change your mind so that you were no longer an atheist and you became a theist?
Well, if you're talking about the Abrahamic thing,
an example, any example you want to give that would make
I
you
really
a theist.
don't know. I mean, I have a criteria. I have my own criteria that a God would need to do in order to present itself to me, which is pretty simple. But I'm not going to go through that.
Oh, okay. You're not going to go.
It's pretty simple. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not something I want to reveal to everyone.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's necessary.
Why?
Because it's my own revelation. If I have a revelation of God, how am I going to prove it to anybody?
But you said you've never
it
had a
doesn't
revelation.
matter what the
Have
fuck
you?
I
Are you
think.
saying you've had a revelation, Jim?
No, I haven't.
So it's not a revelation; it's a hypothesis. It's a fiction, right? So
Yeah,
you can
but
just
if
come
I
up
did,
with
it
your
would still-
fiction.
if I did, I still wouldn't be able to prove it to anybody, and it would still be my own personal revelation.
Absolutely, that's fine.
Yeah, well,
That's
so
fine.
that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to anybody except for me.
So you're actually not going to contribute to the discussion. You're actually
I've
just
already
going to go.
contributed. I
You're
already-
just putting your hand up to the video and going "fuck off."
Yeah, well, why can't I can do that?
Yeah, you can. I'm just
Yeah.
pointing it out that that's what you're doing. That's all I'm doing.
So that, yeah.
Okay.
But until such time, I live my life as if there is no God.
Yes.
And I'm
that
only
has
an
a
As I
atheist,
do.
and I'm only an atheist because of claims made by people who believe. Otherwise, I wouldn't be anything.
Oh, I'm not. I'm an atheist because there is no other way to be. In my mind.
Yeah. If there was no theism, there would be no atheism, dude.
Not necessarily, because
follow.
there'd be
Oh, yeah,
somebody
well,
who's
I don't know
claiming
where it would come from.
something.
No, it
Somebody
wouldn't be without
something.
religion.
No,
that's for
no,
sure.
no. Wait, you
It
just
wouldn't be
contradicted
a-
Ed.
No, it wouldn't be a.
You contradicted
theism.
Ed.
It would be something else.
No, you contradicted Ed because again, it's a lack of belief. So atheism would be like the only thing.
Well, no, that's his interpretation of what he believes.
Right. So you
atheism is.
disagree with his belief of what atheism is.
No, I don't disagree with his belief.
So it's a lack of belief. That means atheism could exist with or without any God or belief in a God.
No, there
From
wouldn't
anyone
be
else.
any atheism. It wouldn't be called anything. There would
It
be
would be a
nothing to
lack of
call
belief
it.
in a God. It wouldn't
there
matter
would
what
be
you called
nothing
it.
to call it. There would be no name for it. There
Would there
wouldn't
be a
exist.
concept that there is no God?
It wouldn't exist.
Would there
It
be a
wouldn't
concept?
exist at all. The God idea wouldn't exist at all.
There would be
Okay,
no
so-
atheism.
It would be so atheism is not the lack of a belief in a God.
No, it's a position based on claims. People
So it's a
claim
claim that there's
God.
no God.
It's
Yeah,
an
people-
anti-stance.
people-
Okay,
People-
that's
no,
cool. You're
no.
making the
People
positive
don't go
claim
around-
that
people
there
don't
is
go
no God.
around- No, people don't go around claiming there is no God and gathering together and worshiping for thousands
there a God,
of years.
Gio?
Nobody's done that.
Is there
Someone
a God,
please
Gio?
tell Steve McRae to shut up.
I know,
Is there a God, Gio?
Fuck me. I mean, Gio, all I'm desperate to do is to actually have you contribute to a conversation where you might actually put something forward as something interesting that people could talk about, because all you ever do is argue against other people's positions. You never positively
the-
put anything
because
forward.
the people
You
are
have
gonna
the
be
opportunity
fallacious.
to do so by telling us what this alleged, you use the word revelation, but it's your fiction of what would make you a the non-believer to become a believer. and this would be your particular bit. I've given an example. You didn't need to put it in a revelation of whatever word it was that you said.
It would be a personal revelation to me, which is no good to anyone else. Now, if I want to make up some personal revelation instead of telling you something that I actually know for myself that would prove it to me, what difference does it make?
What would be the type of personal revelation to you that would actually be evidence that it was a personal revelation that was supernatural?
Well, one of the criteria is an apparition that I can actually see and touch. That's one of them.
If it's an apparition, how can you touch it?
See, now we're going to get into this. Now, I don't want to get into this.
Why not?
Because now I have to explain.
You don't like being questioned, do you?
My criteria for my own personal revelation, which means nothing to anybody.
I've been desperate for absolutely years to get you to actually back up anything
you say. Yeah, because it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Gio, slow down. You're just saying things.
You have no balls.
It will never be fulfilled. It will never be fulfilled.
My name's Gio. My
criteria will never be fulfilled. Believe me.
My balls haven't dropped.
Hey,
I come to debate conversations just to tell people they're assholes.
Whatever, man.
What?
Hey,
Sometimes they are.
Hey, I don't think anybody has a problem understanding what I'm saying. I really don't.
I don't have a problem understanding what you're saying.
Well, then what are you talking about?
I'm just waiting for you to speak a bit more like this.
It's what you're not saying that's interesting.
Well, I don't have to. What am I doing?
He asked you a very easy question. And you have danced around like a ballerina.
What do I need to explain my personal revelation?
Because he's saying you don't have anything to offer. You just shit on everybody with nothing to offer.
What are you talking about? You guys are
that thing you do when you talk.
I'm offering clarity to your own bullshit, and you think that that's nothing?
I know that's what you think you're doing.
Yeah, well, that's.
He asked you a question. Could you clarify your answer?
Clarify what? What?
Heretic
Clarify
asked you
what?
what would it take to get you to change your position?
Clarify my own personal revelation?
Yeah, what would it take to get you to change your
position? Why do you want me to clarify my own personal
Because
revelation?
I think what Heretic, and correct me if I'm wrong, Heretic. Correct me if I'm wrong, Heretic. But okay, Gio, I'm going to try and say this again. Heretic, am I wrong in saying that you're illustrating that Gio is in an immovable state? He's not reasoning anymore. He's locked into an idea that he's not willing to consider any others. Is that what
that's pretty much been Gio's position for a bunch of years. But what's really good is Gio mentioned an apparition that he could see and touch. That gives us something to actually work with. In some ways, I agree, but then it could be your eyes, and you could have taken a bit too much weed.
Yeah, well,
whatever.
that's what makes
so there
it
are
personal.
options.
That's what makes it personal.
Yes. Yeah.
So what difference does it make to you?
Nothing.
Well, then why the fuck do you need to know that?
Arguing here.
It's about a discussion, Gio. It's about
bullshit,
contributing to a discussion in a positive
I already told
manner.
you. I already contributed. I told you what it was.
Yeah, that's great.
So, yeah, it's not good enough for you?
You'll see a ghost. Okay.
Whatever.
You know, when I said that the thing that would change my my mind would be bending of laws of physics.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, based on the zeitgeist that is prevalent in the world today, which is that the reality is natural in its aspects, in all of its aspects. I mean, in most of its aspects, the reality is natural. Okay, everything has a process that comes from within natural means. So if I would see someone bending the laws of physics, probably my first thought would be, wow, I'm seeing Jesus and shit. But then I would think that maybe the things that I didn't know about reality manifested itself. Okay, so in other way, the things that I didn't have an answer before, maybe reality has revealed a new pocket of reality. Like
which might suggest that the reality, and I put that in quotes, in the Bible is actually true. The stories. Do you see what I mean?
But that
we
wouldn't make
have
it,
all of this
that,
evidence around reality, and these
that
new
wouldn't
things
make it supernatural, though.
No, and that might mean God actually isn't supernatural. God is completely natural, living around us. We just don't see him. We don't recognize him. Let me give you another example, Ed. You're walking down the street. There's a man coming towards you. He's got only one arm. He was born with only one arm. Some guy comes up to him, touches him, and suddenly another arm sprouts, and it's a perfectly working arm. And he starts moving around his arm, and he can use both of them, and he can clap hands. He's never been able to clap hands before. He's 35 years old, never been able to do it. Within 2 seconds, bang, he had an arm, a natural arm, fully connected in. How would that make you think? What would that be to you?
I think that humans have researched enough the axolotl genes, and they applied it to humans, which is unethical, though, because that means eugenics and stuff like that, and made possible growing arms fast.
2 seconds. All right. Okay. That's a stretch. That's like an apologetics answer. That is the type of thing that a Christian would say in order to just bolster their own belief.
You see, we can all be surprised in our beliefs, regardless of the beliefs. We can all be surprised and be taken out of our ordinary, because that's what makes a belief change. When you are taken out of your ordinary, and you're being put in situations that you are not comfortable with, when in situations that you haven't experienced before, so you have to adapt. That's what actually changing your mind is. It's not you're gonna choose another belief. You're gonna adapt your beliefs to the reality that is presenting it in front of your eyes.
I completely agree. I totally agree. And that would make the Bible, because lots of the things that happened in the Bible could actually happen naturally now on this new world, new earth. And all these things happen naturally. And we go, it's natural. There's evidence. There's proof. This is how we define supernaturality. It's now become natural. Therefore, it's real. Therefore, it's proven. Therefore, I accept it.
Yes. If the things explained in the Bible can be applicable to reality in a cogent way to us today, then yes, then would be part of reality, and we would be in agreement, all of us. But them have to be. What's happening?
What do you mean?
Oh, the screens.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was trying to take Sammy down since he's sleeping, and he's got some other stuff in here. I'm trying to minimize.
Okay. Yeah. What was I saying? I don't even know what was I saying.
I don't know. Two atheists bickering back and forth. It's been great.
Yeah. Heretic, when I first saw your name, I thought it was proper gender.
you can have that if you like.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Ed, do you not see my point about agnosticism is just me being honest that I might believe something that I don't know to be true?
No, I see the point of believing something that is not true and claiming that it is not true, and you don't know it yet. But you are also making claims, positive claims about your beliefs. Otherwise, you wouldn't have those beliefs.
Right. I'm positive that I believe those things, but I'm not positive that they're absolutely true.
You see, but you wouldn't hold those beliefs if you wouldn't convince yourself that those beliefs are true.
No. It's that they're more likely. It's not that I know that they're true. It's just right now they seem most likely to be the case.
I have a good example. Ed, are you sexually attracted to men?
Say yes.
Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
No.
no.
Just maybe a little. Come on.
When did you convince yourself to stop being sexually attracted to men?
The stop beating your wife trick.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, you know. You're saying that people convince themselves of something. No, they just have natural beliefs, natural inclinations. Some of
Natural
us
beliefs. What is natural beliefs?
A belief that arises naturally and it's not, we don't force upon ourselves.
How does a belief arises naturally?
Through observation and contemplation.
Correct. So you hold the beliefs that are true.
It might or might not be true. The belief.
The true is a value to the proposition. Is the value to the proposition. So it's
you can't
a positive
assign it.
value.
Yes,
you can't assign true.
And I've had beliefs that I later decided were untrue, but at the time I held them, I didn't know that they weren't true.
Why did you hold them then?
Because based upon the information I had at that time, they seemed to comport with reality.
Okay.
And later I got additional information that disproved them, and so I rejected them.
Correct. Nothing wrong with that. You had beliefs that you knew they were right at that time. When the time came and
I can't know something that is right when I later find out that it's wrong. No, I only had the belief at the time, and I later found out that it was a false belief, and therefore I jettisoned it, got rid of it.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
You hold the belief because you convinced yourself that
No,
that is
no,
truth.
Vincent. No. You're adding extra layers onto it. I held the belief based upon what I observed because of that limited information. However, when I gained additional information that falsified my belief, that doesn't mean that it was true belief, because obviously I falsified it. So it can't be true belief.
You see, I'm not talking about objective truth in here. I'm not talking about absolute truth.
Well, when you say the word true,
observation means knowledge.
Okay, it appeared to comport with
that's knowledge.
The observed reality.
You recognizing something, that's knowledge.
Okay.
So you know what you see. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it. Correct? And based on what you see,
the way that you're
you
using
form
those
your
terms, the way that you're using those terms, I think that's correct. But it's very confusing, because if we call knowledge a justified true belief, and I later find out that that belief was false, I can't then say that I knew it because it was not true.
But you knew it at that time.
No, I believed it at that time.
You believe it because you knew it at that time.
You're really confusing me.
You too.
That's fine. That's fine.
Do you feel, Ed, that you
sorry
can?
if I'm difficult. In a way.
No. Hillary's loves a little challenge.
Mm-hmm.
No,
He's
but
had an erection just raging the whole time.
Конечно, я очень нравится.
Yeah, me too. But then I got it cleared up with a little penicillin.
Oh.
So Ed, can I call you Ed?
Yeah, sure.
Can I call you?
Call me Dickhead
can I call you Edmund?
Edmund?
Is that your name?
No, my name is Edward.
Edward. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll just call you Ed because it's too. I just can't be bothered to say the whole thing. But
Me
like
neither.
Are you completely sure and confident that there is no form of deity or supernatural out there anywhere?
No, no one can be.
So you would have to say that you don't have any knowledge of that, right?
Yes, and you too.
No, yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm agnostic. And you are too.
Not having knowledge, it means that the proposition is irrelevant and it should not be addressed.
Maybe. But the idea is that you're without knowledge, so to be able to make a positive claim either way, you wouldn't be able to support it. So it's just us kicking the can back and forth and really going nowhere.
However, I don't believe in not a God.
What? You don't believe in not the God?
I don't believe in a not a God. In the opposite of God. And I don't know it. You believe in a God, but you don't know it. I do not believe in a not a God, but I don't know it.
Okay, yeah. Yes, yeah, I see. It's but I don't see that it's that different. I just see that you see it differently, the way that you justify it, because it's a belief in not a God. Or wait a minute, it's not a belief in not a God. I'm trying to say it right.
The beliefs that I hold are made through the knowledge that I previously had.
What knowledge are you relying upon to make that positive claim?
The observing non-evidence for God makes me believe there is no God.
So lack of information about it makes you believe that it
Lack of knowledge, yes. Lack of knowledge, lack of information, lack of evidence, lack of proof, lack of things that can corroborate to a cogent idea of God makes me believe that there is no God. And the belief was triggered by your belief in a God. Because if you didn't have the belief in a God, I wouldn't be concerned with the idea of God in any way.
We don't know for certain that you don't believe that my God exists, because we haven't been able to determine what actually constitutes a God.
I never said that your God doesn't exist.
No, but it triggered you said my claim triggered your claim.
Your positive claims triggers my claims, my beliefs. Yes.
All right, but you understand that my claim was just that that's what I believe, not that that's what is.
Your beliefs are formed based on the pre-existing knowledge.
Yeah,
you cannot claim beliefs without knowledge. You are saying that you believe, but you don't know, which is incoherent.
I don't know that that's true. We believe in.
I think you mean information.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have information that I take as evidence, or at least a trail of crumbs that I'm following, and I may find out at the end that I've gone nowhere, and just spun my wheels.
I cannot. You're sitting on a hypothesis of you have no way of testing.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Tell me how would you test that?
He can test it from his point of view. That's
a test for him.
Yes. That's
not an empirical
the entire
test.
problem.
Right.
I'm
not trying to convince
that will prove anything to anyone else.
Right. I don't need to convince anyone else. It doesn't matter what you or anyone else thinks.
Okay. So why make positive claims then?
Yeah. Then it's a personal God.
To avoid lying.
Who gives a shit about your personal God, Will?
Then quit asking about him, Gio.
Yeah, you seem pretty obsessed with it.
Yeah, that's because I'm being shoved in a box.
Well, get out of that box, Gio. Nobody wants you in the box. Get out of that fucking box, boy.
Well, hey, man, stop making stupid claims. Stop making stupid claims.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get you out of the box. There he goes. Now he's free. He's out of the box. You can be in a circle now if you want to.
Yeah.
You crotchety fucker. All right. So you're saying I'm saying that I could test that. I could test that.
Yeah, well, tell me how I can test it.
Okay, here we go. You're not getting it, are you? Okay. So I'm saying that I could test that, but it wouldn't do Gio any good.
I cannot argue with subjective realities.
Right.
I mean, that would be a dishonest position for me to disprove your subjective reality, your phenomenological truth. that would be incoherent because everyone sees the world through its own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But when you make claims about my reality as well, I feel that I have to say something about that.
Yeah.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Like if I was to tell you that the sky was purple, you would have to say something about that. You couldn't just be like, that guy's insane.
Yes, because there is only one sky and we both see it.
Well, maybe we have different spectrums in which we see in. Well, you might disagree, but
Well,
subjectively, I see
people
purple.
make choices based on what they believe, and if you run around believing things like the purple sky, you know, all is purple and it's not.
You don't think that people have order or disorders?
There are going to be consequences to your actions and what you do because there's a purple sky.
What I'm saying is, you can argue
know?
with a person that what they're seeing is not purple, but because he was just talking about subjective, like ideas.
Yeah, but we all have there's a shared reality that we all experience.
Yes.
Don't
yeah,
you
unless you're
believe that?
colorblind. Unless you're colorblind.
Well, there's still a shared experience we all that you agree to, right?
No,
whether
not
you're colorblind or
no.
not.
If I'm colorblind, I can't agree. No.
A colorblind person doesn't make a sky purple.
No,
Yes,
but he
that's
but he
right.
can't tell you that it's not or that it is. Especially if he knows he's
Who
colorblind.
gives a shit what he can tell you?
The
Yeah,
objective
it's not the shared
truth.
experience.
The objective truth he's unable to see.
Exactly. There you go. What you're claiming is an objective stance.
Right, that he's unable to see.
Based on your subjective interpretation of reality.
Right, based on
That
what
is the
he is
problem.
able to perceive. We're talking about a man who's colorblind. I brought it up specifically for this
Yeah,
purpose.
that doesn't make color not exist.
You're the colorblind person I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Gio,
that
so just be
doesn't make
quiet.
red. If you can't see red, that doesn't make red not exist.
Right, and I don't think I made that claim.
Well, then I don't know what your claim is.
Right, because you haven't let me say it yet.
So what if someone's colorblind? It doesn't change the color of things in the universe.
All right, well, you go on and make my point for me then, Gio.
Well, go ahead. Say it.
No, come on, big shot. You knew what I was going to say. Go ahead. You interrupted me. Go.
Yeah, you get a lot of special revelation about what other people are thinking. So go ahead and tell us.
You wanted the attention. You got it, buddy. Go on.
What I was saying was that you're
what
making...
what is it about the colorblind that changes the perception of the way we perceive a collective universe? What changes?
Because what you see as green, the colorblind person sees as something else.
So
We're
what?
talking about the same shade.
Who's right? Who's right in this?
It doesn't matter.
Right. It's just
it matters because the color of the objective thing, it's only in one way. If two persons are seeing it differently, who's right? Both of them can be wrong, but both of them can't be right.
But Gio is saying that you both
sign is
share
still
the
red.
same.
A stop sign is still red no matter what color blindness you suffer from.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
How
the
does a
reality
colorblind
of
person
it.
interpret
And that's how
racial-
we test. That's how we test our concepts and perceptions about the world we see around us, as if they comport with what everyone else sees, what's collective.
The consensus.
Well, not just the
Yeah,
consensus.
you're leaning on the
It's something
consensus.
that I can point out to other people and they can see it as well. It's demonstrable.
Unless they're colorblind.
What's wrong with
No,
consensus?
it's still demonstrable to colorblind people.
No,
because
it's not.
We know what colorblindness is.
Can
It's
you
not a
describe
thing.
to me? Can you
We know
describe
what
to me?
colorblindness is. We know what it is.
Do I know what it is?
Yeah, it's the difference in the cones in your eyes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So the
That has nothing to
perception
do
of the
with
person,
whether a stop sign is red or not. It's still red.
it is a color that is
still
perceived
red.
but that is perceived by many as red and by some as not red.
Yeah, well, you go to the DMV and you tell them a stop sign is
That's
blue,
not-
you
that's
will
non
not pass
sequitur.
the test. You will not pass the test.
I'm not talking about driving. I'm talking about colors, Gio.
They don't care. If you're colorblind, they want to know. And they
Gio, do
wanna
you
say,
think that we're talking about the DMV right now?
Well, you might as well. be.
At what point did we bring up the DMV?
Well, it's the stop sign is still red.
Okay. Jesus Christ in heaven. Hold on just a second. I'm going to pretend that that I can leave him in here. All right, old man, I'm going to bring you back in center stage, and then you can say whatever you need to say. But I think you're bringing up the DMV and shifting the goalposts is a bit ridiculous.
Anything.
I love conversations with Gio.
Oh, well, then you can have this one. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm eating.
Well, maybe there's blue stop signs somewhere that I'm not aware of. See, that's the
Do you believe that that's possible?
The black swan. That's the black swan fallacy, right?
Are you agnostic to that idea?
Just because all I seen was red stop signs, there must only be red stop
Right. Are you
signs.
agnostic to that idea?
No, I'm not agnostic to that idea.
So you're making a knowledge claim?
Sure.
Okay, and what is the claim exactly? That there are only red stop signs?
As far as I know, yeah.
That there's no, okay, as far as you know, but that's not, I'm asking you, are there only red stop signs everywhere?
Probably not.
You're not sure? Are you agnostic about that?
I'm saying that I believe most stop signs are red.
I see. You have clues.
And I think anybody else would say the same.
Right. You have clues that lead you to believe something that you don't know for sure, but you believe that it should be that way.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're done here. God damn, that took a long time to get you around to my point of view.
Well, do you think stop signs are other than red?
Yes.
What color are they?
Blue in Korea.
What color are they in your state?
I'm
the hell
looking
does my
at
state
the
have to do
stop
with it?
signs. I've just Googled it. I just Googled non-red stop signs. I've got a blue octagonal or hexagon one, which says stop on it. I've got a yellow one instead. So there's blue and there's yellow.
Yes.
And
the blue one is near Diamond Head in Hawaii, just so that you know, Jill.
Gio's a Gnostic now. He's got knowledge.
So there are stop signs which are not red.
Look up what a stop sign is, and tell me they're not going to show you. Tell me they're not going to show you a picture of a red stop sign, you motherfucker. Okay, go suck a dick. Okay,
I'm looking at a video.
Listen, go suck a dick. Okay, heretic, go suck a dick.
Meltdown.
Stop signs are fucking red. Stop signs are fucking red.
Oh, great.
I don't care about the blue stop signs or the yellow stop sign. How many yellow stop signs or blue stop signs do you have in your town, heretic?
We have 2 in Lexington.
Oh, great.
You want me to drive down there and get a picture?
Ask the DMV what color a stop sign is.
Well, they would be able to tell me all the different colors because they've bothered to look it up in their catalog.
Yeah, well, they'll tell you what it is in your town.
You know what?
State,
Heretic looked it up too. Heretic looked it up too.
I guarantee you, in the
do you
United
deny
States,
his evidence?
In most of the United States, it's going to be red.
Do you deny his evidence?
No, I don't deny it.
Well, then shut the fuck up because he just proved you wrong.
If you're going to tell me, if I asked you what color a fucking stop sign was, you were going to say yellow or blue. You're fucking out of your mind.
Except for the ones that he demonstrated
you are
were there.
fucking out of your mind, man.
So they don't exist.
Would you like to share?
No, if I asked you what color a fucking
he'll take it on
stop
faith.
sign was, would you tell me yellow?
I said blue. Remember, I said blue, and that was a Korean
so stop
sign.
signs are blue, right?
Well,
okay,
I think I've seen some in Korea.
Right. Okay, they're blue.
Gio,
right?
Heretic has pictures.
Yeah,
if you'd
everybody
like to see
equates stop signs with the color blue.
Oh, okay, baby.
Yeah.
What do you call that, sweetie?
Yeah.
I didn't color it in. I absolutely promise I did not color
That's
that in.
right. You
There
ask
is a red
anybody
car
what color a
behind.
stop sign is, they're not going to say blue or yellow.
That one is blue.
That's you're not. Are you saying that's not blue? Are you colorblind? Was I right?
What difference does it make?
Is that red?
If I'm colorblind, what difference does it make?
Is that red? Does that look red to you with your senses?
You think people with red, green color blindness can't see blue?
Red. Okay, all stop signs are now blue. Is that what you're saying?
No, nobody said all. We said that some
I
are
didn't
different
say
colors.
all stop signs were red either. I said
you did.
When someone asks you what color a stop sign is, you're going to say blue
Well,
that
you
what
said
would
you were
say,
agnostic.
Will?
No, you
I
said.
want to know. I asked you a
Geo,
question. Is that what you would say?
do I need to silence you again? I'll abuse this power in a heartbeat. Don't think I won't.
Well, then I
Okay,
guess it's
so
blue.
your claim was that you were agnostic to that, but you had a belief that all stop signs were red, but you were agnostic to it. So you were right to be agnostic to it because, as it turns out, not all stop signs are red. That seems to be the conclusion to the matter, doesn't it?
You see,
no, that's not.
This is the danger of making absolute claims.
Well, I didn't make an
I
absolute
agree.
claim.
You know, he made an agnostic claim with a belief attached to it, like the one that I made. He said that he doesn't know for sure, but he's pretty sure that most stop signs or all stop signs are red. And then he said, if I don't believe, I should ask the DMV. And then Heretic did a little research. It took him 30 seconds. He's like, hey, blue stop sign.
A DMV style blue stop sign for traffic to do with DMV. Maybe not. I mean, it looks like it could be Hawaii. I don't know.
Well, Australia. No.
It could be any.
You've
But has your
already
belief
poisoned-
changed,
you've
Gio?
poisoned
Gio, has your
You've
belief
poisoned the well.
changed? Has
You've
your
already
belief
poisoned
changed?
the well.
You poisoned the well with your blue stop sign.
With my evidence. I poisoned the well with evidence, yes. So has your
No, you
belief
poisoned the
changed,
well by
Gio?
using the incorrect search terms.
Has your belief changed, Gio?
You just look up what
Has
is a
your
stop
belief
sign.
changed,
Give me a
Gio?
picture, look up picture of a stop sign, and you
Gio,
tell me,
has
you show
your
me,
belief
you
changed?
show me what Google is going to show you. Look
Has
up
your
picture of a
belief
stop
changed?
sign, heretic. Look
Has
up
your
picture of a
belief
stop
changed?
sign,
I'm
heretic.
looking at a picture of a stop sign right now. This
I'm
is a
dying.
picture
Please
of a
do,
stop
please
sign.
do.
This
And
is
then
a
show
picture
everybody
of a
what it
stop
looks
sign.
like, what a stop sign
Has
looks
your
like.
belief changed, Gio?
Show everybody what a stop sign
Has
looks
your
like,
belief
heretic.
changed, Gio? There's a
want me to
picture of a
Google it?
Here's your
stop sign.
goddamn blue stop sign, Gio.
There's your picture, Gio.
What would be a change in belief translation sound like? Like, you know, most of the stop signs are red with white, but some of them are blue with white as well.
Yes.
Is that a change in belief? So
That
I
seems
don't
to be
Some of
the
them are
evidence.
yellow. Some of them are yellow with white as well.
Okay.
Mind blown.
So Joe would have to say that, okay, not all the stop signs are red and white. Joe, did you make an absolute claim?
I got it. I Googled it, stop sign. And I got, there's not one yellow or blue stop sign in my search image.
So that means that blue don't exist.
So no, the most prevalent is red.
Right. That's fine. You had reason to believe they were all
And if
red,
I ask anybody,
but you were wrong.
And if I ask anybody what a stop sign looks like, they're going to tell me it's red.
What does that have to do with the truth?
With the objective truth of a stop sign, what would be that? What is the objective truth of a stop sign?
Heretic.
Is it blue or red?
Apparently, it's both.
How can what yellow?
It might just be yellow.
Goddamn yellow.
Fucking hell.
So what you're actually
yellow.
saying is that we cannot know what an objective truth looks like.
Yeah, but most likely, if I ask
No,
somebody,
what we can
if
say is
most
we can't
likely,
believe what
if I-
Gio said.
the most likely thing is that if I ask somebody what color a stop sign is, they're not going to say blue.
Correct, because we don't need 100% certainty about a stop sign. So we can say it's all red based on the previous information that we had about stop signs, and we all our lives have seen stop signs as being red and white because we live in fucking America and we don't know better. But we
Because all
haven't been in
stops are white.
Korea to see yellow stop signs, so we don't know about them.
Yes.
So it's a knowledge claim. We don't know about yellow stop signs, therefore all stop signs are red and white. Is that true, Gio?
No.
No.
That's the black swan fallacy.
Yes, but you have to use the induction to get to the
Yes,
to
I
the conclusion
understand that.
that
But
all
if I ask somebody if I ask somebody in the United States what color a stop sign is, they're not going to say blue or yellow. Guarantee.
Correct.
I'm
That's
not
mean
in
they
the
don't have to
fucking
stop
United
at the blue
States.
ones?
Guarantee you.
I'm
Hey,
not in the United States,
wait,
and
wait.
Sammy's not in the United States.
Wait,
either.
Gio, does that mean if you saw a blue stop sign, you don't have to stop?
That has nothing to do with traffic laws.
I think it has everything to do with traffic laws.
Supposed to stop at a stop sign.
But what if it's blue?
Yeah, what if it's blue? What is that supposed to signify? I'm not
Does
sure
that
what
mean you
you're
don't
getting
have to stop because it's not a true stop sign?
at. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
You're conflating what I'm saying.
It wasn't hard. I mean, it's been a little muddy the whole time. Are there blue stop signs? Yes or no?
Sure.
And do they serve the same purpose as a red stop sign?
Sometimes I would assume yes.
Yeah, if you believe in them.
Hey, if someone you being pig-headed because you ask anybody what color a stop sign is, I guarantee you, I'll bet you $50 no one's gonna say blue or yellow.
What people say
I guarantee
matter?
you.
Gio, it's not an argument from consensus. It doesn't matter if everybody else thinks that's not a stop sign. It's blue. Run that motherfucker and see if the cop gives you a break because it's blue.
So what would be a true stop sign then?
The one that says stop on it.
In what language?
The one that you read that said stop. I don't know. I mean,
with what font?
Does it
and
matter?
on what background?
I don't think that matters.
You see, you can add stuff to objective things, isn't it?
Right. That's why the case was that not all stop signs were red. That was the argument. This was to demonstrate that you can be agnostic about something and hold a belief in it because it's likely and still be wrong, and that's okay.
He didn't make a claim based on his beliefs. He made a claim based on his knowledge.
Are you sure? Because his knowledge turned out to not be true.
I only see red stop signs.
Yes,
except for that one. That
the picture you just showed me. The picture.
So you gained new information.
No,
that
I don't go
that
out.
you're...
I don't go out in my neighborhood and see blue stop signs. No, I don't.
No, you need to remain consistent, Gio. You've seen a blue stop sign, so you need to keep denying its existence.
I'm not denying anything.
So, Gio, are you denying reality because other colored stop signs exist?
No, I'm saying
Yes,
the most likely color of a stop sign is going to be red, not blue or yellow.
Except it's not about what's most likely; it's about what exists. Okay. Yeah, just because it wasn't probable that there were blue and yellow stop signs out there, it turns out that despite the knowledge we had, they do exist, and they mean the same as the red. It means fucking stop.
Yeah, but the point is, you ask anybody what color a stop sign is, what color were they going to say?
Okay,
Bill?
that's not the
what color
is that
do
what you think
they're going to say?
Hold on, is that what you think the
That's
point
the
of this
point.
was?
That's the point.
No, baby, that's not the
Reality-
point. No, sweetie, that's not the point. The point of it was to demonstrate what I've been saying all along, that you can be agnostic, which means not having enough knowledge about something, but still have a belief in it. You believed that you would be correct that all stop signs would be red, but you didn't know that for sure, and you were honest about it, and it turns out there are some exceptions.
His belief about red stop signs was because of his knowledge about red stop signs. His belief was not about his not knowledge about the blue signs.
Incomplete knowledge.
In red stop signs was because he was encompassed by red stop signs.
Yeah, it was incomplete.
Stop signs.
It's the black swan fallacy. The easy way that Gio would have been able to get away with this was as soon as the picture went up, he just went, "Fucking hell, I was wrong," and laughed about it. Now you'd have got away
No,
with
I wasn't
everything.
wrong because
You
I
would
didn't.
have got
I
away
didn't
with
claim.
everything, Gio.
I
You
didn't
did
claim.
claim.
No, I didn't
You'd
claim
have got
that
away
red.
with everything, and
I
we'd have
didn't
moved
claim-
on to a
I-
new conversation. But you are just digging. When you're in a hole, stop digging. You should have been taught that
No,
about
I'm
the
not
age of
digging.
5. Okay.
No,
Not in a hole.
when
He
I
doesn't believe in
ask
holes.
somebody, when I ask somebody what color a stop
Is it
sign
a red
is,
hole?
they're going to say red.
Do you have blue holes? Are there blue
Sorry.
holes?
I'm sorry.
Are there any
That's what
blue
they're
holes?
going to say.
No, his
Are there
hole
any
is
blue
red
holes?
right now.
They're not going to say blue. They're not going to say yellow.
It's
Even if
splattered.
people live in
Splattered
countries
with
or
the blood of
states,
Gio.
even if they live in countries or states where they are blue, they'll probably say red anyway.
And they would still
So
be wrong,
fuck
wouldn't
you.
they?
So
And they'd
fuck
still be
you.
wrong, just like you were.
But I'm not talking about that. It's not about right or wrong.
It's not about consensus, Gio. You would still be wrong. They would be wrong because they're not just red, despite common belief.
It's
Are
called
only-
evidence. Evidence.
Are only
Welcome
Democrats
to-
believe in red stop signs in America?
Stop signs are red.
In America. You need to put in America on it.
Yes.
And then
'cause
name
I
every
see-
other country where they are red. And then go, oh, but sometimes they're not. So in some countries, and I don't know which ones they are, they might be blue or yellow.
Can I ask something? I've noticed in the chat that someone is challenged my my understanding of knowledge. What's wrong with my understanding of knowledge?
Who was it?
Bond, and it's because in philosophy, like I said earlier, knowledge is defined as justified true belief, and so when you use the term knowledge, it goes against what most of us have been taught. It's far better just to say information.
Well, what I see as belief before it goes to justified and true is just a hypothesis. I believe I can fly.
Okay.
Okay. I believe I can fly. Is that justified and true? Not yet.
So it's not knowledge at that point.
Pardon?
So it's not knowledge at that point.
It is not a belief either.
Would be.
Well, you just defined it as being the belief.
It's a test. It's a hypothesis. It is not a belief in the sense that William has it. I believe that God exists, even though I don't know it. But it. What happened? Did you know?
I don't know. He waved and left. But then that's okay. If it's not a belief, it's not a belief. If it's a hypothesis, okay. If it's a possibility, okay. I don't understand where we're going with this about
I think
knowledge.
it is a convolution on words. It's a representation of the word belief in this context, at least.
I'm just.
I think
You said that someone inside chat was triggered or whatever by that use of that term, and I'm just told you why they would say that. That's it. It's up to you. You don't have to defend anything. I'm not asking you to defend anything. I'm just letting you know why they made that comment.
I'm getting the shield of God and the armor of the helmet
Wonderful.
of.
I do have a question now that G-Man's gone. Earlier, you said that you don't believe in the agnostic claim. It either is or it isn't. So, are you a Gnostic atheist?
Gnostic. Okay. So, do I make absolute claims about the deity that you believe in? Well,
I didn't say anything about the deity that I believe in. I'm asking if you know what the term gnosis means, right? The Greek term.
To know.
Okay. So, are you a Gnostic atheist?
Well, in times like this, when I'm surrounded by beautiful people like you guys, yes, I am a hard atheist. I
didn't ask hard atheist. I asked Gnostic.
Knowing comes after you have tested your hypothesis.
Okay. You're using the term knowing. I don't think that's actually what a good translation of the word gnosis means. Gnosis is a direct experience of something. Direct experience. So have you directly experienced the non-God?
Well, if you put it this way, then no, of course not.
Okay, that's all.
But
I
have
just
you
wanted to show
directed
you how silly
experience?
that. Yeah, I was just letting you know. This all began with you saying it was silly to believe in a god, and then we went all this way about all stuff. But I was just pointing out, you don't like the term agnostic, which is a lack of direct experience. So, would you consider yourself Gnostic? No, that's also equally silly.
If you define, I was defining Gnosticism as a claim on knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, that's not actually what a good.
I cannot argue with personal experience in any way.
I can.
I mean,
I'm gonna try.
argue.
I might fall completely flat on my arse.
I can.
People can be delusional. We all know that.
Or just wrong.
Hillary's,
Or partial information.
I am a Gnostic atheist. Everything that I have experienced indicates very, very clearly there is no God.
Okay, but that's everything you have experienced.
Well, you said that's what gnosis was.
Yeah. Well, yes. Have you had a direct experience of no God?
Every day, okay. All day, every day.
Wonderful.
Direct experience.
I accept
Everything
that.
to do with my life is a
And
direct
I accept
experience
that.
of no God.
I accept that. You are a Gnostic atheist, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
In the definition that you gave, I would say yes.
And I'm more than happy with that. Thank you.
I'm happy. I was expecting to get my ass whipped.
No, you're not getting any pushback. Not for me.
Oh.
Sorry.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that argument before. I think it's a really good one. And I just wanted to say, yeah, okay, I'll have a go and see if I get my ass whipped. Anybody else like to whip my ass with that one?
No, I mean, no.
Oh.
No, I have to have a different one.
Isn't it interesting that we define things?
No.
We define the things that we want to define.
Right.
In the way that we want to define them.
No, it's not how we want to define them. It's to be able to communicate with others. And so
that's why we define things.
What?
Yeah.
That's why we. That's why we label stuff. So that my experience of things can be experienced by you as well. If we share the same definition.
Yes. Communicate to me, yes. You're transferring that information of your experience to me, yes.
So we have to share the same definition, but who says that the definition that definition is true?
The sender and receiver in the communication model, the sender and the receiver need to have the same definition. If they don't, that's called noise, which is an external problem.
Okay, but that doesn't address the value.
There is no absolute definition to any word. It is completely subjective, and it is dependent on both parties, the sender and the receiver.
That's why we always have lots of arguments about whether we agree with somebody because of the definitions. You have to agree to the definitions before you can have a proper discussion. What I'm really impressed about, Ed, I mean, I get the feeling that English is not your first language. And I find your ability to use English absolutely fantastic. I wish I had a non-native tongue that was as good as yours.
You know what? I actually dream in English, which is why? Why would that happen? Why would someone dream in a non-native language?
White supremacy. It's natural. Apparently, it's natural then. Yeah, we'll go for that.
Yeah, I guess so. But yes, thank you. I try to improve my English day by day.
It's impressive.
That's why I don't hang out with Romanians.
Is that the only reason you don't hang out with Romanians? I can think of a few more, but
he'd like to keep his wallet.
Correct. No.
Enjoyed meeting you, Ed. I didn't even know you existed until today. I was agnostic about you. But now that I've had direct
No,
experience,
you were unaware. You can't be agnostic about somebody you've
well,
never met.
wait, I had no
Right.
personal experience, and now I have had
Did you
personal direct experience.
believed in me before? Did you believe in me before?
I did not. I did not.
I'm sorry, I did not evangelize you to him.
Yeah. Where were you on that one, Hillary?
Is awareness different to agnosticism then?
Ooh.
No, if you're agnostic, you can be agnostic about something that you're unaware of.
But it's an
you-
unknown unknown rather than a known unknown or an unknown known.
Isn't experience actually awareness of your environment? The ability to translate what's happening in outside of you, that's awareness. And that's experience as well. Isn't it?
But you've got awareness of existence. So prior to today.
What do you mean awareness of his existence?
Well, prior to today, Hillary's and William were never aware of you.
No, I was aware. I have had personal.
Let's just say, Hillary's. Let's just say.
Okay.
Never aware of you. Aware of many, many, many billions of people on this planet, of which the majority of them, the vast majority, we have never met, will never meet, will never see, will never know anything about, won't know their names, whatever. But the awareness of you is that you come into the circle and you contribute and you discuss and we hear your voice. Whether we see you or not is a different question, blah, blah, blah. But you're there. We are now aware of Ed, the person Ed.
Did the concept of me existed before I arrived?
No.
Not in my mind.
No, the concept of you was just a blank. There are billions of other people in the world. Who is going to come in? What will they look like? What will they be like? How will they speak? Will we be able to understand them? Will they be male? Will they be female? Will they be non-binary? Will they? We don't know anything about them, anything at all. We know there are other people, but the Ed the being was not brought into our awareness until you arrived and announced yourself. If you see what I mean.
However, my being was not translatable to you yet until I was able to translate myself to your awarenesses.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I didn't exist before.
No. And we're not saying you didn't exist. It's the difference between you did exist, we just weren't aware of you. But if somebody had described you absolutely precisely, would anybody have believed them if they then said, this person is going to walk through the door and join this hangout in 1 hour? If we had never, ever, ever met you. It's a really weird, concept. What's the difference between...
But now you believe it, isn't it?
Absolutely. We see you. We have
knowledge
experience.
Therefore, knowledge, experience comes before beliefs. Not after.
I'm happy to... I don't know the philosophical arguments of whether somebody was putting it the other way around or not. I haven't got a clue. But I'll let William and Hillary's add into that.
I missed the last thing you said. I was talking about Wild Heart to somebody. Yeah, what'd you say?
Ed said when he came in and introduced himself for the first time to us, doesn't matter whether it was today or whatever, let's just pretend
lovely chap.
Today, right?
Yep.
We became aware of him, the concept, the being of Ed.
Oh, yes.
He's saying our knowledge of him came before our belief.
No. See, it all happened at the same time.
I gained knowledge of him and believed in him at the same time, and then I fell madly in love with him and started planning our wedding.
Tart.
I just don't. Yeah, I'm a
How,
whore.
how can it come in the same time? That doesn't
Well,
sound
we can
coherent
come
to
at the
me.
same. Oh, you meant how did it? Yeah.
I know.
No. I'm saying
we can try to come in the same time, but
yeah, it's science. So I mean, no,
I know.
because I was exposed to you. I gained knowledge of you and believed in what I was seeing at the same time.
Upon observation, he obtained both knowledge and belief, simultaneously.
Because you could be fake, but I believe that you're the real you.
Knowledge
Nothing
is a
was
subset
first.
of belief. Knowledge is a subset of belief. Is that right?
Yes. But what I think is belief in the first stage is just a hypothesis. What
That's
he
not belief
talks
then.
what
But
he talks
have we just disproven that hypothesis then? For you? Because belief and knowledge were exactly the same time.
I don't think is in the same time.
Hey, I was in my head. I know when these things happened, unless you're calling me a liar about what I experienced.
No, because Ed, you just arrived here, right? Bang, arrived here, first time ever. You'd never met anybody else. Bang, you just came in because you pressed on that button. You hadn't been chatting away. Nobody was aware of you. You pressed on that button. You came in.
But
you were allowed in. And our knowledge of you and our belief that you were there and our belief of you because you were on camera was immediate. All were the same at exactly the same time. There was no hypothesis.
Okay, so I think I have to explain myself a little bit. Belief in the first stage is a hypothesis. In the later stage is an assured trust, maybe? That assured trust is based on knowledge that you have gained.
Where did the trust come from? Why is that an issue? Like, I'm trusting my observation.
So I believe I can fly. I test the flying thing. I can fly. Therefore, I believe I can fly.
Okay, but
I believe Ed exists because I saw him.
You see,
and those things happen simultaneous.
But I had the knowledge of Ed existing because I saw him.
You wouldn't know if I existed if you didn't saw me.
You could be AI.
You have to gain knowledge to form the belief.
Okay, so knowledge comes first.
Yes, that was my claim. You have to gain knowledge in order to form a full belief.
But I didn't gain knowledge. It just bang, it happened because you
bang
were there.
It happened. That's gaining knowledge. You know more than a fraction of a second before.
And belief. My belief in Ed was at exactly the same time as my knowledge that Ed existed.
Yes, but it transformed from a hypothesis to a definite thing, which you will call it still a belief.
Your hypothesis is the other way around. You have a hypothesis in your thing of, I think this believes, I believe this happens. That's my hypothesis. I will now go out and get knowledge.
You see what
So there's a different thing. You believed first and then gained knowledge. In this example, both happened at exactly the same time. There was no hypothesis. There was no choice. There was no differentiation. They are one and the same thing at exactly the same time. The moment you arrived, knowledge and belief were exactly the same.
No.
How can you differentiate between the two?
I don't agree with the definition of belief. I think we should have more words for what we mean by belief. That's what I'm. What word can we use for a belief that is in its incipient stage? That it's like the birth of a thought.
It's
that
the
should
reality.
Be the first is not the reality. The birth of a thought is not reality.
It comes from the SEP. It's the philosophical definition of belief, which is the reality of the situation, something like that. Stanford Encyclopedia of
Philosophy.
Philosophy.
Yes.
Because I don't think we mean by belief we mean the same things.
Well, belief, the very first line, contemporary Anglophone philosophers of mind generally use the term belief to refer to the attitude we have roughly whenever we take something to be the case or regard it as true.
Okay, so a belief is an attitude.
Yeah.
Towards something.
Yep.
Okay.
Knowledge is a subset of that. Knowledge is a subset of that. It's a higher level of confidence in that level of regarding being true.
So knowledge consolidates the belief?
Not necessarily. Yes. Yeah, sorry, I was putting it in a time one goes into next. But consolidates is a good word, actually. Because it makes it stronger. It gives you more confidence in it.
So what would you call a stronger belief than the first stage of a belief? Of what would you call the stronger attitude as opposed to the first stage of the attitude that you call belief?
Well, okay, let's take it. It's something you take to be the case or you regard it as true. If you have no evidence for that thing,
yes,
you still regard it as true.
Yes.
But it's easier to be falsified. If you have complete knowledge about it being true, it's very difficult to be falsified. Which is why the black swan fallacy actually comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in the whole of the UK and the Northern Hemisphere knew there were only white swans. Nobody had ever seen anything but a white swan until somebody went down to Australia and then they went, oh, we were all wrong. Everybody knew the Earth was flat until the evidence came about that the Earth is actually
Until the flat earthers proved it.
Yeah. Everybody thought the Earth was the center of the universe until, and that was knowledge then, that was knowledge, until it was proven that actually we go around the sun rather than the sun going around the Earth. So knowledge can be wrong, but it's what we take to be the case, what we regard as true.
So what you said is you consolidate the beliefs by gaining knowledge.
But what I'm also saying is, in the example we gave before, the knowledge of Ed came at exactly the same time as the belief in Ed.
I think
I'd like to read what Halsey has written here. It says, nobody here had any belief about Ed because how could we know that he even existed? Once he introduced himself based on his output and presence, we could form beliefs about him. So that was from Halsey. And then she also commented, but I can have beliefs about stuff I don't have direct knowledge of yet.
But I can, I would need to add something to what Halsey said, because I can form beliefs about Ed, which could be completely wrong. Whereas belief in Ed, belief of Ed is exactly the same as knowledge in and knowledge of.
The difference between general and specific. Okay. You can have a general belief, but once you narrow down to a specific thing.
My knowledge of your existence happened at exactly the same time as my belief of your existence. Even though there are billions of other humans that I have never met and will never meet, you, the individual you, I now have knowledge of you and knowledge some knowledge about you and belief that you exist. I believe that, as opposed to, I could form a belief that you support Manchester United and I would really dislike you because of it.
No, I don't follow football. I don't know what football is. Is that with the
But
stick?
you knew what Manchester United was, though. You know that I don't believe you are talking true. And this is the interesting thing: belief versus knowledge. You know.
Okay. I might grant you this, that belief can came in the same time as knowledge and can be happy forever.
In certain circumstances, yes.
Okay. However, for the knowledge to match the belief needs to be justified. True? And the justification.
I do not have a monopoly on the level of justification, though.
But you make your own justifications.
Well, is that knowledge, though?
See?
Does knowledge have to be verifiable by others, and others also? Not necessarily. See, this is where it gets really interesting, doesn't it?
I know. Yes.
I don't know how to justify knowledge, although I can justify that you exist.
I think this is all goes to the cogito ergo sum thing. How can we justify our experience to the exterior?
I don't know.
And we can't, which falls into solipsism, hard solipsism, and all the shits that the philosophy splouts into our faces. Splouts? Is that a word?
It
is now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the beauty of a living language.
Exactly.
Splout. We will have to promote that to the Oxford English Dictionary as the new word for 2023. We'll have to promote it on TikTok and Twitter. Splouting.
Yes.
Splouting is when you're trying to pull out and you still spurt on them. You just splout it all over your labia. Sorry.
So Halsey said, but if you know that Ed exists, why would you have to believe in his existence? And knowledge is a subset of belief. By having knowledge, you automatically believe in that thing that you have knowledge about, the positive thing. You may have knowledge that Ed doesn't exist, so you would believe Ed does not exist.
Well, with the way his name is presenting right now, I'm not sure this is really Ed.
But the belief will alter based on the knowledge that you gain or you lose.
Not when it comes to an existence thing, but it could change in relation to a concept.
What was the existence has to do with my belief or knowledge?
No, my belief or knowledge that you actually do exist. Because I can actually see you. I know you exist, right? Take away the solipsism bit, right? Take that away, because that's not arguable. So we accept other people exist. We see other people on here. We talk to them. They actually exist. You actually exist. I can see your face. You can't see mine, but I can see yours. I'm just a raccoon with a gun.
You're wonderful.
But I know you exist. And because I know you exist, that is a belief that you exist, because it is something I take to be the case. I take to be the case that you exist. However,
based on what?
Based on this conversation and based on the fact that you've come around.
Based on personal experience.
I can see you, personal experience.
Okay.
We're actually having a conversation, a two-way conversation.
Wouldn't you take that as knowledge, though? Based on the knowledge that you have been presented with.
Yes.
Okay.
But knowledge is belief. That is the point. Knowledge is belief. Belief is not necessarily knowledge. Knowledge is you used the words earlier on. Knowledge is a higher consolidation of your belief. It gives you more confidence in your belief.
I think Gio has a point in there that helps me. Gio in the comments says that knowledge is only a subset of belief if the belief turns out to be true. What do you think about this?
Not if you die beforehand. So again, right? The Earth, the sun moves around the Earth. Until Galileo, that's what everybody believed. We were the center of the universe. It was knowledge. That was deemed knowledge. So knowledge is also a man-made thing. It's also a fallacy of population or whatever it's called.
Yes, but you can't say I know I have $1 million in my bank account.
Well, you can if you do have $1 million in your bank account.
But can you say if you don't? And you just believe it?
I know that I do not have $1 million in my bank account.
This goes back to the fact that knowing forms the belief that you have. I'm talking about true beliefs, by the way. Justified or unjustified.
See,
I think true beliefs...
something that is a belief is something that is taken to be the case or is regarded as true. So the question came up earlier on. How do you differentiate a true belief from a standard belief? Because if you believe... Well, if that's the definition, I can accept it because you're putting a definition on true as if to say this is the case. But anything that I believe to be the case anyway. I just don't know whether I know it or not. It's what I believe. So I still take it to be true and I still take it to be the case. But I don't necessarily have knowledge about it.
I don't think to be the case is an appropriate definition for truth.
No, that's the appropriate definition for belief.
Okay. Okay. To be the
Belief,
case is...
Belief is the attitude we have when we take something to be the case. When we regard that something as true. So the key bit is we take it to be the case. We regard it as true. It doesn't necessarily mean it is true.
So it's a hypothesis.
Belief is, yes. But knowledge then compounds that belief and makes it stronger.
Yes.
Is that what you mean by true belief?
Yes. The true belief is a consolidated belief by knowledge.
Okay.
That's why I said knowledge comes first and then you form the belief. Because when I said you form the belief, you form a true belief that comports with reality.
Right, and the thing that comports with reality might not be a true belief, though.
And knowledge wouldn't come first. Observation would.
Observation is knowledge.
We're using it in different ways. But
you observing, you measuring it, you gaining knowledge by measuring that stuff, by observing it, by interpreting it, by translating it into your
Remember, like 20, 30 minutes ago, I said that based upon observation, I came to a belief, which later, with further information, I learned to be false.
And I said that at that time that you made that observation and formed that belief, it was the true thing. Later, it has been confirmed to be wrong. Nothing wrong with that.
You're just using knowledge differently than the way most of us Westerners are.
Are you accusing me of being an Eastern?
That's probably it.
You observing, you are gaining knowledge by observing. That's why you observe. You don't observe for the sake of fucking observing, isn't it? You look at things.
I'm observing for the sake of gathering data, which
Exactly.
then
So you're gaining knowledge.
Which
You
I
know.
can then form a belief. The belief may or may not be true.
Yes. So
Situational
fraction of
awareness
a
is
second.
making guesses.
I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
I said situational awareness, like when you're being observant,
Mhm.
you have beliefs that things could happen. You're trying to preempt those, but you don't know what's going to happen. So you're observing as a precaution to things that you believe are possible. Holy shit, Richard Madsen, always an honor.
Peace and respect, gentlemen.
Hello,
You
Richard.
jumped
How
in
could
the
I
middle of
not
the
come
Logic
into this
Festival.
stream?
Oh, you've been listening.
You've been
No, it's
listening?
just the panel. I just had to come in.
Oh, well, I'd like you to meet. I don't know if you've met
Oh yes,
Ed.
yes, Ed. That's where I met Ed. Was over on Richards.
I've just met him. He's a beautiful guy. Beautiful
He's a
guy.
jewel.
We're dating
That's
now.
with him.
You
At
didn't
least
believe
until
in me
5
before.
p.m. I can't afford you, Edward.
I know. No one can.
He's a material guy. All right, so y'all get back to it. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, experience, observing reality is gaining knowledge. You know a fraction of a second after a fraction of a second after a fraction of a second more than you knew a fraction of a second before. You're gaining knowledge. You know more about the world. Therefore, you are able to translate that knowledge into a belief, into a consolidated belief that can be translated into a that comports to reality. That's what I mean. Reality is the objective almighty God here.
And it also allows you to see the spectrum of things. So
correct.
What you might have seen originally might have been an anomaly.
Correct.
And you might have developed a belief on the basis of an anomaly. And then as you gained more data, it moves away from being anecdote about one thing to the development of an understanding of something around a population where you go, right, my original belief was incorrect. It was wrong. That is the exception that proves the rule, but I have to keep that exception. That is part of the population. It's just not the norm of what happens.
Correct.
So it gives you wider nuances. It gives you much wider nuances.
I do not make absolute claims.
And that's where Geo had his problem with the red.
Yeah, the stop
sign. Because there are anomalies. And
I do not make absolute claims. However, I think, in my humble experience, that I form beliefs based on my knowledge. And I do not claim beliefs even if I don't know if them are true. And that's the crux of this conversation, because the conversation began with the fact that someone believed in something, even though they don't know if it's true or not.
So you're an atheist, yeah?
Yeah, for the sake of the conversation. I'm actually a non-resistant, non-religious.
So you're non-religious. Do you believe there is no God?
Based on the knowledge that I have gained, yes.
So it's a positive claim. It's the hard atheist claim. You believe there is no God. You take it to be the case. You regard it as true. There is no God.
That is an incomplete question. The question should not be formulated like that. If you believe.
Correct. It should be, are you asserting that there is no God?
That's even more vague.
So now you're going to move away from being a hard atheist to being a weak atheist, and you're going to say, I don't believe there is a God. Is that what you're going to say?
What I'm going to say is that based on the evidence that I have gathered and the non-evidence that I have been able to observe, based on the lack of the evidence that I have been able to observe, because what was that quote? Lack of evidence is an evidence in itself, or is it something like that? Isn't it?
Lack
Evidence
of
of
evidence.
lack.
Lack of evidence when you expect evidence is evidence of something being missing. Whatever.
Right.
You see?
However,
so it's a knowledge claim. It's not a belief claim.
So your knowledge claim is that you live in a natural world where natural things happen, and you haven't seen anything supernatural that you would define as a god.
As in Hillary's hypothetical so far, yes.
Why would you see something that was a god if a god is supernatural and you live in the natural world?
I don't. That's my big almond.
So
is that what
it's this thing about evidence, you see. You have no evidence of a god, but that does not mean that a god doesn't exist.
What I mean by evidence is that my knowledge has not been sufficiently accumulated regarding this aspect in order to approach it in
So
the way
it
that
remains
we
a
do.
belief rather than knowledge.
No, it's a knowledge.
Your knowledge is that you have only ever seen natural things. That's your knowledge. That's everything's a white swan. Everything's a white swan. I haven't seen a black swan yet, therefore all swans are white.
No, yes, and I don't claim 100% certainty on this. Yes, induction things can be, it's fallible, but I have good reason to assume that the next swan will be white based on previous knowledge. I believe that the next swan will be white because all the swans before were white. If them would be black, I will have to adapt my belief system.
And in a natural world, and we live on the natural world, on the earth, where everything around us is natural, everything that you will see tomorrow will be natural.
It will always be natural, yes.
Therefore, you will never see any evidence of something supernatural.
Are you saying that I'm biased against the supernatural because I believe that everything can be only natural? Which I think I'm making an absolute claim by this. But
yes.
But even though something would present itself as non-natural, my understanding about natural would be expanded, and it will encompass that non-natural thing, and I will translate it into natural ways.
Okay. And that's where we had the discussion earlier on, where if suddenly everything supernatural became part of our realm,
I will translate it to be natural.
And
I will find a way to translate it to be natural. If I can't find a way to translate it to be natural, then it is not worthy of my attention because it's imaginary.
And therefore, you automatically have a bias to claim there is therefore no God, because even if God was to appear in front of you and to do these things, you would just say, oh, because it's happened, it's natural, therefore it's not supernatural, therefore it's not God.
It's not biased against a God, it's only biased against a supernatural God.
It's biased against anything that
I don't know. I think
some people believe in. Yeah,
Richard's beliefs would be much more palatable to someone who wasn't interested in the supernatural.
Right. I don't believe there's anything supernatural ever.
But you are a person of some sort of faith, right?
I'm definitely a theist. Yeah.
Okay. All right. How maybe you and Ed have talked about this. Ed, how did you feel about Richard's beliefs?
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
That's the theory, pretty much.
So
Okay,
therefore, a workable definition for God does not exist.
A workable definition for God does not exist?
Yes.
I don't know. I think I have a workable definition for God. The stories are concerning this earth. The stories are for the people on the earth to give them encrypted but a briefing of what the future holds. That future to be executed by those who authored, not scribed, but authored the stories, so that when they actually perform the acts, the fairy tale understanding of it or religious understanding of it gets turned over into reality, which is where you said supernatural into natural. So that people have some kind of heads up, even if they don't understand it, and they will realize that the ancient stories are now true, even though they understood them incorrectly before. And it's only extremely ancient human beings from not this earth intervening onto our earth to save us from ourselves and our mistakes in things like, I don't know, glyphosate, releasing hydrocarbons into the atmosphere, natural solar events, things like that.
Or inventing time travel.
Yeah. Well, they promise to do things for us and give it to us properly before we do it improperly and kill ourselves.
That is a very long definition of a god.
It's just a set of rules for those who conduct the thing, conduct the invasion, the interference.
I think the best way to describe a god would be adjectiveless.
What?
Adjective.
Lack of an adjective.
Oh, without adjectives. Okay.
Yes.
I'm not great at grammar. What's an adjective?
Adjective like good, bad.
A qualifier to a subject.
Yes.
Something that
Okay.
describes a noun.
Oh, I'm only saying this would be necessary if we're going to keep living.
So, in other words, your definition of God has to be this way. It has two properties. Because it can't be other way.
Yes, it can't be some other way, yeah.
Of course it can, Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Within the reading frame I've adopted on these stories, it can't be some other way.
I see.
I don't adopt that reading frame.
You should. It's correct.
Now, I see what you mean, because I said workable definition of God, and you presented a workable definition of God.
Yeah.
And you did.
It's just like if we were a space-based society and traveling through the galaxies with much greater technology than we presently have, which is understanding of physics. That's what technology and applied physics.
Right.
And we ran across an Earth that had, in a naturalistic, maybe a neosynthetic, Darwinistic kind of evolutionary process, had produced animals that were precisely the same as ourselves, but they weren't nearly as advanced. We find ourselves possibly in a moral dilemma. Because if we look down with our technology onto that Earth and what we saw was whites invading Native Americans and killing them off by the millions, and we continued to watch, and you see the Jews and Hitler, and you see, I mean, just a repeat. We already know what's going on and where they're going, and we go, oh, these are exactly the same animal we are. They're making all the mistakes we made before we became a space-based society.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could have a moral dilemma there where you go, okay, let them kill themselves off because we barely survived. Maybe they'll survive too. Or maybe you don't want them to suffer that much. Maybe you decide to interfere at the last minute before they kill themselves off.
So it's a solution that mediates suffering.
It's
Is the
the
goal
ultimate suffering, the death of the species? It only stops that.
Suffering is felt. A death of a species is not felt.
Yes, no one ever experienced a death. I agree.
Okay.
People suffered until they stopped having experience, but they did not suffer death.
I mean, it would be bad if a species dies or our species dies, but it has to be observed by something else, by someone else to.
Sure, of course. Just like we see our relatives die, etc. Yeah, they didn't experience it, we did. Yeah. So, but because of that, it looks like it's explaining empathy. And tribalism. I'm going to grant tribalism that they're speciesists. They're interested in human beings surviving. You could ask the question why. I'm just going to say because they like themselves, and we're just like them. So they think they should save us because they have that goal. And you might say, well, that's not necessarily true in the universe. And I'll say fine, but it doesn't matter if I can just say we're speciesists.
These creatures that are so advanced that can, you said they're like Kardashev level 7, 8, whatever.
At least a 3, probably a 4.
Are they immortal?
Immortal, if the definition of that word means can't be killed, then no. But if what I would say is eternal, that is that they don't die of natural causes.
Okay, so they have cured the age. They have cured the age. They have found a way to elongate the telomeres and stuff.
Yes, that they produce the correct amount of telomerase.
Already. Before
the very
us
first
being
of
here.
them, the very first of them was like that, and their kind was always like that, which is why, especially in the Christian text, it reads that we are made a little lower than angels. That means caused to be.
Okay.
We have a death sentence where they don't.
Why?
Because we don't produce enough telomerase. We are genetically restricted, and even though we could produce more, we don't.
But is it a natural fact about ourselves?
No, it's induced. It's genetic alteration on purpose to cause death. Chapter 6 of the book of Genesis, for instance.
So why do we need to be saved for, and by who?
Well, we don't continue as an individual, but we do continue on this planet as a species.
No,
and we're talking about preventing the ultimate death of all life on the planet. For instance, I could easily say something like, eventually the sun goes nova.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're toast. That's it. Nothing after that. We need to get into outer space before that.
Okay. But I don't want to monopolize the conversation because we were talking about beliefs and knowledge. Do you think belief comes first and then knowledge, or knowledge?
I did want to say something about that because I think that Hillary's is correct. That you and Hillary's should continue each having given a definition of what knowledge means, because you guys are just using two different definitions.
Mm-hmm. I think he said that knowledge for him is experience, direct experience, which I translate that.
No, I said that's the definition of gnosis.
Gnosis, okay.
Yeah. Gnosis, rather than being knowledge, is direct experience.
Okay, so what is knowledge then? I'm sorry.
Knowledge is the justified, true belief.
Okay. So it's a direct experience that you have validated.
No, knowledge doesn't have to be gnosis. When you ask me about knowledge, it is defined only as justified true belief.
Just because knowledge has belief in its definition, do you think that belief comes first?
I said earlier that someone gave an example, and I said that the knowledge and the belief occurred simultaneously after the observation.
After the observation?
Yes.
After you gain knowledge about your
What
environment?
you're calling experiential knowledge, yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm operating with quarters of words, I think. You know, what I mean by knowledge is, what I mean by belief is half knowledge, stuff like that. I don't think we can be very efficient in our language. Special knowledge. Yeah, special knowledge. What's special knowledge? What's ways?
Okay, general knowledge would be like trees existing. Special
Mhm.
knowledge would be information that you have that other people don't have. Like, for instance, the location of I was going to give an example, but I'm not sure if that's the best example.
Yeah. Something that is hidden from the others.
Yes.
Well, not hidden, unknown yet
yes.
by the others. Okay.
You know that mole on the small of your back that nobody else has ever seen? That's special knowledge.
Yeah. The more I talk with you guys, I think I agree more in the same time, and I as C.S. Lewis said, that kicking and screaming, I'm getting there, which is, this is the beauty of discourse, because it elevates wisdom.
Well, that's not going to work out very well with a lot of theists.
I know.
Between you and a lot of theists, that's not going to work out, because most are not interested in being reasonable.
But you gain a lot of knowledge by discussing with them. You find out about them. You gain knowledge of them. You gain an understanding of them and of this environment. We've been in this environment, Ed. I've been in this environment for about 10 years now. I don't know how long Richard's been in it. There are some people who have been around this area for a lot more, and you do, as long as you've got an open mind, you learn something every bloody day. You might not want to learn it, you might not want to, but you've got no choice. It just happens.
Of course.
Even Geo can occasionally teach you something.
Yes, I still don't believe that we use belief and knowledge in the same way. I think we have a manufactured definition about beliefs and knowledge that we can't standardize.
There are different types of knowledge, though, isn't there?
Yes.
There's knowledge how, there's knowledge that. I know that you exist. And that seems to be a different type of knowledge too. I know certain things, and I believe that I know those certain things. I'm justified in that. I think that they're true, but I could just be completely bloody wrong. I could have misinterpreted something. I could, and it happens all the time. It happens at work all the time. I think that I know this, but actually I only know a little bit, and I'm causing trouble because I pretend that I know shitloads. I know the answer, but I'm wrong. There's lots of different knowledges.
Pretending to know is pretending to know a belief.
Wait. Pretending to know?
Did I use that terminology? I may have used that terminology. accidentally, but I shouldn't have.
You were referring to types of knowledge, and one of the type of knowledge is that you have to you pretend to know something.
Or
Wouldn't pretending to know be a false belief?
You claim to know while not actually knowing.
Right.
You believe that you know, but you're actually wrong about it.
You claim that you know. I think I worded okay. Pretending to know. Well, pretending to know, which you don't actually know, isn't it? But that can form a belief, isn't it?
You can be a con man. You can form other people.
Yeah.
You could persuade others to believe that what you are saying is true.
Which is definition of lying. So lying can form beliefs.
Absolutely, yeah.
A false belief, yes.
A false belief, okay. No, it wouldn't be a false belief because you know you're lying.
You may regard it to be the case. You may regard it to be true. It just would be incorrect. Could you be justified in it?
No, of course not.
I mean, let's
what
go
you compare
back.
it with.
Let's go back to before Galileo. Everybody believed and knew the Earth was the center of the universe and everything went round us. It was incorrect, but it was justified. It was what everybody believed.
Yes,
everybody believed it was knowledge. Who had knowledge? All of the most important, intelligent people knew it to be knowledge, but it was incorrect. But was it justified true belief that was just incorrect? Because it was false.
It was justified true belief at that time.
Yes. But it wasn't true.
No, it was true at that time.
But it wasn't actually true. Objectively, it wasn't
objectively
true.
Wasn't, yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the interesting bit. The term justified true belief.
So the true thing in the justified true belief refers to the ultimate truth. It's a capital T thing true, isn't it?
Don't know.
You don't
know.
know?
Is Hillary still there? Because
I'm here.
You were defining it as justified true belief. Can justified true belief actually be wrong, but still be justified true belief?
Justified true belief.
Well, you could talk about Gettier cases,
okay,
where a person can be right by accident, which is fine, but it's so fringe and
okay, but that's
it's kind of not pointed.
But that's getting to the justification aspect. But he's asking about the capital T truth, and I don't know about capital T truth, but if it conforms with reality, then that makes it true.
Okay, but reality at that time.
Yes.
The understanding of the reality at that time, which makes it a capital T truth at that time.
But the objective truth is that that's false.
But it's not a capital T truth or even a lowercase t truth, which is already truth and it doesn't need to be capitalized ever. It's just that they were wrong.
Yes.
So they believed they had a justified true belief. They thought they had a justified true belief. They did not have a justified true belief.
They have been proven to be wrong hundreds of years later.
Sure.
But at that time, in that time frame, the objective truth was that.
No, they held a belief. They didn't have a justified true belief.
How do you know that our objective truth will not be proven wrong in the next 100 years?
Okay, if it's objective truth, then it will never be proven wrong because it's actual. However, we believe things subjectively that we might think are objectively true.
Who says that is objective truth? It is an objective truth.
If it's objectively true, it will always be true.
However, history teaches us that what was believed to be the truth has been changed.
Yes, you said it perfectly. What was believed to be true was changed.
what was believed to be true from our perspective, because we know the truth now. Therefore,
No, we don't. We might have more truths because
You
of
know
more
what I mean.
evidence, but
Ah,
I don't
you have
hold that
gained
we're
more
right
knowledge.
now. Yes,
You
but I
have-
don't hold that we're correct now. I think we have more to learn.
So
It's like if I asked you, is science done? Is philosophy done? Okay.
Yes, but at that time, they would say yes. We
No, they
know
wouldn't.
everything that we have to know.
No, they wouldn't. Not they weren't dumber. They just had
No,
less
no, no,
information
no.
than we
I'm
have.
not saying they were stupid, but they weren't bothered with you know, in 1800s when someone discovered something. This is the last. This is the ultimate thing that has been discovered. Even in physics, this is the fundamentals of physics. This is the ultimate thing. It took some time in academia to not be absolute in their claims.
Mm-hmm.
Is that making sense?
Yeah.
I think I haven't been very
Yeah, but I think
cogent.
you're talking like Plato.
Does
That
anybody
kind of
think?
time frame, we already decided that we can't know ultimately, and we're just in a process.
Does anybody think that Jesus had any justified true beliefs that were actually incorrect?
Depends which Jesus.
Well, he said not to wash your hands.
He didn't say don't wash your hands. He said I don't give a crap if you wash your hands.
He said that don't wash your hand because it doesn't matter.
No, he said there's things more important.
How is so? There are things more important than washing your hands when you are using your hands.
The context was in a time with no infrastructure and authoritarian might makes right governance, and people have the opportunity to ascend to heaven immediately. It doesn't matter if you wash your hands, because even if you get sick, that can be fixed. However, if you refuse heaven, well, that's a lot more important than washing your hands or not.
Okay.
Because heaven could fix your unwashed hands, but it can't fix that you won't go. So it's a.
Is going to heaven a personal choice?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, except, okay, there are exceptions. Children who tend to just follow some authority figure. That's not really their choice. They're just following an authority figure. And people who are less than, bell curve average, the top of the bell curve, in the way that they process things, you could get into some muddy waters there and say, well, they're not really deciding. So it's hard to say on some of it.
So is deciding thing comes from a rational being, the ability to reason the things properly according to a standard that the standard has been created by the creator of all things.
Wow, don't know where that came from in my
The creator of all things. The standard was put in place by the people that want us in heaven, because that's why we have to choose to go to heaven. We have to take a deep breath.
Okay.
The standard to go to heaven was put in place by the people that want us in heaven.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people with the abilities to reason and rationalize, but they have to rationalize as quote unquote normal people, which normal means whatever normal meant for the people that wants us in heaven.
No, it
so
just
they
means
want
normal. It just means average to this earth, which I think people who would accept the evidence at hand would be a good, probably better than 95% of the population.
So you can fake it to heaven?
Fake? What's to fake?
I don't know. What's the criteria to go to heaven, by the way?
Oh, when it arrives and you realize what this stuff means, go, cool. It's cool with me. I get it. That's it. That's the criteria for going to heaven.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's just evidential. I could get into a lot of quotes. I'll try to keep this super short. The Bible, New Testament, quotes Jesus as saying, "Look, I'm here for sick people, not the healthy." What's he talking about? Belief versus not belief, right? So he's calling those who don't believe sick, and they need a physician. That's what he's saying there. So he's there for those who don't believe. Why does that make sense? Because if you already believe, you don't need convinced. What is convincing? It says an evil nation or unbelieving nation needs a sign. And then it describes the sign of a certain magnitude and in a certain order with enough clarity and definition and descriptive words that you couldn't mistake it for something else. And the things are so big, humans on this earth can't make them happen. Can't. Which is why you hear Christians bickering about these little tiny minor signs that they think is the fulfillment of the prophecy. You'll never hear them claim that about the major signs because it's obvious they haven't happened.
But didn't he say that wanting signs is a sign of a needy Christian?
No, it says an evil nation needs a sign. That means unbelieving people. The word nation there means goyim, non-believers.
Okay.
So the goyim need a sign. We're going to give it to them. Here's the sign. Here's the magnitude. Here's the order of them. When you see that, try to adjust. So it's talking about physical first-person experiences that would persuade someone who doesn't believe the stuff is true.
Okay.
Which is completely reasonable in what people actually want. It's not a joke. That's what they want, physical evidence.
Seeing is believing, yes.
Yeah.
Seeing is believing, which is to say that gaining knowledge is believing.
Gaining experience and coming to a belief about it is persuasive. It doesn't mean you're right.
I get it. So another, some Christians say that just believing in Jesus is enough for someone to go to heaven.
Okay, here's why that's there. You might notice that in the text, Jesus is always saying, "You have heard, but I say." That is, he's correcting it. What are you doing harvesting corn or possibly wheat on the Sabbath? We're freaking hungry. The Sabbath is for humankind and mankind and the Son of God. It's not the other way. We're not to serve the Sabbath. The Sabbath is to serve us. You've got it upside down. He's always correcting them. And there's endless examples of that. Eating the showbread, David. But, so his whole job is to say, you've been looking at this wrong. Please look at it this way and it will actually make sense to you. That's what his job is. And that's for religious and irreligious alike.
What was his justification for calling their views wrong?
Well, his biggest justification will be heaven will be in the atmosphere, a series of spaceships literally above their heads. You might notice that nowhere in the text ever at any point does anyone, whether they're Sadducees or Pharisees, Romans, Goyim, nations surrounding, heathen, whatever, they never say, "Show me an angel," which seems like a very natural question. They never say, "Show me this heaven," which also seems like think about what the atheists say today. Show me this God, show me this heaven, show me this angel, show me this Christ. No one ever asks that question. And there's a really good reason why they wouldn't if it's parked in the sky above their head as they're talking about it.
So the thing was already there. That's why Jesus was talking about it.
I believe, and this is very personal, people are not going to agree with me on average, that it's only talking about end times, which is why Jesus says he's pointing, he could be pointing up and saying, look, the kingdom of God is at hand. Look, it's right there for you. Just accept it. That's why he says stuff like that, is because it's evident, obvious. This generation shall not pass. Why? Because heaven's right there.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are seeing, that's like saying you guys are seeing the end times. This is it, bro.
I remember you were saying that the New Testament didn't happen yet.
Well, neither did the Old, except for the 6 days of creation.
Oh, the Old Testament didn't happen yet?
Right, this is always talking about our future and nothing else. It uses some actual history, some fake history, to explain personality types and situations that are going to happen in end times. Of course, the future won't always be reflected by the past, so they had to make up some stories to fill in those gaps. So they did. But it is a truth about the future because they have the power and intent to do it, and they will.
A truth about the future.
Yeah.
Which future can be very unpredictable.
That's not always true. Let's say, for instance, you said to me, I'm going grocery shopping this Friday at a Smith's store. And I go, because I've never heard of shopping, I've never heard of groceries, I've never heard of Smith's, and this is the first time you've said it to me. My mind would be blown. I'd just be like, what the hell are you talking about? That's incredible. Please explain. And you said, no, that's all I'm going to say about it. And you just kind of walked away. That is divine ed hiddenness. And you just left it at that. But you have the ability to do it. And if I happen to live at Smith's on the earth, then I would see you do it. And that's not miraculous that you have the power and intent to do a thing that you do. It's just shocking to me.
So why didn't these beings choose a moment that we can make sense of the things that they say?
Because that would take away your free choices. So the key is to tell you a fairy tale that you can argue and disbelieve if you choose, or choose to believe. And that will allow you some free choice in life. Let me present the opposite argument. Heaven was parked in the sky, literal spaceships in our atmosphere this whole time. Like, we got to fly, we develop aircraft and we have to fly around these things to war, to get to Los Angeles, whatever. We got to literally fly around them. They're in the way. What the hell are we here for? If it was obvious and literal like that, what, are they just teasing us? Why don't they just go ahead and give us that better life that they're promising? It would be pointless without divine hiddenness. So here we have divine hiddenness and we're complaining about that.
Are you saying that we are learning something through our suffering?
Yes, I'm learning that you are my brother and that I should love and try to understand you as deeply as I can. And that we are all actually one thing.
And do you think that is the only way to learn that thing, through suffering?
Yes, and there's even a story to idealize or represent that in the story of Lucifer, where you have a perfect living in perfect who goes, I can do better than this, because he doesn't know what suffering is. He was born into perfection. He doesn't get that this is the thing that you want. So he messes it up. And they even admit that mess up and say, look, okay, it was perfect to an extent, but it wasn't perfect because a person could believe that they could do better. So he tells that story, which is like a bad on God, you could say, but it's to make the point that there has to be, or I can do the Matrix. Well, the engineer made the first program and humans wouldn't accept it because it was too perfect and they would kill themselves. That without the idea of suffering within the Matrix, you can't have a working society of human beings because human beings are sick or something. Go ahead.
If you believe that suffering is needed for humans,
I do.
Are you a utilitarianism guy? Do you think everything has to serve humankind?
No, but I think to benefit a certain kind of animal, it needs treated in a certain kind of way. I mean, if you raise a dog well, you're going to teach it as if it's a dog, and it's going to be happy and well adjusted and do appropriate things if you do a good job of it. And if you don't, it'll be maladjusted and crazy and like bite the mailman.
I have this feeling that the beings that you are describing are doggy feeding us with suffering. We are trained to behave in some way through suffering, through this experience that we don't like, but we have to have it. Right. You know, in order to achieve heaven and heaven, the awareness of our existence, in a way. Isn't that the purpose of going to heaven, to be aware of the true human that you are?
Well, that's what would become by default, but that's not the purpose of heaven or what heaven does or what we'll be doing in heaven. But if I jump too far ahead and answer too far ahead and it doesn't make sense, just tell me.
No, that's okay.
Okay, so I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but I think you'll follow. Heaven being expansive, we are to subdue it and multiply and fill the land. Okay? If I did some really ugly math, it looks like the Earth's total population that's been approximated at 110 billion throughout the life of the Earth, human beings on this. Yes. Okay, that number would be multiplied by about 150,000 to 1 in heaven. So you've got a person who lived on an Earth, 1 out of 150,000. Okay. Which means the percentage of people in heaven who got to live on an earth and got to suffer will be a very privileged few.
Okay.
And they keep the rest of the society straight on what that means. Because future generations born into heaven, you don't want them to become Lucifer and go, I can do better. You want them to realize, you want them to understand what it means to be stabbed by a knife in violence. And there needs to be someone to explain that. So that nobody ever stabs anybody with a knife again.
Yes, but okay, knowing about how a stabbing feels like, how would that prevent a stabbing? I think
I don't understand why you think it wouldn't.
Because I think you are claiming, you are making moral claims now.
Moral claims. Okay,
because you know how a stabbing looks like, you ought not to stab someone.
Okay, I think I'm making an animal claim based on what a human being is, and I can show this from my personal experience. My dad was a war vet. My dad wanted us to understand how to use guns but respect them. He brought a 12-gauge shotgun with a 31-inch barrel, like a really long barrel shotgun, like an accurate one, with they call it a full choke, which means the end of the barrel actually gets narrower right before the shot comes out. And he stood about 50 feet away from, I think it was a 1-gallon milk jug filled with water, and he set it on top of a post. And he brought us kids down to the field, and he said, okay, now, this is not a high-powered weapon. This is a medium-powered weapon. And I want you to imagine that that's a person standing there, and that milk jug is their head. And I want you to know what this will do to a human head if you ever point it at someone and you pull the trigger. And he shot that milk jug. And I was like 8, and the milk jug just went boom into nothing but water vapor and spray and shards of plastic flying everywhere. And I was scared to death of a shotgun, which is appropriate. Now,
well, I wouldn't say appropriate, but
He didn't actually. He could have like tied a sheep up to the thing and shot it. He used a milk jug. It was pretty darn gentle.
I see now.
There was no actual blood, but he presented the idea of what would happen if I ever pointed that thing at my brother and pulled the trigger. He made that very clear. Okay, so I think that benefit me in certain ways, that I gained a respect that I didn't have before that day.
I see. Yes, the power of imagination is powerful, if I can say that. I mean, you can inflict moral values by metaphors, but I think the map and the territory fallacy comes into mind to me now.
Which fallacy?
The map and the territory.
I missed it again.
Map and the territory, the most accurate map would have to be the size of the territory, which would not be a map at all.
It would be the actuality.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for siding with me that we need to suffer on an Earth.
Damn it!
I appreciate that you agree.
Okay, so yeah, but we have to suffer, but we don't have a choice not to suffer.
You're right. You can call that immoral, and you can call that oppressive, and you can even like cast aspersions on whether or not they're doing the right thing, and you're welcome to it.
Thank you.
A little more agnostic. I'm just asking for a friend.
God, you're funny.
Are the beings that want us to the spaceships good beings? Are they the good guys in the story?
Depends on who you ask, doesn't it? To Satan and his kind, they are unjustified rebels who have no right to do anything that they're doing, including terraforming and seeding Earths with their own kind. They have no right to that.
Who's given the right?
What's that?
Who's given the right?
Oh, they declared their own rights. They rebelled.
But someone has the right already. Who was given the right to them? I mean, what gave them the right?
Okay, so in the story we're called slaves, and they're called slave keepers. Okay? So are you talking about the slave or the slave keeper?
So just power, just because they were more powerful than some other factions?
Yeah, they were more powerful than us.
Okay.
And we were oppressed, which is why it goes on and on and on about slavery and justice.
Is this intergalactic Darwinism?
Well, yeah. That there was some kind of process that happened. Look, the Yuri Miller experiment, which made actual proteins from non-living, living stuff from non-living. It really did that. Okay. Although it was a hodgepodge and it was a mess and it needs to be better.
Is that the clay thing? The clay?
No, I'm talking like 50 years ago. Okay. They ended up with the most proteins of any experiment ever. In fact, nothing's even gotten close to that. And here's how they did it. They took gas samples that were frozen in little bubbles and ice from the Greenland ice sheet, and they said, look, this is a perfect environment for abiogenesis. Let's use that environment. And it's a trapped ancient environment anyway, and we can totally justify that, right? So it was ammonia and propane, butane, methane gas, right? And they got living, like amine proteins out of it. Even though they were not homochiralic as need to be, they were hodgepodge and wouldn't fit together. But just the same, it showed you could do it, which is amazing. The only problem is we later discovered that that atmosphere was not trapped natural Earth atmosphere from ancient Earth. That's not what it was. It was bug farts. Little tiny methogenetic insects, bacteria and stuff living. It was, I'm telling you the truth, it was bug farts.
Bug farts.
It was.
This wasn't ready.
Okay. So they did the experiment based on bug farts, and it worked great, but that's why no one's done as well, is because we actually discovered that it wasn't an ancient atmosphere in the first place. Okay. That doesn't mean that there was never an ancient atmosphere on a planet of 100% bug fart. That's absolutely fine.
Yes,
that maybe it was just mostly ammonia and methane, and there's a lot of lightning there, and there was no oxygen to kill the proteins off. Fine. It just didn't happen here. I think it happened. But I think what it resulted in is an extremely intelligent and yet emotionless animal that eventually, maybe it went through AI series, maybe it didn't, maybe it always just based its technology in living organisms, started manipulating DNA, and there was a prophecy from apparently what I think was a scientist who said, look, if you keep doing this, you're going to get something smarter than you, and it's going to steal your throne, and you're going to be flipping sorry about it. And then they had a batch grow up, they got to be like 2 years old, and he goes, told you so, these things are too smart, and they kill them all off. But one escapes, and we all know that story. So that would mean the Moshe, the Yosef, the Adam, that's one person.
Oh, so there are archetypes of a generic kind of person.
Yeah, it's saying that this thing was different. In fact, if you read the story of Moses' birth, his dad freaks out, leaves the house. This baby is so weird. It doesn't look like him. Doesn't look like his wife. How do you get thousands? How do you get thousands of babies, no females mentioned, and you can say, oh, well, they didn't care about females. No. The prophecy is a male will be born that will take your throne.
Yeah.
So you have only males born, right? Because women can't be in charge in society that way. So it means it has to be males. They get to be 2 years old. All of them are male. You kill them all off. There's only one way to get 100% males in a birthing cycle.
By cloning them.
Yeah, you're talking about some kind of genetic something. Some kind of manipulation, not natural. And then dad runs out and mom somehow thinks the thing is freaky, but moms. Moms could have the freakiest baby ever. Oh, it's beautiful. No, it's not. Your kid's ugly. Yeah, but they're going to love it anyway,
Yeah. I got to tell you this, Richard. I think your theory makes more sense than any Gnostic text that ever did.
It's working for me so far. As long as it works, I'll continue to use it. I will continue, although I'll defend it strongly as I can. That doesn't mean I think it's ultimately has to be the truth. I don't actually think that.
See, I asked the other guys as well. Do you think you would arrive with the same conclusion without the Bible?
Oh yeah, because I see this in every religion around the planet.
Without any sacred text, without text at all.
Without any text at all? Okay, let's put that in perspective. You come to me and you tell me a brand new story.
Mm-hmm.
It's a brand new story. If I can't check it against reality, then I don't know if it's true or not. I'm going to assume it's not true. But if you tell me a story that has plausibility in future context, that it could become true, then that gives it, some credibility. But it doesn't make it true. But it does give it some credibility. Like if you tell me a story where gravity stops working, I'm going to go, bull crap, gravity's never going to stop working. Now you could say something that makes better sense, like in the future we find a way to make anti-gravity and defeat gravity. And then I'll go, okay, fine, the gravity's still there, I believe you. Anti-gravity could be a thing, I believe that. fine, in the future at some time there could be anti-gravity. I'll accept that, maybe. At least it's plausible. But you can't say, oh, I found the switch that turned off gravity.
Yes, but wouldn't you say that such a story will die out because it's just a word of mouth thing?
Oh, isn't it so interesting that it hasn't?
Well, it hasn't because it has a text.
No. Not everywhere does it have text. That's not true.
The text gives it authority, which authority makes it believable.
No, people give it authority. People value it. It's just like for the ancient Hebrew, the middle to modern, even to now, the Hebrew people like a colorful story, and they like some poetry too, and they like it to look like historical fact. Now the Christians have accepted it hook, line, and sinker that it is historical fact. But the people, the Jews at the time living there, they had it in their social memory that they didn't go and wipe out the Amalekites. They just know they didn't. Okay?
Yes,
so
they didn't.
They never accepted it as we went and killed the Amalekites. But the Christian goes, yes, you did. You did go kill the Amalekites. And the Jews are like, no, we didn't.
Yes.
It's a story. It's a philosophy. It's trying to teach you something. It's not history.
This is wish to say that there is a core truth to a story.
Sure. That in end times, there'll be the believers who are a very small group, and there'll be the goyim, those outside of that who don't believe. And if you stay on the earth, it's because you're a goyim. It's because you're a non-believer. Because everybody else after already left. Now, if you took away, let's say just for argument's sake, 85% of the Earth's population, because 85% are in the middle of the bell curve and they accept heaven and they just ascend. They're fine. They go to the spaceships, right? Well, guess what? You can't run a power plant. You can't run a city water system.
No.
You can't supply, you can't put bread on shelves of grocery stores. That's all disappeared overnight. So what do you have? You have people fighting for their lives in small groups near freshwater sources, which their grandparents used so many millennia ago, and they're huddling together in the wilderness, having arguments with this small group of believers. Does that sound familiar at all? It's the entire Old Testament. And it's not only the entire Old Testament, it's the New Testament too. That would happen.
Excuse me just for a second. I've noticed that Jill has returned, and I want to make sure. Well, I want to make sure that my good friend Jill, he was very pleasant this morning. I'd like, nice. Yeah, it's totally an act. He's an ass with ears, but I would like if he would like to come in and join us. I definitely love having his company. You're talking about bug farts. It made me think of Jill. So.
Yeah, you can look up methogenic. I think they were bacteria.
Which is the ability to transform stuff into methane, isn't it? That's what farts are.
Yeah.
But it sounds cooler when you say bug farts. Because no one sees that coming.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious.
Don't you find it peculiar that in the book of Revelation the word love doesn't appear?
The word love doesn't appear? I don't know why that's terribly significant. I mean, I see the whole dang thing as extremely practical.
Oh, so it's an IKEA scheme.
A what scheme?
It's an IKEA way to assemble your wardrobe kind of book. Is how will you get to heaven?
I didn't know there was such a thing. That's great. It's Granimals for adults. That's lovely. Yeah. If you know what Granimals is, but
therefore you don't need the emotions in
okay.
That explanation.
So there is to me, in my view, there is obvious unnecessary complexity in the Bible. It doesn't need to be that hard.
We've got an objection. We've got an objection, Richard.
Sir.
It's on the screen.
They like it to look like historical fact. Ha ha ha. It's historically fact. They were fighting the tribes in Canaan. You don't even know what the word Canaan means. Please cite any rabbi that would suggest otherwise, please. We didn't need to write please twice, but that's very sweet of you. All right.
British.
Go talk to any philosophical Jew anywhere. You probably have one within 500 feet of you right now.
What's a philosophical Jew?
The ones that take it as philosophy, not as a history lesson, and those, by the way, is 80% of the Jewish people that I've met. They look at it as philosophical. They don't think it's literal at all. Did they have skirmishes and fights amongst tribes at that time amongst those people? Yes, that really does happen in reality. Sure. Happened in the Americas. It happened everywhere. So what?
Was the loss of the Ark of the Covenant by the Jews metaphorical or literal?
Yeah, it's the same as the falling away of the church, where and also the gods in the skies. That as we progress through these large eons of time, our attitudes change, which again goes right back to the geocentric model and the heliocentric model again. That it changes over time and we reevaluate things. So at one time, constellations were gods. That those were the gods in the sky. You could literally see them. Okay? And then we went, no. That's not true. Those aren't gods. Those are just bright stellar objects. They're stars. They're not alive.
That's because we gained knowledge.
Because we gained, but then we returned and went, wow, Neil deGrasse Tyson, we are that which is of stardust. We are the children of stars. And the stars regained their high position as gods, but just in an atheistic or agnostic way. Okay? So that's exactly the story of Dagon and how he's on his pedestal and he falls off his pedestal. They put him back on his pedestal and then he falls off again. And the last time he falls off, his head and hands are cut off on the threshing floor, the threshold, which a threshold's a board. Boards don't cut stuff, but really hard to cut something with a board. But that's what it's talking about right there, is us advancing over time and looking at it in new and different ways because we learn more. It's not talking about the word priest means Christ. When you say that priests walked around the walled city, that's the earth in the zodiac, the walled city, separated from heaven, so it's walled. And it's a garden, which garden means walled, right? The priest walks 7 times around the wall and the wall falls. That's, dude, if they showed up here, would we even ask the question, are there aliens? It would be a, like, what do you mean, are there aliens? Do you see that or not? So that whole wall, the idea of the smallness, that we're here and we're alone and we're the only thing and we're so exceptional, all that whole wall just crumbles.
Okay, so it's an upgrade in consciousness. Like it's an awareness.
Right. It's the dawning of the age of Aquarius. It's literally the dawning of it's the age of Aquarius and the realizations of greater truths that are more universal than our little solar system and what space we can see from here. And we think we're so freaking hot, and we're not. We're small.
I'm going to start singing soon, Richard. I'm going to start singing soon.
Hit it, man.
Oh, you won't want me to. But the age of Aquarius, I mean,
but it's directly mentioned in the text as a quote from Christ. And it's mentioned throughout the Bible that there was a time of calves or cattle, then there's a time of sheep, then there's a time of fish, and then the apostles ask, How do we get to the upper room? Go through the gate to the city, follow the man carrying a pitcher of water. Dude, that's a description of Aquarius. It's literally saying the age of Aquarius is when this stuff happens, which is 2,160 years. It's not like you can say, oh, it's 3 years from now. You can't say something like that. But
which is also an interpretation.
Well, it's 4 points in a row in the correct order in eons of man's growth on the planet. It's literally there. And you can read it multiple ways, but I find it hard to deny 4 in a row with descriptions.
But
which
it's
is
still
like,
an interpretation. As Michel de Montaigne in the 16th
it's like 40
century
points
said,
of information, bro. It's
we
falsifiable.
need to interpret interpretations more than interpret things. And Nietzsche followed it up with facts do not exist, only interpretations. It's all about interpretations. The world is about interpretations. It's fascinating.
Are you going to
I'm
say
not arguing against you. I am not arguing against you.
I know.
It's an interpretation, which is great. I love it.
No, that's love. I'm not arguing against that. Everything's an interpretation. I agree with whomever philosopher you quoted. I didn't catch the name, but
Nietzsche and Michel de Montaigne.
Okay, so some dead guys. Got it.
Which is why 400 years ago and 200 years ago.
Which is why I argue with people like Jill, who says, oh, I'm reading the Bible. I'm quoting you the Bible. The Bible explains itself. I said, no, you're telling me your biases. You're telling me your interpretation. And that's all I can do, too, is tell you about my biases and interpretation and what I think is most reasonable. And that's all I can say.
Exactly.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah.
I'm with you 100%, Richard.
But I got a hell of a lot better evidence than he does.
This does not happen often. This does not happen often, people. Richard and I are 100% in agreement with each other.
I would lick your face if you were here.
I would run like a fucking rabbit.
That would create an awkward moment, Richard.
No, it gets rid of the awkward. Do you do something extra awkward on purpose? It just chills the whole thing.
I'm gonna leave that to your expertise. I'm not gonna test that one out.
Try it out. Just next time you think some girl's attractive, just walk over to her, just give her a big lick right up the side of the face and say, well, now that that's over with, you want to grab a coffee?
How should I explain that to her husband?
Ring. Police, please.
You might check for a wedding ring. You might want to do that.
Start by licking the finger first.
They might not need a fucking wedding ring either. They might not need one.
What's the point of wedding rings anyway? What?
When a human being, when someone naturally born male, I'll tell you, when someone naturally born male is still in development, there's a release of a hormone which decides they're going to be male because they didn't start that way, and when that hormone, female, that's why. And when that hormone hits, and the mitt has already been split at this time, this finger, the ring finger, will grow long. If you look at my hand, you can see that my pointer finger. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
Okay, my pointer finger is actually shorter than my ring finger.
Yes.
Okay, now if you look at women's hands, the ring finger and pinky are shorter than the pointer. That's how you know that was in the womb female, because it's got a short finger right there.
Hang on, say that again. I mean, I'm learning something new. Ed, I told you earlier on these streams, you will always learn something new. Can you go through what? So, for men, the forefinger is.
Okay, I'll go over it again. Look, I got a really big dose of testosterone in the womb, and that's obvious. Because that is the length of my ring finger, which is this is the length of my pointer finger. It's like a centimeter shorter. It's a heck of a lot. My pointer is a heck of a lot shorter, and you look, my ring finger is almost as long as my middle finger. Now go look at women's hands.
Use that in your classified ad, Richard. In your personal ad.
Like, dude, that's a big old dose now. Okay.
So women's hands are the other way around, are they?
Yes, the ring finger will be shorter. It's better than 85%. I'm not saying there's no exceptions.
I need a woman.
That's why you look at their hand and you go, oh, she's got a really elegant hand. You're looking at this slope right here. compared to this slope right here. And it looks nice and sweet and even, where ours is misshapen.
Okay. I'm feeling inadequate now.
I know.
Stop measuring your unit.
No, I'm inadequate for never having noticed such differences between men and women. Such a simple difference.
That's why it's the traditional finger. Is because you have to look at the hand and hold that finger to put a ring on it. That's the point.
There's got to be an argument here around gender pronouns. There has to be.
Why? There's definitely all kinds of arguments that I'm not getting into. That's why I said it the way that I said it. We all start female. Some people get a dose of a hormone. It causes that finger to grow. That hormone decides they will be male. It also causes this finger to grow.
So there is a specific gene, there is a specific hormone for this tiny finger.
Well,
that can be longer in men and shorter in women.
Well, if you think about it, it started off the same as a woman's proportions on her hand.
Okay.
And that changes the proportions on a male hand.
Why?
Why? Coinkydinky?
Where does the start of measuring come in? Is it if you bent your hand so that it bends at the knuckles, but you keep your fingers straight? If you then measure from the top of the knuckle to the end, is it just because the hand comes round that it looks longer or shorter or whichever it is?
Or is it actually
even longer because of where the knuckles are? And I don't know. I'm going to have to do some measuring.
There, I made them all the same length.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
It's just they're bent more. Some are bent more, some are bent less. I mean, they're literally longer.
All you've done there is you've put your carrots all up against something so you can chop the ends off all of them.
Right.
But they're all different lengths still.
Yeah. Just go look at natural born woman hand. Go ahead.
Right.
So Ed, the lesson here is be careful what you ask when Richard is around, because you will find out all kinds of shit. Richard's just like this encyclopedia of information that everyone else like didn't have time for. Richard's like, I got all kinds of time for that shit.
You know what's
That's
weird?
why I love Richard.
You know what's weird? It was actually religious stories that sent me on a no dead end trip to look to see if all of their necessary claims were true in reality. This is only one thing I discovered because of religious stories.
Don't ever do that again.
Knowledge comes before belief.
Knowledge comes before belief. No, information comes before belief. Knowledge is justified. Okay, I can't even say information. Actually, if I take philosophical terminology for those words, I have to say experience happens before belief, followed by hopefully knowledge.
Validated experience.
No, experience. It doesn't have to be validated experience. People experience things that didn't happen at all, but they'll still form a belief based on the experience.
True. Okay.
Like,
So
what if you start
knowledge is-
psychoanalyzing yourself based on your dreams?
Oh, fuck no.
I better not go there.
No.
You don't want to talk about that.
No.
I am seeing many different things here just by Googling images of women's hands.
Yeah.
I've got to say.
I bet you are, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Occasional search.
I'm not convinced. I'm not
Are you-
convinced yet.
Okay.
What is a suspension of belief?
A suspension of belief is skepticism.
It's like forgetting shit that you believe long enough to take on another idea that you don't hold honestly, like to be able to take it on honestly. To that's the way I look at it.
So
you suspend the belief in one thing so that you can take on the belief of something else temporarily. Does that make sense?
Can agnosticism be a suspension of belief?
Agnosticism could be a suspension of belief, but hopefully experiences increase and a person settles on some position eventually.
Is suspension of a belief a choice? Because I don't think belief is a choice.
Belief is a choice. I'll tell you why.
No, okay. I don't think so, but go ahead.
Okay, could you choose to or not choose to look into certain things that other people believe?
Yeah, I could choose to do that.
That's an action. That's an action, though. That's an action.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you, Richard. Can you choose to believe that I don't exist?
I don't think that's the same thing.
Why?
I could pretend you don't exist, but I can't choose to believe it.
Why can't you choose your beliefs?
If I had the right, I think that's talking about two different kinds of belief.
Joe's Boogeyman, what you actually were asking, even though with different words, is can you choose to investigate someone else's beliefs? Not can you choose to believe what you believe.
Right, and then I would finish that up by saying if you look at only one side of an argument and you investigate that and you get enough evidence for one side of the argument, there's a really good chance you chose to look at it and then you will come to believe it. You chose the belief.
I agree.
But
now,
is it really a choice?
I can't really just dismiss things I've already accepted easily just by choosing to dismiss them. It doesn't work like that.
Can a natural conclusion be an actual choice?
Can a natural conclusion? I don't know. Did you create the circumstance, or was it happenstance that you just happened to be there for that thing?
No, the natural the rational way of events unfolding got us to this conclusion. Therefore, based on English, activate. Based on the prior events that led you to that conclusion, can you actually say that you have chose that conclusion to be true?
Not necessarily. It all depends. Most of the things we experience, I think, are randomized. We're not in control of it. It's just a series of all the very, very small nuances of life and all the interactions, and then we're having experiences within that complex set of interactions, trying to create an internal map of what the actual exterior world is, which is partially wrong.
So a true conclusion is recognizing a pattern in the randomness that has been previously presented to us.
Recognizing a necessary, true pattern.
Why necessary?
Not necessary because it's the actuality. That's why it'd be necessary, because it is. And then, you just described defined what is genius, what is IQ. That's what you just said. Is if you can accurately notice things pretty distant from each other that are necessarily joined. They are connected to each other. It's not a correlation. There's a direct causation there. If you can recognize that, that's like the definition of genius.
Okay. So you don't choose to be a genius. It just happens.
Yeah.
But genius.
You can choose to be a not genius by impairing yourself.
Yeah, you could. You could even refuse to learn new things as much as possible, or not judge experiences trying to figure out what they mean. You could do that.
Right. I'm gonna go away because in my part of the world it's very late and I have to operate
Before you go,
heavy machinery tomorrow morning.
Can I say I really like your mind and the way that you express yourself, even though we have a language barrier. I think your English is better than my any other language but English. First of all,
I appreciate it.
Stay in your lane, Richard. I called dibs when he first got here.
I'm not taking him as a husband. You can have that part.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
but I also want to say that I heard you in the middle of a sentence inhale sharply, and unless you have a sinus problem right now, or you have some kind of virus infection right now, I heard your lung wheeze.
Yes.
Where there was, while you were inhaling, there was things in the way of you inhaling that sounded very abnormal, not clear, and unnatural. And it concerns me for you as a person.
I have a wheezing, yes. I'm
He
a
smokes
smoker.
like a freight train, Richard. I don't know if you've been watching, but he's
No,
constantly rolling in.
I think he already knows everything I'm trying to say, and so that's why I stopped.
I am a man with a lot of problems, I think. Undiagnosed one yet.
Hey, but now at least you're a man with a lot of problems and a couple of new friends.
Exactly. And I'm glad for that. Thank you all for all this beautiful event.
Cheers, Ed.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Much appreciated. Cheers.
Bye.
Take care, man.
Spokojnej noche.
What the heck did you just say, Hillary's?
Good night.
In what language?
Russian.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, didn't know that Hillary's knew a couple of things, did you?
No, Hillary surprised me all the time. And I wonder.
He did. Oh my God, what do you do?
Let me increase the door.
Hold on a second. Let me shut off the green screen because it's hard to read that way.
Can you make Richard full screen? Home.
It says Zelensky is a bitch.
It says Dom Drevniego Utra.
Yeah. No, it's not Otra. The last one is OT.
Crap.
The third letter is a TS sound, and the last one's an A.
I said it wrong. Otsa.
I'm trying to remember what that second word means. Yeah, it's home something.
Home ancient father.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I also did one in Hebrew. Thank you.
Dean.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Doing well.
Good. So just real quick, I had posted a definition of belief earlier. If you guys accept it, I had asked a question based off of that. So the definition that I just quickly kind of Googled, it says an acceptance of a statement that a statement is true. Oh, there you go. Yeah. An acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. It's extremely simplified, but I think that's pretty decent working definition. So I guess the question is, if you consciously accept the statement or the phenomena that you either experience or someone else experience as being true, right? Does that mean you have control over your belief? Whereas if you subconsciously accept it, right?
That's really good.
Basically meaning you don't have any control over your beliefs. My question to you guys is it, do we do both, or do we do one or the other? I think we do both.
I think we do both in terms of accepting the reality of a situation consciously. That automatically may change our minds and it becomes a belief. I'm not sure the belief itself is a conscious act or a choice. But if somebody persuades me something, and it does happen on these calls, these videos, somebody persuades me that what I have always thought was incorrect, and they have a better argument. If I change my mind, I am both accepting their statement, accepting my prior state was incorrect, and I now have the updated belief, if that makes sense.
My only question is, did you change your mind, or did your mind change you?
Change you,
no,
change you or change itself.
They changed my mind by giving me evidence and argument that showed that my logic, my beliefs were incorrect and had to be
but
updated.
on that part of your world map, that one little tiny puzzle piece, as it flips over, did you do that, or did it do it by itself?
In a way, it does it by itself. The belief.
That's the weird part for me.
That's the thing, because I don't choose that. I can choose whether I accept what somebody is telling me is true. Like if we take Geo from earlier on, Geo would not accept that there are stop signs that are not red. And he had to change his whole focus around with it to say, oh, well, if we're talking about the USA, we weren't originally talking about the USA. We were talking about everywhere in the world. And he had to bring it back down to make his argument right. He needed to be right. Whereas now that I know there are yellow stop signs and blue stop signs, as well as red ones, I know now there are not just red stop signs. Therefore, my belief has been updated. And it's like, it doesn't mean anything to me. It's just a bit of extra knowledge, a bit of extra understanding of the world. But
okay, so let me give two arguments for both sides, right? So induction is something that we humans and animals use daily, right? And so we form beliefs based off of that. Now, an example of induction is, for example, a chicken, right? If a chicken gets fed every single day at 2:00, right, it's going to form behaviors and beliefs under the that it's going to be fed exactly 2:00 every single day, right? And so it'll start acting based off of that belief, right? Now, is it making a choice to believe in that circumstance? I would argue no. I think that is subconscious because induction is something that we do subconsciously as animals, right? Now, another example that I would give for the opposite end of it is, let's say you're about to go out to go I don't know, go to the bar or something like that, right? Or you're going on a vacation with with your girlfriend, and you're supposed to take a specific item. You're supposed to turn something off in your house, right? Now, it's not anything significant like your gas or anything like that, but it's something that you would normally turn off, right? Now, let's say, you did it you got ready and you left your house. And let's say, you're probably, a couple 100 miles away from your house. Now, you don't remember whether or not you turned it off, right? And so now you're going to have to make a choice. You can choose to believe whether or not you turned it off, or I mean, you can go back and confirm, but most likely you won't because it's not something that's dangerous or significant. So you can choose to believe you turned it off, or you turned it on. So those would be like two states of affairs for each example. So with those examples given, right? My impression is that we do both. Obviously, I made that clear, but I think how we do them is important. So given those examples, right? Do ever you guys change your mind or perspective on how on the mechanics of this development of belief?
I'm not sure that I agree with your hypothesis. I think we play mind games with ourselves. So I'm 200 miles away and then I go, shit, I don't remember turning the lights off or the gas off or whatever it is.
Let's use lights.
I always do it. I always do it, but I don't know whether I did. And my OCD is kicking in, or and it's like, do I actually persuade myself to believe that I did, or do I just accept the outcome, whatever it is, and decide not to worry about it?
I mean, accepting the outcome is different versus picking whether or not you actually did, because you can believe, you know what, actually, based on your memory, right? You look deeper in your memory, right? And you're like, you know what, I did turn it off, right? So therefore now you're picking a belief to go towards. Now, obviously you could be wrong, right? Because you can go on your vacation with your girlfriend, come back home, and your lights are actually on, right? You didn't turn them off, right? So it's not necessarily a judgment on you're not necessarily making a statement on what is reality. You're making a statement based off of your flawed memory, right?
Your perception of reality.
Yeah, perception of reality.
What you take to be the case to be true, whether it's true or not.
Yeah. So this is why I asked, right? Because you're given two circumstances.
You can't really force it. So
I wouldn't say force.
Well, that's the problem with the choice bit. You're choosing that you must have done it and therefore you believe it, rather than I must have done it because I always do, but I'm just not quite sure, but I'm just going to accept it. I mean, it'll be what it'll be. Versus,
I mean, you don't have beliefs.
If my memory actually comes from the day before, I remember doing it. I did it. And you don't realize that your memory was from the day before. That's just an incorrect belief.
Sure, but a belief not the same.
It's a belief. It's a belief, yes, based on something else. So you're not having to force yourself to do it. You're just going, yeah, I did it. I remember, I did it.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily use the word force, right? It's just a situation where you're left with two possible outcomes.
But if you are truly uncertain, and you have to determine, did I do it or didn't I do it, and it will affect your weekend, you do have a third option without knowing.
Yeah, you can go back.
No. That's one of the two options. That's one of the two options. You go back and correct it and see, or you just accept it. I personally am not aware at all of me persuading myself of a belief that I did do it. I may allow myself to go, I always do it. I must have done it. There's no reason why I wouldn't have done it. Therefore, I think I did it. As opposed to a belief.
But that's a belief.
No,
I mean, you can reason. No. You can reason towards your belief, right? I'm not saying you're arbitrarily just picking.
But am I taking it to be? Am I taking it as the case that it's true? I'm not sure I am.
No, I'm not saying that, because the truth and belief are different. You're conflating the two things, right?
But that's the definition of belief in philosophy. Something you take to be the case, something you regard as true. That is the definition of belief in philosophy.
Okay, so are we not going with the definition that I gave earlier, or are you going with a definition that you want to go to?
Well, I thought yours was close. I thought yours was close to it. It was consciously accepting the statement. Here we go. An acceptance that a statement is true.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you are taking the case that it is true.
Yeah.
If something in your mind is true, it is the way things are. It is what you regard to be true. It's the same definition. That is what the philosophical definition is. What I think you've added in is acceptance, as if it's a choice thing.
Well, not necessarily, right? Because in my earlier example, right, induction is something that we use, instinctually, right? And so you can subconsciously accept things based on your experience or the patterns that you're experiencing. With the chicken example, being fed at 2 o'clock every single day, right? So it now holds the belief that food is going to appear, at this location, 2 o'clock at this particular time throughout the day. So it'll form behaviors and patterns based off of that, right? So the acceptance part is not necessarily, how you're looking at it, right? It's the part that's why I asked the question, right? Is the acceptance conscious or subconscious? And I gave the two examples, because there are certain things, right, that because obviously if you're not your non-perfect aspect of your non-perfect access to the outside world, right? Your non-perfect memory, right? There might be circumstances that present themselves where you might no longer have immediate access to figure out whether or not a proposition is true or not. Now, yes, to be fair, right? You can also choose to not, um, um, you can choose to say, okay, I did turn off the lights. I didn't turn off the lights, or I'm not going to form any judgments on it.
Shall we ramp this up a bit?
Mm-hmm.
Let's make it a life or death thing. I either did or did not turn off the gas that was on with a pan of oil on top of it. If I left it on and I do not go back, then the house blows up and people die in the flat above. Okay? So your belief is really important. When it comes to the lights being on or not, your belief or your acceptance of, oh, it doesn't matter, it'll cost me 5 cents in electricity because I'll be back tomorrow. Whereas the gas being on the stove with some chips in there, if you didn't turn it off, the place is going up in flames.
I mean, what if you're on a plane flying, to the Caribbean, and you're like halfway there?
Then you can't actually do anything about it.
I mean, sure, but we're not necessarily discussing whether or not you can do something about it.
But can you suddenly believe? Can you believe that you did turn it off? Or is it just a case of, oh, I can't do anything about it now. I can't even ring anybody. I'm on a bloody aeroplane. I can't check. I can't do anything. So is it more an acceptance of the world will be what it is because you cannot do anything about it? And then you can find out and clarify afterwards?
I mean, you can, that's one of the choices. Yes, that's one of the choices. Or you can choose to believe, hey, I didn't, I didn't turn it off. And so you operate, based off of that. So, for example, if you believe you didn't turn off the gas, the first thing you're going to do after you come off the plane is to maybe call the fire department to go check to make sure it's turned off or something like that. Or if you choose to believe that, hey, you know what, I did actually turn it off based on my memory. Like, you trust your memory, right? And so you operate based off of that, and then you go about your vacation. Now, it could be, regardless of whichever path you choose, right? You could be wrong, right? But that's not the point. The point is that you're given three options, mentally speaking, right? And the option that you pick will now become your belief.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah, right? I don't know. Anyone else want to chime in? Maybe a different perspective or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
She's like, hell no. Come on, William.
No.
Anybody?
This is left for the big brains.
Don't you freaking dare, man. You call my ass in here.
Okay,
Call
how
me
about
out in
this?
chat.
Ask me a very specific question about it.
Do you
All
have
right.
memory?
What? Of course. Wait, what?
Do you trust your... Okay. Have you ever been in a situation where, kind of like what we described, where you left your house to go somewhere really far, you're supposed to do something, right? But, you realize it came back to your memory when you're like halfway towards your destination, and turning back to go and check is going to have some kind of consequence, right?
Yes.
Now, given that circumstance, because you don't know for sure, right? Because your memory's not perfect or whatever, right? You end up with three propositions.
The
Right?
Schrodinger's cat thing, right?
No, three propositions, three possibilities, right?
Okay.
It's right, or propositions. I mean, I'm sorry. Proposition 1: did I turn the gas off? Let's use the gas.
We're going to
right?
use the gas. Okay.
yeah, we're gonna use the gas. Did I turn the gas off? Yes or no? Right. So that you get that out the way.
Yeah.
Right. Or you have the middle of the ground where it's like, I'm gonna retain. I'm gonna reserve. I'm not gonna pick the other two. I'm just going to wait and go back to my house and see for myself. Right. So now.
Did you say wait and then go back and see?
Yes. So basically you didn't pick a proposition to believe.
So I didn't go forward to where I was going, and I didn't go back. I just waited.
No, yeah, you handled your business and then you went back.
Oh, okay. I did what I was going to do and go back. So just normal.
Yeah. So now, have you ever been put in a I guess mental situation like that before, where you don't really know for sure, but you have these, you got to pick between 2 or 3 propositions. You're like, you know what? I believe this is the case, right? Because you don't have direct access to something, or you don't remember it right away. Oh fuck.
What?
That's photoshopped.
What are you talking about? What's Photoshop? What do you mean?
That's Photoshop. I believe that is Photoshop.
Nope. It's California.
It's not red. What's going on? It's not red. It's in America.
Actually,
No,
that's probably
not
closer.
America.
It's probably closer to true red than you realize. Batman, I think it's worse than that, because in situations where I've been unable to decide, whether or not I had done the appropriate thing and could not remember properly. My brain started doing justifications like, okay, I wasn't extremely stressed. I was extremely stressed. Normally, I would have, under those kinds of stress or lack of stress conditions, historically turned off the gas, not turned off the gas. And then I'll form a belief based on prior experience of the accuracy of my memory, even if I don't have good memory of it in the moment. What do you think about that as an answer?
Will it be a belief, or will it be?
It's a belief.
I'm sure I did it. I must have done it. I must have done it. I must have done it.
It's a belief.
Maybe I did it. Maybe I did it. But, I mean, can you actually say it's a belief? You take it to be the reality of the case, or is it just,
at some point, especially
I always do it. I always do it, so I must have done it. Well,
Right.
I can't remember doing it.
Right.
Yeah, he's using induction to come to the belief that he always did it.
Right.
That the proposition that he turned it off is true.
Yep. And the more offensive you find the repercussions of your neglect or lack of memory, the more likely you are to find a way to justify it this way. This is why arguing with intelligent people is incredibly difficult. They will find a way to justify whatever they need to believe.
Until they get back home and the police are there because your thing's gone up in flames and somebody above you died.
Yep.
And then you still go, no, I didn't. I did turn the gas off. I did turn the gas off. And then you're in trouble.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, and that's what it's like talking to Jill and several others.
Fake news! Fake news!
Fake news. There are no blue stop signs. That's Photoshop.
Is it a justified true stop sign?
Yes, it actually is. It's justified. It's a speed trap. It's for real. Stop.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
Only a cop would think if I make it blue, they'll run it, and I can write them a ticket.
Oh shit!
Somebody's gonna be like, "That's not a real stop sign." Some older fella in Arizona is gonna be like,
There are no green
red,
stop
I'm
signs.
not fucking stopping.
I just want to say to Nerdy Rodent, moo. That's all.
It.
Moo.
That was it. Okay.
That's it. That's it.
Right. Well, I was hoping that Jill was going to come in. I know that sounds weird.
It depends on what you want out of the show. If you want a dumpster fire, he'll guarantee it.
I'm a raccoon. I don't know if you've noticed. Oh, no, my bad. I'm a blue stop sign.
It's a blue stop sign.
Obviously a figment of someone's imagination.
It couldn't happen in America, though.
This has been a really long stream.
But
it's been fun the whole time.
So I have a question. So would you say, Mr. Heretic, that your current theological position is an inevitability, since you didn't choose to hold that position?
I didn't. Are you basically saying that my position cannot change?
No, I'm saying it's unavoidable because you have no control over it. It will
Until there is evidence to suggest that I am wrong. Yes.
Okay, that's interesting.
We had
How
this
about you,
discussion
Will?
earlier on. We had this discussion earlier on, and I went through how could my position actually change? Okay, here's a scenario. It would have to
Wait a
be
minute.
something that I perceived was supernatural, happened to me. Bang, right, this thing exists. Okay.
But that wouldn't answer it either, because then you didn't have a choice about that.
No, exactly.
Okay, so it's all
No, it's
predetermined by
evidence.
physics.
No, evidence. Evidence predetermines your beliefs, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, but what creates
I'm
evidence?
I'm interested in Odin's position here because he's making me think about it, and I'm not 100% convinced that my position is absolutely right. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with it because every time I come on these discussions, it's like, am I right? Am I wrong? Am I full of shit? I mean, the answer is usually yes, I'm full of shit, but I don't mind that. That's why I'm here, because it's like, this place is absolutely brilliant. It's why I keep coming back. And I really appreciate these conversations. In my
Congratulations. You do not have dementia yet.
Who are you?
I said you don't have dementia yet. That is, you're still interested in learning and you're able to accept new things.
Brilliant.
Or at least entertain them.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. And I do and have entertained everything to do with theology, generally from my own biased perspective of non-theology. And I haven't had anything suggest to me that I am incorrect so far. That doesn't mean I'm not incorrect.
So would you say that people form systems to live by based on their theological position?
No. Originally, no. I think people had their ways of lives. They produced societies. Ideas came into their minds about sometimes things go well and sometimes they don't. It's like, oh, because this happened, because there was a massive thunderclap and a load of rain and lightning and whatever, and it ruined my crop, I must have done something wrong somewhere. It's like a karma type of thing or whatever. And it translated into, there's a God that is punishing me. And then if I'm good, then the sun will come down on me. And that sort of stuff started happening. But then when bad things happened, they worked out, oh, I did something wrong 3 weeks ago. They've just been waiting for it. You self-justify, but it develops a religion, and that's how it all developed. And society has its ways and determines its things and puts it into a theological concept. And hey presto, you indoctrinate your children all the way through, and your societies, and you make people, you sacrifice people at first, and then you make everybody go to church and everybody has to worship. Otherwise, bad things will happen to us. But bad things might happen anyway because of something that our ancestors did. And it's like, it all just develops.
That's assuming time frames you can't show.
I may well be assuming time frames I can't show. Yeah, I might be. But that's the development of things as I see it.
That's a hypothesis on the development of things.
It's an interpretation, yes.
Okay, but the opposite could be true. I'm sorry. You want to do it? Go ahead.
No. Go
yeah,
ahead.
The opposite could be true. It could be true that all those things happened.
It could be true that life was already like that, and they told them a religious story was given to them based on the actuality around them to represent something else. It would still be animism in my view.
That could be true, but every one of the books is written by humans, and every one of the stories was produced by humans about what humans did. And then within there, they put concepts of God.
It wouldn't make sense to use something besides memory hooks, that is actual environment, to explain a thing. It wouldn't make sense if it was completely abstract. It wouldn't be memorable, understandable, interpretable in any way.
Who says it's abstract? Take paganism with the Romans. They had thousands of different gods, all for different bits of whatever. They worshipped all of them. They happily worshipped all of them. Some of them didn't worship them. Some of them did. There was no antagonism. There was no fighting about which god is the best or whatever until Judaism and Christianity came on the scene in that area, and then they took on this one god and forced it through to everybody. Hey, the concept that every aspect of every part of your life has its own god that goes into it, and they had the same thing with the Greek gods and the same thing with further back religions way before Judaism. It's all the same thing, and it's all some.
Okay,
we
let's
just want
take
to
the
stay.
biggest Christian
We just want to stay
expression.
alive.
Let's take Catholicism. Catholicism has guardian angels and saints of blah blah blah. How are they monotheistic?
Because they developed that from the Roman sort of empire type thing, where all of these things were going on. People accepted there was a multitude of ways of divinity, but they accept there's this big Godhead, this one Godhead, because it was forced on them.
Can I make an argument?
Yeah.
Okay. If I'm so if it's a situation where people or humans have no choice in their beliefs, I would argue that because we are creatures of habits, right, and induction is internal to us and a tool that we use, then one of the main tools that we use to operate our society, I think that that it is inevitable for us to develop systems based off of whichever beliefs our brains generate.
Or have been indoctrinated with, yes.
I mean, sure, right?
Yeah.
But earlier I asked you, right, your theological position, do you have any systems? So when I say systems, that includes maybe or possibly moral sensibilities, lifestyle, your ideas to what is ethical, stuff like that, basically, right? So it can be something physical or non-physical. Doesn't matter. When I say system, it just means an organized way of doing things or thinking. Does that make sense? So again, I'm going to ask the question again. Do you think, with your current theological position, that that a system is inevitable to you? That it will always be the case that you will always just have this system, regardless of whichever position you take, since you have no choice in which belief you hold, theologically speaking. Oh fuck! You sighed. I know. When you sigh, you're like, God damn it! Oh, is that?
It's a really difficult question because there's so much in it. I'm not sure I really understood it. If I was to look at systems in terms of ethics and morals, I mean, mine is around do no harm to others, mainly not because I don't want to harm them, but because if they did it to me, it'd be really fucking painful. Whereas when I was younger, I didn't give a shit about having pain. I thought I was immortal and I could do anything, and therefore I didn't give a shit about causing pain either. But from a respectful angle, in other words, somebody's not giving me shit, I'm not going to give them shit. I mean, everybody lives their lives the way they do. Just don't fucking impose it on me. Nowadays, I'm a lot older. I can easily have pain, so I don't want to hand pain out. However, there are principles then of what if somebody What if somebody invaded my country? What would my desire be? Etc. Etc. And it's not.
Can
I
I
don't
call
know.
time out for a second, guys?
Yep.
Okay, this is important. We just had a member of the community reach sainthood. Gio says, today I gave a homeless man a chicken salad sandwich, 4 apples, and some milk. First time even seeing the man around where he lives. So we are going to move Gio to the status of saint. We've had a lot of different names. His new name under the church. We've got Saint Gio the Generous. Let's see, Saint Gio the Fat Stacks. But I really think that we ought to consider Saint Gio the calmer of the rumbly tum-tums. What do you think? Would you vote? This is important.
Tum-tums.
Tum-tums? Okay, yep, it's done.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned as to whether he found out beforehand whether the homeless man was vegan or not.
No, come on.
You know what? That's actually inconsiderate that he didn't even ask this homeless man if he's
Well, he
vegan.
might have done. He might have done. He might have done. You know.
Wait. Have you ever given something
I've
to
got milk.
Sam, did you ask?
I got chicken
Wait, has
sandwich.
anyone-
I've got milk. Can you have them? You know, he might have asked that. He might have done.
Okay, I got $5 on this. He went to him and said, "Sales pitch. Here's the items I have that I can give you," and the guy agreed to it. Because I'm telling you, there's always a sales pitch. Don't know why, but there's always a sales pitch attached to somebody giving something to a homeless person.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Okay, like it.
So,
I'm not sure I agree with Richard here.
Sales pitch. Sales pitch. Then, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
give me an
it's
example.
I
Run through
I
one.
couldn't eat all of this lovely omelet with ham and cheese, and there's a sales pitch.
I mean, sure, but again, what if the guy is vegan, right? Even offering him the idea that you're going to give him a sandwich, right? Maybe the guy's expecting a vegan sandwich, right?
Are you serious right now, dude?
I'm just saying. I'm challenging this sainthood right now. You got to earn that sainthood, bro.
There are vegan homeless people who refuse to take meat. I know it's a really weird thing.
I was about to say, if they're homeless and vegan, then they can go boil some dandelion stew.
You can go boil some grass, yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what I did. I was homeless for 3 years. I would accept the food no matter what it was. If I couldn't eat it, then I'd go find someone else who could. But I never turned away anything.
I don't know. There had to be at least some point that you were like, "That's rotten as shit. I appreciate it, but I'm gonna throw it in the trash the minute you walk away."
Yeah, maybe I'm
never
vegan.
was offered something that was old or possibly spoiled. Not one time.
That's nice.
Yeah, I don't think people generally do that. To be fair,
I didn't say generally. I'm just saying. Well, I guess maybe it just happened to this guy I know.
It is a nice thing to do. I'll put it that way. Gio did a nice thing.
Gio is self-incriminated. He said he didn't ask. He just handed the guy the bag and said, "Good luck."
See?
Sainthood
That is
in doubt.
inconsiderate. Yeah, sainthood in doubt. I don't know, Gio. I think it's immoral to not take into consideration this homeless man's actual dieting practices.
Right.
How do you know he was a man?
He might have been fasting. You just
see,
yeah.
maybe the man identifies as female or a woman, right? Why are you addressing this man as have you considered you're addressing him or it as the wrong pronoun?
How did you confirm their gender, Gio? Inquiring minds no.
Right?
Got a few ideas on how he might have done this, but I don't want to talk about it
Did
now.
you lay a hand gently?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The crocodile didn't deep probe.
That's what I was just. Actually, my mind went exactly there. It did.
I'm not convinced of your pronouns. Let me frisk you.
I don't reckon he said, "Good luck." That's all. I reckon he said, "Here you go, motherfucker. Here's some grub."
He said, "Hey, I walk in here. You want this? Take that shit. Forget about it." Yeah, you have a nice day too. You and your mother.
Maybe we can call him a fallen. Maybe we can call him a fallen angel. Right?
Will you consider taking the title of a fallen saint, where your intentions were good but you had bad results, therefore, didn't really, and to be.
But it's a black box. He didn't stay around to find out.
That's even worse.
I know.
Leave him alone. He did a nice thing. I mean, his intentions were good. His intentions were good. He is taking a lot of grief in here now. Undeserved, or deserved. I don't care. There's no reason for this. Gio, you tried to do a nice thing. I'm hoping it was a good, nice thing. And
think I care? You think I care?
Yeah.
Huh? Answer me. Do you think I care? What was the question?
Our stop sign's red.
Now I need a synonym that starts with the letter G, which means assumptive. I'm going to go look that up.
So you know what's interesting,
Assumptive.
right? Here's and heretic. I think you'll find this interesting too, right?
Is glean
Now-
the word?
Right?
Richard, is glean the word for assumptive? To
That's
assume?
pretty quick.
That is pretty quick. Have to check that one out. Yeah, maybe.
If you
You can
glean,
glean
something,
information.
you work it out. You
Mhm.
glean something, you're working something out.
Mm.
Or gleaning
picking it up.
information, getting
Yeah.
hold of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Batman 44 is going to ask a question again.
Okay.
So many questions.
So-
so many questions.
I think this one is interesting. So, as a Christian, right? Grace. I think grace is extremely important for someone to be in Christ, right? And so I think when somebody is being graceful, right, they are being in Christ. Not necessarily suggesting that Christ or God came up with grace, right? But I think that's one of the core components to being, in Christ. And so the question is, if Gio gave that sandwich completely out of just being graceful, as in he did not want anything from this man, could it be that Gio is operating within Christ and he doesn't even know it?
Non sequitur.
I think you're just trying to make him like pull his hair out. How dare you suggest that your imaginary friend is tickling him in his mind?
Total non sequitur.
Maybe,
as well.
maybe I'm just saying, right? Because it's, you can still believe in Christ, right, and still be a shit person.
And you can not believe at all and be graceful.
Yes, but the question is, right? Since the question is it possible? Is it?
But what you're basically saying is, what you're basically asking is it possible for an atheist to go to heaven? Because they do good things, God will look down on them and say, you have the heart of a good person, therefore I accept you into heaven, despite the fact that that atheist never worshipped and never believed in God. That is the heart of your question.
Yes. So again, right? I think the merits in which my brother William offered the merits under which my brother William offered Geo sainthood, right? I think it's justified despite my questioning of it.
But William very, very quickly pulled it away and took it away.
Oh shit! But that's because of her. That's because we influenced him. So
William's weak. William is a weak
You're a weak man, William. I'm sorry.
Wait, what did I take
easily
away?
Graceless. You took
No,
away Geo's sainthood.
No, I had to update it.
You ridiculed his sainthood.
I did. But see,
That's not
there's
graceful.
been better ideas.
That's not graceful, you see.
I'm not graceful. No.
So yeah, I disagree with your statement, Odin. I'm afraid.
The indeterminate. I'll see some winning tonight, man. I'll see some winning.
That was funny.
Say Geo the intolerant. That was every day but today, Geo. That was like, I'm still liking St. Geo of the Red Delicious. What do you think?
My goodness.
Nah,
You know,
it doesn't ring. It doesn't roll off the tongue.
St. Geo of the Orchard Bounty? No. We're going to go back to the Rumbly Tumbly. Yeah.
Could we have St. Geo of the Pink Ladies?
St. Geo of the Handicap Ladies. I'm sorry,
Geo
that's
of
not
Granny Smith. Yeah. That's one, Geo.
Calmer of the Rumbly Tum Tums.
Yeah, that's the one. Nerdy Rodent wants to know if he could be a Gnostic Gracist.
A Gnostic Gracist.
Absolutely, but you're still doing the work of God.
I mean, you can do the work of God, I guess, while not believing, or even if you do believe in God, you might not want to be affiliated with him and still do his work.
Whatsoever you do to the least of my brothers, that you have done unto me.
Yeah.
Alternatively, Nerdy, you could be an agnostic gracist as well.
I'm sorry, I was stuck thinking of saint names, and I just totally don't know what y'all are doing. My bad.
We figured.
I'm a bit of one-trick pony, okay?
If what the demands upon angels is to treat us for what we actually are, then and that is humanitarian, then in fact any humanitarian effort is an angelic act.
I don't know. So Geo's acting like an angel.
That's what I'm saying. He's a good accidental follower.
I don't know whether this question has been asked before on this channel or with people on here, but if Satan was one of God's angels in heaven, and then Satan fell because he disagreed, does that mean heaven is not this lovely place where everybody's just always nice?
I don't think that domain is heaven.
Which domain?
Where I guess the angels would be. I think. See, this is my issue with Christian theology when it comes to heaven, right? And this is why I believe that there is a multiverse. I think the domain of the angels, right? If you read various different texts that I guess would be you can look at them as side texts for the Bible, right? And they describe heaven. I think a lot of if you accept these descriptions as physical beings versus just I guess being metaphors, right? It seems that world operates under different physics and have
How do you
different
say
beings.
that?
I have
It's a different physics
we have
part.
a new update. GA just disclosed that they were the first Appleseed came on.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
You came on them, and how
the biological warfare? What the hell's going on here?
And how
you were.
I didn't have a lot of time. You know,
Take away his sainthood. Take it away.
As Housey says, Saint Geo of the special sauce.
Saint Geo of the special sauce.
St. Geo of the really something to know Housey in real life. Sorry.
So anyway, back to the question. Back to the question. I mean, what is this place called Heaven that you are?
Yeah. So
where there is another place called Heaven, which is a different place.
So I don't think
after we've all died and there's been the total redemption of everybody and determination whether they go to heaven or not. So I mean, it's all a bit weird.
So I got two objections. Hold on, Batman. Hold on. I got two objections to what you already said before you.
Hold on, holy Batman.
Okay.
Hold on, just a second there. First of all, unnecessary complexity. They could be just on the other side of Jupiter, and every time we go behind the sun away from Jupiter, they switch planets. You'll never find them. Okay? It's not like they couldn't see our satellites coming at them and leave. Wouldn't be all that hard. Okay? Second thing, where the heck are you justifying this special physics? Where's that?
So if you notice, right, I said that if you accept the physical description as being not metaphors, but descriptions of actual things, like, for example, mountains made of gold, or the floor that looks like liquid fire that you can walk on that doesn't burn you, like all that weird shit, right? I think, and the descriptions that were given of the angelic beings, right? For example, the ones that's like sitting around God's throne singing "Holy, Holy, Holy." If we accept that those things are actual physical things, and those are the descriptions are of physical things versus them being metaphors, I think it's safe to come to the conclusion that in order for those things to function the way as described, it's most likely within another universe, right?
Okay,
however,
fair enough. Go ahead.
However, the heaven in which humans would be after the resurrection, right? That will be a new Earth, so to speak, a different planet. I don't think the Earth will necessarily be remade. I think that the people.
Topics.
I know your mind is.
No, I'm keeping track of it, but there's too many topics here. If I just went back to, okay, you said a floor of liquid flame that you can walk on. Okay, sure, but what the text reads is flame under a clear glass floor. That's what it, clear like crystal, like quartz crystal, like you can see through it. So I don't know how you can even get to a floor of liquid flames. Would that necessitate other physics? Sure, I'll grant that. But again, how are you justifying that reading view? That reading frame is...
Well, the justification... The justification...
It's like literally not the words that are there.
I mean, the justification came from the acceptance... Oh, okay, if you look at... Let's just say, okay, it's crystal floors, right? And there's fire under it.
Yeah, because the earth's on fire, and the flames coming up from the seed of the beast forever and ever. Amen. And the reason that I know that it's not a spiritual thing or in some other reality, because there's very, very practical people who were business owners lamenting watching the earth burn. Like they haven't even really caught on that they've moved to the next step of human experience. They haven't even figured that out yet.
So the descriptions that I would use, I would use the ones from that came from the Book of Enoch, for example, when I don't remember the name of the angel that was giving him the quote unquote tour of heaven, right? And his descriptions seem
The storehouses.
Yeah, but he's describing physical things right now. Of course, he's using his way, using limited words to describe those things. But that's all we have to work with. Hence our speculation, right? And that's why I was saying, if you grant that these things are physical, right, and you take the descriptions for what they are,
yeah,
right, I think there is I'm not saying it is the case. I'm saying it's a possibility that
but
it
there's
might
simpler
be another
explanation.
reality.
But there's simpler explanation with less assumptions. For instance, if you compress gas, they claim to put the atmosphere on the planet. If you compressed gases to their smallest possible volume, there's some things that naturally happen in that scenario. It's freaking cold. So, would there be a storehouse of the hoarfrost? Yes, they claim to bring an atmosphere here. There would be a storehouse of the hoarfrost. And by the way, when you release compressed gases, I mean, it's why on the outside of the hospital, if there's an overpressure device release, you'll see ice on the outside of the oxygen tank, because it's flipping cold, man. Would there be storehouses of the heat? Yes, for exactly the same physics in the opposite direction.
So the same physics, but in the opposite direction. So,
right, like some things you expand them and that causes heat.
So what you're saying is that the
you compress them, it causes heat. Yeah.
So let me get this straight, right? So the flames that was described aren't actual flames in the traditional sense. It's like a form of gas that's reacting to something somehow and giving off a light that makes it seem like it's flames.
Well,
because
not
again,
necessarily. It depends on which part exactly you're talking about. But look,
I mean,
there's like storehouses of hoarfrost, also fire, also lightning. These are talking about like storage facilities.
I mean,
we've really gone a long way away from my original question, which was, if Satan fell from heaven, does that mean heaven contains non-nice things? Can people think nasty things?
Richard is just being nitpicky. He wouldn't even want me. He didn't even let me want to finish.
Well, I mean, you were rambling. You were rambling rather a lot, Odin.
What I was disputing was that it's not heaven that he fell from, because heaven is not here yet.
Well, he fell from somewhere, and wherever that is, it's a sin that they don't have guardrails.
No kidding. Shit. That's just irresponsible.
No, I'm going to talk to the manager.
What? No health and safety officials?
Nope.
All right. You could at least put nets under the catwalk, right?
Well, it'd be harder to kick them off. You don't want them around.
But if you can fall from heaven,
heretic.
If you can fall from heaven, does that mean heaven is not the all nice, all boring, never anything nasty happen, everybody's smiling all the time place that everybody says?
So there's Christianity and then there's the Bible, heretic.
Go for it.
And the Bible is proposing best possible scenario. Christians say perfect scenario. But then heaven, in the angelic stories about heaven, it admits that someone thought they could do better. It says it in no uncertain terms.
Okay, what's better?
So it's.
There's a connotation on the word better. Somebody is making a judgment. We can do this better, and better means we want to get rid of something and do more of other things.
Yeah, we're going to replace it. We're going to do better. We can make a better than this. That's the story of Lucifer.
And what does better mean? What is the betterness?
That he was smarter by himself than the collective that he's trying to replace. I guess that's the claim. I can do better than this group does. And the claim is that he says, I will personally myself become as God. That means start your own thing and be in charge.
Okay. So what's happened is the Bible says, Lucifer, bad, kicked out, fallen angel, gone to do his own thing. We're going to produce some propaganda that says, our heaven's beautiful, fantastic. That place, you die in a horrible way every day for eternity, over and over and over and over again. And it's all propaganda.
Could be.
The trickster god.
Could be.
But he said he's going to make a better place. A better place, even to him, would not be, you're going to be punished and in pain all day, every day. Then you will eventually die. And then starting the next day, you start all over again with all the punishment and the feelings and the
There's
pain.
some problems with that. You've assumed Christianity again.
I know. So the word better, that's what's interesting. The thing that I'm getting is the propaganda of Christianity seems to be very, very strong.
Well, yes. And mostly them trying to justify things that don't make sense, and they're trying to justify the text to itself where they can't, and it doesn't. What they say doesn't work, which is what you're pointing out.
So to get into Lucifer's alternative heaven, are we meant to be worshipping Lucifer?
Okay, that's where
yes.
That's where the Christians ignore that the text of the Bible directly reads in the New Testament, in the book of Revelation, that those beings are in heaven, in jail, waiting for the end of the earth to receive their punishment. It's already been decided what their punishment will be. And they're not living in hell already. It is not Satan. It can't be.
I thought we were talking about Lucifer.
Yes, I'm talking about Lucifer and the fallen.
Well, then he keeps talking about Satan.
I did originally.
He does. That's the
originally.
Christian assumption.
Right?
Okay, Lucifer's the good guy. I don't know what's going. Lucifer's clearly the good guy of the piece.
Not from what Richard just said, was he?
He perfect, wasn't he?
No, he is doing good things until he crosses a line and goes out of his job description and screws it up. And 1/3 of his angels went with him.
Well, I mean, it seems like a forgiving God would have just been like, hey, no problem. I understand.
No. Okay, forgiveness is for those who have some point of ignorance, not for those in full knowledge.
But what you said, right? So I mixed up Lucifer and Satan, which is often a very easy thing for us atheists to
Christians
do, right?
do it, not your fault.
So just forgive me with that, but I'm using that sort of context. The fallen angel took 1/3 of the angels with him. He said, I can make a better place.
Yes.
Yeah. The word better starts becoming really interesting. If better means it will be flames everywhere and you're going to fucking die in a really nasty way all day, every day, and it will continue for eternity, then that's not better. But that's the propaganda of the Christian book. So where's the fucking stuff about Lucifer came to the earth and wrote his book, and this is Lucifer's Bible, which is your alternative to your Yahweh and New Testament Bibles. And you've got another choice that you can take, because this is even better than heaven. And I don't know what better is.
Okay, so in pseudepigrapha and apocryphal books written by humankind, that's not their religious story. Nobody's going to write that story. If you want to know about the biblical description of evil and who and what evil is, just read the book of Ezekiel. It's quite clear.
But Lucifer isn't evil, though.
No, he's not evil. He's to be
Right.
recycled. Him and his 200 who fell are to be recycled. Their flesh will die.
So they're like compost, eaten by the worms.
Well, they're going to I'll say they're going to have their carbon recollected. I'll put it that way.
Okay, so they become human rather than anything else. They die within 50 or 100 years, and so they...
What? Where'd that come from?
Well, Lucifer becomes human, becomes carbon, as opposed to divinity, angel, godlike, living forever and ever and ever, becomes mortal rather than immortal, is carbon.
You're such a
well,
Christian.
you just said it.
Drives
you
me
just
crazy.
You just said it. I'm just repeating what you said.
Yes, there's only a Christian assumption that they were anything but physical. The text has them always physical. Always. Like it takes sperm to make a baby, you know. Physical. If you want to lift something up that is physical, you need to be physical. If you want to eat, knock on a door.
Was it Lucifer or was it Satan who tested Job?
Was it Lucifer or
that
Satan?
Would be the Satan.
That would be the Satan, yeah.
That would be the Satan. The Satan who was the right-hand man of God, the tester of God, the angel who only ever did what God said he was allowed to do. Except for the time when God had to turn around and go, "Where have you been?"
No.
And then,
he went off GPS.
and then Satan becomes the Lord of the underworld.
What?
I don't know where that comes from.
There's no. Where did you get the idea that he was the Lord of the underworld?
This whole idea of hell. Hell
Right, a
is
tradition.
run by Satan with everybody dies, right?
That's a tradition, yeah.
Okay.
Biblically, if you want to say there's a Lord of the underworld, it's the Lord over, not in the underworld, in which case you're talking about Michael. He's in charge of hell.
Well, Yahweh.
All right.
If you're
So
locked
where the
up in
fuck
some
does
room,
Lucifer
you're not
come
in
into
charge.
Where
What's
does
that?
Lucifer come into this?
It's a different story. It's a separate topic that Christians run together for no apparent reason, and it's
Well, it would be
logically
Jesus.
impossible.
Jesus would be Lucifer.
In some ways, until some stuff goes bad, sure. The light bringer, the teller of truth, the
Bright and morning star. Yeah.
Okay, now that's a language problem right there, actually, William.
Is it?
Yeah, that's only a language problem. You should look into
So
that.
how many times is Satan mentioned? Is
Okay.
Satan mentioned in the New Testament?
Satan mentioned several times.
A good bit, a
especially
lot.
In the book of,
Okay.
especially in Revelation.
Especially in Revelation.
Oh,
And in Revelation, there's a lot of talk about this place called hell.
Well, if you read the King James, sure, I'll agree with that.
Which Satan is
But
in
you know,
charge of.
they took 5 different terms and translated it hell, right? You know that.
Okay, whatever, but it's in the fucking book, right? It's
Well, it's not in the book. It's in a translation of the book.
Okay, so were they talking about Satan, or were they talking about Lucifer, or were they talking about somebody else?
Hillary, you
Tell
gonna
me
get
which
in on this,
part you're
bro?
talking about.
What's wrong with Hillary's? Hillary's, you. This is your topic, man. Are you not?
Sorry.
No, I mean finish wanking, but then when you're done, like get in.
Yeah, you know what side I was on.
Leave those fucking Granny Smith apples alone.
Okay, sorry.
It's the granny thing that made him go to the site.
It was. That's
Granny.
exactly the search term. Okay.
Put down the apple core.
Okay. I heard all that, but I only retained part of it. Yes, in the New Testament, it is majority Satan.
And
what
who is
was the
Satan?
question?
Did Satan fall from heaven?
I'm not entirely certain because Halcyon or somebody made a good point. You know, did he fall or was he pushed?
Okay, if he was pushed, then he would have done something wrong, right?
No, it may have just been a job assignment. God said, "Hey, I need you to fill this role," and Satan's like, "I'm your guy, boss."
What role? What is the role?
The accuser.
The accuser.
Uh-huh.
The cause,
The
the cause
tester.
of the suffering, the tester,
The tester.
the
But
adversary.
that's the stuff that's the Job story, right? That is the Job story. That is the same type of stuff.
Well, it's in the Gospels too when he tests Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So who was it that fell out with God and fell from heaven? Who was an angel? Is that Lucifer or is it Satan? Or is it both?
My personal take as of right now is that was probably Jesus. And that he came down to earth to overthrow the Satan.
To a lower state.
Hold on.
Yeah.
The Satan.
Yes.
You put a title on it now, right?
The Yaldabaoth.
Okay. So God gave the earth to Satan as God's tester. Satan did what he was supposed to do. And then God decided he would send Jesus to overthrow the Satan.
Different God.
The different God from
when you say God, you see the thing is you got to get really deep into the terms. You got to say Father, Elohim, Hashatan. I mean, it gets deep into the folklore.
Well, I don't actually, because of the Elohim and all that stuff is right at the beginning of the Old Testament.
It's the beginning of the material.
We've now moved on, and we've now moved on. We've moved on. Yahweh has chopped all of the other gods up. He's got rid of them all. He's the only one that's left.
Yahweh is the Satan.
And Yahweh is the Satan.
Yes.
These interpretations are fantastic. So when Yahweh, in the book of Job, when Yahweh says to Satan, "Where the fuck have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been up to?" He didn't know what the hell he was doing himself. Is that what you're saying?
The Satan is a title, the adversary.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So his agent is the adversary also.
His agent is the adversary, but he is the agent himself.
He is the adversary, and those archons beneath him are also adversarial towards man in most cases.
God is the adversary.
Yeah. Like the God of the Old Testament is a pretty tyrannical dude.
Yeah,
Who calls himself Satan?
When you say God, if you mean the Old Testament, say Yahweh. Be specific.
Well, Yahweh
is Satan.
In Job,
is Satan.
Yahweh at the beginning of Job talks to Satan.
Okay, this is what I was going to explain. Just like we say God and God's spirit, well, Satan can also have a spirit, right?
Agency.
So he doesn't know where his spirit's gone, yeah?
He sends his spirit out and says basically to his self or his alter ego, have I considered my servant Job? I bet you I could screw him over every which way that I wanted. And as long as I don't kill him, he still won't turn on me.
Fucking hell, I now understand the Trinity.
Okay.
You've just explained it brilliantly. There you go. There's your Trinity.
Thank you.
I'm sure you don't believe in the Trinity, do you?
That's complicated.
Yeah. Which Trinity? Not the Roman Trinity, no.
Mm-hmm.
Hillary, I had no idea that you and William were in such agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you still assume too much Christianity.
That could be.
Completely Christianity.
I think your interpretations are really weird. The way you interpret the New
really
Testament,
good critique.
The way you interpret the New Testament to produce Marcionism, I think is really good. The way you're interpreting the Old Testament to produce the Trinity from the Old Testament, I think is really interesting.
Thank you.
Weird, but interesting.
But it does logically follow. As soon as I say things like it is evident innocent people and animals died in a global flood, you have to say the one who caused that committed an evil act. You have to.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. And Jesus condemns the God of this world, and the God of this world tries to tempt Jesus with an offer of rulership of this world.
Right.
Where would he have the authority to do that?
Unless the giants ate all the babies.
Yeah, Jesus.
Did you watch that stream? Holy shit.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, because Jesus never says you can't offer me that.
Right. He doesn't correct that at all.
Right.
And the gospels that the early church squashed out as heresies, a lot of them gave a different view of Christ. Some more flattering than others, but nothing that you could just write off and just dismiss because there was no orthodox at the time.
So in a lot of ways, I was probably arguing this with the wrong people, because I was arguing the Christian concept of an angel fell from...
That's Odin.
Fell from heaven, and the rationale behind that was that angel had done something wrong.
Yeah, you can still do that. That's
And if
Odin's...
something wrong could happen, then heaven is not as good as it was. And you lot have taken me right down 75,000 different fucking rabbit holes. All of them are really bloody interesting, I have to say.
More like rabbit assholes.
Every single one of them is really interesting, but doesn't help me whatsoever.
Ask
you were all
Odin.
just pushing your own little agendas.
No, I said that. What I was saying was that it's that fall didn't happen in heaven because heaven is not even a thing yet.
Where do you get that from?
Heaven, as I understand it, would be the quote unquote new earth, however that might be, after everyone has been quote unquote judged and reanimated, so to speak.
Well, where did God, or for one of these people, Yahweh, and all of his cherubims and angels and everybody, where did they all live?
I was arguing that they possibly live either on another planet or another universe,
as opposed to being outside the universe because they created the universe.
I think there's a multiverse.
Okay, they created the multiverses.
Yeah, they're just in theirs, and I think this is the
in
way
where?
this is the way how I look at it. Right? If it's a
So
situation,
they were created by something else inside their own multiverse. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I think
Who
it's
created
possible.
them?
So the way how I look at it is that you have I think existence within itself is conscious, right? And I think the quote unquote creator gods, I kind of see them as managers, so to speak, and they're all just avatars of conscious avatars of existence itself, right? And everything else comes from them.
So which God, which creator God, you believe in creation? Who created the start of things? And I am not talking about the start of our universe or the start of the various different universes, but the very beginning.
We can only say it to a certain point. We don't know after
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, because like, say for example, right? You can make the argument and say, because we actually had this discussion in a different where in order for God to exist, you need existence. Therefore, God is contingent on existence.
Oh God,
right?
Jill's here. Jill won't like this.
Right? Now, or you can say existence within itself is God. Right? and and as I intuitively kind of understand it, existence is ever moving and ever changing, hence the multiverse, right? And so each each multiverse, right, has its own, how should I put it, its own avatar or representative of existence.
So God the Creator came into existence.
Yeah, the creator entity, right?
The creative
That
element.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
The what? Sorry.
The creative element
The creative element what?
came into existence.
The creative element of God came into existence.
Yes, some would even say that Jesus is the only thing that God created, and all the rest of this universe was created by Jesus.
By Jesus. In the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And you know,
So
God
Jesus was
spoke the world into Jesus spoke the world into existence.
so Jesus was created and is not eternal past because
Okay,
Jesus had
maybe.
to be created. So
Okay,
there was a
created.
starting point at which behind there was time.
Created
Who
is not the
created
best word.
Jesus? Right?
Created is
Okay.
not the best word. Manifested is probably the better word.
Don't go fucking female.
I'm just gonna say, you know
What
that
are you talking about?
Jill and some others are gonna say that
I-
Jesus was the only
I
non-created
cannot
being.
do manifested. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that too earthy for you?
Yeah.
No, it's too female for me. You know? It's like, ooh, I just thought it up. I manifested it. Right? So who fucking manifested it? Because there's no difference really between manifested and created. Somebody manifested something. You're talking about multiverses with gods that live in different parts of the multiverse within a universe of the multiverse. And I'm going, so who created that fucking universe in order to be the original creator? Because that's the whole concept of this fucking God concept.
Hillary, I think you triggered this man. Why did you use that word?
Triggered. I am triggered. I'm triggered.
Very
Jesus.
naughty.
I haven't even had any alcohol. It's like, what's going on?
I'm sorry.
Manifest.
I've never seen. I haven't seen you like this triggered in a while, man. I'm not even gonna front. Maybe it's because we haven't get to speak much, but yeah, it's rare that I see you like this triggered.
Oh, dear. You bastards.
You've been really, I guess, very tolerant of different ideas, Heretic. Very, very different than the way you used to be.
You have to be tolerant of new ideas in order to be a heretic.
No,
What did I used to be? I mean,
you were too anxious to jump on the joke before actually hearing what the person had to say to really develop a good, solid joke.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe it just takes time. I mean, if I don't, I sure didn't know as much as I know now. And I now realize how little I actually still know. And I just go, I need to know more. But I can't handle a lot of it when there's 4 of you in here all telling me something completely bloody different. And you're all using weird words and expecting me to understand all the interpretations. And it's like, and then manifest?
Well,
What?
the thing is, it's not that we are really wanting to do that. It's that I know that Jill and other people would then say, see, they got this one word wrong. So now I need to throw out everything they said, because he's going to say, oh no, Jesus is the only non-created being that he was. So anyway, I didn't want to give him that wiggle room, but for common understanding, yes, created's good enough.
You know what?
Jesus was begotten.
Yes, begotten, not made.
Begotten, not made. Yeah.
Yeah, via rape.
No, that's what? No.
Really? No? No? Where was the consent? Where was the consent?
I don't know that. I don't know that I really believe that there's any evidence for a virgin birth.
You know, I have a question. Right? If it's a situation where penetration would not be needed to seed, to inject the sperm into the egg, right? Like, she technically didn't have sex.
Yeah, dry hump. We got
Yeah.
you.
Right? Right?
Yeah.
So I guess it could work that way. I'm just saying, listen, if you're gonna hold the position that these are, physical entities that have all of this power, right? And they can either terraform planets, they can travel the universe and all that stuff. I don't think it would be out of this world to think that they'll have the capacity to get a woman pregnant without, her actually having sex.
I apologize profusely for not really listening to that because my mind is struck. My mind is struck by the sentence that Jill wrote, and I don't fucking understand it. Jill, can you please rewrite that in English?
I can translate the wow.
Please do.
There is no script that even hints at the notion Jesus was created.
Notion.
Yeah, notion.
I could easily get rid of the I in there. It's I just couldn't work out notion. Oh, okay. Okay. There's no script that even hints at the notion Jesus was created. No, created. Yeah, exactly, because he was begotten. But then there is scripture, John 1 in particular, the Gospel of John, that talks about, and I think that was actually mentioned. The word in the beginning was the word. Blah blah blah.
And the word was with God.
And the word was God. Yeah.
See, I think when it says the in the beginning, right? Maybe it's hinting at the temporal start of creation.
Yes.
Genesis 1, yeah.
Okay. So
But what you're all saying is it goes back further than that. Way further than that. Are you not?
Sure.
Are you not?
Yeah.
Because I think John 1 goes back further than that. In the following verses.
Yeah, I mean, the way how I and to be fair, right? Because I've told you this before, right, Heretic, that I mainly focus on the human condition aspect of the Bible. I don't know necessarily whether or not the whole thing is true, none of it is true, or some of it is true. Right? I'm more focused on whatever I can get out of it. So all this other stuff is just basically like, to me at least, outside of the teachings of Christ in terms of when it comes to the practical applications of how I can live my life in a fulfilling good way, and allowing others to live their life in a fulfilling good way. All the other stuff is fan fiction to me as far as I'm concerned, because everyone's giving their perspective, and I have a perspective. To be fair, I do write fan fiction shit too.
So if Jill is saying there's nothing that even hints that Jesus was created, what he's actually saying is Jesus was alongside the Father ever since the very, very start. Jesus, it's linking the Trinity there because the Holy Spirit is part of the
So,
part,
you remember
part of the Father. So you've then got the Father. You've got the Trinity right from the very beginning in Jill's perspective here.
Yes.
Where they are all
bundled
there eternally from the beginning. They created together everything, whatever it was that they created, they did it.
So then the question is, how did the Father beget the Son if they are all eternally together, co-created, or whatever? You know what I mean? Pre-existent.
Yeah.
So I really want to know how the Father consummated this. And the Jews actually have an answer, which Richard could probably explain to us.
Well, I'm wondering whether the Father actually scooped up Jesus into a turkey baster, then inserted him. Inserted him as a sperm into Mary. He then had 9 months worth of fun just lying around in a womb doing absolutely nothing. Except
You don't know
growing as a
what the
human.
Son of God was doing in the womb. He could have been like sharpshooting Pythagoras or something. You don't know.
So some people,
I am starting to lose the concept of the Son of God now.
So
with this idea that they were all co-created, they're all part of the same thing. All this concept of Son, Father, and Holy Ghost are just irrelevant now. They are all the one same thing, just 3 characteristics of the same thing.
Welcome to the Trinity, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's 3 characteristics of the same thing, which is it's
avatars.
It's a very truly Unitarian view. As
So look at
opposed
it
to
this
3 beings.
Look at it this way, right? So it's to be fair, it's a crude analogy, but the analogy that I like to use is of what do you call them again? A computer mainframe where you have like a main hub, right? And you have the network that connects the hub to the other. I work in this field. Why am I forgetting the name of these things?
Nodes.
To the nodes, yeah, right. Now the Holy Spirit would be the connection or the network connection between the nodes and the hub. And so whenever someone is filled with the Holy Spirit, they basically are getting a temporary connection to the main hub, right? Being AKA God or Jesus, whichever.
It's like
Does that make sense?
like an update from Apple or something.
Basically, the wireless update. I'm sorry if my crude explanation offended anyone, but I think that's probably the best simple way to kind of explain how the Holy Spirit would operate, so to speak. Because I think the name Father and Son are they exist in the form of relationship, not relationship and function, right? But they all have the same common goal to process the data, right? Again, another crude example, right? The purpose of the mainframe is to crunch certain, manipulate and convert certain data into information, right? And so they all work in unison. And so Jesus having a physical body, when he says, I am, me and my Father are basically one, right? He's talking from the idea that he is connected to the network despite his physical body. Like he has a consistent connection despite his physical limitations.
You really are a heretic. You just proved it. You just proved it. You're fucked now.
Oh boy, there you go. Now I stole your name. You're gonna have to find a different name.
No, you're a heretic. I'm the heretic.
That's really gross, Hillary. That's pretty gross.
Sorry, but I gotta call
Left
it
his
the way I read
mouth.
it.
All right, where did
Well,
you get
he
that it
spoke
left
it.
his mouth?
He spoke it, didn't he?
But it would seem
Did
that
it
the
say
sperm
that he
left
spoke
his
it
mouth?
into the virgin?
Oh,
Well, the Holy Spirit of God
Uh-huh.
overshadowed Mary,
Yeah.
and he begat himself into his own mom.
Busted. What?
I mean, isn't that
Wait, that was kind of sexy until you said that other part.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're just gonna go deep inside, and then you're like, "Mom," and it's like, "No, stay out of mom." But
Well, I mean, the word is Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to the Holy Spirit. Is it
okay,
not? In the beginning was the word.
right, but did it say that the word was overshadowing? Because
No, it was the
and
spirit of
isn't the
the
spirit
God.
Sophia
Yes,
typically?
a female.
Yeah, but the
You're getting
androgynous.
into
It's an
you're getting
androgynous
into
thing.
some Futanari stuff there. Yeah, better not to go there.
What did
But
you
the
just
word,
call me?
the word is often known as the Spirit as well. The Spirit of God is the word of God that is going out, and everybody hears the word, which is the Spirit, the Holy Spirit,
Mm-hmm.
as well as it's Jesus. So in a lot of ways, Hillary is right. Hillary's is right.
Can we take a
I mean,
minute to appreciate what Halsey has given us there?
Mm-hmm.
That's based on something that you started, Hillary's. Are you proud
What
of
a
yourself?
topic
I
to
hope
come
you're
back
proud.
I'm
to.
pretty proud. Yeah.
You've taken a normally dignified woman and brought her down to type such a thing as God snowballed her uterus.
Have you touched on the Catholic thing yet about?
No, the Catholics do the touching.
I'd just like to say welcome back, Richard. Welcome to this highbrow conversation.
What? When did Richard come back? You mean Sammy?
Yeah,
Was
you
it
mean
Sammy?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
Sammy.
that was me, Sam.
How in the hell did you mix that up?
Richard's on his mind.
Yeah, I know because of manifesting and whatnot. No, that would be Hillary, actually.
Yeah, I'm the manifester in chief.
Manifest is a great word. Well, I don't understand what
Yeah.
the problem with manifest is.
I don't know, man.
I just
I don't think.
manifest stuff. I'll just manifest stuff. It'll just happen.
I don't know, man.
No,
I
it
think
doesn't
you
mean
took the
without
wrong
effort.
pill.
Yeah, it just means going from the conceptual to the
Conceptual to the
physical.
reality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Physical. And that might require work.
So
Yeah.
who
It might
conceived
start with
it?
a blueprint.
Who or what conceived it? It's creation. Manifesting is creation. So you have to have something to create it.
Right. It would be the actor.
Who's the actor? Is the actor the one
Depends on the
that
situation.
created God?
So you went, okay, so we're talking about God again.
Well, that's where it came from.
I was just breaking it down to simple principles.
Jesus was manifested at the same
Okay,
time as
imagine
God.
it-
because
the
it all came
creator-
out, and it's like,
Imagine it like
okay,
this.
so who fucking manifested it?
Imagine it like this.
No,
the
don't
father,
do it.
the
Don't do it.
father
Don't do it.
has a concept, so let's call it a drawing, on one table. He
Call it
picks
Bob.
up, yeah, he picks it up and moves it to the other table. Now that manifests into a reality. It's no longer a drawing, it's an actual, let's say, unicorn. Boom.
Yeah.
Manifested from abstract conceptual to physical and specific.
By God.
By
What
the
we
Father,
were talking
the
about was
Father,
who the
by
hell
God the
created
Father
God.
specifically.
What
God
we
the
were talking
Father.
about was who created God? Who created the Father?
Which God? That's it. Oh,
The
who created the Father? We don't know. We don't know.
But you're accepting something did create the Father because the Father
No,
is
I'm just
not
I'm just
transcendent because the Father was created inside a universe.
well. Now we're getting
Or
into
omniverse.
yeah, we're getting into some deeper stuff now. One could even say that the Father did not exist until he created. The act of creation brought him into being.
What?
I know, but blame Cerberus's, whatever that's called, his model of
existence,
reality, and
non-existence thing.
yeah, that one.
Why did you summon Cerberus? Do you know what you're unleashing?
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm just thinking we're at 11 hours and 22 minutes,
That's
so we're gonna have
exactly.
to.
That's what's so good about Serb's trolling.
Yeah,
He
It's
has just shown
educational.
you. He has just shown you completely that in order to bring something into existence, there needs to be something there in existence already that brings it into existence. He just gave you the total killer for the concept of God being eternal, because God had to be created by something in your view, in what you are saying. So who created God?
his act of creation brought him into being.
Whose act of creation?
The Father's.
So,
and if something else created him, then we don't know because the story doesn't tell us.
but was the universe here beforehand that allowed his creation to actually be introduced? Or is the universe created at exactly the same time
It's still
in the act of
material.
creation?
Yeah.
It's still material, so that would be the lower realm. That would
Yeah.
be the realm that, the
I
God of
would-
this world owns.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the upper realm then?
The abstract
realm of
potential.
the realm of idea, the realm of concept and mind.
Yeah, but the realm of concept and mind requires a mind, does it not?
Yes.
So where is the mind? Because the mind would be God.
I would refer you to the stream where I was discussing the standing wave that had a slight perturbation that brought everything into being. Because this is going to get like mathematical pretty quick. Instead
Right.
of
You go from perfect math to I mean, like perfect equation to something that is misshapen.
Yeah.
Which brings matter, because things start moving. Then there was no reason to move. Everything is status quo when it's perfect.
Matter
But the
and
idea
time
of
began.
transcendence is that the creator is outside the thing that it creates. And the creator is the only thing that exists in order to create something. Because if the creator becomes created inside something else that's already there, then the creator is not the first thing.
Are you familiar with Boltzmann brains?
What the fuck?
A Boltzmann brain is a mathematical concept that this European mathematician came up with. They give an infinite time. Basically, a virtual particle will pop into existence out of nothingness, out of just the background, whatever.
Yes.
And that is that first perturbation that created time and matter as the slight imperfection of God.
Well, that's not actually true. That's a real stretch. Lawrence Krauss did a lot of stuff on this.
Mhm.
It does not take us back to the start of creation at all. It just says in dark matter, dark space, whatever you want to call it, where we think there's absolutely nothing, these things just come in and out of creation that we think.
Yes.
But they jump across time as well. They appear to go backwards and appear in two different places all at the same time.
Yes. But in my
these
model,
are very, very, very small.
but yes,
things
but
that
Lawrence
don't do
Krauss
anything.
was talking about particles, and I'm talking about the God was the standing wave, and it was the creation of that one particle, that one tiny imperfection that
It's a
caused the
stretch.
demiurge. Yes, that caused everything, time
big
and
stretch.
matter and everything burst into existence, and we call that the Big Bang.
And where was this stuff where it produced
In potential.
in potential?
Yep, no actuality at all, just 100% pure potential. I mean, you know about 0 point energy,
So
right?
hang on. So this pure potential
Uh-huh.
was actually the creation of the natural universe.
The pure potential is what gave the force to cause a natural universe, yes.
Of which at some point, billions and trillions and gazillions of years later, there's been the development of a mind that is so powerful.
See, this is the problem. There is no bazillions and gazillions of years.
Prior to time, absolutely, yes,
Yeah.
I agree with you. But in the concept of
Okay,
how
now
can
that
you
that
just poof a mind that is able to know everything?
okay, well, you opened up a whole nother can of worms because you got an open theist on the panel. I'm not entirely certain that the God, the Father, has a mind. So I think it's just pure potential. So you're going to get
really
a
know what
bunch
that
of yeah,
means.
you're going to get all different answers as soon as you start giving omni properties and all this other stuff.
No, that's fine because you can take away the omni properties, and I don't really know what you mean by
Okay, God the Father.
personifying the term potential,
Uh-huh.
which is what you seem to be doing. That seems really weird.
I'm not sure if I'm personifying it, but I've been up for way too long. You know how like Brojo will say, pantheism, that the universe is God. Okay, that's possible, but that's not my view. I would say that the Father is just pure energy, that pure 0 point energy or whatever, and it never descends into the material realm. But the Son or the Word could descend
The
into
avatars of that
the demiurge. Yep.
Well, hold on. So pure energy never descends into the natural world?
Correct.
Well, what type of world is pure energy in then? An unnatural one?
I guess by
that
definition,
doesn't make
supernatural.
sense in itself. That doesn't make sense.
By definition,
But then,
supernatural or metanatural.
Well, I really don't know what that means because it's just like, I'll just use some words that I don't really.
Well, as humans, we're material beings, and we can't. That's what makes it transcendent. We can't describe it.
And that's why it's really impossible for somebody to say this is what I believe, because when you believe something, it is taken to be the case, and that's really strange because you can't actually take that to be the case because
what I always say
nothing there.
What I always say is this is the closest approximation that I can give in my description.
Okay.
Jeez, heretic.
If I could describe the God, I would be the God. Does that help?
Oh, I think we just lost heretic. No, we lost.
No,
Will.
it was Will. His connection probably. And Sammy,
I don't think it would help.
We're rounding the 11.5 hour mark, and it will if you don't end it.
I've created another stream.
Okay.
And if you look in the private chat, there's a link there for the
okay,
new StreamYards, and we can end this one and jump over there if you wanted to continue.
I'll be going to bed because it's 11:30 already, nearly. But this just to say that there's a lot of jumping through hoops to get to this position and whatever, and the answer is we don't know. The answer about
and we
whether
have to be comfortable with that. We have to be comfortable with the fact that our human minds will never know. That as long as we're in matter, we can't understand it.
Yes,
and that's where I stop.
And that's where I come from in relation to does a God exist? And it's like you'll never know. You'll never know. But the chances are the answer's no, because all of these arguments
You'll never know unless you
get
join with him.
None of these arguments and discussions ever get to anything other than the universe was there first. The universe is natural. The universe started developing its energy through the Big Bang and whatever, as opposed to God started it. Because that's the basis of exactly where you're going with every one of your arguments, each of you.
Are you
Because there
familiar
had to
with
be a
my?
place first. There had to be a place first for this thing to manifest.
No, space time didn't need to exist before. It was the act of manifesting space time that caused space time to come into being.
Well, I mean, you're putting a real big barrier there against everything. The idea that there was nothing. If you've got a multiverse,
I'm not saying. I'm
if I
not
take
saying
Batman,
nothing.
if I take Odin's stuff,
Uh-huh.
you've got a big bang, which could be the sucking of a load of energy from a prior universe, which may well
Yes.
have had space and time. It's just that this universe, its space and time came from that big bang. But actually, prior to that, there could well have been gazillions of years worth of time and space.
Sure, but it would be in a different universe and not this
It
one.
would, but it's
And
still,
that's
it's
possible.
still, but the creation of the universe, if the creation of the universe is about God,
Well,
whatever
you're saying
terminology,
creation. What about unspooling? It always existed. It's just unspooling.
what's unspooling?
Rolling out.
Existence.
There's no fucking
Yeah.
heels.
There's no what?
I didn't
No
catch that
heel?
word either.
There's no fucking heels.
No, I'm
heels?
gaming, so I'm sorry.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Now we had a profound revelation there, and I know this has zero truth value, but Jill does agree with me that if God can be fully explained by science, then by Scripture's definition of God, He isn't God, and that's what I think Richard and I would both agree with. That which I had already said was that if you could explain, the only way to know God would be to merge with Him. Otherwise, it's impossible.
So you can't explain him.
I can do my best to approximate a model.
Define him. You've got no information from which to explain or define him.
I can define.
No, you can make something up.
Which is a definition, yeah.
But it's got no basis. That's like making up an Aesop's fable or a Harry Potter book, except you have to actually be very good at doing that stuff.
And if all the math works out, would it still be a Harry Potter book?
How do you work out all the math?
Physics.
Yeah. So there's physics, which is about the universe and the material world.
Correct.
But you're talking about prior to the material world and in a transcendent area when there was no material world.
Correct. But when we know about the beginning,
you've got no maths, you've got no physics.
No, because I've gotten us to the point of the beginning of space and time. And we can do all the math after that.
No, you haven't.
Yes.
We've already got the point of space and time, and we've got all the math to that. Yes.
Yeah.
But you're talking about stuff before that. You're talking about stuff before that.
Yes, you're correct.
And at the infinity point, you cannot actually go further. There is a curtain there. There is no space. There is no time. It's what you're saying. And there is no physics. There's no maths. There's no nothing.
Correct.
But there's a God that manifests.
I'm
in
calling
nowhere.
it a God. I'm calling it
nowhere.
Well,
with potential and lots of energy.
You're talking about Jill's God, and I wanted to touch on that earlier, but everybody was talking. Jill's God is in the special existence of nothingness and nowhere. Mine, it is not nothingness and nowhere. It's a singularity. It's rolled up so tight that space and time don't exist. And the first time that God has any thought, if we want to call it a mind, then that's the beginning of time.
So
there was
God
no
is
point
the
prior
Big
to
Bang.
that.
God is the Big Bang in your idea.
In mine, God pre-existed the Big Bang, and the Big Bang was the moment of creation.
Okay, so the pre-existence is your problem, because by pre-existing, that's a time-based thing, that's a place-based thing, there has to be an entity that exists somewhere at some time in order to create the Big Bang, at which that's the point where we can go back to for time and space. We cannot go further than that. So anything you talk about prior to the Big Bang is just made up.
Okay.
There isn't anything. There's nothing that you can say because we don't know anything. That is the only answer physics and maths can give us. We don't know. And that's where the problem is. It's a problem for me just as much as it is for you. It's a problem for all of our scientists.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't just start making stuff up.
Well, I'm not really making it up either. I'm going off of what other experts have said and my understanding of what they said. My understanding could be completely wrong. I'm not claiming to have the divine mind. I'm not claiming special revelation, only general revelation.
All the experts I know only ever go back to the Big Bang and then go, I don't know. I don't know. I can't do anything here.
Do string theorists go further back?
Not that I'm aware of. They can't.
Okay. And under the metric tensor, how many dimensions are there?
I've no idea what you just said.
Riemann's metric tensor?
I don't know about that.
Okay, there's 10 spatial dimensions and one time dimension. But in this universe, we can only show three spatial dimensions and one time dimension, unless you consider an additional dimension.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, well, that's where we get into it. When we come up with
it sounds like made up stuff by somebody trying.
It's math. Riemann,
Yeah.
R-I-E-M-A-N-N, I believe, and his metric tensor. Study up on it. We'll talk next time.
Does it go back past the Big Bang?
It covers 10 spatial dimension and one time dimension. But in our everyday world, we only can observe.
Does it go back past the Big Bang?
It develops into my theory. And my theory developed
You're not
over
answering my
a long
question.
time.
You're not answering
As
my
far
question.
as far as I'm aware,
behind
no.
the Big Bang. Right.
As far as I'm aware, no.
Right.
But it explains it. It's like
explains what? The Big
it's
Bang?
like what happened before the Big Bang, and my hypothesis of the standing wave, whatever. But you're right. We could all be.
We can only.
And frankly,
we can only look at it mathematically, heretic. We can see mathematically
back
what
to
he's
the
talking
point
about.
of infinity,
Yes.
which was the Big Bang, at which there is a big curtain which stops us from taking maths, physics, logic, everything back there because we cannot get past the Big Bang.
But the idea is that M theory offers an explanation past the Big Bang.
Yep.
Oh, I can make up an explanation. Hillary's made up an explanation.
Yes, but can you back it up with mathematics?
How can you back anything up with mathematics if
This
mathematics
is what
doesn't
M
exist?
theory is. That's what
if it
he's
doesn't
trying.
exist behind the Big Bang, because you can't get past
it doesn't.
that barrier.
It doesn't need to. It's what we use to describe the thing prior to the Big Bang.
How? What do you mean by prior to the Big Bang? There's no time, allegedly.
Right.
This is the thing about the extra dimensions.
Yep.
So it's a hypothesis of which you will never ever get to prove it.
Okay, let's say that Russell's teapot is twisted up inside of a Planck's length. You're right. We may never be able to test it, or maybe one day we will, just like with Richard's theory. And you're right. All theoretical physicists come up with a plausible fiction that works out in the math, and then we have to observe to decide whether or not that model matches up with reality. I've posited my model, which may be complete BS, or it may have some grain of truth. Hopefully it has a grain of truth, but I don't know. Until I merge with the Godhead, there's no way I can know. I'm not receiving any special revelation. I'm just looking at the universe around us and speculating. I'm not a prophet.
So who is this Riemann?
A mathematician.
From?
I can wake you.
1859. Bernhard
Sounds
Riemann.
right. Sounds right. Yes, Bernhard Riemann. Georg Friedrich Bernhard Riemann. And you may be better at math than me, so I will
No,
state
I
right
won't
up
be.
front.
No,
Okay.
I won't be. I won't be. I
Okay.
can guarantee you that.
Okay.
Right. Zeta functions.
Analytic number theory.
Well, I'll let you have fun in trying to work out what the hell he's talking about in relation to his mathematics. But if this was true, and it's been around since 1859, it would be an accepted hypothesis by today's major physicists.
It is accepted as a hypothesis, but it's untestable because we can't yet observe it.
And therefore it is rejected.
No, it's accepted as a hypothesis, but it's not proven. It's not been experimentally proven.
Mathematical papers about the Riemann hypothesis tend to be cautiously non-committal about its truth.
Correct.
Of authors who express an opinion, most of them, such as the author himself, Riemann, and Bombieri, imply that they expect, or at least hope, that it is true. Some authors express serious doubt about it, listing some reasons for skepticism, and others who flatly state they believe it false, that there is no evidence for it and no imaginable reason why it would be true.
There were scientists who believed there was no reason to believe that radio waves existed either. How can you talk across an ocean just by vibrating the air?
The difference is
Mhm.
that this is not possible to actually determine.
Well,
its
back
truth.
then, back before what's his name? The guy that did all the electromagnetism. Anyway, before
Tesla?
no, it was before Tesla. Wait, it was over 100 years before him. I forget the guy, but anyway, I'm trying to remember. It's called Maxwell. Before Maxwell, we had no way to prove, electromagnetism and
Maxwell equations.
yeah, all that stuff. But over time, now we've got cell phones, so apparently electromagnetism does seem to comport with our observed reality. And like I've said, I'm not claiming to be a
Observed
prophet.
reality.
Yes.
You are actually backing up my argument here every time. Every
Yeah,
time.
I am.
Because the
I
whole
have
thing
to
that you're
notice that.
talking about with this stuff is going back to behind the Big Bang, which we cannot get behind.
Yet. But before Maxwell, they didn't have cell phones. We do now. That's the only difference. Maybe at some point in the future, we will be able to send a probe back inside, the singularity. Who knows? I'm just,
The
spouting stuff at
singularity
this
is
point.
actually gone. It's gone.
Yeah, I'm just no
You can't go into
temporally.
the singularity.
No, temporally, it's gone from our current perspective, but in block time, it's not gone. It never went. In fact, we can reverse time in the block time. It's our consciousness that travels forward.
Nerdy Rodent says the Riemann tensor is a mathematical concept used in the theory of general relativity, which describes the curvature of space-time caused by the presence of matter and energy.
Thank you.
And I haven't seen anything which suggests anything at all about
Do more research.
prior to the Big Bang.
Okay, but it does comport with what we see about general relativity, though. So if you can accept that we can observe it in this aspect, it lends more credence to the possibility that it goes back even further. But
General
again,
relativity falls apart at the infinity, though.
again, I'm just stating I'm not a prophet. I'm not evangelizing anything. Some Christians feel that they have to evangelize. I don't. If you ask me, I'll tell you my understanding, with the caveats that it is only an approximate model, that there's no way I could possibly explain it in full detail because I'm human.
Amen.
Even if yeah. So that's where we're at. So if you're willing to accept what I just said, then I'm willing to go with everything that you just said.
I like Jill's latest statement. In the beginning, God.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually the easy thing to understand.
That's actually a poor reading.
I know. I don't disagree, but it's actually an easy thing to understand, because as soon as you start trying to explain the beginning and God, that's when everything gets really, really difficult.
Yeah, by the time
Whereas
you get
if you
three
just say,
blackboards worth of equations that nobody can read except for the person who wrote them, it gets difficult. Yes, and all this stuff is extremely difficult. Very few people really understand it.
Some people like it hard.
That's right. And if it's
But
not
you can't tell
difficult,
how hot till you try.
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's not difficult, is it really that much worth trying?
Here's
don't
what
think
fries
anybody's-
my brain.
I don't think
in
anybody
B
said
theory of
that.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
In B theory of time, if ever there's going to be time travel, there already is.
Yes. And Stephen Hawking, I think it was, that made that really stupid quip about how he
had a party.
Yeah.
Threw
Well,
a party and
yeah.
invited all time travelers.
They all knew
And-
that this party was going to suck, so none of them showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
He didn't have hookers. He didn't have blow.
He had a
I
little.
don't know.
the
What do you
problem.
thought?
He had a little blow.
The problem is his statement got lost over time, but by the time time travel was invented, they didn't know he'd made the invitation.
I'd look at it differently. They all actually turned up, but then when they realized what the joke was on them, when the time travel was invented, they decided not to actually go, and so they zoomed back there and took themselves somewhere else.
The problem of time travel paradox is really interesting. Do we split off new universes when we time travel and make changes to the past?
Possibly.
I just want a nice car.
What kind of car?
A DeLorean.
Oh, that's a very nice car.
Well, in the universe where you have a DeLorean, you no longer exist. And I think that's what happens with some of the multiverses. We have the four fundamental forces of nature in this universe, and there were probably some logically inconsistent theoretical forces in other universes, and because they were incoherent, they immediately collapsed upon themselves. And we don't know how many times that happened. But this universe did pop out as being possible, and the experiment's been going on ever since then.
Do you believe there is a multiverse and we are living in a
Yes.
multiverse?
Yes.
As opposed to suspended belief?
To the best of my understanding of it, from everything that I've read, I think that the multiverse makes a whole lot of sense. Universes popping into and out of existence, just like virtual particles.
So how many universes currently exist? Are we talking currently existing,
Well, when you say
massive
current,
places? Are we talking there
time's
is
relative.
more than one, or
Time's relative. There is no right now. That's a strange fiction.
The idea is that there are universes that exist in a whole set of different dimensions that don't even overlap with our dimensions.
do you believe this, or are you suspending belief, but hoping that it exists?
No. No, it would be much simpler, much more parsimonious to say this is the only one, and this is the only one that could happen. But from my understanding, from all the reading I've done, I think that this is the most coherent model. But it could be wrong. So if you do falsify my idea, then I'm more than happy to accept the new belief. But currently, I believe that is what I have the highest confidence in.
Okay.
That's just really weird. That's just really weird. Because we talked about suspending belief earlier on and understanding what it could mean. This is one of those things where I could go, I'm going to suspend belief on that. It's a bit like aliens.
Are you choosing to do that, sir?
Yeah, I'm choosing to await. I am choosing to await further information because there isn't enough information either way to say anything
but I'm
about this.
Interesting.
It's an interesting proposition.
But I modify my beliefs over time. If I get new information, I modify those beliefs. There are things that I held that when I got more information, I realized that initial belief was false, and I no longer hold it.
That's the point. That is belief. That's exactly what belief is. What I find interesting is belief is something you regard to be true. You take that to be the case.
Yes.
And you are regarding it to be true that there are multiverses. And I find that a really weird position to be in. But I find suspending belief in this particular thing much more acceptable. I find actually believing it right now a bit weird.
I got some questions for Hillary's.
And we're like 7
well,
minutes
before you
before
do that,
hour.
let's jump over to
And I'm
the
going to
new
need a
stream.
5-minute break to pee and stuff, so I'll be there in a second.
Great to talk to you all, guys. I'm out here.
All right, later.
Great to see you, Heretic.
Have a good one, everyone.
Heretic, I appreciate your honesty.
Later, guys. Later.
And heresy.
Well, we're all
Cheers,
heretics.
everyone.
Just ask the guy beside you.
So, people in the chat, I have put. We lost someone else. I've put the next stream in the chat there, so jump over there, everyone. Panel, I've got the private chat. I've got a link for the next StreamYard. Well, it's just you now, Richard. So click on that, jump over there. See you, sir. Bye, everybody. I'll play this on the way out.